Chapter 121. Meanwhile, in the city's emerging market, a crowd bustled, the sound of bargaining resonating. A stall owner, Oldly, wearing a waterproof apron, was diligently hawking his seafood when a plainly dressed woman approached, carrying several bags. She stared at the Egyptian catfish in the tank with a puzzled expression. "Can these Egyptian catfish be eaten?" Oldly put down his fish knife and smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. "Yes, of course, why not?" But the woman shook her head and whispered, "I heard these Egyptian catfish can't be eaten. They're so dirty." Oldly frowned and retorted, "Who told you that?" "It's pure rumor." At this moment, a young man nearby came over and interrupted, "I heard Egyptian catfish can't be eaten. They're said to be raised in sewage and have excessive levels of heavy metals." Oldly frantically explained, "Oh, you're all blind. They say that Egyptian catfish are highly adaptable, but that doesn't mean they're dirty. As long as they're properly farmed, there's nothing wrong with them." The old lady was still skeptical, "But I'm still hesitant to buy it. I just feel uneasy." Hearing this, Oldly sighed helplessly. This rumor is really killing people. No one dares to eat the perfectly good Egyptian catfish anymore. Just then, another customer approached and said with a smile, "This rumor is quite powerful. But you bought your Egyptian catfish from a farmer, right?" "Yes." "What's the matter?" Oldly was puzzled. "Yesterday, I visited the Halyafing Company's farm in Magong Town. Their Egyptian catfish tastes great, without any earthy smell. Your Egyptian catfish is no good." "How is that possible?" Oldly, a fish seller for half his life, knew Egyptian catfish all too well. Even with proper feeding and good water quality, they still had a faint earthy smell. "You could go to Jianghai restaurant sometime. If you sell any of their Egyptian fish, I'd love to buy one." "Really?" Although a little incredulous, Oldly decided to visit the so-called Jianghai restaurant tonight to find out. Even in Shanmei City, Haifeng, Lufeng, and other towns, restaurants specializing in boiled fish, pickled fish, and grilled fish were also gradually feeling the impact. After all, Jianghai restaurants' similar dishes were only 2/3 the price, or even half. Add to that the flavor, texture, and bonelessness of the new Egyptian catfish. Such restaurants near Jianghai restaurants saw their business plummet. For example, on Tonggang Road in the city center. In a previously bustling Sichuan restaurant. At the softly lit tables, the diners chattered. Waiter Xiao Wang was busily shuttling between the tables, when he heard a disgruntled voice from table 8. A middle-aged man with glasses pointed his chopsticks at a pot of boiled fish and said, "What's wrong with your boiled fish? It's full of bones. It's so hard to eat." The woman at the table also complained, "Yeah, and it has a fishy, earthy smell. This fish is so stale." Hearing this, Xiao Wang hurried over and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone, I let you down. I fix it right away." The man with glasses frowned. "This dish is so disappointing. The Egyptian fish I had at Jianghai restaurant was even better." Faced with the customer's challenge, Xiao Wang could only smile and say, "I'm so sorry. Perhaps our chef wasn't careful enough when handling the fish. This is our mistake." The woman shook her head. "And there's that earthy smell. It's obvious the fish isn't fresh." "You can't do that." Xiao Wang quickly tried to make amends. "How about this? We can make you a new dish or replace it with something else. It's our way of compensating you." The man with glasses softened his tone slightly, and shook his head. "All right, forget about this dish. No need to replace it." He didn't dare replace the dish. He knew some chefs might get angry if a customer returned a dish and secretly add ingredients to it. Xiao Wang breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your understanding. I asked the manager for a discount." With that, Xiao Wang quickly took the problematic boiled fish away and headed for the kitchen. Xiao Wang hurried to the kitchen and placed the barely touched pot of boiled fish in front of Chef Lao Zhang. He said somewhat helplessly, "Chef Zhang, this table of guests wants a refund. They say it has too many bones and an earthy smell." Lao Zhang's busy movements paused, his face darkening as he shouted, "What? A refund? How could my cooking be wrong?" Xiao Wang was also startled by Lao Zhang's reaction, and said cautiously, "That's what the guest said." Lao Zhang's eyes widened, his rage uncontrollable. "Too many bones? An earthy smell? Do they even know how to cook? At this price, the boiled fish is only grass carp. Do they expect us to use black carp or sea bass?" He then threw the spoon in his hand onto the stove with a clang. "I've been a chef for so many years, and I never seen a customer like this. This is simply too much." The side dish chef next to him quickly advised, "Lao Zhang, don't be angry. Let's figure out how to resolve this." Lao Zhang refused to listen and yelled at Xiao Wang, "Go tell the table there's no return." Eat it or not. The restaurant manager rushed over and said sternly, Lao Zhang, calm down. Customers are king. Let's resolve the issue first. We can't treat customers like this. Lao Zhang remained furious. I think they're just looking for trouble. The manager frowned. No matter what, we have to appease the customers first. We can't let this damage the restaurant's reputation. Lao Zhang turned away angrily and stopped talking, but the anger on his face was still clear. Manager Li Jiping pulled Xiao Wang aside and inquired about the details. After hearing Xiao Wang's description, he also felt that the guests at this table were deliberately looking for trouble, but he couldn't refuse to accept the request for a return. This was the 4th time he had heard of Jianghai restaurant in the past 2 days. After a moment's thought, he called over another chef, Lao Ming, who was on break. The two of them arrived at Jianghai restaurant, less than 500 meters from their restaurant. Li Jiping glanced at the menu and ordered a boiled fish, a grilled catfish dish, a stir-fried celery dish, and 2 servings of milk fish soup. Since Jianghai restaurant used a semi-open kitchen, visible through the glass windows, Li Jiping and Lao Ming could immediately tell that the kitchen only served a heating and shaping function, and that the dishes were likely pre-prepared or delivered from the central kitchen. Soon, the dishes they ordered arrived. Old Ming, looking hesitant, took a piece of roasted, sweetly fragrant Egyptian catfish and put it into his mouth with his eyes closed. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and asked, strange, is this really an Egyptian catfish? And not an eel? Li Jiping, who was also trying the dishes, was also very surprised. He wasn't surprised by the taste of the dishes. After all, the flavors of these dishes coming out of the central kitchen were only average, without any particularly eye-catching highlights. What really surprised him was the Egyptian catfish used in these dishes. The earthy smell is completely gone. Old Ming also offered his professional perspective. The seasoning is also very light. Boiled fish tends to have a spicy and fresh flavor, but their spicy flavor is very mild, highlighting the freshness and fragrance. And it's only 18 yuan per serving. I looked at the fish, and it's estimated to be 1 pound. Li Jiping also picked through the fish in the basin and, after picking out all the fish, he found that it was exactly the same as Old Ming's description. With this price and flavor, it's enough to kill a grass carp. No wonder there haven't been so many customers these past 2 days. Manager, what do we do now? After taking a sip of the fish soup, Li Jiping began to feel a bit of a headache. Just then, the store manager began today's promotion. Having heard about the tour of Heliafeng's headquarters, Li Jiping wanted to go too, so he dragged Lao Ming along to sign up. Along the way, he learned through indirect inquiries that Heliafeng was allowed to sell premium Egyptian catfish products, which brought him a sigh of relief. With the help of the waiter leading the group, he found the relevant product details on the Heliafeng online store. So many varieties? Lao Ming was also checking on his phone. The product list features several Egyptian catfish-related products, including premium Egyptian catfish high protein, suitable for fish soup, boiled fish, pickled fish, sweet and sour fish, and squirrel fish. Whole fish is 16 yuan per kilogram, minimum order of 20 pieces, and fillets are 24 yuan per kilogram, minimum order of 100 kilograms. Premium Egyptian catfish crispy and springy meat, suitable for boiled fish, pickled fish, and stir-fry. Whole fish is 30 yuan per kilogram, minimum order of 20 pieces, and fillets are 45 yuan per kilogram, minimum order of 100 kilograms. Premium Egyptian catfish sweet and fresh, suitable for fish soup, steamed fish, sweet and sour fish, and squirrel fish. Whole fish is 30 yuan per kilogram, minimum order of 20 pieces, and fillets are 45 yuan per kilogram, minimum order of 100 kilograms. This price seems comparable to grass carp. The grass carp Li Jiping buys at the market, if purchased in bulk, typically costs 15 yuan per kilogram, while black carp is 32 yuan per kilogram. Crispy Anhui fish is usually between 40 and 60 yuan per kilogram. Just as he was checking the product details, the minibus had already arrived at the Egyptian catfish farm. Entering the farm, Li Jiping, Lao Ming, and the others sampled 3 varieties of Egyptian catfish in a specially prepared tasting room. It's surprisingly crispy. This sweet and savory Egyptian fish. Lao Ming had also put aside his prejudice against Egyptian catfish. Among their group of tourists were several other restaurant owners or chefs. Clearly, their goals were similar to Li Jiping's. Many were already eager to try their luck. After all, Jianghai restaurant had already established itself as a model. While not everyone likes Egyptian catfish, even specially conditioned, high-protein varieties with significantly reduced fat content are still considered high-fat. However, These premium-grade Egyptian catfish offer excellent overall performance. They have a high meat yield, no bones, and no earthy odor. Even the fishy smell is significantly reduced after skinning, and there are several varieties to choose from. Plus, the overall price is relatively low. If it weren't for its poor reputation, this fish would have sold out quickly. This price easily undercuts the similarly positioned longtail. After returning home, Li Jiping quickly purchased a batch of live Egyptian fish from the Hailifeng Company's online store, intending to use them to refine their fish dishes. The boiled fish he had today at Jianghai restaurant had made Li Jiping realize another thing. Locals, who prefer lighter flavors, are more receptive to Jianghai restaurant's less spicy version of boiled fish. After all, the spiciness of the Sichuan version of boiled fish is simply too much for most Lingnan locals to swallow. This is similar to Japanese Chinese cuisine and so-called European and American Chinese cuisine, which often have to be modified to suit local tastes. Of course, this isn't to say Lingnan locals can't handle spicy food, but those who can tolerate Sichuan, Hunan, and Gan spicy food are a minority. If customer flow isn't a concern, then the authentic Sichuan version of boiled fish is a good option. However, if customer flow is a priority, then the spiciness level will inevitably have to be compromised. Some restaurants in various towns and cities in Shantou and Maishan have been forced to make changes. But not everyone is determined to change. Not everyone will stay within the law. Rumors soon spread that Jianghai restaurant used Egyptian catfish, which were raised near toilets and specifically fed feces. However, Hailifeng Company anticipated these reactions and initially offered free tours of the farm and factory to counter these rumors. Furthermore, these rumormongers clearly underestimated local resolve and the level of attention paid to Hailifeng Company. Less than a day after the online rumors surfaced, local authorities immediately tracked down the address, followed by a ban on the account. The community then offered support, including silver bracelets and tea. After all, this industry affects thousands of farmers in Shantou and Maishan, with the potential for even more to join in the future. It's worth billions, and it affects many people's lives. To dare to spread such rumors is truly a death sentence. Shantou and Maishan TV reported the incident that evening. Farmers also spoke out. This matter involves the interests of too many people. The losses suffered by a few restaurants and grass carp farms are nothing. Furthermore, Hailifeng Company isn't prohibiting you from purchasing Egyptian catfish. Furthermore, with the continued expansion of targeted breeding licenses, the rapid conversion of grass carp farms to Egyptian catfish farming hasn't caused significant losses. After all, Hailifeng Company's Egyptian catfish are currently only sold in a small area in eastern Guangdong, so the impact isn't significant. Local grass carp farmers aren't numerous, primarily because local dietary preferences favor marine fish. However, this is only temporary. With the massive release of cheap fish balls and fish tofu from Hailifeng and Guatai, fish ball factories elsewhere are likely to be in trouble. But there's no way around it. Market competition is brutal. If product costs can't be effectively reduced, or if they can't differentiate themselves from cheaper products, then high-cost products will naturally be eliminated. This is why many companies are increasingly interested in storytelling. They hope to use storytelling to give their products higher value, thereby differentiating themselves from other similar, cheaper products and ultimately achieving competitive differentiation. A classic example is vitamins. Is there a fundamental difference between vitamin C in a bottle that costs just a few yuan and those hyped-up multivitamins that cost hundreds of yuan a bottle? No. So why are their prices so different? It's because some companies are good storytellers, while others opt for a conservative, old-fashioned product philosophy. Hailifeng Company chooses both. It needs to be both storytellers and maintain its value for money. Over time, the 8 Jianghai restaurants have been open for over a week. Locals have gradually come to accept the presence of Egyptian catfish on their plates. Not only do boiled fish, pickled fish, and grilled fish restaurants stock premium Egyptian catfish, but even small Japanese restaurants have discovered that Hailifeng's Egyptian catfish can easily replace eel. Of course, there's a flavor difference between Egyptian catfish and eel, but it's generally difficult to tell the difference unless you're a gourmet, especially when using premium Egyptian catfish. Similarly, some fish stalls and local markets have begun experimenting with wholesale premium Egyptian catfish from Hailifeng and selling them to the public. Although some people still have a negative impression of Egyptian catfish, some are still willing to give it a try. To prevent counterfeit goods from tarnishing their reputation, the fish farm has implemented a system for identifying the fish. Special QR code tags are affixed to the tails of the Egyptian catfish. Scanning the code reveals the fish's code, weight, and production date. The colored tags can also be used to distinguish high-protein, crunchy, and sweet varieties. These tags serve as the Egyptian catfish's ID card. Thankfully, the farm had prepared in advance. After seeing the popularity of Egyptian catfish, many local Egyptian catfish farmers began to harbor concerns about secretly selling counterfeit Egyptian catfish as heliafings. However, when they saw the tags attached to the tails of the heliafing Egyptian catfish, their concerns faded considerably. Furthermore, heliafing sales representatives had already warned the fish stall owners and restaurant owners who purchased the fish that heliafing only had an online store or direct pickup at Jianghai restaurant. There were no other sales channels. If they discovered this, they were asked to report it to heliafing. Any smart restaurant or fish stall owner would know that purchasing inferior Egyptian catfish would only lead to their own downfall. After all, if a customer tasted the fish once and found it faulty, they would most likely not return. Even if they could make a little more money per fish, without repeat customers, their shops and stalls would eventually go bankrupt. This wasn't luxury goods, like antique jewelry or designer bags. With such high-priced items, using counterfeit goods would be a surefire way to scam as many people as possible, given that the profit from a single sale could start in the tens of thousands of yuan. heliafing's market research department had already developed numerous solutions to ensure the company's interests were protected. Just as the sale of Egyptian catfish and its derivatives was gaining market and consumer acceptance, the company received a special offer for cooperation. Chapter 122. Jiang Miao glanced at a document passed from the secretary's office. Haida Group? Yes, it's the cooperation invitation they sent this morning. Business Secretary Lu Deming nodded. Jiang Miao looked over it and asked, "Do you have any information about this company?" Yes. As a business secretary, Lu Deming naturally knew to prepare the necessary documents in advance, lest he appear clueless when the boss asked questions. He flipped open another document and said, Haida Group is a well-known high-tech enterprise group in agriculture and animal husbandry. Founded in Guangzhou in 1998, it has registered capital exceeding 1.5 billion yuan. It currently has over 600 branches and subsidiaries, with nearly 40,000 employees. It was listed on the Shenzhen A-share market on November 27, 2009, and ranks among the top 5 in the global feed industry. Its business scope covers the entire modern agriculture and animal husbandry industry chain, including feed, seedlings, animal health vaccines, smart farming, and food processing. The feed business, which includes aquatic feed, livestock and poultry feed, and aquatic feed premixes, is its primary source of revenue, accounting for over 85% of total revenue. Jiang Miao raised his eyebrows. Feed production company? Lu Deming added, "This is a company our company has partnered with before. Our farm has been purchasing fish feed from them. They're looking to collaborate with us on developing feed products?" Lu Deming explained what he had learned in detail. "Boss, their company actually has quite a strong R&D capability. They have a central research institute, 3 R&D centers, over 10 R&D pilot bases, a research team of over 1,700 masters and doctoral students, and over 4.6 billion yuan in R&D investment. They developed a relatively mature technology system and currently hold over 200 invention patents. They are at the forefront domestically in the selection and breeding of high-quality aquatic seedlings and the development of microecological preparations." Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. "If they were really that strong, they wouldn't be looking for us to work with. Have you looked into this company's financial situation?" "Yes. Since they're a listed company, their financial reports are relatively easy to find." "Tell me about it." According to their disclosed financial reports, their net profit for 2024 was 2.436 billion yuan, a year-on-year decrease of 11.13%. Their net profit for 2023 was 2.741 billion yuan, a year-on-year decrease of 7.31%. Their net profit for 2022 was 2.957 billion yuan, a year-on-year increase of 80.74%. This year's financial report hasn't been released yet. Jiang Miao looked at Haida Group and saw that it sold 22.31 million tons of feed last year. Its feed industry accounted for approximately 85% of its total revenue. This meant that 85% of the 2.436 billion yuan was net profit generated by the feed industry, or 2.0706 billion yuan. This meant that the company only made an average profit of 92.8 yuan per ton of feed last year. Seeing this, he understood why Haida Group had rushed to seek cooperation. Because fish meal and fish oil prices have been impacted by significant production cuts in Peruvian fisheries this year, market prices have increased for 5 consecutive months. Currently, Peruvian or Hokkaido fish meal, with a crude protein content of 67%, has a landed price of approximately 16,000 yuan per ton. Similarly, soybean meal, a major feed raw material, has also seen significant price increases this year, currently at 3,628 yuan per ton, a 14% increase from the beginning of the year. Under these circumstances, major feed manufacturers face a severe raw material price crisis. However, major feed manufacturers currently cannot significantly raise prices because the global feed industry is currently experiencing relative overcapacity, and everyone is caught in a brutal internal competition. Raising prices isn't just a matter for a single company, it also depends on the willingness of competitors to raise prices in tandem. Otherwise, they only end up swindling themselves out of it. The wholesale prices of feed offered by various feed manufacturers are all below cost, resulting in very low profit margins. Compared to other feed manufacturers, Heliofing has a clear advantage. Mastering the production of core raw materials. A new feed formula for efficient aquaculture. Dominating 2 niche fish feed markets. In the first 2 months of Heliofing's feed sales, Haida Group observed no unusual performance. It wasn't until early November, when they compiled sales figures for the previous month, that they discovered a significant decline in their own eel feed sales in eastern Guangdong. They then rushed to investigate. This investigation revealed that Heliofing was selling both eel feed and catfish feed. After further investigation, Haida Group's sales department discovered that Heliofing was quite remarkable. Unlike Haida Group, which annually relied on external procurement for fish meal, fish oil, soybean meal, and corn, Heliofing had initially achieved self-sufficiency in some core raw materials. As one of the giants in the feed industry, Haida Group's feed R&D department was highly capable. Based on feed samples and information gathered by the sales department, preliminary testing quickly revealed that Heliofing's feed not only had a highly refined formulation, but also effectively reduced the feed-to-meat ratio, shortening the eel's growth cycle. After more than a week of feeding experiments, they found that the eel fishery-removing feed was indeed effective in reducing the geosmin content in eels. This news quickly alerted Shui Hua, chairman and president of Haida Group. Haida Group's management held meetings for several days, before ultimately deciding to approach Heliofing first. Initially, some executives had proposed acquiring Heliofing, while others had suggested directly copying its feed. However, after gaining a deeper understanding of Heliofing's operations, they dropped all talk of acquisition or borrowing its feed formula. The reason was simple. They discovered Heliofing's astonishing profits, having paid over 200 million yuan in taxes in the first half of this year. Judging by its operating performance, profits were expected to be even higher in the second half of the year. Haida Group's revenue last year was 110.3 billion yuan, with a net profit of less than 2.5 billion yuan for the entire year. Heliofing's net profit for the first half of the year exceeded 500 million yuan. Haida Group appears to be massive, but what good is that? The fact that the annual net profits of the two companies are similar speaks volumes. One is a giant with feet of clay. One is compact and powerful. And Heliofing's compactness is only temporary, like the incomplete development of a minor. In a few years, we likely see it become a national, even global, behemoth. As for the idea of borrowing formulas, after investigating Heliofing's 163 patented eel feed formulas and 67 patented Egyptian catfish feed formulas, everyone at Haida Group dismissed this unrealistic idea. This obvious patent family demonstrates Heliofing's strong focus on intellectual property protection. As feed is an export product, the other party only needs to check and take the feed for testing to obtain a general understanding of the feed's properties. Haida Group, already treading on thin ice, and given its status as a listed company, would be unable to win a lawsuit against such blatant patent infringement. It would be a loss, not a gain. Thus, after careful consideration, Shui Hua decided to cooperate with Heliofing. The cooperation invitation Jiang Miao currently held was for the company's desire to introduce the number 4 feed formula for Egyptian catfish production in the production of fish meal and fish oil. Jiang Miao could deduce Haida Group's intentions. It was likely that Shui Hua intended to reduce the high production costs of feed by producing large-scale fish meal and fish oil. The other party mentioned another aspect of the cooperation. Their company pledged not to enter the niche market of deodorizing feed, and hoped that Heliofing could develop a corresponding deodorizing feed. In other words, Haida Group intends to use Egyptian catfish meal and fish oil to reduce the cost of some of its regular feed, thereby achieving cost reduction and profit increase. However, using Egyptian catfish meal and fish oil as feed can increase the earthy odor of aquatic products to varying degrees, seriously affecting their quality. This is when Haileyfeng Company's deodorized feed becomes necessary. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, then raised his head and instructed, Deming, inform Haida Group that I can meet with them tomorrow at noon. Okay, Lu Deming nodded, noting that his boss's tone was unproblematic. After all, this cooperation was initiated by the other party, not something Haileyfeng Company begged for. Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't waste time going to Yangcheng. If the other party was truly sincere, he would come in person to negotiate. Lu Deming had just replied to the other party's email when he received a reply less than half an hour later. Haida Group was well aware of who was in charge and announced that their chairman would come in person tomorrow at noon to discuss cooperation matters. The next day, at noon, Jiang Miao and Jiang Haiba, along with Qin Hanming from the Price Research Office and Lu Deming, the business secretary, met Shui Hua and his group from Yangcheng in the restaurant of the experimental area. Mr. Shui, please take a seat. Mr. Jiang, I heard a lot about you. Shui Hua, with his square face, looked to be in his 40s, but he was actually 55. Jiang Miao poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Shui, have some tea. Mr. Jiang, you're too polite. Our main purpose for visiting this time is to reach a cooperation agreement with your company. I wonder what your requirements are. Shui Hua, a technical professional, didn't seem to want to beat around the bush. Your company's desire to alleviate raw material supply pressure by farming Egyptian catfish is a great idea. I also have my own ideas for developing the Egyptian catfish industry, Jiang Miao said slowly. If your company farms them yourself, the overall cost can be reduced to 1.5 yuan per kilogram of Egyptian catfish. Egyptian catfish fed our special formula have a crude protein content of around 25%. Each ton of Egyptian catfish can produce 373 kilograms of fish meal. Including other costs, the cost per ton is approximately 4,400 yuan. Shui Hua nodded. Indeed, we can certainly do that. That's the contradiction. Our company's current unified purchase price for Egyptian catfish is 3 yuan per kilogram. Of course, starting next month, we lower it to 2.5 yuan per kilogram, which means our fish meal cost per ton will be around 7,000 yuan. Hearing this, Shui Hua understood the contradiction. There was a 2,600 yuan difference in costs between the two parties. Clearly, this amount was a concession from Haileyfeng Company to the fish farmers. However, Haida Group likely produces its own Egyptian catfish, so this amount would undoubtedly become its profit margin. Jiang Miao didn't want to give them a bargain. After all, Egyptian catfish also produce fish oil, a highly valuable byproduct. After a moment's thought, Shui Hua offered his solution. How about this? For every ton of catfish meal we produce, we can pay your company 1,000 yuan in patent fees. That's too low. Don't forget about the fish oil. 1,500 yuan? That's basically our limit. 1,600 yuan? Your costs can be kept to 6,000 yuan. Shui Hua discussed the matter quietly with several members of management, then nodded. Okay. Happy cooperation. Shui Hua smiled wryly. This was the strength of technological leadership. If they didn't use Haileyfeng's patented feed, the cost of raising catfish would rise to 2 yuan per kilogram, and the crude protein content of the fish would only be around 20 to 22%. Although some small fish meal factories in China can achieve costs of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per ton, how is this achieved? Of course, they use scraps and semi-rotten fish meal discarded from the market. This fish meal is of extremely low quality. Not only does it spoil quickly, but it can also easily cause disease in the aquatic products and livestock and poultry being fed, or result in ineffective fattening. Furthermore, this type of fish meal is produced by small factories with highly unstable production capacity, making it impossible to supply in large quantities. Large feed mills, like Haida Group, would not purchase such low-quality fish meal. Even in the cheapest years, the landed price of the worst quality imported fish meal, Peruvian 65% crude protein fish meal, starts at 6,000 yuan per ton. In other words, even if Haida Group accepted Haileyfeng's predatory contract, its total cost per ton of fish meal would only be 6,000 yuan. The key is to control the supply of some core raw materials, which is crucial for Haida Group. Otherwise, if there is any international disturbance and the price of fish meal, soybean meal, or corn soars, they will be caught in a dilemma, consuming a large portion of the company's profits. Without their own raw material supply channels, they sometimes even lack bargaining power. Of the current top 10 international fish meal producers, with the exception of second-place Coca-Cola, which was acquired by China Fishery Group, the other 9 are foreign companies with intricate ties to the 4 major grain traders, A, B, C, and D, and Western capital. To break this predicament, Haida Group must cooperate with Heliafeng. Shuehua quickly launched into another collaborative project. We like to collaborate with Heliafeng to research even better feed. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Miao, however, shook his head. He knew his research style was unusual. If he collaborated with Haida Group, their researchers would likely discover anomalies. Therefore, he rejected the proposal. Mr. Shui, this kind of joint research and development is too complicated. Issues like patent ownership, funding ratios, contributions from both sides' researchers, and technical confidentiality are all very likely to arise. Okay. Shuehua knew this was a difficult situation. After all, Heliafeng's technology was formidable, while Haida Group was massive. Who would have the final say on R&D projects could easily lead to conflict. He settled for the next best option. Mr. Jiang, I deeply admire your R&D capabilities. If your company needs to mass-produce feed in the future, Haida can provide you with contract manufacturing services. I consider it, Jiang Miao said, nodding with a smile. Sometimes, contract manufacturing is an option, especially when production capacity needs to be ramped up quickly. Choosing a large feed manufacturer like Haida Group offers significant idle capacity. Building a factory in-house would lengthen the production cycle and increase initial costs. However, Jiang Miao didn't fully trust these contract manufacturers. If they ran into problems or suddenly terminated the partnership, the company's feed supply would be disrupted. So, even if Haida Group were to be the contract manufacturer, Heliafeng would need its own factory to avoid unexpected supply disruptions. From the conversation just now, Shuehua had a preliminary understanding of Jiang Miao's personality and style. It was clear that Jiang Miao was a person with a strong desire for control. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to register a sole proprietorship. From this point of view, he could basically guess that he wouldn't completely outsource the feed production to Haida Group. He smiled and changed the subject. Mr. Jiang, do you have any ideas for developing other fish feeds? Indeed, we do, but it will take time. Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't say that he already knew the genetics of most aquatic species and could customize their feed accordingly. After all, a meal must be eaten one bite at a time. Releasing too many high-efficiency feeds all at once would not only impact the market, but also draw outside attention, which was not what Jiang Miao wanted. By the way, Mr. Jiang, could your company remove the geosmin from the Egyptian catfish feed formula? Could you license it to us as well? Shuehua wasn't about to miss this opportunity. Jiang Miao glanced at him. Mr. Shui, you want to remove the earthy smell of the Egyptian catfish? To avoid the impact of high geosmin levels that would affect sales, right? Exactly. Shuehua didn't deny this. It's not impossible, but your Egyptian catfish production costs will increase. Even with the feed cost advantage, the overall cost per kilogram will still be around 3.3 yuan. Add in the licensing fee to us, and the overall cost per ton of fish meal will reach 11,200 yuan. Hearing this, Shuehua realized he had been overthinking things. If it were possible, Jiang Miao would have done it long ago. A fish meal cost of 11,200 yuan per ton is naturally profitable, and the profits are substantial, given the current international fish meal price of 17,000 yuan per ton. The problem is that the international fish meal market price is influenced, on the one hand, by the sardine catch in Peruvian fisheries, and on the other hand, by the purchase volume of feed manufacturers. Finally, large fish meal producers can also work together to adjust the market price. If Haida Group were to obtain fish meal on a large scale through Egyptian catfish, the international fish meal price would undoubtedly plummet. In this case, if Haida Group's fish meal cost is 11,200 yuan per ton, any international fish meal price below this would render Haida Group's fish meal and related feed uncompetitive. Instead, the initial cost of 6,000 yuan per ton was the most competitive. After all, the cheapest price for shipping fish meal from Peru to coastal ports in East Asia was only 6,000 yuan per ton. If the price continued to drop, Haida Group could also request a reduction in licensing fees from Heliafeng, a supplementary clause Shuehua requested. This was primarily to prevent a price war. The cost of Peruvian fish meal is not low. The shipping fee alone from the Peruvian coast to the East Asian coast is 840 to 1,000 yuan per ton, a fixed cost that is difficult to reduce. Shuehua knew executives at China Fishery Group, who had shared with him some information about Cabinco, a company controlled by China Fishery Group. For example, the gross profit margin for Peruvian fish meal was approximately 200 to 1,000 yuan per ton. This meant that in years with the lowest prices, even if Peruvian fish meal producers didn't intend to profit, they couldn't sell it for less than 5,000 yuan per ton. Anything below that would mean they would lose money. Haida Group's production cost is 4,400 yuan per ton, plus a 1,600 yuan technology licensing fee to Heliafeng. If necessary, the licensing fee to Heliafeng must be reduced to maintain price parity between the two parties. After lunch. In the evening, the legal teams of both parties discussed the relevant terms. Jiang Miao and Shui Hua, representing Heliafeng and Haida Group respectively, signed the Strategic Cooperation Agreement. Chapter 123. After negotiating a partnership with Haida Group. For Heliafeng, this partnership was essentially a surefire way to make money. November 13th. The just past Double 11 shopping festival was another relatively dismal year for e-commerce platforms. Thankfully, Heliafeng's products didn't participate in Double 11, primarily due to the sheer number of gimmicks used by the platforms. It would have been better for the company to organize its own promotions. Meanwhile, the e-commerce division, having relocated to a self-built office in Nanhu Village, was busy with meetings. Qin Xingzhu, the head of Heliafeng's app development office, who had just joined the company this month, presented his project plan to manager Zhang Sini. According to the boss's requirements, we already prepared the plan. Qin Xingzhu, a product manager, previously worked at a medium-sized internet company in Pingcheng. A month ago, he was headhunted to Heliafeng to oversee the development of the shopping app. His responsibilities included determining the app's functionality, processes, and user experience design, coordinating resources, and overseeing the overall project progress. In addition, the other staff in their office are 3 UI/UX designers, responsible for interface design and interaction design, making the app more aesthetically pleasing and user-friendly. 7 Android system development engineers, responsible for developing the Android version of the app. As for iOS system development, it was directly rejected by the company. After all, the iOS version of the app requires more effort, and the company is not willing to invest too much in it at the moment. Then, there are 4 backend development engineers, responsible for building and maintaining the server, handling data storage, user authentication, and other functions. And 3 test engineers, responsible for checking the app for bugs and functional defects. The entire app development office has a total of 17 people. Team leader Qin, how long will it take you to complete the app? Zhang Sini asked, flipping through the project plan. Qin Xingzhu mentally considered the various project arrangements and replied, the basic framework is complete. If everything goes smoothly, it will probably take 4 to 5 months. The company's decision to develop a shopping app was primarily to prepare for a rainy day. As Heliafeng's product offerings grew, continuing to sell on those e-commerce platforms would incur substantial commissions and technical service fees. For example, white truffles and eel fry are listed as special commodities on several e-commerce platforms, with commissions as high as 5%. For eel fry alone, Heliafeng was charged 7.52 million yuan in commissions last month. This was unacceptable to Zhang Sini, who reported the matter to Jiang Miao in September and prepared to develop the company's own app to avoid continued leeching from e-commerce platforms. After all, a dozen software development engineers only cost a little over 500,000 yuan a month. For Heliafeng Company, this was a small sum, even compared to the monthly commissions taken by e-commerce platforms. Jiang Miao readily agreed and approved the e-commerce division's move forward with the project. He also named the app Heliafeng Specialty Store. For the time being, the app would only sell the company's own products, operating both retail and wholesale. Zhang Sini wasn't concerned about the source of her customers. The company has already accumulated a considerable customer base, including eel farmers, Egyptian catfish farmers, high-end restaurants, domestic Japanese restaurants, and boiled fish shops. These customers are essentially fixed, and as soon as the company issues a notice, they are forced to use the Heliafeng shopping app. The remaining individual customers primarily purchase fruit and canned goods, which have moderate profit margins and can be sold on other e-commerce platforms. However, the e-commerce division will undoubtedly gradually attract individual users in the future. After all, the company's future product offerings will gradually diversify, and its appeal to individual customers will continue to grow. As a company striving to become the world's leading agricultural company, Heliafeng will not stop there. The thought of being charged an extra 4 or 5 months' worth of commissions pangs at Zhang Sini. Frowning, she asks, 4 or 5 months. Can we speed it up? After a moment's thought, Qin Xingzhu gives a timeline. If we had 5 or 6 more people, I'm confident we can get it down to March. Sure, I have the HR department recruit as soon as possible. Please give me a list of the professionals you need. No problem. Suddenly, Zhang Sini remembers something. There's one more thing. The boss specifically instructed us yesterday to integrate the digital Huayuan wallet into the app, prioritizing digital Huayuan payments. Is this difficult? Will it affect the progress? No, it won't. After all, we already have access to the payment system, so having an additional digital Huayuan wallet won't affect anything. That's good. Jiang Miao clearly doesn't trust the payment systems of large internet companies like Taobao and Penguin. Just to be safe, he's decided to push the digital Huayuan wallet as the primary payment method. After the meeting, Qin Xingzhu, Zhang Sini, and the others hurried back to the self-built house next door. This 4-story, 120 square meter self-built house was the office building for their app development office. He returned to the office. The canteen deliverman had already delivered today's dinner. Looking out the window, the setting sun shone on the cactus by the window, and Qin Xingzhu stretched. He arrived at the lounge and dining room on the first floor. Several colleagues were already eating. Qin Xingzhu opened the insulated box and found his portion. He wrote his name on it because the engineers in their app development office all ate a customized meal. Jiang Miao saw how hard they were working, after all, these past few months of overtime. Considering that these software development engineers were all a bit unwell, Jiang Miao took the time to check on them and then prepared a special meal. While it didn't have the same brain-boosting effect as what he and Shuya were eating, it at least kept them energetic and clear-headed, and it also reduced liver and kidney damage and hair loss. After a month of eating this special diet, combined with an hour's walk in Nanhu village in the evenings, Qin Xingzhu could feel noticeable changes in his body. His panda eyes had faded considerably, his complexion was rosy and radiant, and he no longer felt breathless after just a few steps. The complexions of his other colleagues had also noticeably improved. They had previously heard from colleagues in other departments that the boss's dietary therapy was remarkable, but they were skeptical. But after experiencing it firsthand over the past month, Qin Xingzhu and the others realized that the boss's dietary therapy was indeed powerful, far more effective than any health supplements they had taken before. After dinner, he went out for a walk with a few colleagues. It was already dark. Nanhu village was very quiet, save for the occasional sound of televisions blaring from the houses on either side of the road, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Before they knew it, they had reached the entrance of the Nanhu farm office building. They met a dozen middle-aged women leaving get off work. A Shatong Express container truck slowly pulled out from the side of the road, another container full of packages being delivered. Another container truck was loading goods behind it. Business is pretty good. Of course, our company is the only one that can cultivate white truffles. White truffles are just SOSO. Haha, you can eat them every other day, so of course you think it's normal. But the company's food and beverage offerings are really good, much better than the takeout we used to eat. I heard the company offers virtual stock. I wonder if we have them. Qin Xingzhu took a sip of black coffee from his thermos. Of course we do, but you have to wait a full year before you can start getting virtual stock. Our office won't get them until October next year. That's good. As they walked, they reached the end of the cement road and began to head back. In a brightly lit office in a quiet and peaceful corner of the village, a group of passionate and creative programmers toiled day and night on a new shopping app project. Compared to those startups that only boast about promises, Heliafeng's treatment is already quite good. The employee in charge of the interface design and interaction design of this project is Lao Li, a senior programmer. He stared firmly at the computer screen in front of him, which was full of complex codes and architecture diagrams. He's actually only 41 years old and worked at a major company 5 years ago. However, as he reached 36, he naturally became a target for optimization. Brotherly, can you take a look at this for me? Wait a minute. Old Li saved his previous file and moved his chair to sit next to his colleague, Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao had only graduated 2 or 3 years ago, so his programming experience wasn't as impressive as Old Li's. After reviewing the code and asking Xiao Gao to explain the purpose of a few lines of code, Old Li used AI to debug the problem and finally discovered 2 issues. You set the quantity incorrectly in this code, there's an extra 0. Oh! I thought I could just use the previous code. And you need to add 1 here. The team members quickly got to work. Xiao Wang, another person in charge of interface design, was absorbed in designing the user interface, racking his brains to meet the boss's requirements. The boss wanted users to feel the company's freshness and naturalness the moment they open the app, while also maintaining a certain sense of technology. This interface needs to be simple and clear, highlighting the unique characteristics and technological appeal of the agricultural products, while also allowing users to quickly find what they're looking for, Xiao Wang muttered to himself as he manipulated the mouse. Xiao Zhang, who manages the database, is diligently optimizing data storage and retrieval functions to ensure that the vast amount of product information can be accurately and quickly presented to users. After all, the company's agricultural products will have an ever-increasing variety in the future, requiring data to be accurate and accurate. Users must not be exposed to erroneous information. Even if they don't need it now, they will need it in the future. Xiao Zhao, who was in charge of security and payment systems, raised his thick glasses as he meticulously constructed a secure internal firewall to ensure user transaction security and privacy. Although the programmers in the app development office had been working diligently, they had only just begun formal software development and hadn't even completed a prototype. After Qin Xingzhu and the others returned, he clapped his hands and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go have some lunch and a walk. While work is important, it's important to balance work and rest. It's so late. Let's go have some lunch." Soon, most of the team went downstairs. Qin Xingzhu and the others returned to their workstations and began their evening's overtime work. Although app development was crucial to the company's bottom line, Jiang Miao didn't pay much attention to it. He could leave it to the employees. Early in the morning of November 14th, the sky was barely light, and the weeds along the roadside were still covered in dew. Jiang Miao and Shuya arrived at Yandanshan Farm, located behind the Yandanshan feed factory, on the terrace fields that also house the durian plantation. After over a month of renovation, Yandanshan Farm, thanks to the hard work of 2 construction teams, has completed nearly 700 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of high-standard terraces. These renovated terraces are now planted with the beautiful silk cotton tree. Shuya, wearing a baseball cap, breathed in the fresh morning air. Are these silk cotton trees ready for grafting? Not yet, not until February of next year. Jiang Miao squatted down and surveyed the lush alfalfa fields beneath his feet. He had previously cultivated 5 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of alfalfa and harvested 3 crops of seeds, yielding approximately 600 kilograms of seeds. Planting alfalfa through broadcasting requires approximately 2 kilograms of seed per mu, approximately 2.5 acres. This means that 600 kilograms of seed would only cover 300 mu, approximately 1.5 acres. Thankfully, through laboratory tissue culture, hundreds of thousands of alfalfa seedlings can be produced each month, and cuttings can also be used for seedling cultivation. Furthermore, after harvesting these 300 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, of alfalfa, another 12,000 kilograms of seed can be obtained. In the Lingnan region's climate, alfalfa can bloom and bear fruit twice a year in open air. In about a year, self-sufficiency in seed production will be achieved. Shuya also squatted down and looked at the alfalfa that had been growing for over a month. Is this the new variety of alfalfa you cultivated? Yes, this variety is quite shade-tolerant. Even in this forest environment, its growth cycle can be shortened to 100 days. If there's ample sunlight, it can be harvested in about 85 days. With sufficient light, heat, and fertilizer, this type of alfalfa can bloom and bear fruit 3 times a year, but only twice under the forest. That's not bad, but what do you plan to use this alfalfa for? Feed? Shuya picked a handful of tender alfalfa leaves, preparing to take them back to taste. Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. It can be used for feed. After all, this variety of alfalfa, when made into hay, has a crude protein content of 24%, making it a high-quality variety among alfalfa varieties. You didn't come here today just to accompany me on this mountain hike, did you? Shuya asked curiously. Don't you think these alfalfa fields all over the mountain are beautiful? Speak humanly. Shuya ignored him and continued picking the tender leaves. Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. I take you here to relax and see the bees. Bees? Shuya stood up and noticed a small square carved out of the earthen wall not far away. Inside was a beehive. She looked closer and asked, why are these bees a little small? It's a native bee species. It's the Chinese honey bee. I heard few people keep Chinese honey bees anymore. Why is that? Jiang Miao explained, it's mainly because Chinese honey bees are relatively weak and easily split. During high nectar flows, their honey production efficiency is lower than that of Italian honey bees, and they're prone to attacking people. Then why keep Chinese honey bees? While there are disadvantages, there are also advantages. The advantages of Chinese honey bees are that they can collect nectar from scattered sources around, are highly adaptable to the domestic environment, and are immune to bee mites. Jiang Miao also has a solution to address the disadvantages of Chinese honey bee colonies being weak and prone to splitting. By expanding the colony, honey collection efficiency will naturally increase. His solution is to regularly feed the Chinese honey bees with specially formulated artificial nectar, thereby suppressing the swarming instinct that has evolved in their genes for survival. In fact, the swarming instinct inherent in the Zhongfeng bee's genes is essentially for survival, and to ensure the continuation of the population. If suppressed for more than a dozen generations, their genes will readjust, becoming less and less inclined to swarm, thus forming a new Zhongfeng population. Currently, the 300 acres of alfalfa at Yandanshan Farm are gradually blooming, with the flowering expected to begin around February. Combined with nectar from the surrounding wildflowers, the 300 hives of Chinese bees here will produce tens of thousands of kilograms of honey in 2 months. A month ago, Jiang Miao instructed LV Weibin to establish a honey production office to manage the bee fleet. These Chinese honeybees were purchased this month from a professional apiary in the province. The honey production office was established because the company has invested in over 50,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of durian plantations in Shanmei, which means that approximately 40,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of alfalfa can be cultivated. Adding to the planned intercropping of clover and durian, these plants will produce a large amount of nectar, and so much nectar cannot be wasted. After all, by adjusting the flowering period, these 40,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of alfalfa and clover, along with the durian and surrounding wild flowers and trees, will be sufficient to support 10,000 beehives. The tea oil plantations in the Gannan branch will also be planted with alfalfa and clover, and can also be used for beekeeping. However, camellia nectar is toxic to bees, especially Italian honeybees, which are largely unable to collect it. Chinese honeybees have some resistance, but collecting it can cause allergic reactions and mild poisoning in humans, so it's important to avoid the camellia flowering season. Luckily, the camellia blooms from October to December each year. By adjusting water and fertilizer, the flowering periods of alfalfa and clover can be perfectly aligned with the camellia bloom, preventing bees from mistakenly collecting camellia nectar. The Gannan branch can maintain 40,000 hives, plus the 10,000 hives at headquarters, for a total of 50,000. With proper planning, they can ideally produce 8,750 tons of honey annually. This is one of the advantages of the industrial chain. Ordinary beekeepers find it difficult to maintain such a large, fixed nectar flow or adjust the flowering time. Jiang Miao observed more than a dozen beehives and found that the specially formulated nectar he used was indeed effective. The bee colonies had grown significantly, with no obvious signs of splitting. If the Chinese bees are not suppressed, let alone 10,000 beehives concentrated nearby, even dozens of them will cause the Chinese bees to run away from home. Chapter 124. When Jiang Miao was at Yendun Mountain Farm in Magong Town. In Gongping Town, Haifeng County, on the edge of the fairyland-like Lotus Mountain, as autumn's footsteps gently set foot on the land, Lotus Mountain unfolds a dreamlike and enchanting painting. However, in one corner of this beautiful painting, a vast expanse of bare mountainous area appears, abrupt and eye-catching. Entering Lotus Mountain, the autumn breeze blows, bringing a slight chill. A dozen farm workers had already ascended the mountain early in the morning. Fortunately, the road here has been improved, allowing motorcycles to travel up the mountain. Some of the flowers, plants, and trees along the roadside seem to be dyed with a brilliant color by the skillful hand of nature, like colorful ornaments dotting the evergreen broadleaf forests of Lingnan. Walking along the mountain path, the falling leaves underfoot make a crisp sound, as if telling the story of autumn. The grass beneath Old Wu's feet was dotted with unidentified wildflowers, stubbornly blooming in the autumn breeze, adding a touch of vitality and liveliness to the autumn scenery. Climbing halfway up the mountain, Gaosha village came into view. Not far away, at the foot of the mountain, the rice fields were a sea of golden yellow, like the earth covered in golden silk. Hard-working figures could be seen moving through the fields. Returning their gaze, Old Wu and his group arrived at Nanchling, west of Gaobei village. This was one of the mountainous plots contracted by the Hailifeng Company, known as the Nanchling Farm. The farm covers 5,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of which over 750 mu have been renovated, nearly 400 mu of which are planted with silk cotton and white clover. Old Wu and his companions were the farm workers responsible for planting silk cotton and sowing white clover. Passing by the terrace fields where white clover seeds were sown 2 months ago, they were already densely covered with clover. Typically, white clover sprouts in 7 to 14 days, and then grows into a fairly large plant in just 28 to 42 days, before spreading its runners. However, the white clover hadn't yet bloomed, as it typically blooms in late spring or early summer, lasting 1 to 3 months. We arrived at the farm's newly constructed 3-story concrete office building, adjacent to which stood 2 rows of 2-story shipping container houses. There were 7 managers dispatched from headquarters, along with 40 local employees, including Lao Wu. The renovation of the terrace fields had been contracted to a local construction team. Farm manager Gao Xiangyang counted the number of people and instructed, Team 1, take charge of South 3 today. Team 2, don't plant kapok trees. Start sowing clover seeds today. Try to seed the remaining 350 mu of terrace fields within a week to prevent weeds from regrowing. Understood. Okay, manager. The 2 team leaders quickly replied. Team 3, continue planting kapok trees in North 4 today. Team 4, under the guidance of the agricultural technicians, will apply fertilizer and pesticides to the previously planted kapok trees. Okay. Old Wu was part of Team 3. The 10 of them, plus team leader Xia Ming, each drove a tricycle, pulling the 3-meter-tall saplings and tools toward the planting area. Although they were in the mountains, a 6-meter-wide gravel road had been pre-built, allowing them to quickly reach the planting area along the foot of the mountain. Not far away, 5 excavators, 3 bulldozers, a gravel excavator, and 4 dump trucks were already busy as always. After all, this kind of project is contracted, so there's no room for slacking off. Farm workers like Lao Wu, in addition to their 3,500 yuan base salary, also receive performance-based bonuses based on their work on the farm. For example, for every tree of kapok planted alive, checked after a month, each member of the group will receive a 1 yuan bonus for that month's work. After the farm officially goes into production, each group will be assigned a responsibility area, each responsible for managing 100 mu, approximately 100 acres. Each group will receive a 10% performance bonus from the annual profits generated by this 100 mu durian plantation. In fact, the 100 mu durian plantation includes more than just durian, but also nearly 80 mu of understory alfalfa and white clover. Ideally, 100 mu of durian can produce 200 tons of durian annually, while 80 mu of alfalfa and white clover can yield 800 tons of fresh grass. As for the honey generated by the orchard's nectar flow, the entire farm and the beekeeping team share a 10% profit, typically 3% for the farm and 7% for the beekeeping team. Although we haven't yet received any performance data for the durian orchard, the initial performance of the plantation has been good. As a result, villagers from surrounding villages are inquiring about whether they can work on the farm. After all, the basic monthly salary on the farm is 3,500 yuan per person, which includes 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, plus performance bonuses. While the work is a bit tiring, it's still quite good. Although local rural laborers in Shanmei, such as pruning lychees and longans or repairing graves and building houses, generally earn 150 to 200 yuan per day. The problem is that this kind of work isn't sustainable. It lasts a few days at best, a few months at best. If you're paid 200 yuan a day, a full month's work would only bring you 6,000 yuan. Plus, people in this kind of job often prioritize their friends and family, rarely hiring unfamiliar outsiders. Many rural residents actually prefer stable work. After unloading a sapling, Old Wu went to a nearby tricycle, picked up a bottle of water, took a sip, and whispered to Gao Xiangyang, who was operating the cable car. Director Gao, I heard the farm is hiring. Yes, Gao Xiangyang said sparingly. My son just graduated from vocational high school this year. Gao Xiangyang paused the unloading process and picked up the intercom. The saplings are up. Arrange for someone to unload them. His. Got it. The intercom replied. Gao Xiangyang then looked at Old Wu, his expression remarkably calm. Your son wants to come to the farm? Yes. Old Wu wiped his hands and pulled out a box of Huazi cigarettes, handing it over. Director Gao, a favor. No need for cigarettes. Your son is still young. Can he handle the hardship of farm work? Gao Xiangyang, also a vocational high school graduate, had finally come to terms with reality after years of hard work and had honestly chosen to work on the farm. I supervise him, Old Wu promised. However, Gao Xiangyang shook his head. The farm is a company property. According to our employment principles, young people won't stay here. If he wants to come here, after training, he either go to the Gannan branch or the Cheongzhou branch. Can't stay here? Gao Xiangyang explained. Yes, after training, young people are suitable for working as team leaders or agricultural technicians on farms outside. You should be aware of the benefits of team leaders. Old Wu was naturally aware that several team leaders on their farm all earned a base salary of 4,500 yuan. He pondered, so when I get back, should I have that kid apply for a job at the company? Gao Xiangyang reminded him, you should talk to the kid. After all, Young people are fickle. If he's unwilling, don't force him. This was Jiang Miao's cunning plan, deliberately separating work and family to gauge the applicant's resolve, a disguised obedience test. If someone isn't willing to work out of town, it simply means they lack resolve and are applying simply to find a sluggish job close to home. If someone is willing to work out of town, it means they have a striving spirit and are worth cultivating, a potential future backbone for the company. At the same time, this approach can also reasonably reject favors from some local employees, preventing them from trying to place their young family members on the farm. After all, if a department has a large number of nepotistic employees, it's easy for them to cover up for each other and even exploit the company for personal gain. These locals, in their 30s and 40s, are only being hired on an initial, emergency basis, and will only be allowed to work locally. For subsequent hires, the company will gradually adopt a mixed employment system, with employees being assigned to different villages and towns. Jiang Miao has already notified his brother-in-law to recruit 500 young people from southern Jiangxi and bring them back to Shanmei Farm to serve as team leaders. After all, with over 50,000 mu of durian plantation, every 100 mu requires a team of 11 people, meaning a total of over 5,000 people. Bringing in workers from other areas is essential to counterbalance local workers. Gongping town itself doesn't have that many workers. According to information provided by the town government, Gongping town's permanent population in 2024 is expected to be around 110,000. Considering Gongping town is an area experiencing a significant labor outflow, the proportion of working-age workers is approximately 50%, or 55,000 people. From this 55,000 working-age workers, excluding civil servants, teachers, small business owners, and pregnant women, as well as some unsuitable groups such as the frail, the spoiled, those with a history of bad behavior, and those who are lazy and gluttonous, there are only about 30,000 left. Recruiting 5,000 farm workers from this pool of 30,000 is clearly impossible. After all, many already have regular jobs or run farms at home, and not everyone can endure the intensity of farm work. Therefore, bringing in labor from outside the area is a necessary option. Old Wu, standing nearby, thrust a piece of Chinese pear into Gao Xiangyang's hand. Don't be polite, Director Gao. Don't do that next time. After Gao Xiangyang's reminder, Old Wu decided he should ask his children what they thought. After all, many young people these days can't handle hardship. Although he thought farm work was quite good, for middle-aged and elderly people like them, who had lived in the countryside for years, the intensity of the work was relatively low. For example, transporting things often involved using tricycles and cable cars. When they were young, they had to carry things on their shoulders when they went into the mountains to chop firewood. Old Wu had just returned to his tricycle, preparing to move the saplings. Another middle-aged man from the same village came over and whispered, "Brother Shui, what did team leader Gao say?" Together, they lifted a sapling and placed it on the cable car's external rack. Then, they secured it with a special fastening rope. Old Wu whispered as they walked, "The company is indeed hiring, but if it's young people, they have to work outside. Middle-aged people like us can stay here, but not in our own village. It seems my daughter has no other options." Old Wu picked up another sapling. "Your daughter only graduated from junior high school and is spoiled. She definitely can't handle farm work. Company clerks need college or university degrees. It's best for her to find someone soon. She's already 28. In a few years, it'd be even harder to find a partner. I've been trying to find her, but unfortunately, she's not interested." Suddenly, an idea struck Old Wu. "Several team leaders on our company's farm are good. You could take this opportunity to bring them together. Would they be interested in my bone-changing dragon? Give it a try." The two chatted as they moved things. Elsewhere, Lu Weibin was in Xishan village, north of Gongping town, with Chen Guohui, the mayor of Gongping town. Chen Guohui beamed, pointing to a large expanse of wasteland west of National Highway 236. "Manager Lu, are you satisfied with this piece of land?" "It looks great," LV Weibin observed through binoculars. "It's close to the highway, and across from the Gongping Reservoir, providing convenient water access. If your company has a good location, we can expropriate the land at any time." Qin Guohui had witnessed the strength of Heliafeng Company over the past few months. In less than 2 months, 3,000 mu of the over 40,000 mu of mountain land granted to Gongping town had already been transformed. Adding to the remaining land that didn't require transformation, the area of usable high-standard terrace fields has now reached over 10,000 mu. And it seems Heliafeng Company is serious. In fact, Qin Guohui no longer doubts Heliafeng Company's strength. After all, many companies claim to be investing, sometimes to secure subsidies, or listed companies deliberately create presentations to defraud shareholders. However, Haileyfeng Company didn't request subsidies from Haifeng County, but instead sought tax exemptions from Shanmei City. Since it's not a listed company, such a large-scale investment clearly shows its genuine interest in local investment. Plus, the city has already notified him. If he dares to neglect Haileyfeng Company, he'd be in for a drink. Chintown, this location is great. Our factory needs at least 1,000 mu, with a minimum of 1,200. If we encounter difficult villagers, we can consider avoiding their farmland, LV Weibin explained. 1,200 mu? Sure. Give us a month, and we expropriate the land, Chen Guohui promised confidently. But LV Weibin knew that a month was too short a deadline. Forcing it might lead to unpleasant consequences. So he smiled and shook his head, saying no rush. It doesn't have to be in Shishan Village. Other places are fine. Chin Town can first communicate with Shishan Village, and ideally talk to all the villagers where the land is located. If there's widespread opposition, we can move to another location. Okay. Chin Guohui also knew that land expropriation was a complex matter, and that some villagers wouldn't be very cooperative. LV Weibin added a condition. Also, our company can promise to recruit a suitable employee from each household involved in the land acquisition. Of course, we follow a formal recruitment process. This isn't a guaranteed job. If they violate our company's regulations in the future, we still deal with them. Don't worry, Manager Liu, I definitely explained things clearly to the villagers. That's okay, we take our time. As long as we have a confirmed location by June of next year. In fact, LV Weibin prefers to set up the factory in Gaobei Village, Xiaodong Village, Huden Village, Lianhe Village, Ziking Village, and Hinking Village, all near the durian plantations. In these areas, Haileyfeng has a strong community base. After all, these villages have a large number of villagers employed by the company. If land acquisition is needed, the villagers will more or less give them some face. As for Shishan Village, located in the core area of Gongping Town, Haileyfeng has no business dealings with the company, and the villagers there are likely to be less cooperative. If the land acquisition creates chaos, Haileyfeng would prefer to move to another location. Liu Weibin, Chen Guohui, and their team spent over 3 hours exploring several areas in Gongping Town suitable for the factory, ultimately selecting 3 potential locations. They were Shishan Village in the north of Gongping Town, Xinzhai Village in the south, and Gaosha Village, part of Gaobei Village. The factory would be divided into 2 parts, one for processing and handling durian, and the other as a forage processing plant for alfalfa and white alfalfa. Liu Weibin was most optimistic about Gaosha Village and Gaobei Village. Although it was mountainous, it had numerous low hills that could be reclaimed. Furthermore, its location in the heart of the durian-producing region facilitated transportation of durian to the factory. After the durians arrive at the factory, they simply need to be sorted and soaked in turmeric water. A portion of the underripened durians are then ripened and processed into durian puree. This means minimizing transportation distances, which reduces labor and resource consumption. The last stop happened to be Gaosha Village. LV Weibin stopped by Nanchiling Farm, where Gaosha Village is located. The pickup truck reached the dirt road in the valley between the terrace fields. Gao Xiangyang, who was halfway up the terrace fields, spotted the pickup truck and immediately knew it was someone from the company. He quickly called the team leader to operate the cable car for him, and he hurried down. They reached the foot of the mountain. Xiangyang, are you getting used to the work? Manager Liu, I'm getting used to it. Looking at Gao Xiangyang, tanned like a charcoal, LV Weibin recognized their hard work. Once the farm is built, you all receive your share of virtual shares by the end of the year. People like Gao Xiangyang, former employees of Nanhu Farm, had been with the company for over a year and were eligible for virtual shares. When it comes to encouraging employees to work hard, LV Weibin also prefers the boss's approach, direct financial support, rather than lecturing them on dedication, giving them rosy promises, or promising them big things. Material foundation is the key to winning people over. After taking a look at the farm, LV Weibin turned and asked, Xiangyang, take some time these days to test the local villagers' attitudes towards our company building a factory nearby. The company plans to build the durian and hay factories here? Gao Xiangyang was a little surprised. LV Weibin shook his head. I haven't decided yet, but I'm more optimistic about this place. After all, we don't have a strong community base in the other 2 places, and land acquisition would be too difficult. Gao Xiangyang knew how Haileyfeng Company acquired land in Xinjiang and Yanqing. With the cooperation of a large number of company employees, land acquisition was easily completed. He nodded and said, "Indeed, if it's near Gaosha village, where our farms are located, and we need to recruit a large number of local people, convincing them to cooperate with the land acquisition will be the easiest." Chapter 125. Jiang Miao came down from Yandenchen farm. Passing by the fish ball factory, he saw Li Xinhua and the others. However, Li Xinhua and the others didn't notice his arrival. Jiang Miao didn't go there, but instead headed towards the feed factory next door. He planned to check on the recent purchase of Egyptian catfish. Half a month ago, Helyafeng Company had issued an announcement, lowering the purchase price of Egyptian catfish to 2.5 yuan per kilogram starting this month. This price is actually acceptable for farmers. The first batch of Egyptian catfish fed with number 4 feed generally yielded 15,000 to 16,000 kilograms per mu, while the average feed cost per mu was around 18,000 yuan. 1 mu of Egyptian catfish can be sold for 38,000 to 39,000 yuan, with a gross profit of around 20,000 yuan. Nearby Yanqing village. 3 months ago, Lin Tian and his family sold Egyptian catfish to a feed factory. With harvest season approaching, he ran to his third brother, Lin Taining, to borrow a fishing net. Driving his tricycle to the fish pond, his son, Lin Yongqiang, was already wearing waterproof jumpsuits and waders, diving directly into the pond. Mute Lin Tian gestured from the shore. Only then did Lin Yongqiang notice his father. He hurried to the shore, took the fishing net, and began to spread it beneath the pond. Lin Tian spread a tarpaulin on the back of the tricycle. With buckets and a shoulder pole, he scooped several buckets of water from the pond and poured them into the tarpaulin-covered back. At this point, Lin Yongqiang was in the middle of the pond, feeling a great strain. After pulling the net down, he tried to force the Egyptian catfish to the roadside, but the catfish struggled so vigorously that he struggled to pull the net. He was forced to wrap only a quarter of the pond. "Ah!" Lin Tian gestured with his hands, bewildered. "Dad, there are too many fish. I can't pull them all in. I just used the net." Lin Yongqiang grabbed the long pole net from his father's hand, and quickly scooped them up. A 10-kilogram Egyptian catfish struggled desperately inside the net. "Damn! That fish is huge." Soon, Lin Yongqiang had caught over 60 fish. He realized the tricycle bed was overflowing, so he handed the net to his father and drove off to sell the fish. Arriving at the feed factory, Lin Yongqiang saw Jiang Miao and the others. He smiled and greeted them. "Mr. Jiang, good morning." "Oh, it's Yongqiang. How's your dad?" Jiang Miao recognized him instantly, and even knew everything about his family situation. Lin Yongqiang was flattered, and he quickly replied, "My dad's in good health." "Selling fish?" Jiang Miao glanced at the catfish, noting that each one weighed between 10 and 15 kilograms, with a protein content between 24.6 and 25.1%. Lin Yongqiang was like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, Boss Jiang, will the purchase price of catfish drop any further?" "No, 2.5 yuan is pretty much the limit." Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. "That's good." Lin Yongqiang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their family had invested nearly 18,000 yuan in feed for their 1-acre fish pond over the past 3 months, including 2.4 tons of number 4 feed purchased on credit from the feed factory, plus various grass pellets and corn pellets. Jiang Miao took a quick look and left. Just then, Lin Yongqiang spotted his childhood friend, who was counting money. "Hey, Blackfish, you're done checking out so soon? Ah Jiang, you're just here? My family started harvesting fish yesterday and finished this morning." Lin Yongji stuffed the money into his pocket. "How many kilograms did you harvest?" 15,473 kilograms. "So how much did you make?" Lin Yongqiang asked quickly. "After deducting feed and other expenses, I made 19,000 yuan. Lin Yongqiang felt relieved, because Lin Yongji's pond was also about an acre. He smiled and said, "Although the price has dropped, I'm still 10,000 yuan more than before." Suddenly, Lin Yongji leaned over and whispered, "I heard the price of Egyptian fish will continue to drop." "Don't talk nonsense. I just ran into Boss Jiang. He said he wouldn't lower the price anymore." "Did you see Boss Jiang? Look over there." Lin Yongqiang pointed at Jiang Miao's receding figure. "Damn, that Sangha dared to lie to me. He probably wanted to take over your fish pond, so he deliberately spread false information," Lin Yongqiang said. "I go back and settle accounts with Sango first." Lin Yongqiang warned, "Don't act rashly. Things are different now." "I know." Lin Yongji hurried back to the village on his tricycle. Jiang Miao and Shuya passed by the fish ball factory again and noticed Li Xinhua and the others still discussing something. At this point, Li Xinhua also spotted him. The group hurried over. "Boss, this is Researcher Lin." "Hello, Manager Li," Shuya nodded, holding the bag. "Old Li, you're here to inspect the factory so early?" Li Xinhua explained. "It was Mr. Lin from Cathay Pacific who called me. He warned us about the need to deal with cheap fish balls and asked if we could lower the price." "Oh!" Jiang Miao looked at Qin Hanming, the market research manager who was also present, and asked, "Hanming, what's the current market situation for fish balls and fish balls?" Qin Hanming's expression was somewhat serious. "Currently, the market prices for fish balls and fish balls are polarized. The wholesale price of some cheap fish balls has already reached 10 yuan per kilogram." He then pulled a market research report from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Miao. Jiang Miao flipped through it, revealing the current wholesale prices for golden fish balls from various brands. Chowei brand, 64 yuan per kilogram. Haiba brand, 10 yuan per kilogram for a minimum order of 300 bags. Hueha brand, 35.2 yuan per kilogram. Shi brand, 37.92 yuan per kilogram. Metu brand, 100 yuan per kilogram. Linji, 11.8 yuan per kilogram. Shenwei, 23.75 yuan per kilogram. Yishuan, 32.84 yuan per kilogram. Pinghai, 17 yuan per kilogram. The cheapest brand is Haiba, which sells for 10 yuan per kilogram. As for how such low prices are achieved, those in the know will understand. For example, they use low-quality fish surimi and add more starch, tapioca starch, and soy protein. Generally speaking, the wholesale price of domestically produced low-quality freshwater fish surimi, such as silver carp surimi, is around 6 to 10 yuan per kilogram. Some fish surimi that primarily focus on price, such as those with high amounts of fillers, like starch, can even be priced as low as 4 to 6 yuan per kilogram. Based on the origin, some low-quality freshwater fish surimi from areas like the Biba Gulf has a wholesale price of 14,000 to 15,000 yuan per ton at the source factory, which translates to about 14 to 15 yuan per kilogram. Basa surimi imported from the Annan region, a low-quality raw material used in products like fish tofu, has a wholesale price of around 28 to 37 yuan per kilogram. Li Xinhua said somewhat helplessly, "Our company's premium Egyptian catfish surimi is relatively high quality, but the current market is severely plagued by the pressure of inferior products driving out superior ones. I believe we must develop lower-priced products, and that's also what Mr. Lin is thinking." Jiang Miao, not one to resist advice, immediately made a decision: use starch and soy protein fillers to reduce the fish meat content in the surimi. Old Li, have the aquatic products R&D office research high-starch surimi. Okay. Since Heliafeng Company has further reduced the cost of acquiring Egyptian catfish, the company's premium Egyptian catfish currently costs around 3 yuan per kilogram. The cost of high-quality surimi with a 90% fish meat content has been reduced to 4.8 yuan per kilogram. If the fish meat content of the surimi is reduced to 45% by adding starch and other fillers, the cost can be reduced to around 3 yuan per kilogram. This is the fundamental reason why many brands of golden fish balls can cost as much as 10 yuan per kilogram. Typically, the surimi content of fish balls is between 70 and 85%. The type of surimi used is crucial. High-quality surimi with 80 to 90% fish meat content. Cost-effective surimi with 40 to 50% fish meat content. The cost difference between the two is enormous. This is also why Cathay Pacific's golden fish balls previously wholesaled for 50 yuan per kilogram. They used surimi with a 90% fish meat content, and they also had to ensure that the overall fish meat content of the fish balls was at least 80%. Their costs were certainly not that low. Of course, cheap fish balls don't taste much better. These cheap fish balls are typically purchased by snack bars, malatang, hot pot, and hot pot restaurants for commercial use. Jiang Miao also agreed to Cathay Pacific's request. As for Cathay Pacific, we agreed to allow them to produce fish balls with a lower fish content, but the price requirement must match ours. Okay, Li Xinhua nodded. Since Cathay Pacific will pay 70% of the gross profit to Heliafeng for its new product using Egyptian catfish, Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't object, as long as the price matched Heliafeng's cheap fish balls. Based on the current cost of Egyptian catfish surimi, the cost of the cheap fish balls is incredibly low, only around 4.5 yuan per kilogram. If a price war is implemented, and the wholesale price is driven down to 10 yuan per kilogram, there's still a 5.5 yuan gross profit margin. Even if Cathay Pacific were to give Heliafeng 70% of the gross profit, there would still be 1.65 yuan per kilogram left. For the agricultural and sideline product food processing industry, a 16.5% gross profit margin is actually relatively high. Many agricultural and sideline product food processing industries have gross profit margins as low as 10%. For Heliafeng, the gross profit margin on its cheap fish balls can reach 55%, which is comparable to that of carbonated beverages and black duck. Jiang Miao and Li Xinhua were both well aware that Heliafeng's cheap fish balls would undoubtedly taste better than other brands. The reason is very simple. Other brands of cheap fish balls inevitably have a fishy smell. After all, they use ordinary, cheap fish paste as the raw material. The cheap surimi used by Heliafeng Company, while seemingly inexpensive, was actually comparable in quality to Basa fish surimi imported from Annan, with only a light fishy smell and no overt earthy flavor. In this situation, the two sides competed, and other brands of cheap fish balls were quickly outperformed. The premise for bad money to drive out good money is that good money isn't being sold at large scale, low-priced prices. If good money were priced similarly to bad money, the situation would reverse. After all, when prices are similar, both individual consumers and businesses tend to prefer the better product. Of course, due to inertia, many restaurants will continue to purchase cheap fish balls from other brands. With Jiang Miao's approval, the fish ball factory quickly began experimenting. To be more precise, it directly borrowed a portion of an old recipe from the Guotai food factory, which Lin Jili had provided to Heliafeng Company free of charge. Because of the recipe, while Egyptian catfish surimi may differ slightly from other surimi, only minor adjustments are required. The aquatic product R&D office tested 10 versions, and Li Xinhua ultimately selected the one with the best value for money for mass production. In less than 10 days, the first batch of inexpensive fish balls was ready. To distinguish them, the company labeled the inexpensive fish balls as Grade B, while the previously produced fish balls were labeled Grade A. The fish balls were quickly packaged, and part of the promotional effort was to give wholesalers in Chaos Han and the Pearl River Delta a 5% rebate. That means for every 1 kilogram package of Grade B golden fish balls sold, the wholesaler received a 0.5 yuan rebate. This has led many wholesalers to actively promote the fish balls, and fish tofu produced by Heliafeng. In the bustling Ermelo night market in the city, there's a popular food stall owned by Chindaxi, famous for his curry fish balls. The fame of Chindaxi's curry fish balls stems primarily from his choice of premium ingredients, though the price is slightly higher than other stalls. Early one morning, Chindaxi arrived at the city's wholesale market to purchase golden fish balls for his curry fish balls. "Boss, where can I find the Guotai fish balls? I want the ones with a recent expiration date," Chindaxi asked the owner of a wholesale store specializing in frozen foods, like fish balls and hot dogs. The owner brought out a large box of Haiba brand fish balls and said, "Old Chen, my fish balls are absolutely fresh. They just arrived this morning." Chindaxi frowned, examined them carefully, and said, "My curry fish ball business relies entirely on quality. We can't be careless with the fish balls. Yours doesn't look ideal." The wholesaler quickly explained, "Old Chen, don't worry. These are truly excellent products. How about a discount? Take 300 pieces, 5 yuan per pound." Heard this, Chindaxi shook his head. Price is secondary. If the quality isn't good, no matter how cheap it is, it's useless. I want high-quality fish balls, with firm texture, and no fishy smell. Just then, the owner of another stall nearby overheard their conversation and greeted them enthusiastically. "Old Chen, come over here. I have some newly arrived premium fish balls. I guarantee they meet your expectations." Chindaxi walked over, picked up a fish ball, sniffed it, and squeezed it. He nodded with satisfaction. "Well, that's about right. What's your price?" The stall owner smiled and said, "Old Chen, you're a regular customer. I give you a good price of 18 yuan per jean." Chindaxi pondered for a moment. "Okay, then give me 20 jean first." The owner handed Chindaxi a scoop and then brought out a large box of fish balls. These are also produced by Heliafeng Company, but they're Grade B. Chindaxi frowned, picked up a fish ball, and sniffed it. It didn't have a noticeable fishy smell, just a slightly lighter fishy flavor. "How much is this per jean?" 5 yuan. "What? 5 yuan? This is much better than Haiba brand. Aren't they afraid of losing money by selling it so cheap? Maybe they're promoting a new product. Give me 10 jean of this Grade B stuff, too. I try it when I get home." "No problem." Back home, he quickly made the curry sauce and thawed some of the two types of fish balls. 2 hours later, the curry fish balls, which had been simmering for over an hour, were fully flavored. His son, who was tinkering with the food cart and had just finished mixing the batter for his egg burgers, noticed he made 2 pots of curry fish balls and curiously asked, "Dad, why are you making 2 pots of fish balls today?" Chendaxi didn't answer. Instead, he skewered a grade A fish ball, took a bite, and savored the flavor. His son also came over and skewered a grade B fish ball. After taking a bite, he was puzzled. "Why is it a little different from usual? Dad, did you change the brand? Try the other pot." Chendaxi took a sip of water and skewered another grade B fish ball. This time, he could tell the difference was palpable. The starchiness was more pronounced, but the fishy smell was very subtle, and there was no noticeable earthy flavor. Chendaxi's palate was highly sensitive to all sorts of flavors, which was why he was so particular about the quality of the fish balls. After all, he had to eat them himself, so he couldn't let his palate down. "Huh? Dad, the fish balls here are much better. They're very chewy, with a hint of sweetness, and no fishy smell. Of course, when we cook delicious food, we must pay attention to quality. Using better fish balls will make more delicious curry fish balls that will please our guests." His son, Chen Xiaofeng, smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I believe the curry fish balls made with this batch of fish balls will be even more popular." Suddenly, Chendaxi spoke up. "Haven't you always wanted to go it alone? Dad, why are you bringing this up so suddenly?" Chen Xiaofeng evaded the question. Chendaxi knew his son's ulterior motives, especially after he got married. "Well, now that you started a family, I can use my old food cart. You can use these fish balls to make curry fish balls. Dad, why are you giving me this pot of fish balls? Because they're cheap. You're just starting out, and you're trying to charge a high price? According to the portion sizes I taught you, you can sell one for 8 yuan. Chen Xiaofeng was bewildered. 8 yuan? How can you make money with that? These fish balls are 5 yuan per pound. Do you think you can make money? Chendaxi glanced at his boisterous son. Hearing the cost, Chen Xiaofeng's doubts vanished. Chendaxi set out on his small tricycle to set up his stall. The rich aroma of curry filled the air, drawing passers-by in. "Boss, give me 1 serving of curry fish balls. They smell so good." "Yours are the best," a customer eagerly said. Chendaxi smiled as he packed up a portion. "Try it. This time, the fish balls are even better." The customer's eyes lit up as he took a bite, and he gave a thumbs up. "Sure enough, this tastes amazing. You really put in the effort, boss." Chendaxi looked at the satisfied customer, a proud smile on his face. Even then, Chen Xiaofeng had already chosen a spot and arrived at the entrance of a small alley in Ximen Market that afternoon. While his curry fish balls tasted average, they were surprisingly affordable. An 8 yuan portion cost more than the 12 yuan portion of other options. The egg burger recipe Chendaxi had taught him also attracted quite a few pedestrians. The father and son sold out their respective 10 portions of curry fish balls today. As time went on, more and more snack stalls, hot pot restaurants, and Malatang restaurants learned about the Halyafeng company's low-cost fish balls, and demand quickly outstripped supply. Chapter 126. November 28th. This year's winter has finally arrived. The cold winds, having traveled a long way from Siberia, passed through the Lus Plateau, the North China Plain, the Middle and Lower Yangtze River Plains, and the southeastern hills. By the time they reached the Lingnan region, their power had waned. Jiang Miao wasn't in the experimental area, but rather at the southeastern foot of Magong Mountain, northwest of Nanhu village. He had previously instructed LV Wei Bin to contract an additional plot of mountain land in Nanhu village for a crop cultivation experimental base, which would be located here. In fact, the experimental area is located at the southern foot of Magong Mountain, right next to the crop cultivation base. The entire crop cultivation base, located at the southeastern foot of Magong Mountain, covers a total area of 576 mu, spread across 4 levels of terrace fields. This is the last vacant land in Nanhu village. The remaining land is either the reservoir area, residential areas, beaches, or windbreaks. These 576 mu, approximately 10 mu, of terrace fields are divided into 50 planting areas, each 10 mu. The remaining 76 mu, approximately 10 mu, of land, apart from roads and medians, is occupied by supporting facilities and buildings. As the company's financial resources have grown, Jiang Miao has also intensified his efforts to collect various seedling resources. In particular, 5 planting areas are now fully planted with herbaceous and small shrub crops from tropical and subtropical regions. These crops include over 50 major categories, including sugarcane, jute, bananas, papaya, cassava, sweet potatoes, peanuts, lemongrass, and mung beans. Jiang Miao's preference for herbaceous crops stems from their rapid evolution. For example, the 50 bananas in front of him are the endangered variety, the legendary Gros Michel banana, which he purchased through connections at the Lingnan Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Using laboratory tissue culture, he has now grown 50 Gros Michel banana seedlings. After more than 2 months of planting, it's still in the seedling stage. The Gros Michel banana has no seeds, a thick skin, and an attractive appearance. Its thick skin makes it highly resistant to bruising during transportation, and the dense skin also makes it easier to transport, making it an excellent export product. The main reason it's now on the verge of extinction is the emergence of yellow leaf disease in the early 20th century, which infected the Gros Michel banana and caused a decline in its production. Currently, only small quantities remain in cultivation in southern Siam and Malaysia. As for why the Gros Michel banana hasn't been made immune to yellow leaf disease through hybridization or genetic modification, there must be a reason. Otherwise, agricultural research institutions or commercial companies around the world would have done so long ago. The reasons why the Gros Michel banana can't be revived through traditional breeding or genetic modification are complex, including genetic homogeneity. The Gros Michel banana is a triploid and cannot reproduce sexually, relying solely on asexual reproduction. This results in near-identical genes and a lack of genetic diversity, making it difficult to develop yellow leaf disease resistance genes through genetic recombination, as is possible with sexual reproduction. Limitations of breeding technology. Traditional hybridization methods have limited success with Gros Michel bananas. This is because triploid bananas' chromosomes cannot pair properly during meiosis, making it difficult to produce viable gametes. Therefore, the probability of producing fertile offspring when hybridized with other varieties is extremely low, making it difficult to introduce disease resistance genes through hybridization. Lack of disease resistance gene resources. Bananas have relatively few disease resistance genes in their own gene pool, and most of them are derived from the pathogen itself. This makes it difficult to isolate the relevant genes, resulting in a lack of effective genetic resources for improving disease resistance in Gros Michel bananas. The complexity of the pathogen. Fusarium oxysporum, the fungus that causes yellow leaf disease, has multiple physiological subspecies and is constantly evolving. This increases the difficulty of breeding durable disease-resistant varieties. Even if a single or a few disease-resistant genes are introduced through genetic engineering, it is difficult to protect against multiple pathogenic strains of the pathogen. These issues are not a problem for Jiang Miao. There's a classic line from the movie Jurassic Park: "Life finds a way." In his tissue culture laboratory, Jiang Miao uses various methods to induce mutations in the leaf cells of Gros Michel bananas. After selecting the first generation of Fusarium oxysporum-resistant varieties and cultivating them into seedlings, these seedlings are used for a second mutation induction, continuing this process for 3 generations. Then, from the 3rd generation of mutants, suitable types are selected. Using cell fusion combined with chromosome loss technology, the triploid Gros Michel banana mutants are fused with haploid varieties such as Huajiao, causing chromosome loss, resulting in diploid, fertile bananas. The 50 Gros Michel banana seedlings presented here represent the 5 best-performing 3rd-generation mutants, selected through cell fusion and chromosome loss technology to create diploid Gros Michel bananas. These 5 varieties are characterized by their exceptional resistance to Fusarium oxysporum, while retaining the flavor of the original Gros Michel. Furthermore, each variety possesses different disease resistance gene fragments, allowing for natural hybridization and enhanced disease resistance, thereby increasing genetic diversity. In fact, this technology can also be used on ginkgo. Genetically homogeneous plants can use this technology to increase genetic diversity, thereby breaking free from the dilemma of monogenicity. As for why other research institutions don't use cell fusion combined with chromosome loss, the answer is that this technology is currently immature, with a very low success rate and extremely low efficiency. This is because after cell fusion, a large number of fused cells are produced, making it difficult to determine which fused cells are successful. After all, current genetic testing methods are not capable of genetically testing every single cell. Jiang Miao also relies on an identification panel to select the appropriate cells from a large number of fused cells. As for precise separation, this also relies on an identification panel. By repeatedly dividing the culture medium in the cell culture dish, diluting it multiple times with a culture nutrient solution, and using targeted genetic elimination to eliminate unwanted cells, the desired cells can be identified. This operation is also time-consuming. It takes Jiang Miao at least a week to select a suitable variety. The 50 new Gros Michel bananas in this greenhouse are now completely different from the original Gros Michel bananas. Examining the genetic sequences of the 6 varieties reveals that while they are related, they also differ significantly. Based on botanical classification, they are distinguished. The previous Gros Michel belongs to the Musa acuminata lineage, whose scientific name is Musa acuminata. It is one of the important ancestors of modern cultivated banana varieties. Most edible banana varieties, such as the common cabbage, are characterized by large fruits and a good taste. These varieties have thinner pseudostems, thinner and longer leaves, and slender fruit fingers. They are often triploid and are the most common banana types on the market. Another lineage of bananas, the long-stemmed banana lineage, scientifically known as Musa balbigiana, is also an important wild ancestor of the banana. Its characteristics are a sturdy pseudostem, thick leaves, and short, thick fruit fingers. Most are diploid, and varieties such as the pink banana belong to this lineage. Their fruit has a unique flavor and taste, and a significant amount of planting is found in southern China. If the 5 varieties cultivated by Jiang Miao can be cultivated on a large scale, the banana family tree will require 5 additional pages. In other words, these 5 banana varieties represent 5 entirely new lineages. Primarily, through multiple generations of genetic mutations and subsequent cell fusion chromosome manipulation, they have become significantly genetically different from their parent, the Gros Michel banana. However, since they have yet to bloom and bear fruit, Jiang Miao does not know the true flavor of these new banana varieties. After all, the identification panel can only analyze the flavor compounds produced by these genes, and the approximate content of each flavor compound through gene sequencing. The flavor assessment derived from this data is certainly not 100% accurate. In other words, simple textual information cannot fully understand the complex flavors of a plant. Only after growing and tasting the bananas can one truly understand their flavor. Based on the growth of these bananas, the first harvest of ripe bananas is estimated to be around May or June of next year. After inspecting the banana experimental field, he continued to visit other experimental fields. Only a small portion of these were cultivated by Jiang Miao himself. The remaining mutant seedlings were varieties developed by Zhang Chengdong and others. The differences between the 2 varieties are significant. The varieties cultivated by Jiang Miao were all close to success. The experimental varieties of Zhang Chengdong and others, on the other hand, can only be described with one idiom: crooked melons and cracked jujubes. 99% of them were crooked melons and cracked jujubes. This illustrates the passiveness and helplessness of ordinary researchers in seedling development. At the end of the month, on a sunny morning, Professor Li from Shizishan Agricultural University, along with several university leaders, arrived at the Heliafeng Company headquarters. Li Zixuan, who had previously traveled with them to Jiancheng, was already waiting at the company entrance. Seeing Professor Li and the others, he hurried to greet them. "Hello, Professor Li. I'm Li Zixuan, President Zhang's secretary." "Hello, Xiao Li." Professor Li smiled and nodded. Led by Li Zixuan, the group arrived at the second-floor restaurant of the experimental area. "Teacher Li, long time no see. You're still so energetic," Jiang Miao said warmly. Teacher Li smiled and responded, "Ah Miao, I'm so proud to see your business thrive. Let me introduce you. This is He Lin, Vice President He." "Hello, President He." Jiang Miao extended his hand. He Lin, a middle-aged man with glasses and a square face, also extended his hand, and the two shook hands. "Jiang Miao's business is now world-renowned, and the school is proud of you. This is Zhao Donglai, Director of the Research Department. This is Zhu Longfu, Dean of the College of Agriculture." "Hello, Director Zhao, Dean Zhu." "Hello, Jiang Miao." The group chatted for a while, then sat down and got straight to the point. Teacher Li said straight to the point, "Ah Miao, I'm here to discuss whether you can set up an internship at your company to provide practical opportunities for our students." Jiang Miao wasn't embarrassed by this, a smile flickering in his eyes. "Teacher, of course, that's no problem. Our school has nurtured me, and I couldn't be happier to have the opportunity to give back to my alma mater." Teacher Li nodded slightly. "That's wonderful. Today's students have a wealth of theoretical knowledge, but relatively little practical experience. Interning at your company will allow them to experience a real work environment, which will be of great benefit to their future career development." Jiang Miao listened attentively, thought for a moment, and then said, "Teacher, I will assign someone to mentor the interns so they can truly learn. However, I also like to hear your thoughts on the internship content and requirements. At this point, Lin spoke up. I think it would be helpful to allow students to participate in different. Through these projects, they can understand the company's operational processes and utilize their professional knowledge. For example, they can participate in new product development in the R&D department and learn about production processes in the production department. Jiang Miao nodded repeatedly. Dean Zhu, you are so thoughtful. I will do my best to provide the best internship conditions so that you can benefit from them. Teacher Li said gratifiedly, on behalf of the school, I thank you in advance. I believe that this collaboration will not only help students grow, but also inject new vitality into your company. Jiang Miao smiled and replied, it's my honor to be able to contribute something practical to the school and my fellow students. The two chatted for over an hour, the sunlight streaming through the window, as if foreshadowing the bright future of this collaboration. Li Zixuan took notes. Jiang Miao checked the time, and saw that it was almost lunchtime. He said, teachers, it's lunchtime. Let me show my hospitality and chat while we eat. Haha, then we won't be polite to you, the big boss, Teacher Li joked. He Lin, Zhu Longfu, and Zhao Donglai followed suit. Half an hour later, the food was ready in the kitchen. A total of 8 people from the school came, while Jiang Miao's group included Secretary Li Zixuan, Shuya, who had just finished her experiment, and her secretary Li Wenna, totaling 12 people. The food was also very interesting. Several dishes came in 2 plates. Steamed grouper and steamed catfish. Grilled eel and grilled catfish. Mackerel meatballs and catfish fish balls. Black fish and catfish soup. There were also scrambled eggs with tomatoes, kung pao chicken, white truffle risotto, braised oysters with ginger, steamed red mantis shrimp, local specialty vegetable cakes, stir-fried shrimp with morels, poached chicken, roast goose, blanched choy sum, and stir-fried lotus root with lard. Jiang Miao pointed to the steamed fish, which had already been stripped of its meat. Teachers, try this fish and help us compare it. Oh! Zhu Longfu picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of grouper, took a bite, and nodded slightly. This grouper is very fresh. He then picked up a piece of steamed catfish, took a bite, and then raised his glasses. Is this fish really catfish? It's very fresh and sweet. Yes, this is the result of our company's work over the past 6 months. We use a special feed formula and cultivate it in flowing ponds for about 50 days to remove the earthy smell and increase its protein content and sweet and fragrant flavor. Jiang Miao explained as he picked up a piece of catfish and put it into his mouth. Teacher Li praised the scrambled eggs with tomatoes in front of him. This scrambled eggs with tomatoes is good. The tomato flavor is very strong. They must be the red tomatoes cultivated by your company, right? The teacher's eyes are sharp. Principal He, try this morel. It's one Shuya is cultivating, and it's still in the laboratory. He Lin ate a piece of morel. Oh? Student Lin is also researching morels? Yes, Principal He, I'm currently researching morel production techniques. Shuya smiled and nodded. After the meal, everyone had their appetites satisfied. While the dishes weren't as good as those at the big restaurants, the ingredients were fresh and high quality, and the flavors elevated their esteem. As the Shoei Bite of China says, high-quality ingredients often require only simple preparation. After a half-hour break and a few cups of tea, they finally talked about other things. He Lin put down his teacup. Jiang Miao, the honorary doctorate the school applied for you has entered the review process. It's expected to be completed in December. If all goes well, the announcement will be made in January. When do you and Shuya plan to come over? Jiang Miao stroked his stubble. Maybe next March. I happen to be traveling to Monan province next year. He Lin nodded. Then please contact Lao Li directly. Also, an alumnus wants to meet Jiang Miao. Oh! I'd love to hear more. He Lin gave a brief overview. Yang Hejuan, the CEO of Chini Group in Yancheng, is from our class of 93. He's interested in collaborating with Haliafeng Company, but I'm not sure what the details are. Okay, Principal He, give me his contact information later. No problem. He Lin breathed a sigh of relief. The third question, let Lao Zhu handle it. Zhu Longfu handed Jiang Miao a document from his assistant. Jiang Miao, the school would like to appoint you and Shuya as part-time distinguished professors. If you successfully complete your honorary doctoral degrees next year, the school intends to hire you as doctoral supervisors and establish a graduate training center at Haliafeng Company. Although Jiang Miao was somewhat surprised by the school's move, he and Shuya were indeed qualified. After all, they were candidates for the first prize of the National Science and Technology Progress Award. Zhu Longfu and others believed that Jiang Miao and his wife's eel artificial breeding technology and white truffle artificial cultivation technology had a 99.9% chance of winning the first prize. If these two technologies failed to win first prize, the selection committee would likely be subjected to a torrent of public outcry. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment before asking, Dean Zhu, if I become a distinguished professor and doctoral supervisor, I need to manage a company and conduct research, so I might not be able to devote significant time to student supervision. Zhu Longfu, already prepared, smiled and said, that's okay. Being a distinguished professor and doctoral supervisor doesn't necessarily mean supervising students. Jiang Miao and Shuya, you can arrange yourselves based on your circumstances. The university respects your choice. That's fine with me. Jiang Miao nodded and agreed. Shuya also nodded. This kind of thing helps increase one's influence in the academic community and further legitimizes one's research results. After all, the first impressions of doctoral supervisors and undergraduate students are different. Shizishan Agricultural University decided to invest in Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya early because they saw great potential in them. If they win other major awards in the future, the university will also benefit. Even if they don't, their company will be a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, which will also benefit the university. Chapter 127. After sending the teachers from Shizishan Agricultural University to the high-speed rail station, Jiang Miao called his business secretary, Lu Deming, and asked him to contact Qini Group's chairman, Yang Hejuan, to schedule a meeting for the following week. Since it was the end of the month, he reviewed the work briefs from each department. He focused primarily on finance and personnel. In terms of finance, the company's revenue reached a new high in November, with combined revenue from all industries reaching 814.05 million yuan. This included 401.37 million yuan in eel fry, 22.57 million yuan in eel meat products, 2.64 million yuan in tomatoes, 3.52 million yuan in ginseng fruit, 21.36 million yuan in white truffles, 4.18 million yuan in strawberries, and 93.25 million yuan in tea seeds. Egyptica catfish number 4 feed cost 24.27 million yuan, eel feed cost 170.25 million yuan, crude fish oil cost 15.71 million yuan, fish balls, fish meat, and live fish cost 42.53 million yuan, catering cost 8.99 million yuan, and jewelry and gold and silver ornaments cost 3.51 million yuan. Excluding production costs, the gross profit was 525.31 million yuan. Jiang Miao wasn't surprised by these revenue and gross profit figures. After all, as various projects gradually came on stream, the company's revenue was bound to surge. However, looking at the costs, he found that the main expenditure was still on the purchase of Egyptian catfish, totaling approximately 180 million yuan, while other costs combined amounted to just over 100 million yuan. However, the profits from the derivative products derived from the purchase of Egyptian catfish were quite good, with revenue of approximately 251 million yuan and a profit of nearly 50 million yuan. It also reduced the eel feeding costs at the farm. However, these revenues did not significantly increase the company's overall financial performance. The main reason was that Heliafeng's industrial expansion was too rapid, and a significant amount of funds was diverted to expansion. For example, the renovation of over 50,000 mu of durian plantations, investments in the construction of tea oil plantations in southern Jiangxi and Luling, investments in the strawberry plantation in Hongqiao town, and the Zuzation hydropower project. However, since the Zuzation project, the Xianxiang headquarters building project, and the Xianxiang Dongtian employee housing project were loan projects, monthly repayments to Shanmei Rural Commercial Bank were limited to a few tens of millions. The expenses for other projects, spread out over the months, became more manageable. Jiang Miao checked and saw that the company's net profit for this month was still around 270 million yuan. Even after investing in so many projects, Heliafeng's cash reserves still stood at 840 million yuan, with no signs of liquidity difficulties. This gave him even more confidence to head north to Emonen next year. Money is the essence of courage. With such a large amount of cash on hand, coupled with monthly revenue, Heliafeng could afford even a failed Emonen investment. He plans to invest in a large farm in Monan. This is partly due to the current precarious international environment and the rising prices of major agricultural products caused by frequent extreme weather events around the world. Take soybeans, for example. The current landed price is generally around 4,300 to 4,500 yuan per ton, compared to around 3,800 to 3,900 yuan per ton at this time last year. Some might think that soybeans are only used to produce soybean oil. Wouldn't the upcoming large-scale promotion of Haliafeng's oil tea plantation replace a significant portion of soybean oil? Is there still a need to worry about rising soybean prices? However, soybean oil isn't simply an oilseed crop, it's a commodity that tends to be used as feed. The soybean meal produced after crushing contributes to the costs of domestic pig, chicken, duck, goose, and some aquatic product farming. In essence, soybean prices determine domestic meat prices. Thus, Haliafeng needs to increase its leverage in the domestic market. Since the application process for grain and oil crop varieties, like soybeans, wheat, corn, and rice is relatively difficult and rigorous, Haliafeng needs to establish its own success if it wants to rapidly promote its products. Otherwise, expecting official cooperation with an unproven soybean variety is overthinking. Jiang Miao estimates that Haliafeng will need to plant at least hundreds of thousands of mu, approximately 1,000 acres, at once to demonstrate the variety's superiority. Hundreds of thousands of mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of land suitable for large-scale mechanized production is out of the question in the south, and the North China Plain is also difficult to obtain. The only options left are the Northeast Plain, the steppes and sandy lands south of the desert, and the western regions. Considering water consumption, the northeast and the eastern part of the southern desert are the only options. After all, even drought-resistant soybeans require a certain level of local rainfall. In places like the western regions, where annual rainfall averages only a few dozen millimeters and evaporation is alarming, soybean cultivation is impossible unless the area is near a river or reservoir. And areas near rivers and reservoirs have long been preempted by local farmers, businesses, and the production corps. Thus, the western regions can be ruled out. In contrast, the Cochin Desert in the eastern part of the southern desert is a particularly suitable investment for Haliafeng Company. Jiang Miao has developed 3 new soybean varieties, all of which are adapted to the sandy environment of the Cochin Desert. That's right, the new soybean variety he was researching can be planted directly on sandy soil. Simply level the soil, sow the seeds, and water them once. After about 10 days, the soybean seeds will take root and sprout. Once the soybeans have taken root and sprouted, they only need to be watered twice in the first week. After that, they no longer need watering. This is because their roots have genetically mutated to develop specialized water storage structures, and their leaves have also mutated to be able to collect dew at night. The water stored in those 2 waterings, combined with the dew absorbed by the leaves at night, is sufficient to allow them to grow without watering for the rest of their growth cycle. Of course, if the water supply were increased, the per acre yield of these soybeans would be significantly increased. This is one of the reasons Jiang Miao chose the Horkin sandy land. Local soybean planting typically begins in May, and the Horkin sandy land receives rainfall in June, July, and August. Even in the more arid northern part of the desert, rainfall can still reach 210 to 320 millimeters during these months. According to Jiang Miao's estimates, if these 3 soybean varieties were grown in a completely dry area, with only 2 waterings and nighttime dew, the yield per mu would only reach about 150 kilograms. However, if there were 50 millimeters of rainfall during the planting period, the yield per mu would reach around 200 kilograms. With 200 millimeters of rainfall, the yield would continue to climb to around 250 kilograms per mu, and with 400 millimeters of rainfall, the yield would reach around 300 kilograms per mu. If rainfall exceeds 400 millimeters, the yield-enhancing effect on these 3 soybean varieties plummets, reaching a maximum yield of only around 339 kilograms per mu. This is the result of Jiang Miao's testing in his own experimental fields. Although there are times when their crops are dependent on the weather, these 3 soybean varieties have a guaranteed yield of 150 kilograms per mu, approximately 150 kilograms per mu, in the face of extreme weather conditions, which is crucial. To study these 3 varieties, Jiang Miao conducted 5 generations of research in a 10 mu experimental field from September last year to November this year. The first generation produced seeds by inducing gene mutations, then selected dozens of superior varieties for planting and hybridization, yielding a large harvest of hybrid soybean seeds. The second generation repeated the previous steps, inducing mutations, selecting superior varieties, and planting hybrids. This process was repeated for 5 generations. By November, he had finally identified 3 new varieties. The 3 soybean varieties are Xiando No. 1, small-grained, balanced, and highly saline alkali tolerant, with an average growth cycle of 102 days, drought tolerance, a water-storing root ball, and dew-absorbing leaves. It can be grown in areas without rainfall, with yields ranging from 150 to 320 kilograms per mu. Yields range from 150 to 320 kilograms per mu, reaching 213 kilograms with 50 millimeters of rainfall, 264 kilograms with 200 millimeters of rainfall, and 302 kilograms with 400 millimeters of rainfall, with a maximum yield of 320 kilograms. The average soybean oil content is 26.7%, and the average soybean protein content is 45.2%. Shiendo number 2, medium-sized, high oil type, with an average growth period of 98 days, drought-resistant, with a water-storing root ball and dew-absorbing leaves, can be planted in areas without precipitation, with an annual yield of 142 to 303 kilograms per mu, 188 kilograms with 50 millimeters precipitation, 231 kilograms with 200 millimeters precipitation, 289 kilograms with 400 millimeters precipitation, and a maximum of 303 kilograms. The average oil content of soybeans is 29.3%, and the average protein content of soybeans is 40.1%. The monounsaturated fatty acid content in its oil accounts for 44.2%. Shiendo number 3, large seeds, high in protein, with an average growth cycle of 105 days. Drought tolerant, with a water-storing root ball and dew-absorbing leaves, it can be grown in rainfall-free areas. Yields range from 173 to 339 kilograms per mu, approximately 224 kilograms per mu with 50 millimeters of rainfall, 276 kilograms per mu with 200 millimeters of rainfall, and 321 kilograms per mu with 400 millimeters of rainfall, with a maximum yield of 339 kilograms per mu. The average soybean oil content is 15.2%, and the average soybean protein content is 52.7%. Currently, approximately 1 ton of seeds have been harvested for each variety. In preparation for future large-scale planting in Monan, Jiangmiao has decided to utilize the unused rice paddies in Magong and Hongqiao towns during the winter to plant 2 soybean crops. After all, 1 ton of soybean seeds can only cover 150 to 200 mu, approximately 150 to 200 mu, of land. If an additional crop is not planted quickly, there will be insufficient soybean seed to cover hundreds of thousands of mu, approximately 100,000 mu, of land. It's almost December now. If we continue planting, we can harvest 1 crop by the end of February next year, plant another by early March, and harvest another by early June. That's enough for planting hundreds of thousands of acres. Although after the harvest, farms in the Horcan Desert can only plant in June, a bit later than the local soybean season. But it doesn't matter. The Horcan Desert can only plant 1 crop a year anyway, so mid-September isn't too late for harvesting. Furthermore, planting in the Horcan Desert offers another advantage. Summer rainfall in the southern desert has been steadily increasing in recent years. With luck, you might even see localized rainfall exceeding 400 millimeters. This will help increase overall yields. So, upon returning to the company from Gongfeng town after sorting out the site selection for the farm and durian processing plant, LV Weibin was summoned to Jiang Miao's office. "Old Lu, I have a mission for you," Jiang Miao said, as he poured him tea. "Boss, what's that mission?" LV Weibin took out the small notebook and ballpoint pen he always carried. Jiang Miao put down the teapot and explained, "I want you to contact farmers in Magong town and Hongqiao town and have them use their rice paddies, which were idle during the winter, to create a soybean seedling base for us. We subsidize them 500 yuan per mu, and after the soybean seeds are planted, we buy them at 4.5 yuan per kilogram." "When do you start?" "Right away. Our company is opening a large farm in Monan next June, and we probably need several thousand tons of soybean seeds." "So urgent?" "Yes, and we have to plant 2 crops to get enough seeds." LV Weibin frowned. "Before June of next year? That means there's only 6 months left? Is that in time?" "Yes, the new soybean variety has a growing cycle of about 98 to 105 days. After the harvest at the end of February, we need to prepare the fields in advance and plant an extra crop immediately. The harvest will be ready around early June." "Is that so? Then I arrange it as soon as possible. How many acres will be in the first batch?" "About 600 acres." "Okay." LV Weibin took a sip of tea, then took the information Jiang Miao had given him and, along with several colleagues from the planting division, headed to Yanqing village, where farmland still existed. He didn't hesitate and called Yanqing village chief Lin Taizheng. A short while later, Lin Taizheng and several village officials hurried to the village committee office building. "Hello. Manager Lu, what can I do for you?" LV Weibin got straight to the point. "Village Chief Lin, I need your help with something." "Please tell me." "We definitely help Manager Lu solve the problem, as long as we can." Lin Taizheng quickly stated his position. After all, Helyafeng Company was the god of wealth in Yanqing village, and he wouldn't dare offend them. It's not a big deal. Our company wants to experiment with a new soybean variety, but there's no farmland left in Nanhu. I'd like to invite the villagers of Yanqing village to plant it. We provide a subsidy of 500 yuan per mu, and the soybeans will be sold at 4.5 yuan per kilogram. Really? Lin Taijung hadn't expected such a good thing. We sign a contract with the farmers. Hearing this promise, Lin Taijung immediately asked, Manager Lu, how many mu do you need? At least 200 mu. Give me a day, and I raise the money right away. Then I trouble village chief Lin. It's a piece of cake. The villagers will definitely jump at this kind of good thing. Lin Taijung didn't think it was difficult. After all, the rice fields in Yanqing village aren't cultivated in the winter. Rice won't be planted until March of the following year. However, he still inquired for details. Manager Lu, we never grown soybeans here before. I'm worried the villagers won't be able to manage them well. Plus, we have to plant rice next March, so we might not be able to catch up. Don't worry, our soybean growing cycle is only 98 to 105 days, and management is very extensive. We only need 8 kilograms of compound fertilizer per acre. Our company will send agricultural technicians to provide guidance on specific management. On the way here, Lu Weibin had already reviewed the detailed information on 3 soybean varieties. About 100 days? Lin Taijung pinched his fingers. So it can be harvested right at the end of February? Yes. That's no problem. I help you find some as soon as possible. If you got enough, just call my assistant. LV Weibin's assistant quickly handed his business card to Lin Taijung. Watching LV Weibin leave in a hurry, Lin Taijung patted the accountant, Lao Zhang, on the shoulder. Lao Zhang, don't you have 6 mu of land at home? Do you want to plant it? I plant it. I'm just sitting there anyway. Give me a share. I have another 8 mu of land at the end of the village. Soon, 6 or 7 village cadres raised 4 mu of land, and then began contacting close relatives via phone and WeChat. A little over 3 hours later, the 200 mu of land had been divided up among the villagers of Yanqing village. Lin Taijung quickly called these people over to confirm their shares. The Yanqing village committee suddenly became bustling with activity. Dozens of villagers gathered in small groups, quietly discussing the matter. Uncle, is Boss Jiang really giving us a subsidy of 500 yuan per mu? Lin Yongqiang asked, offering his cousin Lin Taijung a Furong King cigarette. Of course it's true. Why would Boss Jiang lie to us? Lin Taijung took the cigarette and put it to his ear. But didn't you dig a fish pond in your rice paddy? Lin Yongqiang bared his large white teeth. I have a vegetable patch on the north slope. We've been growing sweet potatoes there for the past few years. I borrow a tractor tomorrow to plow the soil. Oh! The north slope? Watering that area is a bit tricky. No problem. I bought a water pump the other day. Okay then. How big is the vegetable patch? 8 mu. Lin Taijung took out a small notebook, wrote Lin Yongqiang's name, and then noted 8 mu of land on the north slope after his name. Meanwhile, LV Weibin hadn't forgotten Jiang Miao's hometown, Xinxiang. He similarly allocated 200 mu of land to Xinxiang. Finally, it was LV Weibin's own hometown, Jincheng village. Returning home in glory, LV Weibin felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched the village chief, Wang Jianqin, and his companions, acting so respectfully and servilely. Brother Jianqin, please arrange it as soon as possible. No problem, Weibin, you take care of the village. We definitely make sure this goes smoothly for you, Wang Jianqin promised, patting his chest. Then, when you're done, just call my assistant. No problem. I have something to do, so I'd be leaving first. No problem, go ahead. After LV Weibin allocated the 600 mu of land, it was already 5 p.m., and he hurried back to the office with a few colleagues. They arrived just in time to clock out. The group headed to the experimental area's restaurant for dinner. They happened to run into Jiang Miao and Jiang Haibao, who were also having dinner. He grabbed a box lunch and went to the table next to Jiang Miao. Boss, 600 mu of land for soybean planting has been arranged. I assigned it to Yanqing village, Xinxiang village, and Jincheng village. It should be ready by tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Miao was quite satisfied with his efficiency. As you should. LV Weibin wasn't getting carried away. The fact that he had managed this so smoothly wasn't his own fault, but rather thanks to Helyafeng Company and Jiang Miao. He then asked, Boss, if you follow your plan, the fields for the second soybean crop need to be prepared in advance. I think we can arrange it in Nanfen village and Shihe village near the strawberry planting base in Hongqiao town. There's a large expanse of dry land there, but it might not be enough. LV Weibin was very familiar with the surrounding area. He thought for a moment and added, if we include Pubian Village, Nanyang Village, Wuyao Village, Wuwei Village, Xiaoyao Village, and Yaqing Village, we should be able to secure a total of 6,000 mu of dry land. Jiang Miao shook his head. That's not enough. The first crop of 600 mu will yield approximately 180,000 kilograms, which is enough to plant around 36,000 mu. LV Weibin pondered this for a moment, realizing there wasn't such a large expanse of dry land near the city. He could only suggest, if that's the case, we have to go to Lufeng, where there are large tracts of dry land. Jiang Miao reminded him, that's the only way. It's quite far from the city. Your planting division should set up a temporary office there. These tens of thousands of mu of soybeans are crucial to our company's future strategy, so we can't be careless. Okay. Chapter 128. December arrived quietly. The company's various projects were progressing at full speed. Jiang Miao was still working on various research projects. Originally, he had no plans for the next few days, awaiting the visit of Yang Hejuan from Qingyi Group on the 6th. However, at noon on the 3rd, as he had just emerged from the lab, he saw a familiar figure chatting and laughing with a girl wearing glasses not far away. Brother Jiaming, what brings you here? At the sound of Jiang Miao's voice, Li Jiaming realized and smiled. Miao, long time no see. After 5 months of treatment, Li Jiaming's complexion had improved significantly. Last month, his wife became pregnant and even called to thank Jiang Miao. Who is this? Jiang Miao was a little puzzled. After all, the man's wife had just become pregnant, while the girl before him showed no signs of pregnancy and was still experiencing serious health issues. Let me introduce you. This is He Yue, the daughter of my father's old comrade in arms. She's a Beijing native, 26 years old, and just returned from an exchange program at the University of Melbourne last year. She's a doctoral student in the experimental medicine program at China PBC University, and currently interning at Union Hospital. Li Jiaming turned to look at the girl. Yue, this is the founder of Heliafeng Company, and the inventor of artificial eel breeding technology. His wife, Lin Shuya, is the inventor of artificial white truffle cultivation technology. Hello, Mr. Jiang. He Yue smiled and extended her hand. Jiang Miao shook her hand. Hello, Ms. He. Brother Jiaming, let's go to the restaurant on the 2nd floor to eat and chat. Okay. The three of them went up to the private dining room on the 2nd floor. After taking their seats, Jiang Miao said, what would you like to eat? You're welcome. A boxed lunch will do, Li Jiaming said with a smile. He had eaten boxed lunches at the Heliafeng Company several times, and found them to be quite good. The most important thing was that they were clean and hygienic. Me too, He Yue nodded. Jiang Miao turned and said, Zixuan, can you please get the boxed lunches for me? Get a clerk meal for Brother Jiaming, and a special meal for Ms. He. At the mention of a special meal, Li Zixuan became cautious. He took out a small notebook and a ballpoint pen. Boss, what should I pay attention to with a special meal? Mr. Jiang, it's not a big deal. He Yue was a bit bewildered. It's okay, Jiang Miao said with a smile, adding, don't include celery, cilantro, mushrooms, chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, raw garlic, fried foods, animal offal, or cream products. Everything else can be prepared as needed. Li Zixuan quickly wrote down his notes, and repeated them again. After confirming everything was correct, he quickly went back to prepare the food. After Li Zixuan left, Li Jiaming spoke, it seems, Miao, you already figured it out. He Yue, standing by, was equally shocked. If she hadn't told Li Jiaming not to tell him about his condition in advance, she would have suspected that Li Jiaming had informed him. People with systemic lupus erythematosus still need to be mindful of their diet. Jiang Miao knew He Yue had it the moment she saw her. This disease is an autoimmune disease. In terms of its pathogenesis, the patient's own immune system mistakenly attacks their own tissues and organs. Under normal circumstances, the immune system can recognize and defend itself against foreign pathogens. However, in SLE patients, the antibodies and immune complexes produced by the immune system attack their own cells and tissues. In short, the body is constantly in a state of self-harm. Miao, I brought you here this time because I wanted you to see if traditional Chinese medicine (TCM) treatment is possible. Jiang Miao glanced at He Yue and said, judging from Ms. He's condition, she should be taking medication regularly. He Yue raised her glasses and nodded. Yes, I'm currently taking hydroxychloroquine and mycophenolate mofetil regularly. If the condition becomes serious, methylprednisolone will be added. Do you feel that the glucocorticoids are becoming less effective, and that you're experiencing significant side effects, such as frequent proteinuria? Hiyue's eyes widened. She remembered clearly that she had only told Li Jiaming that she had systemic lupus erythematosus, not the details. This stunned her, and she nodded. Yes, I was taking prednisone before, but now I'm on methylprednisolone. Let me be honest. Your condition won't be effectively treated with a single traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine approach. You're an intern at Union Hospital, so you should be well aware of this. I understand. Hiyue's face darkened. Meow, is there really no other solution? Li Jiaming still cared deeply for Hiyue. After all, when she was little, Hiyue always followed him around, her brother in front of her, and the two families had a very good relationship. Jiang Miao waved his hand. Dietary therapy alone won't be very effective. Gene-targeted therapy is necessary. Gene-targeted therapy? Isn't the technology mature enough now? Hiyue was naturally aware of the technology. To be precise, she had studied in the medical experimental program at PBC University because it offered international exchange programs, allowing students to study at the University of Pittsburgh or the University of Melbourne. Hiyue chose the University of Melbourne for her exchange program, where she conducted both an exchange and internship with a team at the Peter Doherty Institute for Infection and Immunity. Over the past 23 years, this team has discovered a unique mechanism controlling different types of immune cells in the skin, distinguishing between cells that trigger autoimmune diseases and good cells that maintain protective immunity. This provides a precise target for curing skin diseases such as psoriasis, vitiligo, and alopecia areata. However, Hiyue did not find a cure for her systemic lupus erythematosus, SLE, so she returned to China to pursue her doctoral studies and then interned at Union Hospital. I know about this technology. Its therapeutic principle is to intervene in specific disease-related gene targets. For example, it targets and regulates genes related to the immune system, modulating the immune response by interfering with abnormal gene expression or protein function. Currently, targeted therapies targeting B-cell activating factor, BAFF, are a hot research topic. One of the drugs I'm familiar with is belimumab, which is now approved for the treatment of SLE. It specifically binds to BAFF, reducing B-cell survival and differentiation, thereby reducing autoantibody production and alleviating disease activity. That's right, Jiang Miao nodded. Hiyue frowned. However, gene-targeted therapy currently faces some challenges. I can afford the high cost, but there are potential off-target effects. Long-term efficacy and safety are key. I can perform this type of treatment, but there's a catch. I don't have a medical license, so I need to avoid unnecessary risks. Jiang Miao's eyes held a hint of something special. After all, Li Jiaming's previous treatment involved a dietary therapy plan, which was equivalent to a nutritionist's advice and didn't require a medical license. But Hiyue's case, involving gene-targeted therapy, wasn't something that could be dismissed with a dietetic regimen. If someone were to catch on to this, it could easily be exploited. Jiang Miao didn't want to leave himself open to potential trouble. Li Jiaming and Hiyue quickly realized that, after all, they both knew a lot about things, and once they were done, anyone with a genuine desire to cause trouble could exploit them. Miao, what are your ideas? Li Jiaming asked directly. Jiang Miao offered his solution. I privately acquire a medical device and pharmaceutical R&D company, hire Ms. He as Chief Technology Officer, and recruit some certified medical personnel. Then, under the guise of an experiment, we can conduct treatment. How can I let Mr. Jiang spend so much money? Let's just forget it, Hiyue said, a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. I do have the desire to enter the medical industry, but I don't have the energy to manage it, Jiang Miao explained with a smile. In essence, Jiang Miao's goal was more than that. After all, the domestic medical industry was too complex for Liufeng to enter, so he had to recruit a qualified individual. Originally, he had planned to wait a few years. Hiyue's current situation had changed Jiang Miao's mind. From his observation, she seemed relatively simple-minded. Perhaps it was her background in science and engineering, coupled with her frail health since childhood, that had prevented her from developing any bad habits. Jiang Miao was familiar with Li Jiaming's family situation. After all, with his online skills, he could gather a wealth of information. As far as he knew, Li Jiaming's father had two comrades with the surname He. Just now, when they introduced Hiyue, they mentioned that she was from Beijing, which made her father's identity very clear. If Hiyue were willing to join this pharmaceutical company, its domestic troubles would instantly be reduced by 99%. The remaining 1% would be due to force majeure. Rather than being passive later, it would be better to take the initiative now, and find a more suitable partner. Even though He Yue was relatively naive, she understood Jiang Miao's underlying meaning. Yue, you can trust a Miao's medical skills. Don't hesitate. Besides, a Miao is a law-abiding person and wouldn't use your name to commit any illegal acts, Li Jianming quickly advised. After all, Li Jianming, having spent some time with Jiang Miao, knew his personality. Hailifeng could have taken many shortcuts during its development, a matter of words, if only Jiang Miao had been willing to speak up. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he preferred to spend a little more money to ensure that all legal and compliant procedures were in place. Of course, Li Jianming also had a selfish motive. If He Yue could be cured, the relationship between the two families could be further strengthened. That was why he persuaded He Yue to join. He Yue pondered for a moment, then quickly understood. The other party's conditions weren't a big deal. After all, if her own health continued as it wasn't a solution, not to mention her brother's health needed treatment. Her parents didn't have systemic lupus erythematosus, but her grandmother did, and it was clear she had inherited it. After the second child policy was implemented, her parents had originally planned to have another child, and in 2016, they had IVF, but the results were still disappointing. Her younger brother showed no signs of systemic lupus erythematosus, SLE, at birth, which delighted the family. However, the good times didn't last long. In 2012, after contracting the flu virus, her brother's immune cells were stimulated, and SLE flared up. At this point, her parents were already in their 40s, and the risks of having a third child were too great. Coupled with the experiences of their two previous children, they hesitated, fearing another child with a genetic disease. I can agree to join Mr. Zhang's pharmaceutical company. In that case, it's a pleasure to work together. Jiang Miao smiled and extended his hand. The two shook hands again. Just then, Li Zixuan also brought up 3 lunch boxes in a basket. After putting them down, he left the room, closing the door behind him. Jiang Miao took his own portion and handed He Yue her special meal. The remaining portion was for Li Jianming. After taking a bite of her meal, He Yue asked, Mr. Jiang, how will your treatment plan proceed? First, we need to conduct a comprehensive genetic test to identify the gene segments within your genes that are associated with systemic lupus erythematosus. Then, we perform in vitro cell culture. Is it similar to last year's breakthrough in directing stem cells to become pancreatic islet cells, which can then be transplanted into the body? He Yue speculated. Jiang Miao shook his head. No, systemic lupus erythematosus is a problem with the immune system. Even if we use stem cells to direct immune cell culture, we can't transplant them. Forcing a transplant might trigger a violent immune response, exacerbating the condition. He Yue nodded. This possibility was indeed very high. My plan is to shut down part of your immunity. Systemic lupus erythematosus is caused by immune cells indiscriminately attacking other cells in the body. Essentially, it's an overactive immune system, and part of it needs to be shut down. Is that really possible? He Yue was shocked. You should check out my relevant papers, Jiang Miao reminded her with a smile. Your papers? He Yue had been following relevant medical journals for years, and to her impression, Jiang Miao hadn't published any relevant papers in medical journals. The underlying biological logic of humans and fish is the same. In my research on artificial breeding techniques for eels, I discovered many systematically correlated gene combinations, some of which could be applied to humans. After all, the genetic sequences of humans and eels are not much different. I conducted research on my own genes, and through specific diets and medications, a person's immunity, vitality, and physical fitness can be enhanced to varying degrees. He Yue was stunned. Li Jianming, buried in his food, had no idea what the two were talking about. After all, he was a law major and only had a limited understanding of this biomedical science. I call this mechanism gene systemicity. Certain gene sequences make up the genome, gene clusters, and gene families, and they produce specific functions. Intervening with these genes in specific ways is somewhat similar to systemic treatment in traditional Chinese medicine. Of course, for confidentiality reasons, I only included a portion of the content in my paper. By this time, He Yue had understood. Mr. Jiang has discovered a specific genetic combination pattern, or rather, a research method. That's right. Jiang Miao had indeed discovered a pattern. After reviewing the genes of hundreds of employees and thousands of their relatives across the company, as well as the genes of various plants and animals, Jiang Miao, knowing the functions of these gene segments, genomes, gene clusters, and gene families, had summarized 37 specific patterns. Using these patterns, even if he lost the identification panel, he could still determine 99.9% of the corresponding functions of a given organism's genes after detecting its genetic sequence. He had previously experimented with using instruments to directly detect the genes of pigs, cattle, sheep, mantises, cicadas, cobras, shrimps, barnacles, dandelions, and banyan trees, without using the identification panel. He then independently analyzed the genetic functions of these organisms based on the genetic patterns, and compared them with the results of the identification panel. The accuracy of the comparison results was between 97 and 99%. Some errors were due to his initial lack of familiarity. After mastering these genetic rules, the accuracy remained above 99%. This was actually quite normal. After all, he already knew the answers, and had no shortage of reference samples. Using these answers to infer the rules and formulas was naturally very easy. To give an example, it's like having successfully detonated numerous atomic and hydrogen bombs and having a thorough understanding of their structures. Now, asking you to summarize how to design these bombs would be incredibly simple. You should know that Gale Nation's development of its first atomic bomb required astronomical amounts of manpower and resources. However, subsequent imitators found that the difficulty of developing and manufacturing atomic bombs plummeted. A prime example is Gale Nation's successful detonation of the world's first hydrogen bomb in 1952. Lucia followed suit with a crepe-shaped hydrogen bomb detonation in 1953 and a full-scale hydrogen bomb detonation in 1955, catching up in just 3 years. Sometimes, technology is like a piece of paper. Once there's a successful example, it's relatively easy for other powers to catch up if they exert their best efforts. For example, many people believe that China's lithography technology will never surpass ASML. This is actually a misconception. If China takes a desperate approach and completely disregards international patent law, it can quickly catch up. Don't underestimate the world's only country with a complete industrial system. The problem is that international patent laws must now be complied with, and the patent moat built by ASML has blocked many technological paths, making it difficult for domestic lithography equipment to advance. Even so, in September of this year, a domestic company completed the first deep ultraviolet lithography platform capable of processing 10-nanometer chips. Jiang Miao first saw the complete answer, then deduced the rules and formulas, which naturally proved to be easy. But He Yue didn't know that at that moment. She had only one thought in her mind. If Jiang Miao's words were true, then a wealth of Nobel Prize-worthy achievements lay before her. He Yue asked, "Mr. Jiang, I heard you're applying for an honorary doctorate. Are you interested in becoming a distinguished professor and doctoral advisor at PBC University? If your genetic pattern can be verified, I can use my connections to expedite your application. I already agreed to become a distinguished professor and doctoral advisor at Shizishan Agricultural University." Oh! He Yue had already made up her mind. If Jiang Miao's genetic pattern truly existed, she would not intern at Union Hospital but instead apply to become Jiang Miao's doctoral student. After all, if Jiang Miao's genetic pattern was true, he would be a golden pillar of academia. If not now, when? Chapter 129. He Yue didn't return home, but instead requested a long vacation from Union Hospital and temporarily lived in a small, single-family villa at the Haliafeng Company. Considering his busy schedule, and the fact that being a man and a woman wouldn't be comfortable spending time together alone, Jiang Miao arranged for Shuya to take care of He Yue. Shuya was currently researching the Altissima mushroom. Thanks to a brain-boosting diet and the genetic principles Jiang Miao had taught her, her research on the mushroom had made rapid progress. She had already understood the underlying mechanism of the symbiosis between Altissima and termites. By mimicking this symbiosis, she could cultivate Altissima with a targeted growth cycle of approximately 75 days, yielding 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms per acre. Shuya finally understood where Jiang Miao's ability to rapidly develop various technologies came from. She had assumed that Jiang Miao's mastery of genetic principles was responsible for this ability. Considering external acceptance, Shuya didn't immediately release the relevant technology and papers on Altissima, but continued to publicly claim she was researching morels. Jiang Miao and Shuya had discussed He Yue's situation. While they couldn't teach her all the genetic laws, they could still teach her 11 relatively simple ones that didn't involve brain enhancement or life extension. In the mushroom laboratory, He Yue, already wearing full protective gear and a helmet, looked at the pig gene sequence on the computer screen. Shuya treated the teaching assignment like a day off, based on the laws of growth-related genes, determine which gene segments might affect growth. He Yue subconsciously raised her glasses, but only realized it when she touched the plastic mask in front of her. She carefully examined the pig gene sequence, then picked up a small notebook and continuously recorded the relevant information, performing calculations and deductions. Hiyue, lacking a photographic memory, worked much more slowly than Shuya. Her unfamiliarity with genetic principles meant her calculations were clumsy and unreliable. Over 3 hours later, she had finally deduced 17 gene fragments related to growth. 6 of these fragments formed a group, another 5 formed another group, and the remaining 6 fragments had yet to find corresponding genomes. After lunch, she hurried back to the lab. Using specific nutrients and drugs, she attempted to stimulate the functions of these genomes in pig stem cells cultured in a petri dish. The drugs and nutrients she used were common and could penetrate cell membranes, reaching chromosomes directly and acting on the gene sequences, or producing indirect compounds that could act on the gene sequences. An afternoon slipped by unnoticed. Hiyue's eyes grew brighter. Shuya glanced at the genome she had selected. Gene fragment 3 of this genome, under the influence of trace amounts of calcium and vitamin K, enhances bone growth. Do your stem cells show signs of transforming into bone cells? Ah. Yes, Teacher Shuya. Hiyue pecked at the rice like a chick. Teacher, have you studied this? No need to study it. You haven't learned the 3rd gene rule yet. Once you learn this rule, you can simply substitute it into the functioning cells that correspond to which gene fragments. This is fundamental knowledge in inducing stem cells to transform into functional cells. Once you're familiar with it, you know the corresponding functional cell as soon as you see the corresponding gene sequence. I see. Hiyue wondered, what kind of foundation is this? Even the experts, who specialize in stem cell-directed induction research, probably don't know about this kind of foundation. She also felt that Jiang Miao and his wife were both geniuses. Only after she had learned a little bit did she realize the depth of their research. She could only say that she knew nothing about cheating. For the next few days, Hiyue worked alongside Shuya in the lab. As she learned more, she became increasingly adept at applying those genetic laws. Still, she couldn't compare to Jiang Miao and Shuya, who possessed a photographic memory and mastered all the genetic laws. But even so, Hiyue felt as if she had opened up her Ren and Du meridians and entered a whole new biological world. This gave her an irresistible feeling, and it also gave her a firm confidence in treating her systemic lupus erythematosus. Especially after learning about 2 genetic laws governing immune system genes, she realized that shutting down a portion of the body's immune system wasn't a difficult task. During the experiment, under Shuya's guidance, she fully activated the immune system of the pig stem cells, shifting it into indiscriminate attack mode. Then, using drugs to stimulate several specific gene targets, she gradually shut down the fully activated immune system until it returned to normal. Had Shuya not forbidden her from experimenting on herself, instead requiring her to first conduct in vitro cell culture and research, Hiyue might have been eager to try it on herself. After all, the drugs used in the pig stem cells were derived from several common ingredients extracted from natural herbs and animals, and based on body weight, they didn't reach a toxic dose. In fact, Hiyue had also discovered that this treatment method was not only highly accurate, but also required a relatively small dosage. For example, one organic macromolecule extracted from plantain has been tested in animal studies at other domestic research institutions, and the toxic dose was 0.032 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. However, when used on pig stem cells, the dose was only 0.0024 milligrams per kilogram of body weight, about 1/14 the toxic dose. The situation is similar for other combined drugs, with a wide range of adjustments within the toxic dose range. Furthermore, during her research, Hiyue discovered that the drugs, elements, vitamins, and nutrients that act on these gene targets are often not single one-to-one, but rather multiple components that can act on the same target. This offers another benefit. It allows for the selection of ingredients with relatively minimal side effects, thereby reducing the drug's toxic side effects. The reason other research institutions haven't discovered these ingredients for gene-targeted therapy is that some ingredients have no significant effect when used alone and require combination therapy. This requires a thorough understanding of Jiangmi's genetic law system, and a comprehensive understanding of various functional genomes, gene clusters, and gene families to systematically combine drugs. Otherwise, even eating a ton of plantain would be useless and might even kill you with toxic side effects. It was the combination drug regimen for pig stem cells, with dosages within a safe and controllable range, that had Hiyue eager to try. Fortunately, Shuya reminded her that human and pig genes differ. What works for pigs might not have the same effect on humans. Meanwhile, over the past few days, Jiang Miao has also had someone investigate whether there are any pharmaceutical companies currently suitable for acquisition. After several days of searching, Business Secretary Lu Deming knocked on the door, holding a document. "Boss, these are listed companies on the verge of bankruptcy or underperforming." Jiang Miao flipped open the document and took a quick look. There were two companies, Tongyuan Kong Pharmaceutical. The company submitted its listing application to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange last year and currently has no commercialized products. For 2022, 2023, 2024, and the first 3 quarters of 2025, its cumulative losses totaled approximately 1.47 billion yuan, with net debt reaching 1.271 billion yuan. Its core product, TY9591, is a third-generation EGFR inhibitor. Although it has demonstrated initial superior efficacy in clinical trials, it was already mired in a competitive market before even launching, and faced the risk of patent disputes. Despite successfully listing last August, it is now on the brink of bankruptcy. Xiongzhou Haiyao's main business includes the research and development, production, and sales of pharmaceuticals and medical devices. Its 2024 financial report showed total operating revenue of 925 million yuan, a year-on-year decrease of 42.36%. Its net profit attributable to the parent company was a loss of 350 million yuan, and its net profit excluding non-recurring items was a loss of 220 million yuan. The company has performed poorly in recent years and faces significant operating pressure and financial difficulties. Its R&D investment may be restricted, impacting the progress of its pharmaceutical and medical device R&D projects. Jiang Miao simply crossed out Xiongzhou Haiyao. Such a company was too troublesome, and given its size, the acquisition would require too much capital. On the other hand, Tongyuan Wanking Pharmaceutical, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, was a potential acquisition option. Including debt, it should be worth around 3 billion yuan. However, after reviewing Tongyuan Wanking Pharmaceutical's details, he felt that the company was likely to be difficult to acquire. The company's founders are 3 veterans of the pharmaceutical industry, each holding a PhD in pharmaceutical R&D or an expert in drug development and clinical trials. They're not likely to sell their company easily. Furthermore, the company boasts a complete supply chain, with R&D centers and production bases established in Huqing, Zhejiang Province, Shanghai, and Xanadu, Zhongyuan Province, possessing both pharmaceutical R&D and production capabilities. This suggests they won't let go easily. Just then, Li Jiaming called. Miao, have you found a suitable pharmaceutical company?" "Not yet. A friend of mine is looking to sell a pharmaceutical company. He acquired a small one in Guangzhou a few years ago, but it's struggling." "Are all the necessary documents and paperwork complete?" "Yes, they have all the necessary documents for the R&D and production of drugs and medical devices. They also have 2 factories, one for ibuprofen and the other for masks and protective clothing." "What's his asking price?" "The factories are located in the outskirts of Songhua District, northeast of Guangzhou. He wants 200 million yuan for the land and office buildings for the 2 factories, plus the production lines and relevant documents and licenses. Send me the information on WeChat, and I send someone to investigate." "Okay." Soon, Li Jiaming sent the relevant information. Jiang Miao took a look. The company was called Xinlekang Pharmaceutical. With the name and shareholder information, Jiang Miao had essentially achieved transparency. He sent his business secretary, Lu Deming, out. Then, through the internet, quickly dig out all the information about the company and its shareholders. After reading the relevant information, Jiang Miao understood the company's specific situation. It was indeed poorly managed. The major shareholder wasn't a professional. After acquiring the pharmaceutical company in 2017, he was tricked into developing an anti-aging drug. After investing 500 million yuan, he realized he'd been duped, and the person who had tricked him had already fled to the Maple Leaf country with his entire family. If he hadn't made a killing in ibuprofen, masks, and protective suits in the previous few years, he would have regretted it deeply. In the past 2 years, with declining market demand, Xinlekang Pharmaceutical has been hit hard again. Seeing the company struggling, the owner, having learned his lesson, decided to sell the company. However, after the news was released, no one showed interest. This is understandable. After all, small pharmaceutical companies like these are looked down upon by large and medium-sized domestic pharmaceutical companies. Small pharmaceutical companies struggle to survive, and other non-professional investors are also hesitant to invest in the pharmaceutical industry. It wasn't until Jiang Miao mentioned acquiring a pharmaceutical company a few days ago that Li Jiaming remembered the company his friend was selling, and he decided to act as a go-between and do a favor. Jiang Miao took a look. Although Xinlekang Pharmaceutical only had 2 factories, The ibuprofen factory also contained a pharmaceutical R&D laboratory, previously invested in to develop new drugs. The equipment inside was worth approximately 80 million yuan, and this was the company's most valuable asset, aside from the office building and its set of documents. As for the other ibuprofen, mask, and protective clothing production lines, their combined value was less than 5 million yuan. After all, they were third-hand equipment. Even the 2 plots of industrial land weren't worth much. The combined 96 acres, including the factory, were worth only 90 million yuan, and the office building was worth around 27 million yuan. As for the laboratory and factory equipment, the other party likely knew that these were second-hand items, and would be difficult to fetch a high price. Thus, a total price of 200 million yuan was quoted. This price was not a big deal, well within Jiang Miao's acceptable range. He then packaged some of the information he could gather from the internet and sent it to his business secretary, Lu Dimming, asking him to instruct the purchasing department to send someone to inspect Xilkang Pharmaceutical Company. As for the positioning of the pharmaceutical company, Jiang Miao only planned to establish a joint stock limited company, with himself as the nominal chairman, and then recruit a professional manager as the CEO, with He Yue as the chief technology officer. He didn't plan to retain many shares in the company. Those who needed to join could be brought into the company. However, He Shiya and He Yue would establish another joint stock company, spin off the pharmaceutical company's R&D business, and sell it to this company. They would then register all relevant patents under this company's name and license the technology to the pharmaceutical company for regular, free use, using an annual contract. This way, even if Jiang Miao and He Yue didn't hold a majority stake in the pharmaceutical company, they would still maintain firm control. To maximize profits, they could even license their technology to multiple domestic pharmaceutical companies. Jiang Miao himself intended to focus solely on the agricultural industry. Perhaps Shiya could develop medicinal fungi in the future, but that was a matter for the future. Thus, he maintained a completely indifferent attitude toward pharmaceutical companies. After all, if he and his family needed medication, they could secretly synthesize some in their own lab. After establishing the pharmaceutical company, Jiang Miao wouldn't transfer too much of his technology to the company, as many of the technologies were too sensitive. For example, by exploiting genetic patterns and using specific drugs to target specific gene targets, he could effectively inhibit telomere shortening, thereby delaying aging to a certain extent and potentially extending lifespan by over a decade. If this technology were released now, Jiang Miao would undoubtedly become a target of public criticism. Or, for example, his brain-boosting dietary regimen, if it became known, it could potentially trigger a world war. Thus, the technologies that could be licensed to pharmaceutical companies would most likely be drugs similar to those used to treat systemic lupus erythematosus, such as those for specific allergies, infertility, Alzheimer's disease, high blood lipids, high blood pressure, high blood sugar, high uric acid, and various cancers. Prolonging lifespan and enhancing brain power were absolutely taboos. Unknowingly, it was the 6th. Yang Hejuan, chairman of Qi Group, came to visit with 5 employees. Brother Yang, hello. Junior brother Jiang Miao, I'm sorry to bother you. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Yang Hejuan smiled and handed him a few bags. Jiang Miao had no choice but to accept them and led him into his makeshift office. Tea had already been brewed. After taking their seats, Jiang Miao poured him tea and asked with a smile, Brother, you're here because the doc just landed some wild grouper today. Let's try some for lunch. You're so polite, junior brother. Yang Hejuan took a sip of tea, shook his head, and joked, Junior brother, your company will probably surpass mine soon. You can't deny your age. Haha, it just happened. Ah, junior brother, you're too modest. Without the skills, no matter how many opportunities you have, it's all in vain. Yang Hejuan then changed the subject. Junior brother, I came to visit you this time mainly to see if we can collaborate with your company. Senior brother, please feel free to ask. Jiang Miao poured him more tea. Let me be frank, junior brother Jiang. I like to collaborate with your company to develop feed that can shorten the grass carp breeding cycle. I read about your eel feed and catfish feed, which can effectively shorten the breeding cycle or increase growth rate. Yang Hejuan had actually already researched Helyafeng Company before coming here. Especially after learning that Jiang Miao graduated from Shizishan Agricultural University, he quickly asked Shizishan Agricultural University to help make the connection. Grass carp feed? Jiang Miao was also familiar with Qingyi Group's business. They had a 16,000-acre breeding base dedicated to grass carp. Grass carp, when raised intensively, typically take about 1.5 to 2 years to be marketable. Such a long breeding cycle not only causes soaring costs, but also increases uncontrollable risks and prolongs the capital recovery period. Yang Hejuan was also astonished to see that Jiang Miao had shortened the yield breeding cycle from over a year to 7 months. Brother, our company previously reached an agreement with Haida Group. In the future, we will gradually develop customized feed using Egyptian catfish fish meal. Of course, this agreement does not contain an exclusivity clause. Therefore, if our company successfully develops a grass carp feed formula, we can also license it to Qingyi Group. Hearing this, Yang Hejuan was also surprised. He was of course familiar with Haida Group. After all, they were both companies in Lingnan, Guangzhou, and their businesses overlapped. Qingyi Group also produces feed, but they generally produce and sell it themselves, with an annual output of approximately 40,000 to 60,000 tons. In that case, I won't force it. Yang Hejuan brought up another matter. Junior brother Jiang, I wonder if the technology related to Egyptian catfish meal can be licensed to our company? Jiang Miao shook his head. Brother, you might as well purchase directly from Haida Group. Their Egyptian catfish meal will be in large-scale production next year. Since your grass carp farming cycle is quite long anyway, you can use feed made with Egyptian catfish meal for a year, then switch to other feeds for the rest of the time. Adding a running water tank will effectively reduce the earthy odor. After Jiang Miao's explanation, Yang Hejuan gave up the idea of farming Egyptian fish himself, and planned to wait until Haida Group's Egyptian fish meal is produced next year before purchasing from them. Chapter 130. After seeing Yang Hejuan and his group off, Jiang Miao resumed his normal routine. At 7 a.m., he went running with Shuya. At 8 a.m., he had lunch. From 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., he conducted research in the lab. From 11:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m., he had lunch and met with company executives to discuss company matters. From 2:30 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., he continued his lab experiments. From 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m., he had dinner, took a walk with his parents, Shuya, and others, and then showered. From 7:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., he browsed global news in his private computer room, gathering useful information or content closely related to himself. From 8:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., he studied various subjects and recharged his batteries. From 11:30 p.m. to 12 p.m., he washed up, and from midnight to 7 a.m., he slept and rested. This was Jiang Miao's ordinary daily life, which filled almost every moment. After developing new varieties of strawberries, ginseng fruit, tomatoes, tea oil, bananas, soybeans, and alfalfa, Jiang Miao hasn't stopped. Beginning in November, his research expanded beyond soybeans to include 2 new crops, both common in the Lingnan region. He is still working on soybeans. The newly added crops are cassava and sugarcane. In his cassava breeding research, Jiang Miao's focus isn't on yield, as cassava breeding both domestically and internationally has already achieved significant success in yield research. Common cassava varieties yield between 2,000 and 3,000 kilograms per mu. With good management, this yield can be increased to around 5,000 kilograms per mu. By observing cassava's gene sequences and following the genetic laws of plant growth, Jiang Miao determined that the maximum yield per mu of cassava is approximately 9,300 to 9,500 kilograms. This maximum yield per mu cannot be achieved under open-air conditions, regardless of breeding methods. It requires the use of intelligent greenhouses and specialized nutrient soil and solution. Under open-air conditions, 6,000 kilograms is the upper limit for cassava. Thus, cassava's potential has reached its limit in terms of yield. Jiang Miao's breeding focus is on non-toxic, starch-based varieties. Non-toxicity is a common theme in cassava breeding. Current traditional breeding techniques generally produce low or mild toxicity, but some highly toxic and moderate varieties still exist in certain planting areas. This is primarily due to differences in yield and application, which has led to the survival of many of these varieties. Jiang Miao's goal is to cultivate a completely non-toxic variety, requiring not only non-toxic roots and stems, but also branches and leaves. The purpose of this research direction is to reduce the processing costs of cassava and its branches and leaves, and to alleviate the hassle of cooking cassava for ordinary people. Of course, this alone is not enough. At this point, another research direction is needed to enhance the overall value of cassava, studying the type ratio and particle size of cassava starch. The amylose to amylopectin ratio in cassava starch is generally 17% to 20% amylose, and 80% to 83% amylopectin, and the starch is large-grained. In fact, the 3 major root starches, cassava, sweet potato, and potato, each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Cassava starch has low amylose, high branch chains, and small particles. Sweet potato starch has low amylose, high branch chains, and large particles. Potato starch has medium amylose, high branch chains, and large, irregular particles. Compared to the medium amylose, high branch chains, and small particles common in cereal starches, root starches have both advantages and disadvantages. In particular, when used alone, cassava starch can only be used to make pearls in bubble tea or mix with other starches to make vermicelli noodles. It rarely produces a complete product. This results in a relatively narrow application range for cassava starch. Coupled with the vast global cassava starch production capacity, the market price of cassava starch is generally lower than that of other starches. The average domestic price of sweet potato flour is around 5,500 yuan per ton, while cassava flour is only around 4,000 yuan per ton. Although this is more valuable than wheat flour, which costs around 3,000 yuan per ton, the problem is that the residue left after cassava starch production lacks a suitable industry to absorb it, and can only be used as feed or fertilizer. In recent years, domestic cassava starch production capacity has been declining year by year, due to the low overall returns from cassava. Both growers and manufacturers have shown a lack of enthusiasm for the cassava industry. Jiangmiao is considering breeding cassava for animal feed. Whether it's making it non-toxic, modifying the ratio of starch types, increasing protein content, or altering the amino acid profile within the protein, all of these efforts aim to make cassava suitable for animal feed. Currently, 2 generations of seedlings are being induced through tissue culture. In addition, Jiangmiao is experimenting with leveraging genetic patterns and using specific gene target inhibitors to convert some dominant genes into recessive ones. This technology exploits the evolutionary principle of use it, lose it. By selectively inhibiting the function of certain gene segments, over generations of breeding, the suppressed gene will naturally become recessive. This technology, in turn, can repeatedly activate certain gene segments, turning them dominant. Using this technology, combined with the induction of genetic mutations, he achieved 76 completely toxin-free cassava varieties in just 2 generations. Next, Jiangmiao will use these 76 second-generation cassava varieties to inhibit and activate targeted genes, combined with various artificially induced genetic mutations, to cultivate third-generation tissue culture seedlings. The third-generation cassava is targeted for high protein. Jiangmiao's goal is 15% protein in the rhizome and 10% in the branches and leaves, with a comprehensive amino acid profile. The 4th-generation cassava will also be high in protein. The 5th-generation cassava will focus on starch type and content, with the goal of increasing the starch content to approximately 35% and the amylose content to 25%. The 6th-generation cassava will also focus on starch. The 7th generation of cassava focuses on strengthening branches and leaves. Each generation takes an average of 1 month. If the entire cassava plant could be used directly as feed, coupled with its high protein content, it would be far superior to soybeans. After all, currently, soybeans, a relatively high yield only a little over 400 kilograms per acre. Cassava, on the other hand, starts at 2,000 kilograms per acre, and if you include branches and leaves, the yield increases to 4,000 kilograms. The difference is nearly tenfold. Furthermore, cassava is resistant to infertility, drought, flooding, typhoons, and pests and diseases. Even if left unattended after planting, it can still yield over 1,000 kilograms per acre. Including branches and leaves, the yield is around 3,000 kilograms. Otherwise, cassava wouldn't be called the bread of Africa. Africans' agricultural production techniques are so poor, and most locals lack the funds to purchase seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides. Those African countries with exploding populations are now relying on cassava for support. Jiangmiao plans to promote cassava and soybeans in the Lingnan region through intercropping. After planting cassava, soybeans will follow. As a legume, soybeans have root nodules rich in nitrogen, which can reduce the amount of nitrogen fertilizer used during cassava cultivation while maintaining soil fertility. The cassava he cultivates has an 8-month growth cycle, and combined with the soybeans, which have a growth cycle of just over 3 months, it takes exactly 1 year. The main reason for intercropping cassava and soybeans for feed in Lingnan is to reduce feed costs for the livestock industry. Anyone who understands transportation costs will understand Jiangmiao's reasoning. For example, within China, the cheapest road transport cost is 0.3 yuan per ton per kilometer. The cheapest rail transport cost is 0.15 yuan per ton per kilometer. The cheapest water transport cost is 0.015 yuan per ton per kilometer. If Helyafeng Company has invested in a large soybean farm in Monan, what would the approximate transportation cost be if it wanted to transport the soybeans from Monan to Lingnan? Just do the math. The railway distance from Monan to Qingdao port is 600 kilometers, which, at the lowest price, would be 90 yuan per ton. The sea distance from Qingdao port to Yangcheng port is 2,200 kilometers, which, at the lowest price, would be 33 yuan per ton. This adds nearly 100 yuan to the landed price. Since farms cannot be concentrated in the Pearl River Delta, other inland areas would incur additional road transportation costs. Unfortunately, road transportation costs in the Lingnan region are among the highest in the country, at around 0.6 yuan per ton per kilometer. Transporting to a city 100 kilometers away costs 60 yuan, and 500 kilometers costs 300 yuan. One of the key factors affecting feed costs is transportation costs. Why do many farms prefer to purchase feed and fodder locally? It's because transporting fodder and fodder from other places can sometimes become uneconomical after adding transportation costs. This also demonstrates the enormous advantages of water transportation. Why do many feed and grain products remain cheaper than domestically when shipped across oceans? This isn't just because production costs are lower there, but also because of lower sea transportation costs. In any case, much of the feed raw materials in the southern coastal areas are imported. Jiang Miao's efforts to replace these raw materials with domestic alternatives won't affect the domestic industry. Instead, they will enhance domestic food and feed security. His research on sugarcane is driven by a similar purpose. Currently, most sugarcane varieties in China require a planting cycle exceeding 8 to 10 months, and even up to 12 months in northern regions. This hinders land utilization, resulting in low per-acre yields and a disincentive for farmers to cultivate. After all, after a year's hard work, growing 1 acre of sugarcane only yields a little over 1,000 yuan, which is uninspiring. If the growing cycle could be shortened to around 7 months, the remaining 5 months could be used to till the soil and plant a soybean crop. Soybeans replenish nitrogen in the soil. With Jiang Miao's new soybean variety, combined with the Lingnan region's climate, a yield of 300 kilograms per acre is easily achievable. Even if the soybean purchase price isn't high in the future, it won't be lower than 3 yuan per kilogram. 300 kilograms would be around 900 yuan. After deducting costs, the profit could be around 300 to 400 yuan. As Jiang Miao immersed himself in cultivating new crop varieties, time slipped away silently, unnoticed. December 22nd, the winter solstice. Jiang Miao, enjoying lunch, saw Xia and Yue approaching together. As soon as they sat down, Yue spoke impatiently. Teacher Jiang, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Jiang Miao put down his chopsticks. Let me tell you. Xia took over. Yue has been studying her own genes lately. Using experimental cells cultured from somatic cells, she's achieved preliminary interventions on 6 genetic targets related to the immune system. I'm not as familiar with gene therapy technology as you are, so I hope you can help fill in the gaps. Jiang Miao glanced at Yue, whose face was slightly pale. He guessed she'd been working tirelessly these days. He sighed. You're too impatient. Rest for a week and adjust your condition. I find time to help you refine your treatment plan. We officially begin treatment on January 1st of next year. Thank you, teacher. Yue's face flushed with a sickly blush. Jiang Miao reminded her, after these days of study, you should understand the value and dangers of those 11 genetic laws, right? Still in a state of surprise, Yue paused for a moment, then quickly recovered. Her expression grew serious. Teacher, I know. I will keep this secret, and will never reveal it to anyone else. Although she was simple-minded, she wasn't foolish. Growing up, she'd been influenced by her family, and she understood that often, superior technology doesn't guarantee good results. If Jiang Miao's 11 genetic rules were applied to a biological AI model, simply detecting the genes of a single organism could reveal a wealth of information. This could be applied not only to medicine and agriculture, but even to the design of genetic weapons. This thing was terrifying. One wrong move could lead to human extinction. Yue, initially excited, later became terrified. Now, she dared not store these 11 genetic rules on her phone or computer, or even on paper. She relied on rote memorization, gradually mastering them. When it came to calculating and deducing on paper, she also learned Xia's ciphers and created her own. She had previously been puzzled by the small, dedicated incinerators installed in several laboratories, but now she understood. This is set up to incinerate paper documents. As for why a shredder isn't used, Yue's father told her many stories at home, including stories about periodic printer failures, cartridge recycling, shredders, and cell phones being brought into the lab. Haliafang Company isn't particularly well known yet. After all, white truffles and eels can't shake up the world order. But with the large-scale farming of Egyptian catfish, followed by the large-scale soybean planting and grafted tea oil next year, He foresees a surge in attention from all sides regarding Haliafang Company and Jiangmiao, perhaps even a murderous intent. After all, feed and oil have always been a weakness in East Asia. Once this shortcoming is addressed, other factions will be thrown into an even more passive position. This is especially true for the ABCD and Gale nation capitalists. The agricultural hegemony they have worked so hard to maintain will face disintegration. At this point, Jiangmiao will undoubtedly become a thorn in their side, their every move under constant scrutiny. If those 11 genetic laws were leaked, the entire world would likely be left sleepless. He Yue, who had originally planned to publish the relevant paper, also planned to discuss with Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya whether it was possible to significantly revise the paper, deleting any content that might involve genetic laws. As for not publishing the paper, that's out of the question. It's not that He Yue values reputation, but drug development requires patent registration, and the materials for new drug approval also include relevant pharmacological research and development processes, so relevant papers are even better. I can't just say I dreamed it, can I? That explanation would make it seem like a cover-up. Therefore, they had to invent a story to rationalize the entire R&D process. They rather portray themselves as geniuses, or just lucky, than claim it was derived from genetics. He Yue took a bite of her food and suggested, "Teacher, I think the company's laboratory security needs attention. Those few security guards alone aren't enough. What suggestions do you have?" Jiang Miao said without hesitation. "My grandfather has an old subordinate who specializes in high-level security contracting. He has decades of experience protecting VIPs, key laboratories, and confidential areas. I can have him help the company develop a high-level security plan, ideally including your family." "Oh, thank you for your help then." "You're welcome, but you have to pay me, teacher." "I can't afford tens of millions," He Yue joked. "It's just tens of millions. Safety is the most important thing." Jiang Miao didn't care about the tens of millions. Although he would find time every day to research various things online, he was ultimately one person and couldn't monitor everyone 24 hours a day. You know, some assassin organizations don't use network systems or use very hidden coded messages to communicate. The security department he had previously asked Kuyong to establish currently has 15 professional bodyguards, and their families have all moved to Magong Town. There are also surveillance cameras throughout Nanhu village. On the road near Magong Town, there are also secret roadside checkpoints to monitor for strangers entering or sneaking around. Jiang Miao's family rarely leaves Magong Town, which greatly reduces the security burden. When the laboratory was established, in addition to building an underground parking lot, they also dug a civil air defense structure into the Dumagong mountain behind it as a precautionary measure. Now that He Yue had recommended someone more professional, Jiang Miao naturally wouldn't refuse. He took the safety of himself and his family very seriously. During lunch, He Yue again mentioned the need for a major revision of the paper. Jiang Miao agreed. Rather than trying to cover up, it would be better to fabricate the data directly. With his ability, he could reverse engineer the technological development process from the results and reasonably eliminate the role of genetic laws. Just after lunch, Jiang Miao saw Jiang Haiba and Yi Meijing near the staircase of the second-floor cafeteria, looking around with documents in hand. When they saw him, they stood up and quickly walked over. Jiang Miao paused. "Haiba, Meijing, what's going on?" Jiang Haiba handed him the documents and explained, "Boss, this is what you instructed me to do with the finance and attendance departments." Chapter 131. "Boss, this is the virtual stock allocation plan you asked me to work on with the finance and attendance departments. The first draft is now complete." "Oh." Jiang Miao took it and turned. "Aya, Yue, take a nap. I discussed something with Haiba and the others. You're such a busy person, you've been working non-stop all day. Take care of your health." Shuya adjusted his collar and took He Yue to the third-floor lounge for a nap. Jiang Miao took Jiang Haiba and Yi Meijing to the small room where they had eaten. After sitting down, he carefully read through the plan. According to the plan, considering the future growth of Haliafang Company and its increasing employee count, Jiang Haiba and several other department managers decided to set the total number of shares at 10 billion. As for the initial virtual stock allocation, Jiang Haiba and the others discussed and decided to allocate it based on employee rank, position, and special contributions. The number of shares allocated to each employee rank was directly linked to their salary. For example, EP1 employee with a salary of 3,500 yuan will automatically receive 3,500 virtual shares after 1 year of work. The same applies to other employee levels. At this time, Jiang Haibao is at B4 level, with a base salary of 30,500 yuan, so he will receive 30,500 shares. The second part is the employee position allocation plan. They are categorized as general workers, team leaders, line leaders and technicians, factory managers, field managers and researchers, office managers, managers, department managers, industry managers, research project managers, and general managers, including deputy general managers. General workers receive 1,000 shares, team leaders 3,000 shares, factory managers 9,000 shares, managers 27,000 shares, and general managers 81,000 shares. The third part is about special contributions. This should be combined with the metal system. There are 5 major categories of metals, including iron, aluminum, bronze, silver, and gold, with 20 subcategories. Each metal directly grants a varying number of virtual shares. Iron metals 1 to 4 increase your share count by 1,000 to 4,000 shares. Aluminum metals 1 to 4 increase your share count by 10,000 to 400,000 shares. Bronze metals 1 to 4 increase your share count by 100,000 to 400,000 shares. Silver metals 1 to 4 increase your share count by 1 million to 4 million shares. Gold metals 1 to 4 increase your share count by 10 million to 40 million shares. For example, Jiang Miao's brother-in-law is an employee at B4, holding the position of Deputy General Manager. He holds 3 level 2 bronze medals and 1 level 1 silver medal. The number of virtual shares he could receive was 30,500 plus 81,000 plus 200, 000 asterisk 3 plus 1 million is equal to 1,711,500 shares. Jiang Miao read it and nodded. He then looked at the distribution list jointly prepared by the Human Resources, Finance, and Attendance departments. The first batch of employees had all received corresponding virtual shares. There were 124 people in total. The person with the most virtual shares was Jiang Miao's brother-in-law, Zhang Xinqing, who received 1,711,500 shares. The fewest received only 4,500 shares, from the security guards and cleaners. Yi Meijing, who was standing by, saw that Jiang Miao had finished reading the rest of the article and spoke up. "Boss, this year the company's total revenue was 4.67183 billion yuan, with a gross profit of 3.50583 billion yuan. According to the virtual share gross profit distribution plan, each share will receive 0.35 yuan. Obviously, this virtual stock dividend won't yield much. If you hold the guaranteed minimum of 4,500 shares, you only receive 1,575 yuan. Zhang Xinqing, who holds the largest number of virtual shares, will receive 599,025 yuan. People like Jiang Haibao will likely receive around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. However, Jiang Haibao and his colleagues' departmental performance bonuses are also very high. As long as they don't make mistakes, they receive a monthly performance bonus starting at 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Combined with their base salary, their annual salary starts at 800,000 yuan. For example, Jiang Haibao's total income this year is around 2.1 million yuan. Jiang Miao closed the document and said, "I don't think there's any problem. Let's distribute it according to this plan. We can make an announcement, but the list of names for my brother-in-law and sister needs to be omitted for now." I understand. As an insider, Jiang Haibao knew that Jiang Miao had tricked the company that had stolen the secrets, and that they were likely about to go bankrupt. There was no need to create unnecessary complications now. Yi Meijing added, "Boss, it's time to settle our year-end taxes. Besides the partial tax exemption, we still need to pay 729 million yuan. That's okay. Oh, and remember to have all employees pay their individual income tax. Also, remind some employees to apply for tax refunds next year." I know. With over a year of experience, Yi Meijing was very familiar with these matters. After discussing for a while, Jiang Haibao and Yi Meijing left. Early the next morning, the company's official website posted an announcement, and various departments and industries shared it in their group chats. Since some employees needed a paper copy, the finance department printed dozens of copies of the announcement and distributed them to various departments and industries. Of course, the Cheongzhou and Gannan branches had to print the notices themselves. Ordinary employees there only glanced at them, as many of them hadn't worked there for a year and weren't eligible for virtual shares. Nanhu Farm. It was just after lunch. 60 or 70 employees gathered around the notice board. Old Ironhead, what's on it? Can't you read it, kid? I can't squeeze in. Damn. Someone stepped on my foot. After a while, the few people at the back had finished reading and pushed their way out of the crowd. One of the young men was pulled back. Xiao Fan, what's in the notice? The middle-aged man who asked was Zhou Xinwang, the farm's agricultural technician. Xiao Fan was one of the graduated agricultural technicians recruited from Shizishan Agricultural University. He smiled and said, Brother Zhou, the notice says everyone will be given virtual shares. The first batch of employees who have worked for a full year will receive them. Your name is on it. What? Really? Zhou Xinwang was surprised and delighted. Of course it's real. I don't have any, but I probably won't get the virtual shares until July of next year. Xiao Fan smiled and shook his head. Zhou Xinwang quickly pushed his way into the crowd. After passing several people, he finally made it to the inner circle and arrived at the bulletin board. Another veteran employee spotted him, baring his large white teeth and jokingly saying, Old Zhou, you're a major shareholder now. You need to treat us. Haha, Ko Lao Lu, stop dwelling on food and drink all day. If you have that kind of time, you might as well learn some technical skills. Zhou Xinwang retorted, his eyes fixed on the dozen or so pages of documents on the bulletin board. After a while, he spotted his name on the list for Nanhu Farm. Zhou Xinwang, employee number 00000059, employee level D4, agricultural technician, no metal, 2025 approved allotment of virtual shares, 9,500 shares, virtual dividend, 3,325 yuan. Why do I only get 4,500 shares? A senior employee nearby muttered. Toad, what are you dreaming of? This isn't a shared pot. You expect everyone to split it equally. That's right, any points are good, stop being picky. The others were clamoring against the middle-aged employee nicknamed Toad. Toad wasn't to be outdone. Can't you think about it? What's your business? Another employee scoffed. TSK, being good at talking is useless. You'd be better off learning the trade from old Joe. He's already earned over 3,000 yuan in dividends this year. Okay, we're all colleagues, so keep quiet. Zhou Xinwang, not wanting to get involved in the argument, quickly tried to persuade them. In the nearby employee lounge, several ordinary employees sat together, discussing the company's newly launched virtual stock incentive policy. Each employee had a different attitude. After all, there are many different people. A glimmer of hope glimmered in Xiao Lu's eyes, and with a hint of excitement, he said, I receive 5,500 shares in this virtual stock incentive, and I get a dividend of 1,925 yuan at the end of the year. I used to feel like my future at the company was hopeless, but now I have this opportunity. If I work hard, I might make a fortune. Next to him, Xiao Chun, a quality inspector, held a water cup, but his face showed a hint of hesitation. He frowned and said, Don't get too excited too soon. It's not certain whether these virtual stocks will actually benefit us. After all, dividends depend on performance and gross profit. If the company's performance is poor, wouldn't all our hard work be in vain? Lao Ma, the calm forklift driver, took a quiet puff and said slowly, I think this has both advantages and disadvantages. The upside is that it motivates us, but the downside is that it might put more pressure on us. But regardless, let's give it a try. Xiaoqing curled his lips and said dismissively, this is just a pie in the sky, to trick us into working harder. How much will we, the lower-level employees, get? It's still the leaders who take the lion's share. Hearing this, Xiao Lu grew displeased and quickly retorted, Don't be so pessimistic. The company's introduction of this policy at least shows they want everyone to grow together. As long as we achieve results, there will always be rewards. He then clenched his fist and said firmly, I don't care what others think. I'm determined to seize this opportunity and work hard. Even if the final result is unsatisfactory, at least I tried my best, and I have no regrets. Everyone was arguing endlessly. As for the future of virtual stock incentives, time will tell. This was the true feeling of many lower-level employees. Elsewhere, inside the company's temporary office buildings, a group of clerks were enthusiastically discussing the company's newly launched virtual stock incentive policy. Xiao Wang, a member of the finance department, excitedly wiped his glasses and said to several colleagues, This virtual stock incentive is a great opportunity for us. It means we can be more closely aligned with the company's interests, and we be more motivated to work. Accountant Lao Zhang took a bite of honey-glazed barbecued pork and then took the conversation forward. Yes, I used to feel like I was working for the company, but now I feel like one of its owners. Even though it's virtual stock, once this incentive is implemented, I feel even more motivated to work. After all, the more value I create for the company, the more I benefit. When Cece, a purchasing agent in the logistics department, frowned and asked with some concern, "But how much actual profit can these virtual shares bring us? Are they just a facade? Your finance department should know the details, right?" Sister Zhao, the cleaning lady nearby, smiled and reassured. Since the company has introduced this policy, it must have been carefully considered. President Jiang isn't the kind of person who would disregard the lives of his employees. Everyone relax. Xiao Wang nodded in agreement. Yes, I think this is the company's trust and encouragement. We need to work even harder and improve efficiency, striving to improve the company's performance and increase the value of our virtual shares. If everyone works together like this, our company will definitely thrive in the future. Maybe in a few years, everyone will be driving luxury cars and living in mansions, old Zhang joked. Hearing this, Xiao Wang also laughed. Haha, then we must seize this opportunity and work hard to realize this beautiful future. The discussion among the clerks was relatively calm. Most people were full of anticipation for the virtual stock incentive plan and full of confidence in the company's future. After all, they were well aware of the company's current situation. With 4.6 billion in revenue and 3.5 billion in gross profit alone, it was not something that ordinary companies could achieve. And naturally, this news couldn't be kept secret. Soon, everyone in Magong Town knew the approximate revenue figures for Heliafeng Company this year. The happiest people were undoubtedly the town government team. Luo Huguang was practically bursting with laughter. He was working with several civil servants and accountants from the Economic Development Office to calculate Magong Town's GDP for this year. The more they calculated, the brighter the smiles on Luo Huguang and the others' faces grew. Accountant Old Huang looked up with a smile. Luo Town, I made a preliminary estimate. Our town's GDP this year could reach around 9 billion yuan. Really? Luo Huguang's breathing quickened involuntarily. Of course. Heliafeng Company's revenue is 4.6 billion yuan, so that can be directly included. Luo Huguang nodded, he knew that. Then, there are the various investment projects. These are all fixed asset investments, and they can all be included. Although only the first phase of the reservoir has been completed, combined with the Dongtian Employee Residential Complex in Xinjiang, the Xianshan office buildings, factories, and laboratories, all add up to around 3 billion yuan. You don't know until you calculate it, it's shocking, explained a civil servant who was entering information. Accountant Old Huang continued, then, there's the monthly purchases of Egyptian fish, duckweed, pine branches, eels, and the like by Heliafeng Company, totaling 600 to 700 million. Then, there's the salaries and expenses of their hundreds of employees, the income of construction workers from the project, and taxes. Luo Huguang mentally calculated and found that, as Accountant Old Huang had said, the local GDP, excluding Heliafeng Company, was around 500 million yuan, bringing the total to just over 9 billion yuan. After several days of overtime work, the town government finally calculated this year's GDP by the end of the month. Holding the GDP statistics in hand, Luo Huguang grinned from ear to ear. This year, Magong Town's GDP reached 9.2 billion yuan, a 1,214.29% increase from last year's 700 million yuan. In other words, Magong Town's GDP had increased 12-fold. Luo Zhen, congratulations. Accountant Old Huang congratulated with a broad smile. Haha, congratulations, everyone. Luo Huguang looked at Old Huang again and asked, Old Huang, based on our town's performance this year, what percentage of the city's GDP has it contributed? Old Huang held up his palm and spread out 5 fingers. At least 5 percentage points. Really? Old Huang smiled and explained, last year, the city's GDP was 150.2 billion yuan. Our town increased by 8.5 billion yuan, or 5.66%. If we add in Heliafeng Company's investments in other towns and urban areas, the contribution will increase by another 1 or 2 percentage points. Luo Huguang's smile grew even brighter. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to the head of the census office. Kaishu, what is the population of our town this year? Li Kaishu recalled. It should be 13,681. That's not enough. Calculate the per capita GDP and add that in too. Luo Huguang exhaled and rubbed his hands. The chill wind outside did little to dampen their inner passion. With a GDP of 9.2 billion and a population of 13,681, what's the per capita GDP? Old Huang figured it out in a moment. The per capita GDP is 672,000 yuan. Although many people were disproportionately impacted, everyone in Magong town benefited, to varying degrees, from the rapid development of Heliafing Company. For example, the Egyptian catfish farmers, the villagers who rented land and fish ponds, the villagers who planted duckweed, the villagers who collected pine needles, branches, and cones, the self-employed service workers in the town, and those employed by Heliafing Company. It can be said that over 90% of the town's population has direct or indirect ties to Heliafing Company. This situation continues to expand to the surrounding areas. Luo Heguang speculated that Hongqiao Town and Mailong Town would likely be affected soon. After all, Magong Town no longer has much land left. Even the mountainous terrain has been largely designated for durian plantations. Add to that the Zuzation Reservoir Complex project, and there's virtually no land left for development. As a result, Heliafing Company's continued growth and development can only be achieved by expanding into Hongqiao and Mailong towns. For example, the Nanthan Village Strawberry Planting Base and the Shiha Village Edible Fungus Base in Hongqiao Town are prime examples. Fortunately, Heliafing Company's headquarters are still in Magong Town. And Luo Heguang knew that once this report card was submitted, he would likely ascend to the highest level. As time went on, the city also received information about Magong Town's situation. Leaders from other towns gnashed their teeth in envy at Magong Town's report card. However, neighboring Hongqiao and Mailong towns weren't jealous of Magong Town. After all, they had also benefited from Heliafing's development, and Magong Town's lack of land was obvious. Since Magong Town wasn't destined for the upcoming benefits, they took the lead. Of course, they weren't complacent either. After all, it was Heliafing's choice where to invest. Thus, to attract Heliafing's continued investment, the two towns offered various conditions and promises, while also playing the emotional card, visiting Heliafing frequently. Thankfully, Jiang Miao had delegated the daily reception duties to Jiang Haiba and others. Otherwise, simply handling these visitors would have been a significant burden. Over in Gongping Town, Haifeng County, land acquisition was also accelerating, but as expected, the process wasn't going smoothly. Many villagers were not only unwilling to cooperate, but also demanded exorbitant amounts. After all, they had heard that Heliafing was incredibly wealthy and were prepared to rip them off. The final outcome was that LV Weibin returned to Gongping Town, and after some discussion, the factory was located near Gaosha Village, where Heliafing Company had a strong community base. Since many Gaosha villagers worked for Heliafing Company, the initial land acquisition scope was determined in less than 2 days. Even if a few recalcitrant individuals were reluctant or demanded excessive amounts, they could be easily avoided. As the clock struck midnight, the first day of 2026 arrived. Chapter 132. New Year's Day. Brother-in-law Zhang Xinqing and sister Jiang Xia, who had secretly returned to Magong from the Gannan and Cheongzhou branches, also appeared at Jiang Miao's home. The family enjoyed beef hot pot. Jiang Miao took a sip of soda water. Brother-in-law, how are things going at the Gannan branch? KG and Lu Chongqing, who visited last month, have already had a preliminary run-in. KG is now in charge of the branch's internal affairs, while Lu Chongqing is in charge of communications with the local authorities. The brother-in-law picked up a piece of morel mushrooms that had just been produced on a small scale. Yes, KG is a bit too rigid, but he's better at internal management. With him around, the branch office at least doesn't have to worry too much about internal problems. Jiang Miao turned to look at her sister. Sister, how's things going in Cheongzhou? Sister wiped her mouth with a tissue. We already acquired 8 orchards in Yeqing, Ledong County, and Baoting County, planting approximately 3,700 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of durian. As you instructed, all the trees are mature and in season. 3,700 mu, approximately 1,000 acres? Jiang Miao nodded slightly. How's the grafting progress? Siwen's been keeping an eye on it. He's very dedicated. Before I came back, we already grafted about 1,370 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. We estimate we'd be done before Spring Festival. That's good. Jiang Miao was relieved. With so many old durian trees, we can gradually arrange the grafting starting in March of this year. Because the first batch of genetically modified kapok trees that started tissue culture in October last year had a total of 1,000 seedlings, which grew for a total of 3 months and are currently generally 1.8 to 2 meters tall. The second batch of tissue culture seedlings started tissue culture in mid-November, with a total of 100,000 plants, which grew for a total of 1.5 months and are currently generally about 0.9 to 1 meter. This month, the third batch of 3 million tissue culture seedlings is being cultivated. As the scale of tissue culture seedling production has expanded, it has clearly exceeded the capacity of the current 50 mu tissue culture laboratory. Fortunately, the 1000 mu intelligent greenhouse in Hangzhou town is now operational. Smart greenhouses can be used as tissue culture laboratories, so the task of cultivating the genetically modified silk cotton seedlings has been assigned to the Hangzhou town intelligent greenhouse base. After 3 months of growth, the genetically modified silk cotton trees quickly reached their maximum height, around 2.4 to 2.6 meters, and then began to divert nutrients to supporting lateral branches and the main trunk, essentially switching from vertical growth to horizontal growth. After 3 months of growth, the genetically modified silk cotton trees are essentially ready for grafting. Beginning this month, the first batch of tissue culture genetically modified silk cotton seedlings have been grafted onto ordinary silk cotton trees. The planting and grafting process involves grafting genetically modified silk cotton trees 3 months after the original silk cotton trees are established. After the first grafting is completed and 3 months of healing and growth, the second grafting can be performed, also on old branches of the golden pillow durian. Since durian flowers bloom in December, January, and February each year, the old durian branches grafted this year will not be able to bloom or bear fruit. The Cheongzhou branch's native durian plantation has also implemented flower control measures, removing all flowers this year. This is to ensure that the durian trees use nutrients for branch growth rather than for flowering and fruiting. This approach actually has its benefits. If there are no flowers or fruits this year, the nutrient will be used for growth. This will increase the number of flowers by the end of the year, and the nutrients needed for fruiting will be more abundant next year. Jiang Miao was very clear about this year's durian planting schedule. The first batch of 1,000 genetically modified silk cotton trees will be grafted in January, grafted a second time onto old durian branches in March, and will flower by the end of the year, bear fruit in March, and ripen between June and August. The second batch of 100,000 genetically modified silk cotton trees will be grafted in March, grafted a second time onto old durian branches in June, and will flower by the end of the year, bear fruit in March, and ripen between June and August. However, only 50% of the total fruit yield will be retained. The third batch of 3 million genetically modified silk cotton trees will be grafted in June, grafted a second time onto old durian branches in September, and flower by the end of the year. However, for quality reasons, all flowers must be removed, so this third batch will not bear fruit next year and will have to wait until the year after, that is 2027. The maximum durian yield per mu in China is approximately 2,000 kilograms. By using genetically modified silk cotton as the rootstock, Helyafeng Company can achieve a durian yield of approximately 3,500 to 4,000 kilograms per mu. With 100,000 durian trees, an average of 45 trees per acre, approximately 2,222 acres can be cultivated. Assuming 50% of the fruit is retained, a 2,222-acre durian plantation can produce 3,888 to 4,444 tons of fresh durian. By 2027, total production capacity will surge 50-fold, reaching 190,000 to 220,000 tons. Will this production capacity affect domestic durian prices? The answer is no. Because in 2025, China imported 1.5 million tons of fresh durian. Furthermore, the reason durian consumption is only 1.5 million tons is not because domestic consumers don't eat it, but because the price is too high. If the retail price of fresh durian can be lowered to below 30 yuan per kilogram, the national consumer market could reach over 7 million tons. This data is the result of analysis by the Market Research Department. Siam consumes 220,000 tons of durian annually, or 3 kilograms per capita, at an average price of 12 to 31 yuan per kilogram. However, Siam's per capita disposable income is only about 60% of that in China. Thus, with a population of 1.4 billion and an average per capita consumption of 5 kilograms of durian, that's 7 million tons. Don't think 5 kilograms of durian is a lot. With a 25 to 50% yield rate for the golden pillow durian, 5 kilograms of fresh durian only yields 1.25 to 2.5 kilograms of edible flesh. Durian lovers can consume 1 or 2 kilograms of durian flesh daily. Many people don't dislike durian, but rather lack financial resources. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, then picked up another slice of thinly sliced beef shank, dipped it in the broth, and took a bite. He smiled and said, "Sister, after the Lunar New Year, I take the trouble to travel to various cities in the Pearl River Delta to purchase street-side shops. Why not just wholesale? The sister put down her chopsticks. Jiang Miao shook his head. No, if we don't have our own retail stores, we'd be easily exploited by wholesalers, and our profits will be eaten up by them. He knew all too well how low the wholesalers' purchase prices were at the farm gate. For example, vegetables in Chilu province were often purchased for just a few cents per pound at the farm gate, but sold to consumers for a few yuan or even over 10 yuan per pound. If it weren't for the rise of e-commerce in recent years, many farmers would have no bargaining power. Just because Hailufeng Company produces durian on a large scale doesn't mean it will make a fortune. Once wholesalers and distributors see your massive production capacity, they definitely undercut your prices. Relying solely on online sales from the e-commerce division is clearly insufficient. Hailufeng must therefore leverage its geographical location. Shamei City is located in a coastal area, bordering the Chaoshan region to the east, the Pearl River Delta to the west, and Chacheng and Kidu City to the north. Sea transport also provides access to the eastern and southern coastal areas. The Pearl River Delta, the core of the Lingnan region, is the retail market Hailufeng must capture. My sister asked, Miao, what's the approximate budget? 1 billion yuan, ensuring at least one 100 square meter specialty store in each city. We also need to purchase land in the suburbs of each city and build a 20 to 50 mu, approximately 16 to 18 acres, cold storage facility, Jiang Miao said bluntly. That much? Not much. Stores in the core areas of Guangzhou and Shenzhen cost 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per square meter. 100 square meters would cost 20 to 30 million yuan. Jiang Miao disliked renting a store. After all, renting a store comes with the risk of annual rent increases from landlords, who are known for their cunning tactics. For example, landlords near Penguin Company collectively raised their rents as soon as they received a salary increase from Penguin. If they chose to rent, if Hailufeng Company's franchise stores performed well in the future, those landlords would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to demand a rent increase. He would rather purchase the property all at once than deal with multiple landlords and sublandlords. Furthermore, purchasing real estate in the Pearl River Delta region is a long-term investment. Even if the franchise stores fail in the future, they can still sublease them. 500 million yuan is just 1 month's gross profit for Hailufeng Company. Especially since January, white truffle production capacity has soared to 120 to 150 tons per month. Currently, many high-end food distributors around the world are placing orders for white truffles, with an average price of around 2,500 yuan per kilogram. This means Hailufeng will see an additional 300 to 375 million yuan in monthly revenue. White truffles will become Hailufeng's second most profitable product, second only to eel fry, with a gross profit margin of around 90 to 95%. This gross profit margin is similar to that of eel fry. The lower cost of eel fry is due to Hailufeng's in-house breeding of mature eels, which also provides efficient feed. Female eels are culled after spawning and used for canned food production, further increasing gross profit margins. Hailufeng's substantial monthly profits have significantly fueled its rapid expansion. The construction of storage facilities in the suburbs of cities in the Pearl River Delta takes into account the fact that many of Hailufeng's products require freezing and refrigerated storage, such as durian, strawberries, fish balls, eel, white truffles, and fish feed. If these products can be transported and stored frozen and refrigerated throughout the entire process, their shelf life can be significantly extended. Although Shamei City is close to the Pearl River Delta, it would be best to establish some cold storage facilities. Although my sister was a little surprised by Jiang Miao's generosity, she also knew that the company's current profitability was excellent, and that investing in real estate was a good investment. Then I go there after the Chinese New Year. Jiang Miao reminded her, Sister, you can make a personnel plan these few days, and have the HR department recruit the personnel first. Then, we can bring them over directly to avoid any further scrambling. Okay. By the way, I grant you another 500 million yuan to purchase some relatively inexpensive commercial housing in the Pearl River Delta suburban fringe area, near shops and warehouses, to use as employee dormitories. Is it necessary? Jiang Xia expressed some reservations about this investment. Jiang Miao shook his head. Money is endless, but winning hearts is hard. We bring our employees from our local area to the Pearl River Delta, so we have to consider them. Otherwise, junior employees on salaries of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan wouldn't be able to survive in the region. Instead of providing subsidies, why not be more direct? The company could purchase commercial housing and provide it to employees for free, along with food and commuting. After all, the housing can be rented out or sold when it's no longer needed. Brother-in-law Zhang Xinqing nodded. Miao makes sense. If we let employees rent their own housing, they have to pay a salary increase, and that money will go to the landlords. It's better for us to take the initiative and purchase commercial housing for employee dormitories. After all, the average monthly rent for housing in Guangzhou's suburbs is around 24 to 30 yuan per square meter. Even if several people share a flat, the monthly rent is substantial. To maintain a reasonable quality of life, at least 20 square meters of living space per person is necessary. If you want a higher quality of life, 40 square meters of living space per person is feasible. Considering that meals are included, a 120 square meter apartment doesn't need a kitchen, it only needs a bathroom and a small living room. After deducting the common area, 6 rooms of approximately 15 square meters can be divided, more than enough to accommodate 6 employees. In the initial phase of expansion into the Pearl River Delta, the company will certainly not expand too much. The entire Pearl River Delta has approximately 34 districts, with 1 franchise store in each. As for warehouses, 3 will suffice: the Pingcheng, Yancheng, and Fuqing storage points. 34 franchise stores and 3 warehouses will require approximately 260 people. 260 people will require 5,120 square meter houses. 500 million yuan is more than enough. However, considering future expansion needs, further staff dormitories will definitely be needed. Shuya smiled and said, "Sister, when the time comes, buy my house and Panyu as well. I don't live there anyway." "Shuya, that's the house your parents left you. It's unnecessary, isn't it?" Jiang Xia thought that wasn't appropriate. But Shuya shook her head. "My parents' house is with my eldest brother, and my house has always been rented out. I don't plan to go back to Panyu right now, so it might as well be sold to the company." Jiang Xia looked at her brother, somewhat bewildered. "Sister, since Shuya said so, you can buy it when the time comes." Jiang Miao didn't think it was a big deal. "Okay then." Her sister nodded. My brother-in-law poured himself a bowl of soup and suddenly remembered something. Miao, there's something I almost forgot to tell you." "What is it?" Jiang Miao offered his mother a piece of salt marsh lamb. "A few days ago, Gan Province entrusted Luling to inquire if we were interested in acquiring Yingxiong Dairy." Jiang Miao raised an eyebrow. As a native of Lingnan, he knew the 3 major dairy companies, as well as the local Fengxing Milk and Yintang Dairy. My brother-in-law guessed he wasn't familiar with the brand, so he briefly explained, "It's a well-known brand in Gan Province. It was previously acquired by Bright Dairy, and is now under bankruptcy administration." "What do they mean?" "Gan Province wants to find a new owner for Yingxiong Dairy. Currently, Sunshine Holdings holds 55% of Yingxiong Dairy's shares, while Jiha Management holds 18%. The 2 companies have signed a consistent management agreement, meaning the 2 shareholders can be considered one. According to information leaked by Gan Province, Sunshine Investment is interested in selling its shares in Yingxiong Dairy." Jiang Miao fell into deep thought. Judging from this news, if Helyafeng Company was willing to acquire Hero Dairy, it could acquire 73% of the shares in one go. Acquiring Hero Dairy wouldn't put much financial pressure on Helyafeng Company. But he knew that since Hero Dairy had reached its current state, it was likely facing serious internal problems, and the current management team couldn't be retained. How much are they asking? The combined asking price for the shares held by Sunshine Holdings and Jiha Management is 73 million yuan. The other shareholders haven't commented yet. What about the debt? The debt is 138.27 million yuan. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. "Brother-in-law, let Lu Chongqing handle this. As long as the other shareholders of Hero Dairy are willing to sell all their shares, we can acquire them and assume all the debt. If they're unwilling to sell, then forget it." "I understand." Jiang Miao wanted to acquire a complete Hero Dairy, without other shareholders remaining as a hindrance. If the other shareholders were unwilling to let go, he would rather give up the acquisition. "We can't afford to linger on. After all, judging by the current state of Hero Dairy's operations, it's clear that it has numerous internal issues. Such a company needs drastic reform, and retaining other shareholders is clearly inappropriate." As for whether Helyafeng can revitalize Hero Dairy, in Jiang Miao's view, operating a dairy company isn't difficult at all. As long as hard targets are met, even a pig CEO can keep it running. Especially for a company like Helyafeng, which owns a feed raw material production base, the cost of milk production has been significantly reduced, creating a perfect internal market for the Gan and branches alfalfa and white clover. As for packaging costs, domestic packaging companies have risen to prominence. The days of Tetra Pak's dominance are long gone. Packaging costs are now similar across major domestic dairy companies. Transportation costs depend on the distance between the source factory and the consumer market. Hero Dairy's reach lies solely in the middle and lower Yangtze River plains. Other regions lack transportation cost advantages. Taking these three core costs into account, if Hailuofeng acquires Hero Dairy, it will have a strong local advantage in the middle and lower Yangtze River plains. Furthermore, even if it incurs annual losses of tens of millions, Hailuofeng can afford it. Wealth is a sign of arrogance. When it's time to act, act now. After dinner, Jiang Miao took some time to research Hero Dairy online. After further investigation, he discovered, as expected, that after the acquisition, Hero Dairy had been plagued by intense internal strife. Coupled with deliberate or unintentional suppression from the parent company, the company had been on a downward spiral since its acquisition in 2002, with its performance deteriorating year by year. He also accessed internal discussion documents from Sunshine Holdings and Jiha Management Company, uncovering some suspicious areas and their target price of around 55 million yuan. As for other shareholders, they had also expressed some interest in selling their shares, but they hadn't found a buyer for the time being. These small shareholders wanted to abandon Hero Dairy for two main reasons. First, Hero Dairy's current recovery was difficult, and they lacked the funds to acquire the entire company. After years of internal strife, these shareholders understood that without 100% control of Hero Dairy, they wouldn't be able to make drastic changes. Second, the domestic dairy industry was already a crowded market, with market consumption potential not only failing to expand, but actually shrinking to varying degrees. This was due to the broader environment, as well as the overall decline in milk powder demand caused by the decline in the number of newborns, leaving the dairy industry facing a formidable competition for existing market share. As industry insiders, these shareholders clearly weren't optimistic about the future of the dairy industry. After all, China doesn't have the habit of drinking milk like water, as it does in Europe and the United States. Milk in China is more of a nutritional supplement and tonic, not a daily beverage. After realizing what was going on, Jiang Miao put the matter behind him. Chapter 133. The second day of New Year's Day. The coastal town of Magong slowly awakened in the morning light. The sky had just begun to turn pale, and a gentle mist shrouded the town like a veil, lending it a mysterious charm. Several pickup trucks slowly passed through Magong Street. The street gradually became bustling. Steam was sizzling from the roadside breakfast shops, as the owners expertly prepared specialties, like rice noodle rolls and shungun porridge. The aroma filled the air, attracting early risers. People on electric scooters and motorcycles crisscrossed the streets, the tinkling of bike bells and greetings mingling in the atmosphere of the city. Jiang Miao watched silently through the bulletproof window. Soon, the convoy left Magong town. The mountains in the distance loomed in the morning mist, like a distant view in an ink painting, hazy yet captivating. At the foot of the mountain, rice paddies and vast, shimmering fish ponds lay in a patchwork of patterns. Many of the harvested paddies were already being planted with a new variety of soybeans supplied by the Shanghai Lufeng Company. The weeds along the roadside, covered in dew, gleamed in the faint morning light. The sun gradually rose, its golden rays penetrating the mist, illuminating every corner of the township, bringing a touch of warmth to this winter morning. We passed by the Yanqing Farm, the Yandanshan Farm, the Yandanshan Fish Ball Factory, the Yandanshan Feed Factory No. 1, and the Yandanshan Feed Factory No. 2. The convoy didn't stop, passing a steady stream of tricycles along the way, either laden with Egyptian catfish or carrying large carts of fresh duckweed and pine needles. This road is already overloaded. Jiang Miao sighed softly, then turned and instructed Zixuan, notify President Jiang at noon and have him contact the town government. The company plans to fund the town government's expansion of Magong Avenue from 2 lanes to 6, specifically from the town government to the intersection of our new headquarters in Xinxiang. Yes. Li Zixuan, who was taking notes, nodded slightly. This section of highway is currently a 2-lane road, and with the increasing volume of business, it's already somewhat overwhelmed. In fact, this section of highway isn't very long, only about 3.7 kilometers. The comprehensive cost per kilometer for a 6-lane asphalt road is around 15 to 30 million yuan, with 3.7 kilometers costing at most 100 million yuan. Passing by the Xinxiang gas station, Jiang Miao saw the Dongtian employee complex and the Xianshan headquarters building in the distance. Construction on both projects began in September. A 2-story underground parking garage and related civil air defense work have been completed, and construction on the surface is currently underway. The Haliafeng Company headquarters building, to be precise, is the first phase of the project. It only plans to construct a 20-story office building covering 10 mu, approximately 16 acres, with the remaining nearly 100 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land reserved for land reserves. The eastern section of Yendun Mountain, behind the Xianshan headquarters, is also undergoing terraced land transformation. Currently, most of the mountain has been flattened, and the rocks excavated and blasted are being used as building materials for the headquarters and employee complex. The first phase of the employee community across from the headquarters building covers only 150 mu, approximately 1.5 acres, with buildings occupying 50 mu and pathways, green belts, and sports fields occupying 100 mu. The first phase of the employee community plans to construct 59-story buildings, each with 2 elevators and 6 units. Each unit is a standard 110 square meters, with no common areas. In other words, a total of 2,700 units are planned for the first phase. This already exceeds the current number of employees at Haliafeng Company, but it will undoubtedly be fully occupied in the future. After all, the number of employees at Haliafeng Company's headquarters and in Magong Town has already exceeded 600. If the employees in Hongqiao and Melong towns are included, the total number is nearly 700. Especially for the over 8,000 mu, approximately 100 acres, of durian plantations in the urban area, 11 workers are needed for every 100 mu, for a total of around 800. Adding to the ever-expanding other businesses, Haliafeng Company's staff near Shamay City is expected to exceed 2,000 next year. For example, the promise he made to each of his dozen bodyguards to have a house must be implemented here in the first phase. These bodyguards are crucial to protecting him and his family. Jiang Miao isn't the type to want the horse to run without grazing. Talking about interests first, then about relationships, often wins people over more easily. Talking only about relationships, not interests, and expecting them to take the blame for you. Perhaps you had too much horse piss. Only by arranging for the families of these bodyguards can they work for him with peace of mind. After pausing for over 10 minutes outside the construction site, Jiang Miao used the inspection panel to inspect the site. Finding no quality issues, he allowed the driver to continue. A month after construction began, Jiang Miao took time out to inspect the site. The next day, the construction contractor received an 86-page rectification notice, so frightened that the company's CEO personally came to apologize. Jiang Miao simply said, either make the necessary changes or pack up and leave. He had already paid them generous profits on these 2 projects, yet they still tried to trick him. He was simply greedy. After he pointed out all the problems, the construction contractor became more honest. Even the construction company, which contracted the Zuzation Reservoir Complex project, was dealt a severe blow by Jiang Miao. If he hadn't taught these guys this lesson, they would have thought the Haliafeng Company was a nobody. The pickup truck headed north along the highway. As the pickup truck drove along the road in Hongqiao town, the first thing that caught my eye was the lush greenery lining both sides of the road. Several tall eucalyptus trees stood tall, their slender leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting tiny specks of golden light, like a flowing scroll of light and shadow. Before they knew it, Jiang Miao and his group had arrived at their destination. Hongqiao Town, Shihe Village. At the foot of the mountain on the west side of Shihe Village stood a vast, intelligent greenhouse, its roof covered with solar panels. Nearly 800 acres of these 1,000 acres of intelligent greenhouses were covered in solar panels, and a large battery storage room was built on one side. Upon seeing him arrive, Zhang Chengdong, who was currently overseeing the tissue culture work, immediately came over to greet him. Boss. Good morning. Chengdong, how's everything going here? The conditions inside the smart greenhouse meet the requirements, and the missing supporting equipment was all in place a week ago. The group chatted as they walked. After entering the dressing room and donning protective clothing and helmets, they passed through the disinfection room. Due to disinfection requirements, these smart greenhouses were not built as a single area, but were divided into 10 zones of 100 mu each. They were currently in the first zone, where tissue culture of a new oilty camellia variety was underway. After observing for a while, Jiang Miao asked, Chengdong, how many oilty camellia seedlings have you grown so far for grafting? We started tissue culture at the Nanhu laboratory in September of last year. Aside from the first batch, which served as mother seedlings, the second batch, in late October of last year, was the official large-scale production phase. That batch produced a total of 10,000 seedlings, which have been growing for 2 months now. All were transplanted to the Magongsheng cultivation experimental base 2 weeks ago. Zhang Chengdong then pointed to the rows of glass culture dishes before him. This is the third batch of tissue culture tea seedlings. A total of 1 million plants. The tissue culture began in mid-December of last year, so it's only been 2 weeks. Jiang Miao could tell at a glance that these seedlings had only grown for 2 weeks. By the end of the month, all these seedlings will be transplanted to Jianshan Farm behind the Shihe Village Smart Greenhouse base. Can these seedlings be used in March? Zhang Chengdong nodded. Yes, our new varieties are fast-growing. With the nutrient solution and sufficient light used in the laboratory tissue culture, they should reach 60 to 70 centimeters in height within about 2 months of transplanting. That's good. Starting in March, the tea seedlings will be delivered to the Gaonan branch. After grafting, the 200,000 mu of tea trees will no longer bear fruit. However, to ensure a high yield of the new varieties next year, the flowers must be removed. From November of last year until now, the Gaonan branch has been organizing personnel to apply pesticides to eliminate blooms and fertilizers to increase nutrient reserves in the trunks in preparation for this year's grafting. After grafting in March and June, after 6 months of growth, the trees will bloom by November of this year and bear fruit next year. While production capacity may be slightly lower in the first year, it will still be around 50 to 60% of what it was. Jiang Miao patted Zhang Chengdong on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This is what we should do." The staff in the tissue culture lab are truly hardworking. To ensure production, the lab has currently hired 63 technicians and 149 operators. However, this isn't enough. The tissue culture lab currently has a multitude of tasks. They need to culture 3 new varieties of tea oil seedlings, totaling approximately 20 million seedlings, and genetically modified kapok seedlings, totaling approximately 3 million seedlings. They also need to update strawberry, ginseng fruit, and tomato seedlings. Each month, they need to culture approximately 200,000 strawberry seedlings of the 3 varieties, 36,000 ginseng fruit seedlings of the 2 varieties, and 36,000 tomato seedlings of the 2 varieties. Recently, they added a new variety of pandan strawberry, requiring approximately 1 million seedlings per month. The entire tissue culture lab is practically running non-stop. To ensure production, they only have 2 days off a month. For this reason, they receive the company's black iron medal for model workers, along with double pay on rest days and triple pay on holidays. For example, Zhang Chengdong, who has been promoted to C2 level, earns a base salary of 10,500 yuan per month, with an average daily wage of 525 yuan on weekdays. Therefore, he could earn 8,400 yuan in overtime pay for working overtime on weekends for 8 days. As for daily work hours, Helyafing Company discourages anyone from working more than 8 hours a day. Even night shifts must end before 11 p.m., avoiding the idea of around-the-clock production. This is primarily for the health of the employees. In fact, Zhang Chengdong and others quite enjoy working on weekends. After all, they can earn double pay. If the overtime pay wasn't substantial, these employees certainly wouldn't be willing to work overtime. However, their overtime work will soon be significantly reduced, as the company continues to expand its tissue culture laboratory staff. After inspecting the oil tea seedling tissue culture areas in zones 1, 2, and 3, Zhang Chengdong led him to the transgenic kapok seedling tissue culture laboratory in zone 4, where the conditions were similar to those in the oil tea seedling tissue culture area. Next, he visited the strawberry seedling tissue culture area in zone 5. Currently, pandan strawberries have been gradually planted in Nanfan village's 1,000 mu, approximately 83 mu, of simple greenhouses, with an average of approximately 83 mu planted each month. The first batch of pandan strawberry seedlings was planted on November 15th of last year. They bloomed approximately 75 days later, end of January this year, bore fruit 95 days later, mid to late February this year, and ripened fruit 125 days later, mid to late March this year, with the fruit season lasting until early May. Pandan strawberries went on the market in May and became a new growth point for the company. Next, he inspected the tomato and ginseng fruit seedlings in Zone 6. The remaining Zone 7 serves as a backup area for the tissue culture laboratory, while Zones 8, 9, and 10 maintain their previous arrangements for cultivating morels. The first batch of morel bags has been produced and moved into the smart greenhouse, where they will be cultivated for approximately 41 days. In about 35 days, the 25 acres of morels will be ready for harvest. Since the harvest is close to the Spring Festival, with only about 10 days left until New Year's Eve, Jiang Miao doesn't plan to sell this batch of morels. First, 5 kilograms will be given to each employee. Then, 1 kilogram will be given to each customer. This includes farmers who purchase eel fry, contracted Egyptian catfish farmers, and customers who have purchased the company's products online. As for whether 25 acres of morels will be enough to give away, it's likely not. Currently, using specially formulated nutrient soil in smart greenhouses, the yield of morels per moo can reach 8 to 10 tons. 25 moo, approximately 250,000 acres, can yield approximately 200 to 250 tons. To ensure these over 200,000 packages are delivered to customers on time, the e-commerce division has already negotiated with SF Express to ship all of these packages between February 5th and 10th, requiring complete cold chain transportation to ensure the morels don't spoil during transit. Of course, considering customers in remote areas or those in northern regions where transportation is difficult during winter, gifts for customers in these areas have been replaced with tinplate canned eels or frozen fish balls. Although these items are worth millions, they are insignificant to Hailufeng Company and Jiangmiao. This is done, in part, to prevent the morels from going to waste. After all, with the Spring Festival approaching, there's no time for promotion, so they're simply given away. Giving away morels is also a form of advertising. At this moment, employees in the e-commerce division's offices were bustling with activity. Fortunately, the department's headcount has recently surged, reaching 85 people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to handle such a large order. They were sending notifications to each customer, chronologically following their purchase history. Li Xieli, who had previously purchased strawberries online, was browsing Taobao various products while working. Suddenly, a message popped up. She casually clicked it. Dear old customer, Hailufeng Company wishes you a happy new year and all the best in advance. As a token of our appreciation for our long-standing customers, only for those who placed orders before January 1st, 2026, we will be sending you a New Year gift. Click the link. Another trick? Li Xieli looked up and glanced around. Noticing the manager was still in the office, she returned to her phone. After clicking the link, the page automatically redirected to the product page. Morels? She looked at it for a moment, realizing it wasn't a scam, so she placed an order. Although the order wouldn't ship until February 5th, she could get a kilogram of morels for free, which she said she could tolerate. After placing the order, she stealthily tugged on another colleague's sleeve. Bean Sprout, have you ever bought anything from the Hailufeng Company? What? The girl with glasses looked confused. Li Xieli glanced at the manager's office again and whispered, That's the company that sells white truffles. The mention of white truffles suddenly dawned on the girl. Oh, the one that sells white truffles. I bought their tomatoes on Pinduoduo. What's wrong? Open Pinduoduo quickly. Sister Xieli, they're at work. The girl with glasses pointed to the manager's office. I help you spread the word. Open Pink60 and find the Hailufeng store. You can get a free bag of morels. Really? I already got it. Sister Xieli, help me spread the word. The girl with glasses quickly opened Pink60 and quickly found the Hailufeng store. There was a red dot indicating a text message. After clicking it, she was taken to the Spring Festival gift page via a link. It's really there. Hurry up and get it. Don't dawdle. Li Xieli quickly reminded her. Okay, I got it. They're giving away a kilogram for free. I declare Hailufeng the most conscientious company. What company? A voice suddenly came from the other side. The girl with glasses and Li Xieli were startled. Looking closely, they saw it was Fei Long, the computer maintenance worker. Fei Long, could you please stop speaking so suddenly? It's terrifying. Li Xieli was speechless. What were you talking about just now? Fei Long asked with a smile on his face. Women's secrets, Li Xieli said, feigning mystery. Fei Long whispered slyly, Don't lie to me. Although I'm not well educated, I still have a pretty good ear. You were talking about Hailufeng Company just now. Is Sister Xieli thinking of switching jobs? Madam, you don't want the manager to find out about this, do you? Haha, Fei Long, you got it up your ass? Do you want to go to the Sheraton Hotel next door, and I teach you a few tricks? Li Xieli asked with a wink. Haha, I wouldn't dare. Fei Long was one of those fat nerds, who talk a lot but have no guts. Suddenly, a fiery voice boomed in their ears. What are you talking about? Have you finished your work today? The seasoned Li Xieli waved her hand with a smile. Haha, manager, we're talking about work. I just had a computer question for Fei Long, right? Yeah. Fei Long grumbled like a chick pecking at rice. The manager glanced at the two of them and snorted. Humph, the company's performance is poor this year, so there won't be a year-end bonus. What? How could that be? Didn't you say you signed some big deals? Damn. The manager's expression was indifferent, Instead of complaining here, why don't you think about what you can do for the company? The poor performance is due to your own lack of effort. Who can you blame? Everyone was speechless, but no one objected. After the manager left the office, everyone began to complain. If he weren't the boss's nephew, how would he have gotten a job as manager? PSSST. What a jerk. The company's performance is poor because he messed up a few old clients, and he blames us for not working hard enough. Ugly people are always the cause of trouble. Oh! This year's been tough. Li Xiaoli suddenly remembered. By the way, anyone who's purchased anything from Haileyafeng Company, hurry to their online store to claim your Spring Festival gift. You can get a free kilogram of morels. Is there such a good deal? Damn! Why is there a deadline? Haha, I got it. Since there were no year-end bonuses this year, they completely let loose and discussed loudly without restraint. Chapter 134. Inspecting the smart greenhouse base in Shihe Village, Hongqiao Town. Jiang Miao immediately traveled to the strawberry farm in Nanfen Village next door. After inspecting the strawberry farm, he went to the strawberry processing plant next to it. Boss, the factory's equipment has been fully commissioned and is ready for production. The factory director is Xie Guangsha, formerly the deputy director of the Magong Town Port Cannery. A native of Huangqiang Town, Haifeng County, he is 36 years old, wears glasses, and sports an old-fashioned slick-back hairstyle. Have you tried a trial run? 3 times. Since Jiang Miao was the planner of the strawberry processing plant's processes, Xie Guangsha didn't elaborate on the functions of the equipment. The strawberry processing plant's production line is very simple, consisting of 3 parts. One part is a flashpoint high-temperature treatment system similar to that used to process fresh milk. Through a dozen seconds of high temperature, it instantly destroys a significant portion of the strawberry flavor in pandan strawberries, effectively removing the strawberry flavor. The other part is a standard freeze dehydration system, used to remove moisture from the strawberries while preserving the vanilla flavor. The other equipment consists of standard ultrasonic cleaners, color screeners, powder pulverizers, and packaging equipment. The most expensive piece of equipment in this production line is the color screener, which costs 800,000 yuan each, while the other equipment combined only costs 2.06 million yuan. In fact, this production line's production capacity exceeds expectations. Even if operated 8 hours a day, 20 days a month, it can process 8,000 tons of fresh strawberries annually. The neighboring strawberry farm, with its 1,000 acres of greenhouses, produces approximately 3,000 to 4,000 tons of fresh strawberries annually. After processing, this amount of pandan strawberries could produce approximately 400 to 500 tons of pandan powder. After reviewing the situation, Jiang Miao raised a few minor issues for them to address. Finally, he addressed a more important point. Although we don't have any pandan strawberries yet, you should exercise your initiative and stop focusing solely on following the company's plans. For example, this production line can fully produce a variety of freeze-dried fruits. Don't waste production capacity. Hearing this, Xie Guangsha felt a little embarrassed. Boss, you're right. We're too rigid. As the factory's overall efficiency improves, your performance will also increase. You should think more about this in the future, Jiang Miao advised. Although the abilities of these management members were average, humans are creatures with infinite possibilities. Abilities aren't generally innate, they can be cultivated through learning. In Jiang Miao's view, if a company's executives enjoy engaging in personnel struggles, the company is likely to decline. This is why he prefers down-to-earth executives. Executives who enjoy engaging in personnel struggles are often academics, who talk the talk but don't practice. They're full of theory, but their practical application is often mediocre, even a mess. It's precisely because they lack practical skills that they seek to use personnel struggles to remove competitors and threatening colleagues, or even expel them from the company. Xie Guangsha's management skills are indeed average, but a factory like this doesn't really need superb management skills. Ensuring product quality and completing production targets is the limit of their management. As for increasing factory efficiency through management tactics, that's likely wishful thinking. Jiang Miao disliked this approach. Management tactics can only push factory efficiency up to the physical limits of the equipment. It's impossible to increase factory production capacity to tens of thousands of tons through management tactics, right? That's unrealistic. Instead, focusing more on production and products can improve overall efficiency. For example, utilizing the idle production capacity of a strawberry processing plant to produce freeze-dried fruit is one way to increase efficiency. The Lingnan region boasts a vast production of fruits and vegetables, such as bananas, purple sweet potatoes, lychees, okra, radishes, longans, guavas, pineapples, and jackfruits, all of which can be made into freeze-dried fruits and vegetables. After giving Xie Guangsha a few pointers, Jiang Miao didn't continue the conversation, but instead took a detour to Meilong Town. Entering Meilong Town, the scenery differed somewhat from that of Magong Town and Hanqiao Town. Magong Town is a coastal fishing port. Hanqiao Town is composed of 4 parts mountains, 2 parts water, and 4 parts farmland. Meilong Town, on the other hand, is composed of 1 part mountains, 3 parts water, and 6 parts farmland. Looking out the car window, I saw endless stretches of flat rice paddies and fish ponds. This town is also the largest plain in Haifeng County. In fact, Meilong Town, Katong Town, and the entire Haifeng County area are part of a river delta alluvial plain, formed by the Huangjiang River, the mother river of the Shantaomeisha region. In contrast, Magong Town and Hanqiao Town, due to their topography, are all mountainous and hilly, except for the riverbank plains near Changsha Bay. The convoy did not head to Meilong Town, but instead headed for Xinqing Village, near Changsha Bay. This village is 80% fish ponds, most of which are aquaculture farms built with cofferdams. Previously, these farms were located on mudflats and shallow seas. Soon, the convoy stopped on Meichang Road, south of Meilong Xinqing Village. A construction site was underway on the roadside. Seeing him approach, Li Xinhua and Fang Yi, who had been working there for the past few days, hurried out. "Boss." "Xinhua, Yi, how's it going?" Li Xinhua rubbed his hands. "The factory construction will be completed in May, and the equipment installation and commissioning will probably be completed by August." "The same goes for feed factory number 3, Fang Yi replied straightforwardly. "Then let's go in and take a look." "Okay, boss, this way please." Fang Yi led the way inside. Li Xinhua asked his assistant to bring some hard hats. Entering the construction site, everyone was already wearing hard hats. Just then, 2 middle-aged men who looked like contractors approached, smiling broadly. A middle-aged man, with a facial scar said evasively, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Lin Anchuan from Daxing Construction Company. This is Zhang Dabing, our project manager." Jiang Miao glanced at him. Instantly, Lin Anchuan felt uneasy, as if being stared at by a predator. "Hello, your company's project is doing well," Jiang Miao said with a forced smile. "Do these rebar and cement meet the contract specifications?" "Ah, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. We will definitely follow the contract." Lin Anchuan smiled, but a bead of sweat had already broken out on his forehead. "Mixing 325 and 425 is also following the contract?" Jiang Miao's eyes were dark. "Gulp." Lin Anchuan stiffened. Before he could explain, Jiang Miao's voice rang out again. "Our company is awarding this project to you, not because of your technical prowess, but to facilitate local arrangements. Since you're a local, you can go to the city and ask how the construction companies that contract our projects operate. Do you understand?" Lin Anchuan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, "Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. I might have been negligent. I fixed the cement problem as soon as possible. What about the rebar?" All corrected, all corrected. Don't try to be clever. Our company has at least left you with a 20% gross profit margin on this project. Just take care of yourself." Jiang Miao said, then turned and said, "Go to the town government." "Okay." Kuyong nodded. Watching Jiang Miao, Li Xinhua, and the others leave, Lin Anchuan's face shifted between gloom and contentment. Zhang Dabing, standing nearby, whispered, "Boss, are you really going to fix it?" "Reform." Lin Anchuan gritted his teeth. Although this major overhaul would result in a roughly 5% drop in gross profit, he had already grasped Jiang Miao's underlying meaning. If he didn't fix it, the other party would definitely kick his company out of the contract. As for whether Heliafeng's local projects would be affected, it certainly wouldn't be a major one. After all, Meilong Town, Haifeng County, and the urban area all stood behind Heliafeng. Coupled with a large number of farmers who had just signed targeted breeding contracts, Lin Anchuan's limited connections wouldn't cause any trouble at all, and could even backfire. Few local private construction companies, like theirs, were clean. Playing the local bully game with a regional giant like Heliafeng must be like crying behind bars, and they're looking for further training. Jiang Miao, who left, didn't take Lin Anchuan seriously. If he had been more sensible, he could have made at least a 15% gross profit. Otherwise, he'd lose both money and life. He came here this time because Fang Yi and Li Xinhua discovered something fishy about the Meilong Town project. Without solid evidence, they had no choice but to ask Jiang Miao to stop by. Arriving at the Meilong Town government, Mayor Chen Xingeng, upon hearing him approach, ran out to greet him with a beaming smile. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Chen Xingong. I be inside for some tea." Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. "Hello, Mr. Chen." He entered the office. A moment later, Chen Xingong brewed a pot of Phoenix Dansong tea and poured him a cup. "Mr. Jiang, are you here to increase the scale of your Egyptian fish farming?" "No, I'm here because there are some problems with the factory we recently invested in." "What? What problems?" Chen Xingong instantly grew nervous. These two factories were crucial to their town's performance this year, and he couldn't help but be concerned. "It's not serious, it's just that the quality of the work doesn't meet standards. I already had the contractor redo it." Chen Xingong silently cursed Lin Anchuan for being inconsiderate, then quickly said, "I called Daxing Company later and asked them to ensure quality. I'm sorry to have caused Mr. Jiang so much trouble. This is his first time contracting a project for our company, so it's understandable that he's unfamiliar with our situation." Chen Xingong, understanding Jiang Miao's hidden message, knew that while this matter was over for now, it wouldn't be so simple again. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your understanding. Let's not talk about that. I'm here mainly to discuss arable land quotas." "Oh, Mr. Jiang, how can I help you?" Jiang Miao took a sip of tea and explained, "With the growth of our company, there are very few rice paddies left in Magong Town and Hongqiao Town that can be converted to cash crop production. Although Helyafeng Company, with its local influence, could completely ignore this issue and directly convert rice paddies into cash crop farmland, it still posed a potential risk." Upon hearing this question, Chen Xingong frowned. "Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I'm having a bit of a headache right now. Fortunately, the quota for Egyptian fish farming you set is only 4,000 mu, otherwise the villagers would have dug up the rice paddies. Melong Town has approximately 59,000 mu of arable land, 33,000 mu of which is cultivated for grain, and over 7,000 mu for aquaculture. Of this, 33,000 mu of rice paddies are already approaching the red line for arable land. If we continue to suppress them, the villagers will surely resent them. I came here specifically to resolve this issue." "Oh, Mr. Jiang, do you have any suggestions?" Chen Xingong also hopes to resolve the red line issue for rice paddies. Jiang Miao took a document from his secretary, Li Zixuan, and handed it to Chen Xingong, smiling. "Here's my solution. Shenzhen, you can take a look." Chen Xingong quickly opened the document and carefully scanned it. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Mr. Jiang, why does this plan require the establishment of a collective cooperative?" "Shenzhen, if the villagers are left to work individually, this plan will be difficult to implement. We must establish a collective cooperative in each village to coordinate with our company's production schedule." Jiang Miao continued, explaining, "For example, if we convert rice fields into rice-based fish ponds, if one or two villagers have small fields, the ponds and dams will take up a large area. Building too many ponds and dams will prevent harvesters from operating in the fields." Chen Xingong nodded, "That's certainly possible. Another point is that ordinary farmers don't use pesticides and fertilizers properly, and don't understand that many pesticides shouldn't be used in rice-based fish ponds. This can lead to excessive pesticide residues in the rice fields, which can accumulate in the fish and even kill them." "I see." Chen Xingong finally understood. Therefore, establishing a collective cooperative is a necessary prerequisite for this project. The project Jiang Miao designed isn't suitable for scattered arable land areas like Magong Town and Hongqiao Town. It's more suitable for contiguous rice paddies like Melong Town and Katong Town. This project is called the Rice-Based Bean Fertilizer Fish Pond Integrated Project. By leveling and transforming a large rice paddy field, dams are built around it to create a low-water fish pond. Each year, water begins to accumulate at the end of February for breeding catfish, at a density about half that of a regular fish pond, yielding 6,000 to 7,500 kilograms of catfish per mu. After the catfish are harvested in May, the water level is lowered, and late rice is planted in June, harvested in mid-October. In mid-November, a crop of soybeans is planted in a drained fish pond. The soybeans are harvested in late February of the following year. The soybean branches, leaves, and roots are left to soak in water and ferment. Combined with the fish feces and unused feed from the Egyptian fish farming process, these provide nutrients for the following late rice crop. Of course, the timing here is not fixed but can be adjusted. For example, early rice can be planted from April to July, soybeans from August to November, and fish farming from December to March. Or mid-season rice can be planted from May to September, soybeans from October to January, and fish farming from February to April. This ensures not only sufficient soil nutrients, but also effectively avoids pesticide residue issues in the water. After all, after the rice is planted, the water is drained and another soybean crop is grown. The new soybean varieties developed by Heliofing are more resistant to pests and diseases, requiring only short-acting pesticides that degrade quickly and don't remain in the soil for long. During the rice planting period, Jiang Miao doesn't plan to cultivate Egyptian catfish in the paddy fields to avoid pesticide residue issues. Furthermore, the water level is very low during the rice planting period, and the stocking density is less than a quarter of that of ordinary fish ponds. It's better not to cultivate them, as this increases management and pesticide costs, and also affects rice yields. Once the renovation is complete, each acre of land can produce an additional 6,000 to 7,500 kilograms of Egyptian catfish and 300 kilograms of soybeans annually, and rice yields will also increase slightly. Jiang Miao then added, the lotus root planting areas in Mailong Town can also be renovated. Currently, Mailong Town has nearly 10,000 mu of lotus root fields, and the planting period for these lotus roots is approximately 200 to 300 days. During the lotus root planting period, a certain water level must be maintained, especially during the rapid growth period and the root forming period. The water level must be kept between 20 and 50 centimeters. This period, which lasts 120 to 150 days, is more than enough to cultivate a crop of Egyptian catfish. If the 30-day lotus root budding period is utilized, the entire cultivation cycle can reach 180 days, and one could even consider raising 2 crops of catfish. The only caveat is that the stocking density cannot be too high, perhaps only half that of a normal fish pond. Furthermore, after draining the lotus root fields in winter, a soybean crop can be planted. Qian Xingong mentally calculated that if this were truly feasible, the yield per mu could increase by 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, or even tens of thousands of yuan. This would also ensure that Mailong Town's rice paddy red line is met. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited, and he was equally envious of the achievements of Luo Heguang and others in Magong Town. Mailong Town has always been one of the more economically advanced towns in Shanghai, with a total industrial output value of approximately 24 billion yuan, and an agricultural output value of only 1.5 billion yuan. Including the tertiary industry, the overall GDP is around 30 billion yuan. The local population is around 100,000, with 40,000 to 50,000 migrant workers. However, with the tightening of environmental protection policies, Mailong Town's gold and silver jewelry processing industry has not only failed to grow, but has actually declined. The lack of a clear economic growth point has become a bottleneck for Mailong Town's development. Faced with the Heliofing company, which could single-handedly transform Phimagong Town, Qin Xingong and other members of the town government are particularly enthusiastic. If the Heliofing company's project is implemented, Mailong Town, with its 33,000 mu, approximately 10,000 acres, of rice paddies, 10,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of lotus root fields, and 7,500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of aquaculture area, will once again gain a significant economic growth point. Upon realizing this, Qin Xingong quickly declared, Mr. Jiang, if you're willing to invest, I immediately convene a meeting with village officials. We strive to finalize all matters before the new year and ensure the rapid progress of this project. Thank you, Town Master Chen, Jiang Miao nodded with a smile. Haha, I should thank Mr. Jiang and Heliofing Company for giving us Mailong Town this opportunity. Qin Xingong wasn't overly arrogant. After discussing for over 2 hours, the two sides finalized all the arrangements for the project. Heliofing Company and Mailong Town each took action. After returning to the company, Jiang Miao assigned Planting Division Manager Lu Weibin and Feed Division Manager Fang Yi to form a temporary team specifically responsible for advancing the rice, bean, fish, and lotus root project in Mailong Town. Qin Xingong also acted very quickly. The village cadres of the 31 local administrative villages were summoned to the town government office building for a meeting that evening to discuss how to implement the rice, bean, fish, and lotus root project, especially the establishment of a collective cooperative. They needed to communicate clearly with the village cadres to prevent these guys from taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 135. In the conference room of the Mailong Town Government Office Building, village officials from all 31 administrative villages had gathered. Qin Xingong, without further ado, had copies of the project plan Jiang Miao had left that morning distributed to the over 100 people present. Take a look at this, everyone. This is crucial to your village's future development. The village officials who received the documents flipped through them with varying expressions, carefully reviewing them. Xinqing village chief Lin Anmi examined them for a moment, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He turned to Tian Chengding, the village director of his fellow village, and whispered, "Old Tian, this project is huge. Halyafing Company is making a big move right away." "This is a good thing," Tian Chongding replied with a smile. "An increase of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan per mu is indeed great. Otherwise, the villagers would be clamoring to dig up the rice paddies, and we'd be in a difficult position." Lin Onmin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had heard so much discussion and complaints these days, it was clear that the villagers were also envious of the fish pond's profits. Rice farming yields only 1,100 to 1,200 yuan a year. Excluding the costs of pesticides, fertilizers, seeds, transplanting, tractor plowing and harvesters, the profit per mu is 500 to 600 yuan, not even accounting for labor. After 4 or 5 months of hard work, this is just a small sum. Add to that the small size of each household's farmland, and the profit is even lower. After all, Meilong town has a population of just over 100,000, but the total farmland area is less than 60,000 mu, or 0.6 mu per person. Even after deducting the urban population, migrant workers, and fishermen, the average per capita income is just over 1 mu. With this small amount of farmland, without cultivating cash crops and aquaculture, villagers simply cannot become wealthy through farming. This is the current agricultural predicament across Lingnan. Village officials and the town government are in a very awkward position amidst this conflict, inevitably suffering from both sides. Chen Pingfei, the head of Sinew village, who sat next to Lin Onmin, nudged Lin Onmin with his shoulder. "Onmin, Halyafing Company invested in your village and built a factory. Your brother has become wealthy." "Haha, wealthy? He almost killed me." Lin Onmin, thinking of his cousin Lin Onchuan's fate, felt a wave of fear on his face. "What's wrong?" Chen Pingfei looked surprised. "It's a bit complicated. It's not convenient here." Glancing at Qin Xingong and the others on the stage, Chen Pingfei understood and then whispered, "With Halyafing Company increasing its purchases of Egyptian fish this time, can their feed mill handle it?" "Probably." Lin Onmin wasn't sure. As the conversation continued, the others gradually finished their readings and joined in the discussion. For a moment, the conference room became as bustling as a market. Village officials in several large rice farming villages are particularly stressed. After all, villages like Xinqing and Sinew village once relied on the sea for their livelihoods. In the past 2 or 3 decades, they expanded their aquaculture areas through sea reclamation and pond construction. Villagers in these villages generally own fish ponds, and the conflict between rice paddies and fish ponds is relatively small. In contrast, villages like Weihu, Shizhou, Nanshan, Penghuoliao, Xinliao, Gaozhong, Mailian, Meixixinlia, and Jinpanwai face significant conflicts between farmland and fish ponds, and between rice and cash crops. Now, seeing Halyafing Company's rice, bean, fish, and lotus root project, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the villagers' overall income level can be raised, conflicts will naturally decrease. Sima Qian recorded a saying in records of the Grand Historian, biographies of Guan and Yin. "When granaries are full, people learn etiquette. When they have enough food and clothing, they learn honor and disgrace." While economic development is not a panacea, economic issues are currently the core factor causing conflicts in Shanmei and even in eastern Guangdong. Therefore, economic development can have a direct impact on local areas. From a geographical perspective, Shanmei City should fully embrace the Pearl River Delta market, becoming a supplier of agricultural and sideline products to the region, while also building a strong brand as a tourist city to attract tourists from the Delta. As for other industries, there are indeed no advantages. After all, Shanmei's labor and consumption costs are relatively high, and it has missed the opportunity to develop labor-intensive industries. At the same time, the government is continuously tightening environmental protection policies, which is actually not conducive to Shanmei taking over the Pearl River Delta's outdated production capacity. Previously, the gold and silver jewelry processing industry in Meilong Town and the gemstone jewelry processing industry in Katong Town were slumped due to environmental regulations. Halyafing's industries appear labor-intensive, but they are actually high-tech intensive. For example, Egypt's catfish farming and durian cultivation industries essentially leverage technology to create high-profit margins, thus sustaining their substantial labor costs. The productivity gains brought about by technology can drive high-quality development in underdeveloped regions. Otherwise, Shantou, Meizhou, and other eastern Guangdong regions would have virtually no development potential. Taking over the Pearl River Delta's outdated production capacity is no way to defy fate. After all, eastern Guangdong's labor costs, consumption costs, environmental costs, and raw material costs are simply not competitive with Annan's. The only way they can leverage China's large industrial system to compete with Annan and other Southeast Asian regions is in electricity costs and supporting infrastructure. However, Southeast Asian regions like Annan will also develop, and their power and infrastructure will improve. In this regard, the potential of eastern Guangdong is even less than that of southern Jiangxi and western Hunan. After all, southern Jiangxi and western Hunan can leverage the limitations of inland transportation to compete with Southeast Asian products. And the transportation costs of eastern Guangdong products to the Pearl River Delta and Yangtze River Delta regions are similar to those of Southeast Asian products. Jiangmiao's development of high-end fruits and various agricultural products is indeed aimed at competing with Southeast Asia. Some may argue that this approach is detrimental to winning over various Southeast Asian powers. However, from the perspective of geopolitical and economic warfare, Helyafing can actually be seen as a weapon. The use of this weapon is not the same as the existence of this weapon. For example, the durian industry is currently a major industry in Malaysia, Siam, and Annan. They export millions of tons of durian to China annually, with an industry value of 40 to 50 billion yuan. China lacks a large-scale durian industry, so it can only leverage import access as a condition to manipulate various Southeast Asian parties. But if Helyafing Company owned a large-scale durian plantation, the outcome would be different. Do you dare to provoke me? Not only will I block your import access, I can also spread the word that I'm massively expanding production capacity, aiming to drive international durian prices to rock bottom. This deterrent is far more formidable than blocking import access. The same applies to Helyafing Company's new soybean variety. I can continue importing, but I also need to maintain my own production capacity and be prepared to rapidly expand production at any time and in any location. As a result, Gale Country, Russia, and the South American countries will completely lose their voice and bargaining power in the soybean industry. This could even lead to other global powers losing their voice in the food sector. This situation arises because China currently has approximately 150 million mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares, of soybean cultivation. As soon as Helyafing's new soybean variety becomes available, major domestic agricultural companies and farmers will undoubtedly abandon soybean fields in the Northeast Plain and the Huanghuai Plain and invest in soybean cultivation in the desert south of the desert. The resulting 150 million mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares, of formerly freed soybean fields can be used to cultivate grain and cash crops. 150 million mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares, of idle, high-quality arable land could leverage the market prices of many major agricultural commodities. For example, if sugarcane and sugar beets were cultivated, global sugar prices could be affected. Planting cotton and flax could impact global cotton and flax prices. Planting corn and wheat could impact global grain, feed, and alcohol prices. This situation will trigger a series of chain reactions. The world's major agricultural commodity exporters will face the manipulation of the world's largest market. This time, the issue isn't just about market access, but about a counteroffensive. At that point, it won't just be about not being able to profit in the world's largest market. The global market will also be severely impacted. For now, Helyafing's new soybean variety isn't being planted in the desert south of the desert, and the outside world hasn't reacted much to Helyafing's experimental soybean planting in Shanmei. After all, many agricultural companies and research institutions collaborate with farmers on experimental plantings. Even if the harvest arrives and the yield is over 300 kilograms per mu, it won't cause much of a dent. After all, the south has abundant water and heat. With proper management, soybean yields can reach over 300 kilograms per mu, especially in experimental fields. But cultivating soybeans in the desert south of the desert is a completely different matter. After all, high yields on good land are a given. And high yields on wasteland would mean an instant increase of hundreds of millions of mu of arable land in China. Although only soybeans can be grown, they are not only an oilseed crop but also a feed crop, potentially leveraging the global oilseed and feed markets. Mailong Town was holding a meeting to arrange the implementation of the rice, bean, fish, and lotus root project. After returning to company headquarters, Jiang Miao also began treating He Yue. Over the past few days, he had taken time to study the gene-targeted therapy plan He Yue had developed herself and examined her genes, discovering that it did have several issues. In the laboratory, Jiang Miao explained the differences between the new and old plans and the reasons for the adjustments. Your plan calls for 3,500 units of vitamin C per day, which is insufficient. Teacher, why not? I guess I calculated correctly? He Yue became nervous. Jiang Miao calmly addressed the question. You didn't consider that after gene target 0368 is activated, the body's absorption of vitamin C decreases by 20% to 30%. Therefore, the vitamin C intake must be increased to 4,500 units. After reviewing her own gene sequence on the computer, Yue suddenly realized, I see. Also, the dosage of bitter melon extract component 22 you prescribed is incorrect. Although this extract is not particularly toxic, it will stimulate two other gene targets, 8006 and 9587. Target 8006 reduces the small intestine's efficiency in fat absorption, posing a risk of oily diarrhea. Target 9587 inhibits potassium reabsorption by the renal tubules, leading to electrolyte imbalances. Ah! Yue checked the gene targets 8006 and 9587, and after some deduction, it was exactly as Jiang Miao had predicted. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. No wonder Master's wife Lin Shuya had always disapproved of her testing the drug herself, even at ultra-low doses. Now it seemed she was still far from qualified to independently develop a new drug. The dosage of this bitter melon number 22 should be adjusted to 0.025 milligrams per day. While it will still reduce renal tubular potassium reabsorption by approximately 30%, you can supplement it by eating bananas and potatoes. Yue's eyes were full of stars. Third, your formula doesn't take into account a very important consideration. Inhibiting some of the immune system's gene targets can exacerbate your allergies to certain things. Some immune system gene targets cannot be completely inhibited, such as ultraviolet light. Lupus erythematosus can manifest as an allergic reaction to ultraviolet light. This is an overreaction of the immune system. But even if you completely inhibit it, ultraviolet light will still trigger allergies. This time, it's other genes that sense the danger of ultraviolet light. Yue's expression grew increasingly heavy, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. Life is too complex. Even the slightest change can trigger a chain reaction. Jiang Miao sat down, and Shuya rubbed his shoulders. She smiled and said, medical care is about finding a balance between benefits and benefits. Sometimes side effects are unavoidable, but we must strike a balance between side effects and efficacy, minimizing side effects while maximizing the effectiveness of the drug. I understand. Yue nodded. Jiang Miao continued explaining. Just explaining the new plan took an entire afternoon, allowing Yue to fully grasp the rationale behind the additions and subtractions of various ingredients. It was like a training session. Beginning that evening, Yue's treatment officially began. The immune remodeling agent, composed of 13 natural or chemical ingredients, was formulated into 3 pills. Yue took these 3 pills before going to bed. The next morning, early in the morning, she woke up and found nothing unusual. However, she knew full well that this was only half the dose, a preliminary stimulus and adaptation. It would take 2 weeks of transition before she could take the full dose. After 6 months of taking the full dose, the stimulation of all gene targets would be complete, thus achieving immune remodeling. At that point, she would no longer need to take the full dose, only half. Of course, if her period comes, or during her period, the medication needs to be adjusted to a 0.75 dose, and an estrogen-regulating medication should be added to suppress the disruption of the immune system caused by estrogen. And lifelong medication is necessary. However, compared to her previous glucocorticoids, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, and immunosuppressants, her current medication has very few side effects. The only 2 significant side effects are decreased blood potassium levels and dehydration. The former can be improved by switching to bananas, potatoes, or simply using a low-sodium salt diet. The latter is caused by a certain degree of impairment in water reabsorption by the renal tubules. Maintaining a daily water intake of at least 2,500 milliliters can help prevent dehydration. Compared to the side effects of glucocorticoids, these 2 side effects are nothing. Furthermore, after taking the new drug, Yue no longer needs to strictly avoid certain foods in her daily life, nor does she need to avoid light. She also doesn't experience joint pain or decreased strength. Back in the lab again, Jiang Miao took a look at her condition. No obvious side effects have occurred. You can continue with this dosage for now. Yue asked, Teacher, can I bring my brother here? Do you want to customize medication for him? Yes, teacher. Ever since I got this disease, I've been looked at strangely by my classmates, and I don't want my brother to suffer the same fate. Yue seemed to recall negative memories from elementary and middle school. Jiang Miao naturally had no objection to Yue's desire to treat her brother. Sure, bring him here. An extra sample for observation will be helpful when you develop a lupus treatment in the future. Thank you, teacher. Yue quickly thanked him. As for developing a broad-spectrum lupus-specific drug, Yue knew it wasn't that simple. Everyone's genes are different, so a sufficient number of patient genetic samples must be collected before a broad-spectrum drug can be developed. If Yue's specific drug were given directly, it might work, but it could also cause serious side effects or even be counterproductive. This is the current limitation of gene-targeted therapy. While highly effective, it also presents the challenge of a narrow patient population. If Yue's approach were to adopt a one-on-one customized specific drug approach, 99.9% of patients would not be able to access this treatment. While Jiang Miao's effortless creation of a potent drug might seem surprising, the costs involved are enormous. The whole genome sequencing alone costs tens of thousands of yuan, and it's currently not covered by medical insurance. Further complicating matters, public hospitals outsource this work, making it challenging to obtain the gene sequence from genetic testing agencies. Having the whole genome sequence is just the beginning. An expert with a deep understanding of genetic patterns, pharmacology, and nutrition is needed to analyze your genes and customize your medication. Since the medication is a custom product, it can only be synthesized in small batches in the laboratory. Currently, Jiang Miao is the only person with both a deep understanding of genetic patterns and expertise in pharmacology and nutrition. Lin Shuya and He Yue are both half-baked experts and simply cannot independently perform genetic analysis and drug customization. The total cost is incalculable. After all, Jiang Miao can't treat every lupus patient. He's not a doctor on duty at the hospital, lacks medical qualifications, and doesn't have the time or energy. Therefore, developing a broad-spectrum, potent drug is the key to solving the problem. This task fell to He Yue. She had the resources and access to collect blood samples from lupus patients in China, and could potentially conduct clinical trials at Union Hospital in the future. Jiang Miao only needed to oversee the process. Meanwhile, at Busan Port in Dhaka, the first batch of eel fry had finally hatched at Shiyuan Group's eel breeding base. Chapter 136. In the early morning, sunlight shone across the shimmering sea, and Busan Port gradually awakened. In nearby Houndie, local fishermen braved the chilly wind and bustled out early, expertly preparing their nets as they prepared to head out to sea. Their faces shone with anticipation for a harvest, yet a lingering sense of unease and numbness lurked beneath. At the harbor side of this small fishing port, the seafood market was bustling with activity, its stalls overflowing with a wide variety of fresh seafood, octopus, crabs, and sea fish. Many stall owners enthusiastically hawked their wares and haggled with customers, filling the air with the salty aroma of the sea and the bustling atmosphere of everyday life. Just then, a car sped past the road in front of the seafood market. The occupant was none other than Kim Won-ki, president of Shiyuan Group, who had rushed from headquarters. His eyes were filled with anxiety and anger. Seeing the driver still waiting at the traffic light, he irritably scolded, "Drive faster." "President, it's..." Thankfully, the light turned green, and the driver breathed a sigh of relief, yet inwardly despised Kim Won-ki. "Asshole. Idiot. You're taking it out on a small-timer like me. Your company deserves this." Passing two intersections, the car stopped at the entrance of Shiyuan Group's eel farm in Houndie. Kim Won-ki roughly pushed open the door and hurriedly got out with his secretary, leaving it unclosed. Park Daechong, the vice president and manager in charge of local operations, had arrived 2 hours earlier. Upon arriving at the farm, seeing Park Daechong's grim expression, Kim Won-ki shouted, "Daechong, how's the situation?" Awakened, Park Daechong turned to look at the anxiously looking president with an awkward, helpless expression. "Smite. President. The technical department is working on a solution." Hearing this, Kim Won-ki sensed a perfunctory response and immediately roared, "Damn it. Give me a definitive answer right now." Han Ingze, the head of the fish fry breeding project in the technical department, knew he could no longer conceal the truth. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head to reply, "Mr. President, I'm deeply sorry. These eel fry have serious problems and may not survive beyond 4 months." "What? How could this happen?" Jiang. A hysterical Jin Yuanji was about to curse Jiang Anya when he suddenly remembered that he was dead. This thought, coupled with the memory of the Ryukyu West Sea Company, which had been ripped off by the Haliafeng Company, horrified him. His voice dropped, his eyes filled with uncertainty, as he muttered to himself, "Did they deliberately give him fake technology? Damn it! Damn it!" Looking at the densely packed glass eels in the nursery pond, Jin Yuanji became increasingly certain of his suspicions, his heart bleeding. Han Ingze, standing by, didn't dare speak to Park Daechong, lest he risk bad luck. For a moment, the atmosphere in the nursery grew oppressive and silent. Forcing himself to calm down, Jin Yuanji stared intently at the nursery pond. After a moment, he looked up at the technical director, Han Ingze, and asked, Dr. Ingze, should we have any problem selling the eel fry now? President, we can't. Han Ingze felt uncomfortable under the president's gaze. Jin Yuanji demanded sharply, why not? Eel fry only die after 4 months anyway. The European and American markets primarily consume eel fry, and they don't farm them. Gulp. Han Ingze swallowed and quickly explained, President, these eel fry, in their glass eel state, have a large amount of hormones and chemical compounds remaining in their bodies. They must be fed for about 2 weeks to metabolize these drug residues. Otherwise, our product will not pass food inspections in Europe and the United States. What? Han Ingze added, furthermore, 2 of the drug ingredients are fat-soluble and will remain in the eel's body for about 6 months. These 2 drug ingredients are not allowed to be detected in most markets. Jin Yuanji's face was grim, and his voice trembled as he asked, can we use drugs? Can you remove these 2 components? Although he knew his answer would plunge the president into despair, Han Ingze didn't want to hide it. After all, if he did, he'd be the first to suffer if something went wrong. He could only shake his head helplessly. Sorry. This is a fat-soluble drug. It's difficult for external medications to be effective unless the eels themselves metabolize it. It might even cause the eel fry to die prematurely. Foo-foo. I don't believe it. Jin Yuanji pointed at another technician, grabbed him by the collar, his eyes filled with madness. Tell me, is there a solution? Isn't there? The technician couldn't help but internally complain. Idiot. Do you really think I'm God? However, he replied awkwardly, President, I'm very sorry. I agree with the rest of my colleagues. The fat-soluble drug components in the eel fry can't be removed for the time being. Asshole. Useless. Jin Yuanji shoved the technician to the ground, then turned to Han Ingze and the others, roaring angrily. How did you do your research? Why didn't you discover the technical issues ahead of time? You bear full responsibility for the failure of this project. Idiot! Han Ingze, unable to contain his frustration, angrily retorted, Jin Yuanji, you're the one being greedy. What does this have to do with us? I suggested from the beginning that we put production on hold to research the technology, but you wouldn't listen. Now that something's wrong, you're trying to shift the blame to us. I quit. Han Ingze and his team had already suspected a problem with the formula after studying it, but they couldn't quite grasp the situation. The sudden change in fat solubleness of the 2 chemicals was particularly startling. Initially, they had studied the various drugs in the formula and knew their half-lives. They estimated that their half-lives would not exceed 2 weeks after the eel fry hatched. However, once the eels finally hatched and they tested them, they realized something completely different. The 2 drugs, originally water-soluble, had suddenly become fat-soluble, entering the eel fry's fat, increasing their half-lives from 1 week to 6 months. It just so happens that these 2 drugs are ingredients that must be tested for in the global food industry, especially in Europe, America, and East Asia, where the minimum levels are very strict. In fact, they discovered the problem a week ago, after the eel fry were hatched en masse, and have been trying to solve it. Unfortunately, they underestimated Jiang Miao's methods. Those 2 chemicals act directly on the eel's genes, promoting their degeneration and spawning. If these drugs are not allowed to enter the cells, the eels will not be able to degenerate or spawn. In other words, only with these drugs can eels undergo sex change and spawn, but the drugs will remain in the fat, extending their half-life to about 6 months. Without these 2 drugs, eel fry cannot be produced. As for improving the formula, forget it. Unless they're as unstoppable as Jiang Miao, they better get some sleep. Having vented his anger, Han Ingze ripped off his work badge and slammed it directly into Jin Yuanji's face, who was momentarily stunned by the shouting. The other researchers and technicians also ripped off their work badges, threw them on the ground, and followed Han Ingze out. You bastards! You losers! I'm suing you! Jin Yuanji roared, his teeth bared in frustration and fury. Whatever you say. Idiots! Han Ingze left without a backward glance. Watching the dozen or so technicians leave, Jin Yuanji's chest heaved. Seeing his pale face and sweat dripping from his body, his secretary quickly helped him to a seat. Park Daechong, still standing nearby, was utterly embarrassed, unsure what to do. He sat there for a moment. Kim Won-Ki's face grew paler and paler. His previous overreaction had drained his energy and strength, and a sense of exhaustion spread throughout his body, especially when he thought of the investment he had made over the past 3 months and the numerous contracts his son, Jean Haraway, had signed in Europe and the United States. Suddenly, he realized what had happened and quickly picked up the phone to make an international call. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Dad, what's going on? Hearing his son's clamor, Kim Won-ki knew he was on a binge again. Under normal circumstances, he would have reprimanded him, but now, he was too distracted to care. He quickly said, Haruo, halt all operations immediately. Stop signing any more contracts. We got a problem with our eel fry. Dad, stop kidding. Why would I lie to you? Come back soon, or do you want to be in San Francisco to receive a court summons? Kim Won-ki said angrily. Damn it! I'll be right back. On the other side, Kim Haruo also realized the seriousness of the situation. After hanging up the phone, Kim Won-ki felt breathless, and his secretary quickly patted his back. At 9 p.m. that evening, Kim Haruo, having flown directly from San Francisco to Busan on an Airbus A380, finally arrived at the Houndie Eel farming base in Busan port after an 11-hour flight. As soon as he entered the base's office, he saw his father, Kim Won-ki, looking dejected, along with several other company executives, who also had gloomy or anxious expressions. Jean Haruo quickly demanded details. Dad, what exactly happened? Vice President, let me explain. Park Dae-chong quickly explained the general outline of the situation to Kim Haruo. After hearing Park Dae-chong's explanation, Jean Haruo was equally shocked and immediately erupted in anger. Damn Jean Anya, that bastard. He even swore there were no technical issues. I shouldn't have believed his lies. Park Dae-chong shook his head. Things might not be that simple. What do you mean? Jean Haruo frowned. Park Dae-chong solemnly stated his speculation. Jiang Anya's death might be related to the Halyafeng company. After he returned from discussing cooperation with us, his farm caught fire, destroying all the newly produced eel fry. And not long after, he was suddenly electrocuted to death. These events are simply too coincidental. Does the Halyafeng company have such power? Jean Haruo wondered. Another executive added, it's not necessarily Halyafeng that's behind this. Don't forget about the Kagoshima Eel Company and the Brown Company. Jean Haruo also put the matter aside and anxiously asked, what do we do now? We signed too many contracts. We need to supply 30,000 kilograms of glass eels this month. If we breach the contract, we have to pay a 30% penalty. 30,000 kilograms of glass eels, at $3,200 per kilogram, with a 30% penalty, that's $28.8 million. And that's just the first month's contract. Jean Haruo has been consistently courting clients in Europe and the United States for over 3 months, with orders signed until June of this year. The total contract value has reached $410 million. If all contracts are breached, the company will have to pay $123 million in compensation. Even if they go to court, Shiyuan Group will have a hard time winning. After all, they're facing white-owned companies, and a lot of them. Add to that the over $100 million invested in eel fry cultivation, the expansion of the breeding base to over 5,000 acres, the addition of a high-standard 500-acre indoor farm, a wealth of supporting facilities, and the purchase of a significant quantity of leaf eel-grade fry. A conservative estimate is that their company will lose at least $400 million this time. If word gets out, the consequences will be even more severe. Just when everyone was at a loss, a middle-aged executive with glasses raised his glasses and said, President, there's still a solution. We can purchase eel fry from Halyafeng Company and Kagoshima Eel Company to fulfill the customer's order. This? Jean Yuanji was stunned for a moment, then a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. That's a good idea. Jean Haruo still frowned. But Halyafeng Company only produces 18,000 kilograms of eel fry per month. Even with Kagoshima's eel production capacity, that's less than 20,000 kilograms. Our orders are nearly 30,000 kilograms per month. President, we can mix them together. The bespectacled executive offered another bad idea. Mix them together? Jean Yuanji was delighted. That's right. They can't test every batch. As long as we use glass eels that have no problems in the first few batches. The other executives at Shiyuan Group also caught on. Indeed, according to the free trade agreement between Dhaka and Europe and the United States, live seafood exported to Europe and the United States will undergo more frequent spot checks in the early stages. However, as long as the first few batches are free of problems, the frequency of spot checks for subsequent batches will decrease significantly. Furthermore, Shiyuan Group has a good reputation with European and American customs. Generally, seafood exported to Gale country is only spot checked for the first 3 batches, and then once a month. Furthermore, the so-called monthly spot checks by Gale country customs are actually traceable. For example, During peak trade periods, March, April, October, and November each year, Gale Country Customs intensifies its cargo inspections. During peak seasons like Thanksgiving and Christmas, the inspection rate also rises significantly. Besides, eel fry are live seafood, so they can expedite customs clearance through their partners. Jean Yung took a deep breath and said, "As long as we can fulfill the orders for the next 6 months, we cease this business," citing high costs. He was clearly frightened and didn't dare take any further risks. At this moment, Jean Howaway reminded him, "Dad, Helyafing and Kagoshima Eel Company might still discover our actions. If they report us, we might be in a difficult position." Jean Yung fell silent again. The other executives at the company had also considered this issue. After all, from Shihai Company to Jian Anya's death, it was clear that Helyafing was not a formidable company. Jian Anya's collaboration with Shiyuan Group was no secret within Anya. This put Jean Yung in a dilemma. If they didn't participate in the fraud, they wouldn't be able to recoup their costs and might even lose another $200 million. This $200 million was almost their company's net profit for a year and a half. Jean Yung was clearly unwilling to accept this. The bespectacled executive spoke again, "Vice President, if we don't mix the goods, we'd be short at least 20,000 kilograms this month. Where are we going to find so many glass eels?" "Yes." The others also looked helpless. Blame it on the greed of the Hao Rui father and son at Jinyuan Fund. If the order volume had been smaller, they could easily have endured a loss of tens of millions of dollars and purchased glass eels from Helyafing and Kagoshima Eel Company for private label sales. Of course, these executives weren't much better than Jean Yung and his son. After all, they had also initially supported large-scale production and swallowed up Jian Anya's share. Faced with the massive losses, Jean Yung remained unwilling to give up. "We continue producing eel fry, then use our branch in Luzon to set up a shell company and ship the fry through this shell company. We first purchase a batch of eel fry through other channels and ship them to customers, then have the shell company in Luzon mix them with the shipments. Even if Helyafing, Kagoshima Eel, and Brown Company file a complaint, it'd be against us, allowing the shell company to remain hidden for a while." "Dad, that's a good idea." Jean Howaway's face regained a hint of color. "And if there's a problem with the shell company's goods, we can completely shirk responsibility. As long as the contract is executed, we call it quits." "President, that's brilliant. You're worthy of being called president." Several executives quickly flattered him. "Okay, let's get started." Jean Yung looked at his son. "Howaway, go back to Europe and the United States and talk to our customers. Tell them that since glass eels are alive, it's inconvenient for them to stay at the airport for too long. Ask them to contact local customs to ensure expedited clearance." "Okay." Jean Howaway nodded. "Dachong, you continue production, but keep a tight rein on production later." Park Dachong quickly replied, "No problem, President." Jean Yung looked at the glasses executive who had offered the suggestion. "Listen, go to the Luzon branch and secretly set up a shell company." "Leave it to me, President Yung." Li Leeson bowed solemnly. Jean Yung said seriously, "Everyone, whether the company can get through this depends on your efforts." "Yes. We will live up to the President's trust." A group of executives quickly stood up to express their opinions. At this moment, Jean Howaway suddenly remembered something, and his face suddenly changed. "Dad, have someone call back Haningsa and the others from the technical department immediately. Don't let them talk nonsense outside, otherwise our efforts will be wasted." "Yes, yes." Park Dachong also broke out in a cold sweat. Jean Yung wiped the sweat off his forehead and hurriedly instructed the head of the HR department, Anjan, "Go find Haningsa and the others immediately and bring them back to the company. Give them money to appease them first. Even if we need to deal with them, we have to wait 6 months." "Yes, President." HR head Jean Anjan nodded. Chapter 137. The moon rises above the willows. Jiang Miao put down his headphones. He had listened to the Shiyuan Company's high-level meeting. Using translation software and the Dhaka language he had learned on his own, he had fully grasped the entire situation. "Haha, that was a good plan, but unfortunately you didn't get the chance." Early the next morning, Helyafing Company issued an announcement. The Kagoshima Eel Company followed suit, and Brown Company followed suit. The moment these 3 announcements came out, the relevant practitioners were shocked. They hadn't expected the price adjustment mentioned by the 3 major eel fry companies to be a collective price increase, raising the current price of 23,000 yuan per kilogram for glass eels to 25,000 yuan per kilogram. Of course, the price increase wasn't for the aquaculture fry, but for the edible fry. Because the three companies also announced a strict restriction on the mixing of aquaculture fry and edible fry, meaning that the aquaculture fry would not be used for food. The reason given is quite simple. The farm fry contain undegraded chemicals, requiring 2 to 3 months of cultivation for these chemicals to be completely degraded. The edible glass eels, for which prices have been raised, are specially bred and do not contain these chemicals. The announcement also specifically reminded customs authorities in various countries to strictly inspect eel fry not sourced from the three major eel fry cultivation companies, to prevent the misrepresentation of farm fry as edible fry. Of course, the three major eel fry producers also welcomed random inspections of their products by customs authorities in various countries. When this announcement came out, aquaculture professionals believed the three major eel fry producers were trying to crack down on middlemen. However, some people with inside knowledge immediately began to speculate. Also at Haijing Company in Shanmei, Gu Haijing was lost in thought as he stared at the announcement his secretary had just printed out. Next to him, his eldest son, Gu Beiming, asked in surprise, "Dad, what's going on? Are there really two types of eel fry from Hailifeng Company? How should I know?" Gu Haijing's gaze narrowed slightly, then the corners of his mouth curled up. Hee, but I know someone's about to get into big trouble. Why? Gu Beiming was puzzled. Gu Haijing gently patted the copy. Don't you find it strange? There was another announcement from Hailifeng Company 3 months ago, and there's also the rumor circulating among aquaculture practitioners across the country. Dad, are you saying that Hailifeng Company is putting on a show for some people? Whether it is or not, we soon find out. After all, Shihai Company collapsed in just over 3 months, and this new unlucky guy is probably about to do the same. Jiang Miao is truly formidable. Gu Beiming felt a touch of awe for Jiang Miao. Gu Haijing was quite impressed with Jiang Miao. After all, a man without ruthlessness could not stand firm. He would strike without mercy against anyone who dared to steal his egg-laying hens. He smiled and said, people like him are destined to soar to the top. We're not his enemies. We can at least benefit from following him. Hearing this, Gu Beiming stopped thinking about the unfortunate person. After all, they could just sit back and enjoy the show. He talked about the large batch of eel fry they had purchased from the Hailifeng Company. The first batch had been cultivated for over 5 months. That's right, Dad. Our over 1,000 acres of eels will be ready for market after the Chinese New Year. Gu Haijing still had high hopes for his eldest son. Although his talent was average, he was still capable of simply maintaining the status quo. He smiled and instructed, I leave this matter to you. I don't count on your younger brother. As long as he stays out of trouble, leave everything else to him. Gu Beiming, still somewhat mindful of brotherly affection, said, Dad, you should pay more attention to him. If he gets addicted to drugs or gambling, his life will be ruined. Okay, I have to bail, and Dongzi secretly keep an eye on him. If he dares to get involved in gambling or drugs, I break his legs right away. Meanwhile, Lumen Market in southern Fujian. Xie Xiaowei, who woke naturally from a nap, wiped his sleepy eyes, tucked himself in again, tucked his pillow behind his neck, and picked up his phone to scroll through videos on the Note platform. Suddenly, he was recommended a video related to the Hailifeng Company. This was related to his frequent searches for information about the company in recent months. The system assumed he liked content related to the company, so it immediately pushed it to him. Watching this simple video, which had been posted less than half an hour earlier, his expression lost its sluggishness. He suddenly jolted and sat up. A price increase? When? 3 months ago? Xie Xiaowei quickly recalled that 3 months earlier, Hailifeng Company had issued a price adjustment announcement. Many in the industry at the time believed Hailifeng was going to lower prices, and rumors circulated that the company's confidential formula had been stolen. As one of the parties involved, Xie Xiaowei was undoubtedly aware of the secret deal between him and Zhang Xincheng. Looking back now, he felt the matter was fraught with doubt. As soon as I returned, I represented the company in proving that the eel fry formula was indeed effective. Zhang Xincheng naturally knew about this. After my boss and I went to Busan, as soon as we returned, the farm's laboratory and eel fry had been burnt down. And then the boss was electrocuted to death? His lover and illegitimate child were also dead. There's no evidence to prove anything. At this thought, Xie Xiaowei felt a chill run down his spine. As one of the few people who knew about this, would I be? But he quickly calmed down. Probably not. As long as I don't actively publicize it, they probably won't take me seriously. Besides, even if I did, I wouldn't have any evidence. Through this thought, Xie Xiaowei realized that during his previous dealings with Zhang Xincheng, he hadn't been given any paper or electronic documents, All information had been passed on orally. The funds between the two parties had been conducted through an unnamed overseas account. Now, Xie Xiaowei was even more certain that this was a setup. He and Jian Anya were mere pawns, and perhaps even that old man Gao. Although he suspected these events might be related to the Hailifeng company, Xie Xiaowei had no intention of publicizing them. As for thoughts of revenge for Jian Anya, even though Jian Anya had once saved his life, Xie Xiaowei had no desire to die in return. He had finally escaped the vortex, and now simply wanted to live a comfortable life with his wife and children. Furthermore, he had already done his utmost for Jian Anya. At least before leaving, he had notified his first wife and eldest son, effectively saving his wife and son a life in return for two. Quite a generous gesture. Shi Yuan Group is going to be in big trouble, Xie Xiaowei sighed, then lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He had decided to stay away from Hailifeng company from now on, lest he be dragged into such trouble again. Faced with such a ruthless and covert force, a small-time thug like him was no match for cannon fodder. If he meddled blindly, he might die miserably. And Kim Wan-ki and his son, Kim Haorui, had rested overnight in Busan port. They had just gotten up, one preparing to catch a flight to North America, the other returning to headquarters. Suddenly, Kim Wan-ki's secretary knocked on the door. "Come in." The beautiful secretary hurried in high heels. The sound of her heels clacking against the wooden floor was like a DJ set, making Kim Wan-ki a little irritated. "President, this is bad. Have Han Yingzi and his gang changed their minds?" Kim Wan-ki frowned. The secretary panted, "Hoo. Hai Lufeng, Kago Shimail, and Brown issued a joint announcement this morning. This is the translation. Please review it, President." At the mention of Hai Lufeng, Jin Yuanji, like a manic patient, snatched the document and opened it to begin reading. The more he looked, the more violently his hand shook. Finally, in a rage, he smashed the document and the lamp on his bedside table together. Bang! The lamp's glass flew everywhere. The secretary was terrified, but dared not move. "Damn it! Bastards! Despicable Chinese! It's you who did this!" Hoo. Jin Yuanji, completely losing his mind, lashed out in hysterical rants. Jian Haorui, who was next door, heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing his father roaring, he quickly grabbed the secretary and asked, "What happened?" The secretary, as if pardoned, quickly explained, "Vice President, this is what happened." After hearing the whole story, Jian Haorui collapsed. After a moment, he patted his face, stood up, and grabbed his frantic father, Jin Yuanji. "Dad, calm down. We're not doomed yet." At that, Jin Yuanji's eyes regained a touch of rationality. He sat down on the mattress, covering his face with his hands. "I just lost my composure." Although a loss of $400 million was a devastating loss for Shi Yuan Group, Jin Haorui was right. Their company wasn't doomed yet. After a moment, Jin Yuanji stood up, completely calm. "Shimon, notify everyone else to come to the meeting immediately." "Yes, President." Secretary Jin Shimon hurried out to notify the company's executives. An hour later, in the branch office's meeting room, Jin Yuanji's face seemed to have aged several years overnight. He spoke slowly in a dry voice, "Everyone, our plan has completely failed. I admit that this failure was due to my poor decision-making, but our Shi Yuan Group has not collapsed yet." Of course, the other executives also received the news. They had not expected the three major eel fry producers to react so quickly. They didn't even have time to react before everything was settled. A single joint announcement completely foiled Shi Yuan Group's scheme and dealt a heavy blow to their company. Jin Haorui knew he had to step forward, or his brothers and sisters would not miss this opportunity. He stood up, bowed, and apologized to all the executives. "I am deeply sorry. The failure of this project was also my fault. I will use all my savings and sell my car and yacht to compensate the client for the liquidated damages. Vice President, this isn't your fault. It's all a conspiracy by our rivals." "Hey! Vice President, you're doing this for the company. There's no need to do this." Several executives quickly spoke up. Although they hoped that Jin Haorui and Jin Yuanji would bear full responsibility and losses, Shi Yuan Group wasn't a listed company, and Jin Yuanji was still a major shareholder. They didn't want to be held accountable later. Jin Yuanji sighed, "I will take full responsibility for this matter. I compensate for the losses this time." Although a loss of $400 million was significant, Jin Yuanji had accumulated considerable wealth over the decades. Selling off some of his unimportant personal properties, including his private yacht, would fetch around $120 million. Then, there were his personal savings, held in a dozen overseas accounts, totaling $230 million. His son, Gene Haraway, could chip in $50 million. This would fill the $400 million hole. If he didn't do this, his position as president would undoubtedly be shattered. Although Gene Yung holds a 34% stake, his father, while still alive, designated 36% as collective family shares. This portion of shares belongs to the 4 branches of the Gene family, plus his 2 daughters and their sons-in-law, though the proportions vary. This 36% of family shares can be voted on internally, thus determining the overall voting intention for that 36% stake. In other words, although Gene Yung's branch holds 6% of the family shares, it is of no use. The other 3 branches, plus the shares of his sister, will bring the total to 24%, exceeding half of the 36% stake and allowing them to vote on behalf of the entire 36%. This was also to prevent Kim Won-ki's family, the heirs, from infringing on the interests of other family members. Now that he had made a wrong decision, he had to pay the price, otherwise the rest of the family would immediately unite and remove him. Gene Haraway shared the same sentiment. If his father lost his position as president, he, the heir, would be in dire straits as well. Kim Won-ki's heart bled at the thought of losing 80% of the over $300 million he had painstakingly earned over the past few decades. At the thought, he steeled himself. Da-chong. Yes, President, please give me your orders. Park Da-chong quickly stood up. Kim Won-ki clenched his fists. Please appease Dr. Haningza and the others. Next, we will continue to invest in developing artificial eel fry production technology. This? Park Da-chong looked at Kim Won-ki with some surprise. I can't swallow this. I refuse to believe we can't figure it out, Kim Won-ki said with a look of resignation. I understand. Park Da-chong knew Kim Won-ki was being angry, but there was nothing he could do. He was the president, after all. Furthermore, if he were in Kim Won-ki's shoes, he'd probably be equally resentful. With Kim Won-ki and Gene Haraway bowing and apologizing, accepting full responsibility and compensation, the crisis within Shi-Yung Group was temporarily suppressed. But Kim Won-ki didn't forget the external crisis. He quickly ordered Gene Haraway, acting on behalf of Shi-Yung Group, to cancel the orders with the previous contracted customers and pay them a 30% penalty. Otherwise, if those customers realized what was happening and the two sides went to court, it would be a fatal blow to Shi-Yung Group's corporate reputation. Moreover, a significant portion of these clients were established customers in Europe and the United States. Without compensation, future business would be impossible. In less than a week, Brown, which had already arranged for someone to deliberately entrap Shi-Yung Group, obtained $75 million in compensation through dozens of shell companies across Europe and the United States. According to a secret agreement between Brown, Helyafeng, and Kagoshima Anagi, the 3 companies shared the $75 million, with each receiving $25 million. What a good group. Brown, CEO of Brown, explained that Shi-Yung Group was a truly good group, having immediately reimbursed them for more than the $30 million they had previously paid for technology from Helyafeng. Junichi Watanabe, president of Kagoshima Anagi, even wondered if he could replicate the same scheme and defraud a few more unfortunates. After all, if they could scam $25 million a time, and then scam them several times, that would be more than their company's annual net profit. Fortunately, they all had their wits about them. This kind of thing can only happen once, not twice, but not 3 times. Having already suffered setbacks at the hands of Helyafeng, Shihai, Anya, and Shi-Yung Group, other companies likely won't be so easily fooled by technology leaked from Helyafeng. And as Shi-Yung Group has been compensating clients in Europe and the United States for the past week, the matter quickly came to light. Many industry insiders, both domestically and internationally, learned that the Dhaka-based Shi-Yung Group had suffered a major setback with its eel fry business. Some estimate that Shi-Yung Group lost at least $200 to $300 million. The story quickly spread across the Chinese internet. On the Notes platform, for the past week, bloggers have been making various speculations about Helyafeng's 2 announcements. Until news broke online, the comment sections under the videos of several bloggers who had partially guessed the situation suddenly became lively. Silent Fish, what a prophetic blogger. 3 mice. Looks like the blogger got it right. Dhaka Shi-Yung Group has collapsed. Ha ha ha. Aluminum ant nest. Helyafeng is so terrifying. With the Ryukyu Shihai company before them, and the Dhaka Shi-Yung company after them, they're simply killing each other with one blow. Chemistry matters. Stealing other companies' confidential formulas is a crime you deserve. Mr. Zhang Dalai. According to reliable sources, Shi-Yung Group may lose $400 million. This is truly heartening. These thieves deserve a good beating. Animal Observation Network. Is this business warfare? I thought high-end business battles were all about watering a money tree, like, well, simple stuff. I never imagined such high-end operations. The inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage of the Earth and Airplane and Observation Animal Net, I'm hooked at first glance. This is low-end business warfare. I'm a true veteran craftsman. VING me 50, and I show you what Earth and Airplanes are all about. Farmer 3 punches a bit salty. I guess no one will dare to steal technology from Heliafing Company anymore. Every time they steal technology, they sacrifice a whole company. Ho Zilwolf Culture Media Company, Limited. Lay low, eat melons, it's so cool. Although this incident reached the top 5 online topics on major platforms, neither Heliafing nor Shiyuan Group responded. While industry insiders knew Shiyuan Group was likely trapped by Heliafing, no one had any evidence. Furthermore, given the circumstances surrounding this incident, it's highly likely that Shiyuan Group actively stole Heliafing's technology. If that were the case, Shiyuan Group would suffer heavy losses, and everyone would simply say, they deserved it. Except for those self-deprecating and arrogant Dhaka residents, who would believe Shiyuan Group was innocent. Others either chose to watch the drama unfold, defend Heliafing, or directly mock Shiyuan Group. Of course, the internet is full of eccentrics, who forget their roots, and contribute to the world's human diversity. Chapter 138. Shiyuan Group suffered a heavy blow. While many European and American traders and high-end restaurants that had previously ordered glass eels from Shiyuan Group received compensation, not everyone was satisfied. For example, some premium member restaurants often have their tables and dishes reserved in advance, sometimes even months in advance. Now that Shiyuan Group has breached its contract, they have already pre-sold their glass eel dishes. If it were just 1 or 2 customers, they could adjust the schedule. However, with dozens or even hundreds of customers already booked, being unable to deliver on time would be a serious blow to these high-end restaurants. Thus, these restaurants have banded together to file class action lawsuits against Shiyuan Group in both the European Union and the Gale country, demanding compensation for a range of other losses. In the meantime, these high-end restaurants can only hold their noses and urgently seek glass eel orders from Brown and Heliafing to avoid a massive default. International Trade Office of the Sales Department. Huang Jiahao, the person in charge, has been watching the sudden surge in orders from Europe and the United States these past few days. He and his office sales staff have been forced to coordinate production capacity as best they can. Thankfully, with the Spring Festival holiday approaching, half of February's production capacity can be redeployed. As for the difference between farmed eel fry and edible eel fry, the difference is that farmed eel fry are fed and treated with drugs 3 days before leaving the factory, leaving them with visible drug residues, making them easily detectable. Eel fry, on the other hand, are edible eel fry that don't require drug treatment and can be sold directly. For easier identification, the 3 major eel fry producers all use a biodegradable, safe dye similar to the one used in pork stamps to dye their farmed eel fry. Starting in January 2026, all eel fry sold by the 3 major eel fry producers will be pink. This color will also be metabolized after 2 to 3 months, while edible fry will be naturally translucent. If this were not done, many farms and restaurants would secretly collaborate and use the fry as edible fry. The reason for such a complex process is, of course, to make money. After all, those who eat eel fry are the type who go to high-end restaurants to show off. They want a unique, prestigious product. The 3 major eel fry producers have followed suit, introducing a more exclusive edible glass eel. Whether it's good or not is unclear to Huang Jiahao, but the price is clear, 25,000 yuan per kilogram. Just 2 weeks after the Shiyuan Company's collapse, the International Trade Office had already secured orders for 13,528 kilograms of edible glass eels, totaling 338.2 million yuan. There's a steady stream of orders to come. The International Trade Office received orders not only for glass eels, but also for large quantities of white truffles. High value-added products are awesome. And monopoly-type high value-added products are even better. Unknowingly, it was the end of January. Heliafing Company's monthly revenue hit a new high, reaching 930 million yuan, and its gross profit reached a whopping 710 million yuan. With these revenue and gross profit figures, Heliafing Company surpassed Shamay Tobacco Company, which had annual revenue of 4.3 billion yuan, and ranked second only to Tunli International Group, which had annual revenue of 15 billion yuan, to become the second largest company in Shamay by revenue, and the most profitable company in the region. Consider this, Truly International Group, with annual revenue of 15 billion yuan, has only made around 300 million yuan in 25 years, less than the profit of Heliafeng Company in half a month. This situation has made Heliafeng Company even more popular locally. Jiang Miao will take some time off at the end of the month to come to the company to work. Suddenly, Li Zixuan knocked on the door, beaming. Boss! Your and your wife's honorary doctorates have been announced, and Lion Mountain Agricultural University has also issued a notice announcing you and your wife as distinguished professors and doctoral supervisors at Lion Mountain Agricultural University, he said, handing over the printed documents. Jiang Miao flipped through them twice, then smiled and shook his head. In life, nothing is more important than fame and fortune. Putting the documents aside, Jiang Miao pulled out a red envelope from the drawer and handed it to Li Zixuan. Zixuan, congratulations on your marriage to Cindy. From now on, you should focus more on family harmony. Thank you, boss. Li Zixuan smiled and accepted the red envelope. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Jiang Haibao walked in, looking exhausted. Boss, we acquired Hero Dairy. Li Zixuan quickly left. Thank you for your hard work. Have a cup of tea first. Jiang Miao poured him a cup of hot tea. A week ago, the Ghannan branch had completed preliminary discussions with all parties involved. Hero Dairy shareholders agreed that Heliafeng's offer was reasonable, and decided to sell all their shares to Heliafeng. Jiang Haibao hurried over with the legal department. Jiang Miao carefully reviewed Jiang Haibao's work report. After taking a sip of hot tea, Jiang Haibao said, Boss, through the help of Gan Province, we fully repaid Hero Dairy's 120 million yuan debt and paid 76.28 million yuan for the stock. Jiang Miao nodded. He was very familiar with the number, which was consistent with the findings of his previous secret investigation. Currently, Hero Dairy is temporarily managed by Lu Chongqing, deputy manager of the Ghannan branch. All previous management has been laid off and compensated according to their length of service. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment, then pulled out a letter of appointment and wrote down a name and position. I'm worried about relying on Lu Chongqing alone. How about this? After the Lunar New Year, Xinhua will step down from his position in the Aquatic Products Division and assume the role of general manager of Hero Dairy. Okay, I let him know this afternoon. Jiang Haibao nodded slightly. Then he asked, Boss, what are your thoughts on Hero Dairy's development plan? Jiang Miao examined Hero Dairy's balance sheet. Its 4 core industries all revolve around dairy, including dairy cattle farming. Its animal husbandry company engages in dairy farming. It has a large dairy farm in Juqiu Town, Yuzhong City, with approximately 10,000 cows, providing high-quality milk for dairy production. Forage planting. It owns a grass technology company that, in addition to grass seed, also produces forage grasses like Guimu No. 1 elephant grass and other high-density grasses to ensure a supply of dairy cow feed. Feed processing. It owns a feed processing plant with an annual production capacity of 60,000 tons of compound feed and various premixes to meet the feed needs of the dairy base. Next, regarding its core business, its dairy plant is a national second-level enterprise equipped with advanced production equipment and an annual processing capacity of 10,000 tons of milk powder and 30,000 tons of liquid milk. It produces dozens of dairy products across 4 product lines, including powdered and liquid milk. After reviewing the materials, Jiang Miao shook his head and picked up the landline. Hello, Hanning. Please come to my office and bring the dairy-related reports. Okay. After a while, Qin Hanning, the market research manager, came in carrying a pile of documents. Boss, general manager. Sit down. Jiang Miao poured him a cup of tea. Didn't I ask you to research the dairy industry earlier? Tell me about the situation in Gan Province and Lingnan Province. After taking a seat, Qin Hanning handed Jiang Miao a labeled document and said, Boss, Gan Province currently consumes 400,000 to 500,000 tons of dairy products annually, while Lingnan Province consumes 1.1 to 1.2 million tons. Xinxiong Dairy's annual output is so low, no wonder it can't expand beyond Gan Province, Jiang Miao said, flipping through the documents. Qin Hanning continued, Hero Dairy's cows produce only about 80,000 tons of milk annually, an average of 8 tons per cow. Furthermore, the breeds haven't been updated quickly enough over the years, and many of the cows are already aging. You should know that Gale Country's dairy cows produce an average of 22 tons per year. Of course, Gale Country's dairy farming utilizes considerable technology and hard work, but we won't go into detail here. Even the more advanced domestic breeding bases can achieve 11 to 14 tons per cow per year. Jiang Miao put down the documents, thought for a moment, and then calmed down. Juan said. For the planning of Hero Dairy, we must focus on 3 key points. First, we must increase the yield per cow. Even if it can't match the 22 tons achieved by Life-Owned Country, we must reach the domestically leading 14 tons. Second, we must stop producing pasteurized and high-temperature sterilized milk and instead produce milk powder, cheese, whey protein, cream, and other products. Third, we must expand our presence. In addition to maintaining our production base in Yuzhong City, we will continue to acquire new dairy cows and build breeding bases in Luling, Gannan, and Shanmei. Jiang Haibo took notes as he asked, "Boss, are you planning to utilize our feed and fodder in these 3 areas for convenient local supply?" "Yes." Jiang Miao nodded. After all, Heliafeng Company's Gannan branch has 200,000 mu, approximately 160,000 mu, of Loyalty Camellia plantations in Luling and Gannan cities, including approximately 160,000 mu, approximately 160,000 mu, of understory grassland, suitable for growing white clover and alfalfa. With 2 harvests per year, each yields approximately 3,000 kilograms of fresh grass, which translates to approximately 600 kilograms of hay. 160,000 mu, approximately 160,000 mu, of fresh grass, or 192,000 tons of hay, or 576,000 tons of silage per year. A typical high-yielding dairy cow consumes 3 to 4 tons of concentrated feed, 6 to 10 tons of grass or green fodder, and 1 to 2 tons of hay annually. Thus, the fodder produced by the Gannan branch can roughly meet the annual needs of 40,000 dairy cows. Moreover, white clover and alfalfa are high-protein, high-quality forages that are not only palatable, but also can increase milk production. Although domestic demand for high-quality alfalfa hay is high, with the imported landed price reaching 3,000 to 3,500 yuan per ton, the benefits are not high for Heliafeng Company. Because hay transportation costs are relatively high, it is better to use it locally as raw material for dairy and beef cattle. Thinking of beef cattle, Jiang Miao looked up and asked, "Han Ming, what are the current domestic beef prices?" "Beef?" Qin Han Ming flipped through a pile of documents and pulled out a market research report. In February and March of last year, the national beef purchase price rose slightly by 7% to 58 to 62 yuan per kilogram. It then fluctuated between these 2 periods until September of last year, when the price fell again and currently remains between 52 and 56 yuan per kilogram. Jiang Miao tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "That's a good price. We might consider buying a batch of beef cattle." "What does the boss mean?" Jiang Haibo paused. Jiang Miao then instructed, "Let's do this. Yingxiong Dairy's mission this year is to purchase 40,000 dairy cows, build 4 large dairy farms, and provide related supporting factories." "Okay. Then build a 10,000 cow dairy farm in Gongping Town, Haifeng County, also equipped with a deep processing plant." Jiang Miao added, "As for the beef cattle, there's no rush. I plan to let the Emonan branch handle it. After all, we grow so much soybeans in Emonan, and we need to consume some of them ourselves." For Heliafeng Company, raising dairy and beef cattle isn't difficult. Jiang Miao can always come up with a feeding formula that improves feed-to-milk and feed-to-meat ratios. While it still can't match the technology and hard work of Life-Owned National Animal Husbandry, it will at least increase the annual output of each dairy cow to around 14 to 16 tons, shortening the fattening time for beef cattle. Essentially, domestic milk and beef prices have always been higher than those in Europe and the United States, primarily due to feed costs. For example, a high-yielding dairy cow requires approximately 15 tons of feed per year, with a total feed cost of 2,900 yuan per ton, totaling approximately 43,500 yuan. Taking other costs into account, the production cost per kilogram of fresh milk comes to around 4 yuan. This price may seem quite low. However, this is the production cost of raw milk, which still needs to go through a milking station. If the milk is produced by a company's own ranch, the cost is not much lower. Further processing, transportation, and sales are required, further compounding the costs. The current retail price of milk in the domestic market averages 16.7 to 20 yuan per liter for pasteurized milk and 14 to 15 yuan per liter for sterilized milk. The gross profit margins of the 3 largest domestic dairy companies are 37%, 32%, and 20%, respectively. To compete with them, we must find ways to reduce costs and increase efficiency. How? Of course, by using as little feed as possible to produce as much milk as possible, while also keeping feed costs low. If we can reduce milk production costs to 2 yuan per kilogram, Then leveraging the transportation advantages of the production area, we can achieve a retail price of 14.5 yuan per liter for pasteurized milk and 12 yuan per liter for sterilized milk in Jiangxi province and eastern Guangdong, still maintaining a 33% gross profit margin. Industries can sometimes have ripple effects. A new alfalfa variety or a new soybean variety can transform the domestic farming landscape. As for whether other companies can catch up, it's highly likely they can, but there's no ruling out the possibility that some will fail to grasp the industry's development trends and be eliminated. Companies that fail to keep up with the times undoubtedly exist. But Jiang Miao won't choose to stop developing because of this. After all, this is the normal logic of commercial competition. This is also why he arranged for Hero Dairy to temporarily abandon pasteurized and sterilized milk. With the introduction of new soybean and alfalfa varieties by Heliafeng Company, the domestic livestock industry will soon undergo major changes. At this time, Hero Dairy should focus on planning and proactively upgrade its production lines, rather than maintaining a stagnant liquid milk market. Once industrial upgrading begins, a flood of high-quality, low-priced milk will flood the market, allowing them to instantly recapture market share. Other dairy companies will have to lag behind by at least a year before they begin developing feed and forage products. Internal wrangling within some companies may even extend this timeline even further. You have to understand that with the passage of time, the domestic dairy market has become a red ocean. It's not that dairy companies are struggling with profits, but rather that the market is sluggish. Jiang Miao flipped through various reports from the Market Research Department and discovered this serious problem. Why, after 2 decades of rapid growth, has the domestic dairy market slumped in recent years? There are 3 reasons. One is domestic dietary habits. Another is the high price of dairy products. The third reason involves insufficient consumer spending power. After all, if dairy companies don't lower prices and consumers are strapped for cash, the market will naturally stagnate. But if dairy companies cut prices, they face the problem of declining gross profit margins. After careful calculation, these dairy companies have concluded that maintaining the status quo is preferable. After all, price cuts and promotions won't immediately generate significant incremental sales, and would ultimately be counterproductive. This is the dilemma currently facing domestic dairy companies. Essentially, they can no longer reduce production costs, while also facing the onslaught of cheap foreign dairy products. After all, domestic dairy companies need to import 500,000 tons of bulk powder from New Zealand annually. This bulk powder is primarily used to produce reconstituted milk, milk powder, or directly as a food raw material for products like bread. This clearly demonstrates that domestic raw milk production capacity is insufficient. However, due to production costs, the current scale of domestic dairy farming has reached its upper limit. For Hero Dairy to achieve success, it must leverage its parent company's technology to expand its own farming capacity and increase unit production capacity. Furthermore, Hero Dairy possesses a hidden advantage that other dairy companies lack. That is the regional industrial chain built by Heliafeng. This regional industrial chain will increase local incomes, and with increased incomes, local spending power will also increase. How else would you expect a farmer earning a few thousand yuan a year to consume a 250 milliliters bottle of liquid milk on a daily basis? This is clearly unrealistic. Take Magong Town as an example. The current per capita annual income in the town is around 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Under these circumstances, the consumption enthusiasm of ordinary people in Magong Town is exceptionally high at the end of this year. Red-hearted mantis shrimp and wild grouper, which sell for hundreds of yuan per pound at the dock seafood market, are in short supply. As a result, Heliafeng's live eels and premium Egyptian catfish have also sold well in the local market. With Heliafeng's industrial layout, income levels in southern Jiangxi will soon rise. Hero Dairy will then leverage its parent company's local influence, advertising, and price advantages to sell its milk without any worries. This industrial layout drives overall regional development, thereby raising local incomes, boosting local consumption and promoting product sales. Otherwise, local incomes will remain meager, leaving them with empty wallets. It's a wonder the market isn't sluggish. This is also the fundamental reason for the current sluggish domestic market. Massive production capacity can't find consumers, and consumers, with low incomes, can't afford to consume as much product. This lack of consumption leads to underutilization in factories, which in turn leads to wage cuts and layoffs. It's a vicious cycle. The resulting market situation is deflation. Chapter 139. January passed. The festive atmosphere of February intensified. The cannery at the Magong Town fishing port had relocated to the Yandanshan Fish Ball Factory, but the location was quite good. Last year, the company purchased the factory building from the landlord and converted it into a specialty store. The store sold standard canned eel, soft canned kabayaki eel, and various frozen fish balls, as well as live eels and premium Egyptian catfish. They also stocked strawberries, tomatoes, ginseng fruit, and white truffles. At the dockside seafood market, freshly landed baskets of mackerel, crabs, mantis shrimp, prawns, and mackerel attracted many local customers. "How much is this white eel?" Little Lee, who was packing tomatoes for a customer, quickly turned and smiled at the customer. "Big brother, premium white eel, 45 yuan per pound. Special?" The bald middle-aged man scooped up a struggling white eel in a net bag. Eels are also called white eels and mackerel in the Lingnan and Minnan regions. Little Lee quickly explained, "This is specially farmed. It doesn't have an earthy smell." "Really?" The bald man was a little skeptical. Little Lee immediately guessed that the other person might be a migrant worker who had just returned home from out of town, so he smiled and asked, "Big brother, you just got back from out of town, right?" "Yes. I just got back from Hong Kong. I didn't expect my hometown to have changed so much," the bald man sighed. "Here, big brother, try it." Little Lee pulled a box of samples from a nearby thermal cabinet. He took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of steamed eel with shredded ginger. After taking a bite, the bald man's eyes suddenly lit up. "Huh? There's really no earthy smell. Is this white eel the same as the one in the pond?" "Of course, bro. Our company is right here. If you find the fish taste earthy, just return it with yours, and we give you a full refund," Xiaoli promised. "Give me one." "Brother, how big do you want it?" "A little over 2 pounds will do." "Okay, do you want it killed?" "No thanks." The bald man waved his hand, took the lively eel from the bag, and then bought a box of strawberries. Just walked out of the store. "Huh? Tylee?" The bald middle-aged man turned his head and looked at a tricycle parked across from the dock. Seeing his cousin Lin Taishan, he walked over with a smile. "Brother Shun, coming to buy some fish?" Lin Taishan placed a large bag of chilled mackerel on the back of the tricycle. After wiping his hands, he pulled out a pack of Furongwang cigarettes, took out 2, and handed one to the bald man Lin Tylee. He lit one himself and took a puff. "Huh? When will you be back?" "Just got back. Last night, I took the high-speed train at 9 o'clock. Lin Tylee lit a cigarette and leaned against the side of the tricycle, looking at the Halyafing specialty store across the street. "So early this year?" "Out of stock. Business is slow in Hong Kong." "What did you buy?" "Across the street. A white eel and a box of strawberries." "You bought so much mackerel, and you're going to make meatballs out of it?" Lin Tylee glanced at the bag of mackerel, which weighed at least 30 pounds. Lin Taishan shook off his cigarette waste and said with a smile, "Yes. But there's still Big Brother's 15 pounds. "How's Big Brother?" "He's in good health. He made tens of thousands of yuan raising Egyptian fish last year. This year, Yongqiang can take it easy." Lin Tylee raised a brow. "Yongqiang isn't married yet, is he?" "He's already 27. You and your wife should help him find a husband." "Ha ha, need I tell you? Your sister-in-law has already introduced him to someone, but he said he wants to renovate the house in 2 years. Otherwise, the woman will probably leave after seeing it." "How much is the difference between the 2 acres and the renovations?" "I give him the difference," Lin Tylee asked. "You know my eldest brother's character. He won't accept it." Lin Taishan took another drag on his cigarette. "Huh? But don't worry. My eldest brother's 2 acres of fish pond will earn him 120,000 yuan this year. Combined with Yongqiang's work at the construction site and his previous savings, we can probably get 200,000 yuan, which should be enough for the renovations." Lin Tylee shook his head. "What are you talking about? What can 200,000 yuan do? I think his house should not be renovated. Just tear it down and rebuild. I lend him 200,000 yuan, enough for a 3rd floor, and he can use the remaining 200,000 yuan for the renovations. You go and convince my eldest brother," Lin Taishan said helplessly. "Leave it to me. He needs to change his fussy nature. Otherwise, even if he brings his daughter-in-law into the family, there'll be conflicts. Things are different now." Lin Tylee threw down his cigarette, and crushed it with his shoe. Lin Taishan suggested, "Why not tear down the old house and build a new one somewhere else? I don't think my eldest brother and his daughter-in-law will get along. It would be better if they lived separately." Hearing this suggestion, Lin Tylee nodded. "That's one idea. Oh, by the way, I bought a house plot not far from my eldest brother's house. I won't need it anyway, so I might as well build a house for him. It's good that you're willing to give it up, but you better explain it clearly to your wife to avoid any conflicts later, Lin Taishan warned. Don't worry, Brother Shun. She doesn't know how much house plot I have in mainland China. If you don't tell anyone, she won't know. That's good. By the way, Brother Shun, what have you been doing lately? Me? Lin Taishan said with a smile. I'm growing durian for the Heliafeng company. What? Lin Taili rubbed his bald head, completely confused. Did I hear correctly? Growing durian? Going to Cheongzhou to grow them? It's on Yindun Mountain, east of our village. Didn't you see it when you came back? Lin Taili was speechless. It was night when I came back. It was pitch black. How could anyone see it? This morning, I came to the dock from the south road. Uh-huh. Lin Taishan was a little embarrassed. Lin Taili looked puzzled. By the way, can durian really be grown in Magong? Why haven't I heard of it before? I don't know, but Boss Jiang has invested so much money. He has durian plantations not only in Magong, but also in Hongqiao Town and Gongping Town, totaling over 50,000 acres. It doesn't seem like a lie. 50,000 acres? Is the Jiang family that rich? Lin Taishan acted as if he was surprised. Boss Jiang is almost the richest man in Shantao and Meishan. He might surpass Lin Weihua in a few years. I only heard about it. Brother Shun, tell me about it. I'm curious about the Heliafeng company. Don't just stand there. Ha ha ha, it's my fault. Kojima, you mincemeat, I treat you. Wait a minute, I go get a bag of ice. Lin Taishan quickly bought a bag of crushed ice from an ice shop across from the seafood market and poured it into the bag of mackerel. Then he drove his tricycle to the entrance of Kojima Yu mincemeat nearby. Before getting off the bus, Lin Taishan called out, "Mayu man, give me 2 bowls of ma fish paste and a plate of vegetable cakes." I know. Find a place to sit yourself. The owner of the Mayu mincemeat shop, with only a wisp of hair left on his head, turned on 2 stoves, placed 2 small soup pots on the fire, scooped up 2 large spoonfuls of pre-cooked porridge base, and began to cook. After a while, Lin Taili also walked in. "Mayu man, don't let your hair fall into the porridge." Lin Taili joked. "You Hong Kong guy, you still come to my roadside stall to eat? You're so shameless." The Mayu man cursed in Cantonese, while adding a dozen pieces of eel meat to the boiling porridge and a handful of small shrimp. Ha ha ha. The other locals in the shop also laughed. After all, Ma Gong town is so small, with only about 10,000 people in total, everyone knows everyone. Another middle-aged man with a dark face who knew Lin Taili was eating at the next table when he asked Taili, "When did you come back?" "Last night." "Where's your wife? Why can't I see her? Aren't you usually so close?" The man with the dark face teased. "Her sisters dragged her to the city for morning tea." Lin Taili poured himself a cup of mango leaf tea. "Black-haired man, are you still sailing?" "No. There's been no cargo in the coastal waters these past few years, and my boat can't go offshore. I'm now hauling cargo for the Heliafeng company," the man with the dark face replied with a smile. "It's already past 7, aren't you going to work?" Black-haired man took a sip of his porridge and said, "It's early. How much does your company make a month?" "For 1,500 yuan. "That's not bad." Lin Taishan, who was sipping tea, quickly interrupted, "Don't let black-haired man fool you. His 4,500 yuan is his base salary, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, overtime pay, various allowances, and year-end stock dividends." Black-haired man, "How much did you get in dividends at the end of the year?" "Are there dividends?" "Not much. Just over 2,000 yuan. The charcoal-haired man waved his hand. Lin Taili grew increasingly curious. "Does your company also give you stock?" "These stocks only pay dividends. They seem to be called virtual shares," the charcoal-haired man said casually. "That's not bad. My hometown has developed rapidly in recent years." Lin Taili sighed again. The owner, the fishmonger, placed 2 large bowls of minced fish and shrimp on the table of the Lin Taili brothers, and then deftly picked a plate of vegetable cakes from the stainless steel steamer. Suddenly, 4 pickup trucks pulled up on the roadside not far away. On the doors of the pickup trucks, a line of words was spray-painted, "Jianfan Hydropower Engineering Contracting Company." After taking a bite of the fishmonger, Lin Taili glanced at the pickup trucks and asked his third brother, "Do we have a hydropower project here?" "It's invested by the Heliafeng company. It's near Baishafu in Nanhu," Lin Taishan said as he ate. Ma Yulao placed a plate of vegetable cakes in front of the 2 men and sat down at the next table to drink tea. "Ma Yulao, your business isn't doing well. Lin Tiley teased again, looking at the shop with only 2 tables of customers. Ma Yulao's lips curled slightly. Really? The charcoal-haired man casually pulled out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Tiley, don't underestimate this old guy. He sold a house he built to our company. His 2 sons still work there, and one of them is now a team leader. Ma Yulao, you were waiting for me here? Lin Tiley noticed that all his old friends in Ma Gong town had become wealthy. Just making a living. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Tiley suddenly saw a familiar figure driving a small electric scooter flash by the dock. Isn't that Yongqiang? Lin Taishan turned his head and took a closer look. Really? What's he doing here? Lin Yongqiang, who was driving away on his electric scooter, hadn't noticed the 2 uncles. Hanging from the running board was a bag of ginseng fruit, clearly freshly purchased from the Heliafeng store. Lin Yongqiang drove his electric scooter toward the town health center. Carrying the bag of ginseng fruit, he arrived at the door of a ward and knocked. Brother Chang, why are you buying anything? And such expensive fruit at that? On the bed was a girl with a calf cast. She had dark skin and looked to be about 22 or 23. Lin Yongqiang smiled as he placed the ginseng fruit on the bedside table. It's okay. Money is meant to be spent, isn't it? Thank you, Brother Chang, the girl whispered, a little embarrassed, but her sun-kissed face, a tan, hid a hint of shyness. Xiaoman, take good care of yourself. It's just a broken bone after all. Don't go back to the construction site so soon. Lin Yongqiang poured her a cup of hot water. Where's my dad? Old Lu asked another colleague to help with the groceries. I don't know if he can handle it all by himself. Lu Xiaoman was a little worried about her father's work. For the past few years, the father and daughter had been working on various projects for the contractor, primarily responsible for the meals at the construction site. Don't worry, I can help old Lu. Lu Xiaoman shook her head. Brother Chang, you're busy with your own work and the family too. My dad shouldn't be in any serious trouble. You should stay put. It's okay. I don't have much to do. Lin Yongqiang waved his hand. The 2 chatted for a while, and when it was almost time, he hurried back to the construction site on his electric scooter. He was tying rebar for the Xinjiang Dongtian employee housing project, and it was there that he met Lu Xiaoman. He felt that although Lu Xiaoman wasn't well educated, she was a simple person, a good match for him. In the past, Lin Yongqiang wouldn't have opened his heart to pursue a girl because he was deeply self-conscious. He felt his family background was too poor, and he saw no hope in life, so he didn't want to hold anyone back. Last year, as his family's financial situation improved, Lin Yongqiang's self-esteem diminished considerably, and he grew more confident about his future. It was around this time that he met Lu Xiaoman, the girl busying around in the makeshift kitchen at the construction site. It was his first heartbeat. Although she wasn't beautiful, her smile was captivating. Unfortunately, he never mustered the courage. It wasn't until he saw Lu Xiaoman fall from her car that he felt a surge of heartache and began to show concern for her. Lu Xiaoman sensed his feelings, and the 2 slowly grew closer, each in silence. Perhaps this is love, perhaps this is life, perhaps this is instinct. In this materialistic age, pure love, like the poplar trees of the Taklamakan desert, is too rare and too fragile. It's not that we don't want to love each other. It's that the price of love is too high. It's so high that it's daunting, so high that it leaves us helpless, so high that it forces us to suppress our instincts. Lin Yongqiang is one of the most ordinary men. Lu Xiaoman, however, is becoming increasingly rare. At the Xinjiang Dongtian construction site, he placed his electric scooter at the entrance of the container house on the construction site, brought over an extension cord, and plugged it in. After reporting to the team leader, he put on his reflective vest, hard hat, and tool bag. Lin Yongqiang arrived at the 3rd floor of one of the buildings under construction, and began tying the rebar for the floor. The winter sun rose as usual. The sunlight shone on his face, its warmth bringing a touch of warmth to his body, softening the tension and sluggishness of his fingers, stiffened by the cold wind. Finally warming up, exhaled his fellow worker, Jiang Dazhong. Brother Dazhong, didn't your family have their land expropriated? Why are you still here at the construction site? Lin Yongqiang asked curiously, deftly tightening the wire. Don't mention it. My husband didn't give me a penny. Just talking about it makes me furious, Jiang Dazhong said, his face glum. Lin Yongqiang pulled out a piece of wire, and continued tying the rebar. I heard these houses are for employees of Heliafeng Company. I wonder how much they cost per square meter. How much more? According to market price. I'm guessing 6,000 yuan per square meter, Jiang Dazhong muttered softly. But Hailifeng employees get internal discounts and subsidies, plus the Housing Provident Fund, so it's still a good deal. And there's no common area. Really? Of course it's true. My family and Jiang Miao's are related, and after this construction site is finished, I'd be a Hailifeng company employee too. Jiang Dazhong's resentment towards his father's stinginess faded as he spoke. After all, working for Hailifeng company is a good job in the local area now, even if he's just a security guard. I wish I could get a job at Hailifeng company, Lin Yongqiang said enviously. Jiang Dazhong paused and took a sip of water. Why don't you apply? You're from Shiomachi, so it should be easy to get in. I need to take care of my dad, who's deaf and mute. We have a pond at home. So you're a landlord? How many acres do you own? 2 acres, making over 100,000 yuan a year. That's pretty good. In the past, even making 10,000 yuan a year was a blessing. My husband only grows 3 acres of duckweed, and only makes 60,000 yuan a year. After much thought, Lin Yongqiang decided that marrying Lu Xiaoman would require a stable, respectable job, otherwise he'd have a hard time getting past his father-in-law. I still want to join the Hailifeng company. Brother Dazhong, what suggestions do you have? Suggestions? Nearby, of course. Since you live in Shiomachi, you could choose a feed mill, a farm, a fish ball factory, or even Nanhu farm. Okay, I ask when I get back. Lin Yongqiang nodded. Jiang Dazhong fixed a piece of rebar and warned in a low voice, then you better hurry up, kid. Don't drag your feet. After all, the first phase of the project only includes 2,700 houses. With the increasing number of local employees, there might not be enough to go around. I know. Lin Yongqiang had indeed been inspired to join Hailifeng company after seeing the houses. After all, there were no new houses in Magong town. The only new houses nearby were in Jincheng Bay. Unfortunately, the prices there were too high, and there were also common areas. He felt that with his limited money, he shouldn't be dreaming of a house in Jincheng Bay. The residential complex developed by Hailifeng company at least gave Lin Yongqiang a glimmer of hope. The most frightening thing is that, at first glance, there's no possibility of changing reality. The emergence of Hailifeng company brought an economic miracle to the local area, gave many people hope for a better life, and gave countless Lin Yongqiangs the motivation to change their status quo. Perhaps this is the significance of Hailifeng company's emergence. Chapter 140. The spring breeze of February is like a pair of scissors. Amid this chilling wind, a situation in the South China F4, primarily in Lingnan, southern Fujian, Guangxi, and Cheongzhou, began to ferment rapidly. Beginning on February 5th, the prices of fish feed, shrimp and crab feed, pig feed, and chicken and duck feed in South China saw a slight decline. This was the first time domestic feed market prices had fallen since the beginning of 2025. Eel fattening feed fell by 15%, juvenile shrimp and crab feed by 12%, adult shrimp and crab feed by 9%, piglet and chicken feed by 3%, and sow and laying hen feed by 1.5%. Other high-protein fish feeds also saw declines of 10 to 15%. The main force behind this price reduction in feed was Haida Group. Since signing a cooperation agreement with Hailifeng company, they quickly took action in November of last year, planting 60,000 mu of catfish seedlings that month, and subsequently increasing the planting area by 20,000 to 30,000 mu each month. As the first batch of Egyptian catfish reached harvest standards in February of this year, Haida Group immediately began operating its fish meal and fish oil production lines. In just 5 days, Haida Group produced 50,000 tons of fish meal and 16,500 tons of fish oil. This fish meal and fish oil were used in various feed production processes, resulting in varying degrees of cost reduction. For example, the cost of eel fattening feed with a 60% crude protein content has dropped from 13,000 yuan per ton to approximately 7,000 yuan per ton. This allowed Haida Group to immediately reduce its wholesale price by 15%. The current wholesale price of Haida's eel fattening feed has dropped from 13,600 yuan per ton to 11,500 yuan per ton, a decrease of 2,100 yuan. Nansha District, Guangzhou. As a large number of fish farmers near the Haida Group headquarters, they were the first to get the low-priced, freshly made eel feed. The Haida Group's feed wholesale outlet was surprisingly bustling with people, a rare sight. A middle-aged man in a down jacket, cigarette in his mouth, called out, "Dezhong, give me 20 tons of fresh eel feed." "Lao, didn't you just buy feed a few days ago?" The store owner, Dezhong, approached, a small notebook in hand. Hearing this, Lao Mo's face lit up with frustration, Hey, you're such a jerk. Can I return the feed I bought a few days ago? Forget it. I don't know what headquarters has decided. Do you want the new feed? De Jong spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. Yes, of course I don't want it. Lao Mo was just speaking in anger. He knew how expensive feed was these days. Last year, not only did the prices of fish meal and fish oil soar, but so did soybean meal and corn. This forced major domestic feed manufacturers to simultaneously raise their wholesale feed prices. 20 tons, Nansha Lao Mo address. Phone number. Okay, I deliver it this afternoon. As he spoke, De Jong suddenly remembered something and pulled a brochure from the job application counter and handed it to Lao Mo. Here's the technical manual. This new feed uses a new formula, and the eel farming cycle is the same as Halyafing's, right? Of course I know that, Lao Mo said, taking the brochure. But your prices are so low, won't Halyafing give you any trouble? De Jong reminded him again, our company has a partnership with them, and you need to purchase Halyafing's feed to remove the fishy smell later. What? Their feed is ridiculously expensive. Why don't you produce it? And it's so hard to get. Halyafing's eel feed is all monopolized by those Chaos Han and Hokkien people, Lao Mo complained. De Jong smiled and shook his head. What do you think? Don't worry. This time, Halyafing won't be making ordinary fattening feed. Their product can be used by eel farms nationwide. This market segmentation situation is also a tacit understanding between Haida Group and Halyafing Company. Haida Group has no right to refuse Halyafing's request. After all, granting them a fattening feed market is already a favor to Haida Group. Halyafing Company must occupy the high-end products in the feed industry to maintain its high profits. This kind of product, which doesn't require a large volume but still offers high profits, is not only extremely profitable but also less susceptible to market fluctuations. For example, the price of eel fattening feed has dropped to 11,500 yuan per ton, but the price of eel deodorizing feed remains as high as 17,000 yuan per ton, despite the similar production costs. Lao Mo is simply considering this from the perspective of a fish farmer. He naturally hopes for the lowest feed price possible. Unfortunately, Halyafing Company is capitalizing on technological advantages. Why would I lower prices for promotions when I can monopolize the market? Lao Mo was about to continue his grumble. But De Jong had already turned to attend to another customer. Boss, what kind of feed do you want? The middle-aged man in the leather jacket asked, frowning. Does your new feed add an earthy smell? De Jong explained with a smile. Don't worry. As long as you stop using it for 2 months before releasing the chickens from the market or the pond, it will basically remain normal and won't develop a noticeable earthy smell. Really? The man in the leather jacket was still skeptical. How could a company as large as ours dare to do something like this that would damage our reputation? The man in the leather jacket scratched his head. We have to stop using chicken feed too? My yellow-feathered chickens are only over 50 days old. You should have said it earlier. De Jong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Well, the yellow-feathered chicks, number 3 and number 4, are cheaper than before, 100 yuan per ton. Just feed them normally. Can they be cheaper? Brother, our feed is already the cheapest on the market. If you go to other feed mills, you find they generally charge more. The two men argued for over 10 minutes before finally placing an order for 50 tons of feed. Although the new feed could only be used temporarily, it was like a life-saving blessing for farmers, and even large farms, who had long suffered from high feed prices. This is particularly true of the 271 medium and large-scale pig farms in the Lingnan region, each with over 10,000 pigs. Many of these farms have direct partnerships with Haida Group. Haida Group, recognizing these large customers as key customers, notified these large and medium-sized pig farms immediately of new feed releases. Of course, Haida Group avoided the troublesome issue of visiting pig farms with their own feed mills. Although a large portion of pig feed consists of extruded corn, pigs should not be fed solely on corn or soybean meal during their breeding process, as this can lead to malnutrition and affect growth rate and quality. Pig farms certainly welcome the cheap feed. Haida Group also sent personnel to provide technical guidance to prevent indiscriminate use, which would increase the earthy flavor of the pork. Over time, Haida Group's new feed quickly replaced products from other feed manufacturers in South China. The only exceptions were feed products not covered by Haida Group, such as pet feed for ornamental fish, golden coin turtles, cats, and dogs, or specialty feed produced by Halyafing. Haida Group, with multiple production bases across China, focus solely on South China because the cultivation of Egyptian catfish is currently limited to South China. Other feed production bases had to wait for fish meal to arrive, before they could begin producing the newly formulated feed. But South China alone put a formidable pressure on other feed manufacturers. Other prices were originally very close to cost, but Haida Group's product price reductions were significant. Aquatic feed, in particular, saw price reductions of between 10% and 15%, which immediately put other feed mills in a state of panic. Among the top 10 domestic feed manufacturers, several are headquartered in the Lingnan region, such as Hengxin Group, Guangdong Ocean Shipping Group, and Alhua Group. It can only be said that they are too insensitive to market fluctuations. They only discovered the problem after Haida Group's new feed was launched on a large scale, and now they are suddenly caught off guard. In the port city of Liezhou Peninsula. Here is the headquarters of Hengxin Group. Chairman, this is the information our market research department has just collected. Please review it. Looking at the report in his hand, Chen Dan's expression grew increasingly serious. Haida Group? Heliafeng Company? Oh, so it's the company that developed the artificial breeding technology for eels. Deputy General Manager and Chen Dan's son, Chen Gang, also had a serious expression. Dad, although we have our own aquaculture industry, feed is also a core industry for Hengxin. If we don't find a solution, our feed will be overwhelmed by Haida Group. It seems the key to this matter lies with Heliafeng Company. Breeding Egyptian catfish as a feed ingredient? That's a good idea indeed. Chen Dan put down the document, squinting his eyes in thought. Dad, we can also breed Egyptian catfish, Chen Gang suggested anxiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Dan shook his head. You're oversimplifying things. Why would Haida Group choose to cooperate with Heliafeng? Chen Gang frowned and said, Huh? Raising Egyptian catfish shouldn't be difficult, right? Du Haitang, the other deputy general manager in charge of aquaculture, quickly explained to the young master, Vice President Chen, you may not know that Egyptian catfish are indeed very easy to raise, especially in our Lingnan region. However, the ability to produce 12 to 15 tons per mu in 3 months is currently only possible with Heliafeng's number 4 feed. Chen Gang, without even a second thought, blurted out, then why don't we just buy their feed and copy it? Du Haitang couldn't help but grumble inwardly, but she smiled as she explained, Vice President Chen, Heliafeng has registered hundreds of patents for their special feed formulas for Egyptian catfish. We're not a small company. If we start mass producing, even for our own use, they discover it and sue us. Hundreds of patented formulas? Chen Gang's eyes widened. Damn! Have they blocked all the Egyptian catfish formulas? Yes. Even if we make minor adjustments, there's no way around it. In determining patent infringement for feed formulas, as long as there's a high degree of similarity and specific ingredients are used, it's considered infringement. Xiao He, another deputy general manager in charge of the feed industry, was a professional who understood this more clearly. In patent protection for feed formulas, whether infringement constitutes infringement depends primarily on the similarity of ingredients and feeding efficacy. Just adding some soybean meal or corn doesn't automatically make it a new formula. The trace ingredients are crucial. This is also the key method Heliafeng uses to build a patent moat, incorporating all similar, special trace functional ingredients into the patented formula. With hundreds of patented formulas, there's always one that can block other companies' copycat formulas. The only way to circumvent the patented formula is by weakening the feed's efficacy. The purpose of a copycat formula is to achieve the same effect, so what's the point of making a lower-end version? Chen Dan opened his eyes and made a decision on the spot. Xiao He, go to Shantao and Meishan as soon as possible to negotiate with Heliafeng Company. We can accept the same terms as Haida Group. Okay, Chairman, Xiao He nodded. In addition to Hengxin Group, Yuehai Group, and Alhua Group also reacted, leveraging their proximity to Shenzhen and dispatching negotiation teams to Shantao and Meishan. Haida Group, the instigator, of course knew that other feed manufacturers would not sit idly by, but having already seized the initiative, it wasn't overly concerned. Because Haida Group will be the first to reap the benefits of this opportunity. Even if other feed manufacturers licensed Heliafeng's technology, adjusting their production lines and developing new formulas would take at least 3 to 4 months. Furthermore, Haida Group is incredibly cunning. Following Heliafeng's lead, they have quickly registered hundreds of patents in the past few months. These patents all involve feed formulas using Egyptian catfish meal and fish oil. If other companies want to produce feed using Egyptian catfish meal and fish oil, they will likely infringe on Haida Group's patents. Other feed manufacturers will soon discover this problem. To quickly produce new feed, they will have no choice but to turn to Haida Group for help. While this may be a bit excessive, business sometimes demands unscrupulous means. Of course, Haida Group also knows that such action shouldn't be taken too far. They can simply make other feed manufacturers pay patent fees. They can profit without any hesitation while avoiding turning these manufacturers into antagonists. In fact, patents are a double-edged sword for large groups. Used effectively, they can boost a company's development. If used improperly, it can easily provoke hostility from competitors and lead to internal inertia within the company. China has only begun to prioritize patents in the past 2 decades. A dozen years ago, many companies ignored patents and copied not only domestic companies, but also foreign companies' patents. But those days of unbridled growth are long gone. Now, casually copying other companies' patents can have serious consequences. Just as major domestic feed manufacturers were sending negotiation teams to Hailefeng and Haida Group, the international market has also seen some reaction. Although Haida Group has only produced 50,000 tons of fish meal so far, don't forget, this is only the first 5 days of February. Production will continue. Although Haida Group has already curbed its Egyptian catfish farming, it will still produce 150,000 to 200,000 tons of fish meal per month, totaling 1.8 to 2.4 million tons per year. This represents approximately 1/3 of the world's total fish meal production capacity. China's annual fish meal imports are roughly 1.4 to 1.8 million tons. This means that China will no longer need to import large quantities of fish meal, and may even begin exporting it. This is a devastating blow to the global fish meal market. Even last year, when global fish meal production capacity fell by 30% due to a significant drop in Peruvian fisheries, international fish meal prices have plummeted in response to Haida Group's fish meal production capacity. Whether it's Hokkaido fish meal, Peruvian fish meal, Newfoundland fish meal, or North Sea fish meal, prices have plummeted. In less than a week, international fish meal prices have been halved. Peruvian fish meal, with a crude protein content of 67%, has plummeted from a peak of 17,000 yuan per ton last year to around 8,300 yuan per ton. However, this price has not stabilized and is trending downward. This situation is primarily due to Peru, the world's largest fish meal importer, consuming 1/3 of global fish meal production capacity annually. The market is now suddenly depleted of this demand, with dire consequences. Lima, the capital of Peru. Many fish meal producers were planning to start fishing early to avoid the same extreme weather conditions that would have caused a significant drop in production as last year. However, dozens of companies engaged in deep-sea fishing suddenly paused. In the office building of a fish meal manufacturer in the port of Lima, the head of its International Market Research Department hurriedly knocked on the door, holding a document just sent back from East Asia. His expression was extremely serious, and he said, "Mr. Austral, I believe it is necessary to reduce the scale of this year's sea fishing." As the general manager of the Peruvian branch of Austral Group S.A., Austin Austral was also troubled after reading the document. After poring over the document for more than 10 minutes, Austin Austral knew trouble was coming and hurriedly prepared to call headquarters. However, headquarters called ahead. Ring, ring, ring. Hello, this is Austin. Austin, headquarters has decided to reduce the catch in the Peruvian fishing grounds this year by 50%. So much? Austin was shocked. Headquarters has just studied the prospects for new technologies in East Asia and found that their production costs are very low. We can't win a price war. We must respond. Cutting production now can slow the decline in fish meal prices. I understand. Also in the port of Lima, Copinca, Diamond Fisheries, and Exalmer Fisheries have also decided to cut production. Other major fish meal producers around the world, including Naribo Group in Lucia, Copesca AG in Chile, Skagen FF in Denmark, Omega Protein in Gale, Nishui in Japan, and United Group in Siam, have all made production cuts to varying degrees. Even some fish meal manufacturers that produce and sell their own products are considering adjusting their product mix and preparing for the impact of a flood of cheap fish meal and fish oil. After all, fish meal and fish oil are highly interconnected industries. Even those engaged in deep processing of fish oil are unlikely to remain unaffected by this market shock. To survive, many companies are already seeking ways to further process their products. Chapter 141. Even ADM, one of the big four grain traders, received relevant intelligence. Their business includes various feed products, including some fish meal production plants that they secretly control. However, now that Haida Group has risen to prominence, it's no longer viable to suppress it. After all, Haida Group is one of the top 10 global feed producers in terms of feed production capacity, and now that it has broken through its fish meal bottleneck, even a combined effort by the big four grain traders, ABCD, would find it difficult to suppress the company. Similarly, Hailefeng, The company behind Haida Group has once again come into the sights of the big four grain traders. However, after a thorough investigation, they discovered that Haliafang was equally fraught with challenges. Although ABCD has many partners in East Asia, they are not invincible. Haliafang, specializing in luxury agriculture, occupies a different niche than traditional large agricultural groups like ABCD. This type of company cannot be suppressed through normal commercial means. Company B, which had previously attempted a takeover, knew that Haliafang would not cooperate with them. If this company were in Southeast Asia or elsewhere, ABCD would have 100 ways to bring Haliafang to heel. Unfortunately, the collapse of the Locke Consortium in Gale Country triggered a serious chain reaction, eliminating many of ABCD's pawns, making it difficult for them to develop an effective countermeasure. With no other options, the four major grain traders of ABCD could only attempt to attack Haliafang through public opinion. They began to allocate several million US dollars in special funds to hire domestic and foreign online trolls to attack Haliafang from various perspectives, such as product safety, market monopoly, and the influence of competitors. At the same time, they were preparing to send personnel to contact Kagoshima Eel Company and Brown Company, hoping to acquire their artificial eel breeding technology, thereby enabling large-scale production of eel fry and thereby undermining Haliafang Company's profitability. Of course, the four companies A, B, and D were not united in purpose, particularly with Company D. While it also had capital from Gale Nation, its core equity was still controlled by Gall Capital. Thus, Brown Company was not directly controlled, it merely sold 33% of its shares to Company D, thereby gaining its protection. But Kagoshima Eel Company likely wouldn't be able to do so, as Japan was, after all, a colony of Gale Nation. February 10th. Japan. Kagoshima Prefecture. The ADM negotiating team arrived at Kagoshima Eel Company with a haughty air and directly requested a meeting with President Junichi Watanabe. After hearing his assistant's report, Junichi Watanabe's face darkened. After all, these guys were being rude, but considering their identities, he could only suppress his inner dissatisfaction. In the meeting room, the two parties sat down. Mr. Watanabe, we at ADM would like to acquire the Kagoshima Eel Company. What do you think? Yukimura Heiji, the head of ADM's Japanese branch, is also Japanese, more precisely, a Japanese-American. Watanabe Junichi frowned slightly, then shook his head. Sorry, we have no intention of selling the company at this time. After being rejected, Yukimura Heiji remained calm and smiled, asking, Mr. Watanabe, are you sure? Don't you want to hear our price? We're willing to pay $200 million for the Kagoshima Eel Company. Watanabe Junichi, who hadn't been angry at first, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing the price. If the other party had offered a higher price, he might have considered it, but he hadn't expected it to be so low. Kagoshima Eel Company, as a Japanese aquaculture company, is quite large, with various fixed assets totaling nearly $200 million. Adding to that, it possesses artificial eel breeding technology, generating annual profits of $50 to $60 million. Generally, acquisitions command a premium, typically 10 to 20 times the price-to-earnings ratio. Watanabe Junichi had expected the other party to offer $500 to $600 million, but the unexpected $200 million was a complete humiliation. Of course, he was also well aware that these Gale Nation conglomerates were accustomed to being arrogant and domineering in Japan, especially after Gale Nation's economic downturn in recent years, and they've been treating Japanese, DACA, and EU companies like pigs. No need. I won't sell the company, Watanabe Junichi said firmly. Yukimura Heiji didn't utter a harsh word. Instead, he took the coat his assistant offered and put it on. Then, with a smile he said, all right. Since President Watanabe doesn't want to bother us anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Watching Yukimura Heiji and the others leave, Junichi Watanabe's brow furrowed again. He looked at his son, Mahara Watanabe. Father, ADM is a company from Gale Country, with the backing of a major conglomerate. Will our outright refusal anger them? Junichi Watanabe sighed. As the Chinese say, you are the butcher, and I am the meat. Father, what should we do then? Watanabe Mahara said, a little worried. Junichi Watanabe glanced at his younger brother, Kenji Watanabe, and whispered a few words into his ear. After hearing his instructions, Kenji Watanabe's face was filled with a hint of uncertainty. Go! Hurry! Father! I'm just being safe. Facing his father's stern gaze, Watanabe Mahara hesitated to speak. He knew his father's character well. The Kagoshima Eel Company was a family enterprise painstakingly built, and his father would not give it up easily. That afternoon, Kenji Watanabe and Mahara Watanabe flew directly to Guangzhou, carrying the $25 million they had earned from the Shiyuan Group, the secret unregistered account Junichi Watanabe had prepared. 3 technicians, who knew the complete formula, and their families. On the third day, ADM's tactics began. Watanabe Junichi looked at the figure bursting through the door, his face remarkably calm. Is this your method? Of course, this place is a colony, full of Japanese lackeys. Slap! Watanabe Junichi was slapped. Ahem. Watanabe Junichi's eyes darkened, and he quickly pulled a pistol from the lining of his collar. What? Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Dodge! Instantly, 3 men were shot and fell to the ground, wailing. The men outside reacted, preparing to draw their guns and fight back. To their surprise, Watanabe Junichi didn't give them a chance and shot himself. Looking at Watanabe Junichi, shot through the temple, the team leader, District Attorney Ichiro Sanada, had a gloomy and painful expression. He had been shot in the arm earlier. Fortunately, he had been quick-witted and had pulled one of his men to block the bullet the moment he saw Watanabe Junichi pull out his gun, otherwise he would have been finished. Just after briefly bandaging his arm wound, Ichiro Sanada received another piece of very bad news. Team leader, I'm so sorry that **** destroyed everything. How dare he? Sanada gritted his teeth. Where's the feed? It's also been destroyed. According to the workers at the farm, Junichi Watanabe has been pouring a lot of chemicals into the water these past 2 days. Sanada Ichiro slammed his fist on the tatami mat, and suddenly the wound on his arm opened again. Hiss! Get those technicians to tell me the formula. The reporting team member looked helpless. I'm sorry, the 3 technicians who know the formula have been taken away by Kenji Watanabe. Then go find them. Sanada Ichiro raged. Hey! It turned out that Junichi Watanabe had sensed the danger 2 days ago, but he still took a chance and only destroyed the Kagoshima Eel Company's materials on artificial eel breeding technology. He also destroyed all the prepared feed, and added a lot of harmless chemicals to the farm water that could interfere with detection. Soon, information about Watanabe Kenji and his men leaving for Ceres was discovered. Upon hearing this, Yukimura Heiji was furious, yelling at Sanada Ichiro on the other end of the line, You idiots! You can't even do this! Now that Watanabe Junichi's relatives had fled to Guangzhou, ADM was temporarily unable to take action. Originally, ADM planned to secretly take action, sending the uncooperative Watanabe Junichi to collect soap. Then, by secretly controlling the Kagoshima Eel Company, ADM would gain control of this golden industry and be able to continue investing to increase eel fry production capacity, particularly in the European and American edible eel fry market. They did not intend to let Haliafeng and Brown take over the entire market. As for the idea of destroying the eel fry industry to target Haliafeng, after studying Haliafeng's detailed situation, ADM concluded that simply attacking the eel fry industry wouldn't be very effective, as Haliafeng also produces other high-profit products, such as white truffles and specialty feed. There's no way around it. They're capitalists after all. Sadly, with Junichi Watanabe's suicide, the technology of the Kagoshima Eel Company was also destroyed. ADM's efforts were fruitless, and they didn't expect their efforts to be in vain. Among the other companies, Company B isn't heavily involved in the fishmeal feed industry. Their involvement in the feed industry primarily involves producing plant protein, which they then sell to other feed companies as raw material. Company C, while having a significant presence in the feed industry, similarly lacks many levers to exploit Haliafeng. Things are different now. 20 years ago, ABCD still had considerable influence in China. In recent years, with the rise of cocoa and Sinagrain, coupled with the speed of information dissemination through the internet, they've been forced to moderate their domestic activities. After all, if you're not careful, you'll be exposed online. Following the recent collapse of the LOC consortium, various factions have grown increasingly wary of major European and American conglomerates. Those without the power to take on these conglomerates can only turn a blind eye, forbearing as long as they don't go too far. Those with the power to deal with major European and American conglomerates, such as Lucia, have been actively suppressing ABCD's various food and agriculture-related businesses in Lucia since last year, including establishing independent international grain trade and transportation channels to avoid over-reliance on ABCD's transportation and sales channels. Just as ABCD was constantly making small moves, Jiangmiao also noticed their actions. After all, ABCD was a giant in the agricultural sector, so it would be strange for Jiang Miao not to pay attention to them. However, before Jiang Miao could do anything, Watanabe Kino, along with Watanabe Mahara and others, arrived at the Haliafeng company to request a meeting. In the reception room, the Watanabe family members looked dejected. Watanabe Kino immediately lowered his seat, his forehead pressed to the floor. Jiang-san, we're so sorry to bother you before your holiday. We have no other options this time. The president has been murdered, so we can only ask Jiang-san for help. You need work visas, right? Jiang Miao had clearly guessed what he was thinking. Yes, we all do. The longer the visa, the better. We're willing to give Jiang-san $10 million. Watanabe Kino pleaded again humbly. Watanabe Kinji, Watanabe Mahara, and others also lowered their seats and pleaded. Jiang Miao didn't refuse. After all, he already understood the whole story. Although he was surprised by Junichi Watanabe's stubbornness, he knew that his actions at least helped Haliafeng Company preserve a significant portion of its profits. He slowly said, "Okay, you can join Haliafeng's International Trade Office. The 3 technicians can work as technicians at our factory in the next town. Thank you very much for your consideration, Jiang-san." Watanabe Yu took out a small notebook and offered it with both hands. Jiang-san, please accept it. Okay. Jiang Miao didn't hesitate, as this would reassure the other party. Jiang Miao quickly arranged for the Watanabe family to temporarily stay in Magong town. In fact, the 3 technicians were also members of the Watanabe family, but their blood relationship with Junichi Watanabe was more distant. After all, family businesses in Japan are sometimes even more feudal and traditional than those in China. Jiang Miao also instructed Jiang Haiba to apply for work visas for Watanabe Kino and others. With Company A's influence, if the Watanabe family went anywhere else, they would likely be quietly wiped out. Even going to Hong Kong wouldn't be safe. Personal safety could only be guaranteed within the core area of Ceres. Even if Company A became enraged and issued a warrant for Watanabe Mahara and others in Japan, it would be useless because the 2 sides had no extradition agreement. As long as the Watanabe family members didn't leave Ceres, the other side would have no way to take them down through normal means. In fact, the Watanabe family had accumulated considerable wealth. In addition to the $25 million earned from the previous partnership, they had earned nearly $67 million from eel fry and eel farming in the past year. Over the decades, the family had accumulated nearly $230 million in assets, but only $42 million of this was liquid capital. Therefore, the total assets taken out by Watanabe Mahara this time amounted to approximately $134 million. Besides the $10 million he gave to Jiang Miao, there was still a considerable sum left. This sum, whether living here or investing in real estate, was more than enough for the entire family to live comfortably for a lifetime. Jiang Miao didn't particularly care for the Watanabe family's meager sum. It was late at night, and the world was still. In the computer room on the 2nd floor of the villa in Nanhu village. We need to teach them a lesson. Jiang Miao, surveying the various pieces of information he had found, looked sternly. After taking a sip of hot tea from the nearby cup, he resumed typing. To deal with ABCD, one must understand them. He had already collected all the information about ABCD and stored it on a dedicated hard drive. Now he was simply conducting some research. Gauls D Company's core industries are agricultural raw materials, grains, oilseeds, cotton, coffee, sugar, rice, and juice. Agricultural processing, oilseed processing, food production, and feed protein processing. Logistics and transportation. It operates a fleet of over 170 vessels, providing customized shipping solutions for clients. Its fleet ranges from handysize to cape-size vessels, transporting cargo across the globe's oceans. This company hasn't made any major moves yet, except to fund online trolls to attack Haliafeng through public opinion. Company A, also known as ADM, has a wide range of businesses, including food, beverages, dietary supplements, and feed. It is a world leader in grain and oil processing, and is the largest soybean crusher and corn additive manufacturer in Gale country. It is also the world's 5th largest grain exporter. Company B, with over 450 factories in 32 countries, is the world's 4th largest grain exporter, Brazil's largest grain exporter, and the 2nd largest soybean exporter in the United States. Besides grain, it also operates in textiles, fertilizers, paints, and banking. Company C, with annual revenue reaching $90 billion, is currently privately held. It leads the world in grain export and trading, owns the largest number of grain silos in the United States, and operates in 66 countries. It also owns a hedge fund with over $10 billion in assets and various biotechnology R&D programs. Jiang Miao currently needed to deal with the three companies ABC, since he had previously used assassination tactics against the Locke Group, and with the Jianganya incident, while there was no evidence that Jiang Miao was responsible, this incident would undoubtedly attract the attention of ABCD. Thus, he couldn't resort to direct assassination this time. However, even so, that didn't mean he had no way to deal with these individuals. For example, he accessed Company C's various bioengineering resources, and quickly found something he could use. One such method involved using genetic technology to artificially engineer fungi specifically targeting certain crops. Then, using seed coatings, the fungus could be concealed within the coating and used to infect the local soil. In fact, the Fierce Wind Nation had already practiced this practice across the globe. For example, wheat seeds infested with large-scale infectious pests were sent to hostile forces, infecting their wheat crops and causing widespread crop yield reductions. As companies directly controlled by Fierce Wind Nation's capital, ABC were undoubtedly heavily involved in the development of these biological weapons. Jiang Miao copied the information and kindly annotated it so everyone could understand its purpose. He then packaged it and distributed it to various factions. He then searched through Company A's vast archive of documents and found evidence that their products in Life's own country contained various banned substances and significantly exceeded pesticide residue standards. Jiang Miao, posing as a former Company A employee, wrote several related English blog posts and then forced them onto the front pages of major Life's own country social media platforms. There was so much negative information about these companies that it was impossible to fully exploit it. As for Company B's documents, Jiang Miao employed a different tactic. He found evidence of illegal practices during its acquisition of a major Western European agricultural company. He then directly distributed this document to the European consortium that had been tricked by Company B, allowing the two sides to engage in a dogfight. Of course, Jiang Miao didn't pin all his hopes on these tactics. But it could still be a good way to buy time for now. Haileyafeng Company needed some time to develop before it could confront ABCD head-on. Chapter 142. In the 26th year, the Northern New Year fell on February 10th. Hay Group Chairman Xue Hua had no choice but to come to Shanmei in person. However, this time, he came not on behalf of Haida Group, but as Executive Vice President of the Cereals Feed Industry Association. Among those who came with him were Chen Dan, Chairman of Hengxin Group, Li Defa, President of the Feed Association, Dr. Wang Zhongli, Executive Vice President and Secretary General of the Feed Association, and more than a dozen others. Clearly, the Feed Association also recognized the importance of Egyptian catfish meal. Jiang Miao personally received everyone. However, since they were all industry insiders, they did not sit in a conference room, but directly at the Egyptian catfish farm in Yindun Mountain. Looking at the lively Egyptian catfish, Academician Li was filled with emotion. "Mr. Jiang, your company's technology is incredible. It's just a byproduct of research into artificial eel breeding," Jiang Miao explained with a smile. Dr. Wang, standing nearby, smiled and asked, "Mr. Jiang, I heard your company acquired Inxiong Dairy? Are you entering the dairy market?" Dr. Wang is not only the Secretary General of the Feed Association, but also previously worked at the Animal Husbandry Station. Naturally, he knows the inside story of Inxiong Dairy and the dairy industry in general. "Yes, we hadn't originally planned to enter the dairy industry so quickly, but Gan Province invited our company to find a suitable new owner for Inxiong Dairy. After careful consideration, I decided to take the offer." Jiang Miao didn't hide anything. The group chatted for a while. Academician Li finally spoke. "One of the reasons we're visiting this time is to invite Mr. Jiang to become Vice President of the Feed Association. What do you think, Mr. Jiang?" I couldn't ask for more. Jiang Miao certainly wouldn't refuse. This was a great opportunity. "Since President Jiang has agreed, I take charge of the follow-up work," Dr. Wang said with a smile. Jiang Miao nodded slightly. "Then I trouble you, Dr. Wang." "You're welcome," Dr. Wang replied with a smile. Academician Li continued. "The second matter concerns the industrial planning for fishmeal production. We need the full assistance of President Jiang and Haileyafeng Company in this regard. I wonder what specific suggestions the association has." Jiang Miao had already guessed. As an expert in the feed field, Academician Li expressed his assessment of Egyptian catfish meal. "After discussions with Vice Presidents Xue Hua, Chen Dan, and others, we believe Egyptian catfish meal has great potential. However, due to its high geosin content, it can only be used as a pre- and mid-stage feed, or as an admixture in small quantities." "Indeed," Jiang Miao nodded. Academicianly continued, therefore, there's still no way to completely replace Peruvian fish meal. Although President Jiang has a non-smelly Egyptian catfish, it will increase costs. Therefore, China still needs to import 500,000 to 800,000 tons of Peruvian fish meal annually. Xue Hua, standing nearby, added, actually, President Jiang's research on fish removing feed is also a solution. There are too few species. Currently, there are only eels and Egyptian catfish. It will take time to develop other aquaculture species. Academicianly shook his head, reminding Xue Hua that developing such specialized feeds takes time. He continued, of course, Vice President Xue said that Heliafeng's non-smelly Egyptian catfish can be produced at a cost of 2.5 yuan per kilogram. If used to make fish meal, the cost per ton is around 6,900 yuan. Adding profit, it could reach 7,500 to 8,000 yuan per ton. It's actually feasible to produce. Everyone present was a sharp-witted person. They all heard the hidden meaning in Academician Li's words. Then, small batches of this high-end, geosin-free fish meal should be produced to lower the price of imported marine fish meal. In other words, the maximum price of imported fish meal can only be 7,500 to 8,000 yuan per ton. If it exceeds this, then domestic production of geosin-free Egyptian catfish meal will be carried out on a large scale to directly drive down the price of imported fish meal. Ordinary Egyptian catfish meal, with a higher geosin content, will be used as a mid-range raw material. In fact, this is also to provide a way out for other domestic fish meal producers. After all, China's annual fish meal production capacity is approximately 400,000 to 600,000 tons, and the current situation of this domestic fish meal is very complicated. In particular, small local factories produce fish meal from dead fish and rotten shrimp, which only costs 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per ton. However, this fish meal is high in harmful ingredients, has a short shelf life, and is low in nutritional value, making it suitable only for low-end feed. This is also why ordinary Egyptian catfish meal, despite having a relatively high geosin content, is still considered a mid-range raw material. Evaluating the quality of a fish meal requires considering multiple factors. Low-end fish meal. The raw material is not fixed, and it is made from dead fish, rotten shrimp, and seafood scraps. The nutritional ratio is difficult to determine, the shelf life is relatively short, and improper handling may contain certain harmful ingredients. Mid-range fish meal. The raw material is fixed, using freshwater fish as the raw material. The nutritional ratio is fixed, the shelf life is relatively long, and it contains a certain amount of geosin. High-end fish meal. Made from a specific fish source, fresh deep-sea fish, it boasts a consistent nutritional profile and a long shelf life. Therefore, with the large-scale production of Egyptian catfish meal, domestic mid-range fish meal production capacity will undoubtedly continue to rise. However, domestic production capacity for high-end fish meal currently stands at approximately 100,000 to 200,000 tons per year, accounting for only about one-third of domestic fish meal production. Thankfully, Heliafeng has the technical expertise. If foreign fish meal producers don't lower their prices, the Feed Association can use Heliafeng's technology as a threat. Clearly, this isn't just the intention of the Feed Association, it's also the intention of Serbia officials. They simply want to lower prices, not completely deprive Peruvian fish meal of its domestic market share. Of course, a significant portion of the market share has now shifted to Serbia. Currently, international fish meal producers include not only Peruvian, but also North America, Western Europe, Japan, Southeast Asia, and Russia. China's imports previously focused primarily on Peruvian fish meal, including Chilean fish meal. However, this has diversified over the past 2 years. Currently, Peru remains the largest source of imported fish meal, followed by Annam, Chile, Russia, Siam, and India. Other producing regions, primarily Hokkaido, North Sea, and Newfoundland, supply less to the domestic market. This increased voice represents a powerful hand. Whether it's Annam, Siam, Peru, Chile, India, or Russia, as long as China has the will, it can crack down on their related industries. Academicianly outlined the association's recommendations. Mr. Jiang, the association recommends that Heliafeng maintain a certain production capacity for high-end Egyptian catfish fish meal, ensuring your company's production line, but it's best not to produce in large quantities. After all, the cost of Peruvian fish meal is only around 5,000 yuan per ton. If they go all out, Heliafeng might not be able to withstand the pressure. I understand. Jiang Miao, of course, understood the drawbacks of using non-earthy Egyptian catfish to produce high-end fish meal. It's vulnerable to sudden price cuts by international fishmeal producers. This was one of the reasons he previously advised Haida Group against using the earthy-smelling Egyptian catfish as raw material. Therefore, Heliafeng can maintain its production line in small batches as a domestic technical reserve and trump card, but it cannot expand its scale arbitrarily. This serves as a kind of checks and balances. As long as international fishmeal producers don't raise prices, and deep-sea fishmeal prices don't exceed the 8,000 yuan per ton warning line, the Feed Association won't initiate domestic substitution programs, and everyone will have food to eat. For the sake of the overall situation, this is the only possible arrangement. Otherwise, if 1.6 million tons of fishmeal were not imported all at once, the international fishmeal market would collapse further, with disastrous consequences. This would be detrimental to the development of international trade, and would further widen the trade deficit. Academicianly then added, another suggestion from the association is that Heliafeng open up production licenses for Egyptian catfish meal to other domestic feed manufacturers, while also reducing licensing fees. The current licensing fee of 1,600 yuan per ton is excessively high, hindering both domestic aquaculture costs and international competition. Jiang Miao understood that this was where Heliafeng had to make concessions. After all, domestic Egyptian catfish meal production capacity could reach 4 to 5 million tons in the future. If the licensing fee remained at 1,600 yuan per ton, Heliafeng could pocket 6.4 to 8 billion yuan annually. Jiang Miao asked, "What's the association's suggested price?" Academicianly smiled and said, "Our suggested price is 800 yuan per ton. This won't put Mr. Jiang at a huge disadvantage, and it will also create a cost balance between the landed price of domestically produced Egyptian catfish meal and the landed price of Peruvian fish meal." Hearing this price, Jiang Miao nodded slightly. At an 800 yuan per ton licensing fee, the cost price of domestically produced Egyptian catfish meal would be around 5,200 yuan. The landed cost of Peruvian fish meal would also be 5,200 to 5,300 yuan per ton, creating a balance between the two. Although this resulted in Heliafeng losing 3.2 to 4 billion yuan in annual profits, the good news was that the company could collect technology licensing fees for 20 years, while the patent was valid. If Heliafeng disagreed, it could face an antitrust investigation. After all, abusing a dominant market position is inevitable. Academicianly was pleased with Jiang Miao's ability to see the bigger picture. He was concerned that Jiang Miao, with his youthful arrogance, might think his technology was world-class, and that a forced licensing would embarrass both parties. He then added, "Mr. Jiang, the association won't let your company suffer. We will provide subsidies. If we need to engage in a price war with foreign companies in the future, the price of 5,200 yuan per ton will be the baseline. Anything below this will be directly subsidized to Heliafeng. What do you think?" Dr. Wang followed up. "In addition, your company can receive 3 years of nationwide tax exemptions. We discussed the details later. Of course, there are many other hidden benefits and assistance, such as making it much easier to apply for National Science and Technology Progress Awards, various patents, and various policies. This also means that Heliafeng has entered the senior management's radar. Domestic security has been greatly improved." Jiang Miao smiled and nodded. "Thank you for the association's support." Haha, a win-win situation. Academicianly was very optimistic about this young man Jiang Miao. Shui Hua, standing by, breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Dan, on the other hand, was secretly pleased. After all, the reduced licensing fees were a good thing for his company. However, Chen Dan also knew that this time, Heliafeng had benefited greatly. He quickly said, "I admire Mr. Jiang's broad perspective. In the future, whenever it can be used, Hengxin Group and I will do our best." "Mr. Jiang, thank you very much." Shui Hua also smiled and nodded. Jiang Miao smiled and replied, "I, Jiang Miao, am not one to be ignorant of the importance of things. I can contribute to national development and make money at the same time, so why not?" The two sides discussed some details. Then they arrived at the Yandanshan durian farm, located behind the Yandanshan farm. Looking at the sprouting genetically modified durian, academicianly, and the others didn't find anything special. After all, they weren't in the durian industry. Their focus was on the lush alfalfa on the terrace fields. Dr. Wang, who had worked at the animal husbandry station, squatted down and plucked a handful of alfalfa leaves. "Mr. Jiang, what kind of alfalfa is this?" "This is an experimental variety our company launched last year." "What are the characteristics of this new variety?" Dr. Wang asked curiously. "This one was developed specifically for the area south of the Yangtze River. It's also relatively shade tolerant, primarily designed for use in understory spaces. After hearing Jiang Miao's explanation, Academician Li took a look around the surroundings. So, this variety is primarily bred for understory planting? Yes, Academician Li. Dr. Wang continued, what's the estimated yield per mu? I'm talking about these mountain terraces. If it's on a non-forested mountainous area, the yield per mu of fresh grass is around 12 tons, and it can be harvested 4 times a year. If it's on a forested mountainous area, the yield per mu is around 6 to 9 tons, and it can be harvested 2 or 3 times a year. It depends on the tree planting density and latitude. Dr. Wang was a little surprised by this number. Mr. Jiang, are you sure? Of course, our company conducted a small-scale trial planting last year, also under extensive management of these mountain terraces. Dr. Wang, now somewhat restless, quickly pressed, what is the crude protein content of this variety? 26 to 27% during initial flowering, 25 to 26% during peak flowering, 23 to 24% during fruiting, and 20 to 22% during maturity. Amazing! This variety is comparable to the genetically modified alfalfa from Gale country. Dr. Wang exclaimed, then suddenly remembered something. Mr. Jiang, have you registered a gene patent for this variety? If not, you should register it as soon as possible to prevent it from being stolen by foreign breeding companies. Yes, that's something you should definitely pay attention to, Academician Li added. However, as everyone looked at the security personnel surrounding them, it seemed that Hailiafeng's security measures were relatively strict, and Jiang Miao must be very particular about safety and confidentiality. Jiang Miao smiled and said, we registered various patents, but once we launch our product on a large scale, there's a high probability that foreign countries will be able to obtain our seeds. There's no way to avoid this. Dr. Wang, reassured by Jiang Miao's precautions, said, registering the patent is good. If someone uses your seeds, you can't sell your alfalfa internationally. You can only use it on your own farms or as a female parent for hybrid breeding. Mr. Jiang, your variety has great potential, especially in southern China. If we can utilize the understory space of mountain terraces, we can avoid being strangled by the Americans in the alfalfa sector. Academician Li expressed concern for the safety of the domestic feed industry. This is crucial. China's alfalfa hay production capacity is too low. We need to import 1.5 million tons annually, 80% of which comes from Gale country. Dr. Wang, having worked at the animal husbandry station, has deep experience with the alfalfa industry. The genetically modified alfalfa grown in Gale country not only has a very high yield, but also generally has a crude protein content between 20 and 26%. Because it's genetically modified, it doesn't require as much pesticide. On the other hand, domestic alfalfa is primarily a traditionally bred variety, and no genetically modified alfalfa varieties have been approved. As a result, the per acre yield of domestic alfalfa is relatively low, and the crude protein content varies widely, ranging from 16 to 26%. Dr. Wang asked curiously, Mr. Jiang, is this variety a hybrid? Or does it use genetically modified technology? If it were genetically modified, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to get approved for market. It's not genetically modified. It's a product of conventional hybridization and induced mutation. Hearing that it was a traditionally bred variety derived from natural hybridization and induced mutation, Dr. Wang's smile widened. That's good. At least we don't have to worry about GMO safety reviews. As long as you can stabilize the genetic traits of this variety, it will likely pass market approval. China desperately needs high-yield, high-protein alfalfa right now. Well, if this variety can stabilize its traits, even if it can only be promoted in southern China, it will be enough to change the global alfalfa market. Academician Li also believed that this variety was extremely valuable. You should know that each of the southern provinces generally has 20 to 40 million mu of economic forest. For example, Lingnan and Guangxi provinces each have approximately 25 million mu of economic forest. Even if the understory space of these economic forests can't be fully utilized, even if even 1/10 can be utilized, it will still have enormous production capacity. This is especially true for large orchards, tea oil plantations, rubber plantations, agarwood plantations, and other such areas. Alfalfa can be used as an initial transitional industry. After all, similar to a rubber plantation, it takes 6 to 8 years of growth before tapping can begin. During this period, the plantation produces no output, only investment. The same is true for agarwood plantations. Even with human intervention, agarwood still takes at least 10 years to harvest. Why many people are reluctant to invest in economic forestry these days is because the cycle is too long. Many economic forests are planted by fathers and harvested by sons, or even by grandfathers and grandsons. Under the current circumstances, this type of long-term investment carries significant risks, not only from market risks but also from natural hazards. If a sudden disaster such as a wildfire, typhoon, or landslide occurs during the planting period, all investment could be lost. Shuehua, standing nearby, was also very interested in this new variety of alfalfa. Mr. Jiang, do you have any seeds left? Sell me some so I can try planting some alfalfa near the fish pond. Not at the moment. We have over 200,000 mu of mountain land to cultivate ourselves. Jiang Miao shook his head. Over 200,000 mu? Dr. Wang's eyes widened. Mr. Jiang, I was just about to ask, what are you planting on these 200,000 mu of mountain land? Jiang Miao explained, durian in eastern Guangdong, camellia in southern Jiangxi. Durian? Camellia? Dr. Wang was confused. I understand they plant camellia in southern Jiangxi, but can durian be planted in eastern Guangdong? We use new technology. Jiang Miao pointed to the sprouting genetically modified silk cotton trees. This is a genetically modified silk cotton tree. It can be used as a rootstock for natural durian, overcoming some of the environmental limitations. I see. Dr. Wang understood immediately. While he didn't know how mature Heliafeng's technology was, he knew that since Jiang Miao was venturing on such a large area, he must have the confidence. The group chatted for over an hour. At noon, they had another meal at Heliafeng, then hurried home. After all, today was the Little New Year in the north, and Spring Festival was only a few days away. Chapter 143. The agreement between the Feed Association and Heliafeng Company has no direct impact on ordinary people, but it does have a significant indirect impact. This is because fishmeal prices are related to feed prices, which in turn are related to the prices of aquatic products, chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. The greatest impact is undoubtedly on aquatic products. Aquatic feed typically requires a fishmeal content of around 50 to 70%, while pig and poultry feeds contain between 1 to 5%. In the aquaculture industry, feed costs account for approximately 50 to 80% of total costs. This shows that fishmeal prices determine the price of aquatic products, but have a relatively small impact on the costs of pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. As a result, the market prices of fish feed, shrimp feed, and crab feed have plummeted since early February, generally falling by 15 to 25%. This magnitude of decline will have a dramatic impact on the per acre yield of domestic aquaculture. The Lingnan Aquatic Products Association has conducted relevant research and is generally bearish on future domestic aquatic product prices, predicting a 5 to 10% drop in wholesale and retail prices. At the same time, aquaculture associations in other provinces have also issued notices, reminding farmers not to blindly expand their aquaculture operations to avoid widespread losses due to market price fluctuations and overcapacity. After all, domestic consumption capacity is relatively limited at this stage, and aquatic product consumption will not increase suddenly. Excessive expansion at once could easily lead to overcapacity. Even if production expansion is necessary, it should be done gradually. However, the scale of production expansion for one fish is enormous. Lingnan, southern Fujian, Guangxi, and Cheongzhou, the four regions most suitable for large-scale aquaculture of catfish, known as the South China F4, are seeing major domestic feed manufacturers deploying their own operations. They're either expanding their own farms or collaborating with villagers near their feed mills. These domestic feed manufacturers haven't even celebrated the Spring Festival, working overtime to expand aquaculture of catfish, hoping to secure cheap raw materials as soon as possible. It's estimated that by June of next year, South China will have a massive annual production capacity of 8 million tons of fresh catfish, 3 million tons of fish meal, and 880,000 tons of fish oil. However, this massive production capacity will also require approximately 24 million tons of corn and soybean meal for various forages, placing considerable pressure on the domestic supply of plant-based feed. This is why Shuehua wants to try growing alfalfa himself. Alfalfa can also be used as a highly effective feed for catfish. While some feed manufacturers are actively expanding their Egyptian catfish farming operations, some feed manufacturers that previously relied on imported fishmeal have not rushed to launch Egyptian catfish farming operations, instead purchasing fishmeal directly from Haida Group. Companies like Ahua Group and Yuehai Group, for example, have no plans to expand into the Egyptian catfish farming industry. After all, many have calculated that the current domestic demand for fishmeal is capped at around 4 million tons per year. If 3 million tons of catfish fishmeal were produced in Egypt, plus 400,000 tons of other domestically produced fish meal, and 600,000 tons of imported deep-sea fish meal, the total would be approximately 4 million tons. Haida Group already controls more than half of Egypt's catfish fish meal production, with the remaining over 1 million tons divided among Hailefeng, Hengqin Group, and Tongwei Group. As a result, any further entry into the market by other feed producers would only lead to severe overcapacity, leaving no one profiting. Except for Hailefeng, other companies are hesitant to expand recklessly, instead privately discussing their respective production capacities to avoid sabotaging each other. This round of feed industry expansion has stimulated the coastal areas of South China, reversing their previous economic slump and beginning to revitalize. On February 11th, the Southern Chinese New Year, the last batch of gifts from Hailefeng were delivered to customers via SF Express container trucks or cargo planes. Magic City. As a local, Zhao Xinyan, observing the deserted streets, knew the new year had arrived. Just returned to the community gate on her bicycle. "Ms. Zhao, there's a package for you," the middle-aged security guard in the security room quickly reminded him. He knew Zhao Xinyan mainly because she frequently came to pick up packages. "Oh! Now I remember, I almost forgot." Zhao Xinyan then remembered that it was a gift from the Hailefeng company for a regular customer. After picking up the SF Express package from the security room's express rack, she muttered to herself, "SF Express? I thought it was a postal parcel or something like SF Express or YTO Express." Using the security room's utility knife, she opened the outer packaging. Inside was a large bag of vacuum-packed morels. They looked very fresh, the ice pack still intact, but that was normal, considering it was winter. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the side. "Sister Zhao, you're buying morels? A bag this big costs 400 or 500 yuan, right?" Zhao Xinyan turned around, adjusting her glasses, and finally saw the person. It was her next-door neighbor's son, also looking for a package. "So it's Tianrui. It's perfect. Take half back. I can't take something this expensive. My mom's going to scold me later." Dong Tianrui shook his head like a rattle. Zhao Xinyan opened the vacuum bag, poured about half of it into the package, and handed it to Dong Tianrui. "Just tell Sister Hong that it's from me. Sister Hong helps me babysit all day. This little thing is nothing. Besides, it was given to me by someone else. Take it." Dong Tianrui was forced to eat half a bag of morels, and an awkward, speechless smile appeared on his face. The main reason he didn't want to accept it was that he didn't quite understand the social interactions between adults. Every time Zhao Xinyan sent something to his house, his mother would rush to send it back, and then after some arguing, they would accept it again. If he accepted the item, she would accuse him of accepting it carelessly. This left Dong Tianrui speechless. Can't they just be more straightforward? Sure enough, when he returned home with a package and a bag of morels. "Tianrui, what did you buy? You're spending money recklessly again." His mother, Li Yinghong, blurted out the moment she saw the package in his hand. "Clothes? Don't you need new clothes for the new year?" Dong Tianrui handed the bag of morels to his mother. "These are the morels Sister Zhao just sent. My friend asked me out to play, and I won't be home for dinner tonight." Without saying a word, Dong Tianrui tossed the package containing the clothes onto the sofa and quickly backed out the door, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "What's this kid rushing about for?" Li Yinghong suddenly realized the morels in her hand. How could this kid so casually accept such a valuable gift? "Oh, Xinyan is so polite. I'd better give it back to her." A moment later, she knocked on Zhao Xinyan's door. When Zhao Xinyan saw Li Yinghong and the morels in her hand, she knew what she was talking about and quickly said, "Sister Hong, these are morels I got as a gift from an online purchase. The store gave me £2. They need to be eaten fresh, and there are only 4 of us in my family, so we can't eat £2 at once. Just take them. Don't be so polite with me. Xinyan, don't lie to me. I shop online often too. I just checked, and these fresh morels cost over 200 yuan a pound. What store is so good?" Li Yinghong refused to believe it. She assumed Zhao Xinyan was saying this on purpose to get her to accept the package of morels. Hee. Zhao Xinyan was helpless, and could only pull out her phone to show her. "Sister Hong, take a look. Is it free?" After looking at it for a while, Li Yinghong finally believed it. Then, she started to think about getting a bargain again. "Xinyan, is this store still giving away free gifts?" Zhao Xinyan shook her head. "Sister Hong, their promotion is only for regular customers. You haven't bought anything from them before, so they definitely won't be offering it this year. Maybe we can try next year. It's called the Hailefeng Specialty Store, right? I keep an eye on it later." "Yes, that's the name. Li Yinghong looked at the bag of morels in her hand again. She had never cooked these mushrooms before, and didn't know how to make them taste good. So she asked, "Sinyan, how do you best prepare these morels? I haven't tried this either. Let me take a look at the sweet potato." The two of them ate melon seeds while examining the sweet potato. Chicken soup with morels should be delicious. Speaking of chicken stew, my brother brought me 2 black-boned chickens from back home. I give you one later. Sister Hong, that's fine. You're welcome. Tianrui and Yingying don't like black-boned chicken anyway. Before they knew it, they had been chatting for over an hour. Zhao Xinyan's husband opened the door carrying a few bags. "Hey, Sister Hong, Happy New Year. Why are you so polite? And bringing morels?" "Dingxin, you misunderstood. These are from Xinyan," Li Yinghong explained with a smile. "Uh-huh. So?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Dong Dingxin's face. He placed the bag on the coffee table and opened it. "The company is on holiday today, so I went shopping. Things are a lot more expensive this year, but pork, fish, and shrimp haven't gone up much." "What did you buy?" Li Yinghong peered into the bag curiously. Dong Dingxin opened a bottle of Fanta and took a sip. "They're all New Year's goods: macadamia nuts, Brazil nuts, melon seeds, almonds, pistachios, chocolate, candy, and the like. The prices have gone up quite a bit this year. You two can chat, so I won't be a light bulb." Li Yinghong hurried back with the morels, preparing to bring the black-boned chicken from the refrigerator to Zhao Xinyan. "Sister Hong, take care." Zhao Xinyan, rummaging through bags, saw several bags of canned kabayaki eel and asked in surprise, "Why did you buy eel?" "Oh, you mean this? My colleague Shaoli recommended it to me. He said many Japanese restaurants use this pre-cooked kabayaki eel. Didn't you order a rice takeout a few times before, and you only had a few bites?" "How much is this bag?" Zhao Xinyan asked. 5 bags, 499 yuan. Looking at the net weight of a 1.2 kilograms bag, Zhao Xinyan didn't find it too expensive. She also felt that during the Lunar New Year holiday, ordering takeout was too expensive, making it herself was too much trouble, and eating out wasn't cost-effective. She thought it would be better to use this pre-cooked kabayaki eel for a few meals. Since domestic eel production has steadily increased this year, the price of this pre-cooked kabayaki eel has been steadily declining. Especially with the introduction of a new feed formula by Heliafeng Company, the eel breeding cycle has been reduced to approximately 7 months, further reducing costs. Currently, the wholesale price of pre-cooked kabayaki eel has generally dropped to 70 to 80 yuan per kilogram, while the retail price is between 80 and 90 yuan per kilogram. Suddenly, Zhao Xinyan realized that the grilled eel was also produced by Heliafeng. "Honey, this eel is also produced by Heliafeng. They even sent me a bag of morels today." "Morels? The ones you just gave to Sister Hong? This company gives so many?" Dong Dingxin was surprised. "I gave half to Sister Hong, and I still have half left at home. They're really generous, giving 2 pounds of morels to every regular customer." 2 pounds? Dong Dingxin was confused. "Are morels cheap? I remember them being quite expensive. Over 200 yuan a pound online." Dong Dingxin's eyes widened. "Damn! Do they really give gifts to every regular customer? Even if they don't have many, it's still a significant expense." "Haha, they have a lot of customers." Dong Dingxin grabbed his phone and went to Taobao.com, quickly finding the Heliafeng store. Seeing the massive sales figures, the comment section was filled with videos and photos of recent gift-giving photos. A quick glance revealed thousands of similar comments. "How much do they give away? 2 kilograms per customer costs over 400 yuan. Even if they produce it themselves, that would have cost them over 100 yuan, right? I just checked, and they give it away at least hundreds of thousands of copies. That must be tens of millions. They're not short of money," Zhao Xinyan said, sorting through the contents of her bag. "Not short of money?" Dong Dingxin was initially puzzled. But when he saw the Heliafeng store's shelves displaying premium white truffles at 3,000 yuan per kilogram, premium edible glass eels at 25,000 yuan per kilogram, and farmed eel fry at 23,000 yuan per kilogram, along with the sales figures listed at 10,000 plus, he suddenly understood. So it's that company that sells white truffles. No wonder they're so arrogant. Zhao Xinyan packed up the nuts. This is an exclusive business, so of course they're profitable. After looking for a while, Dong Dingxin looked up. But their products are all quite expensive. Only tomatoes are a bit cheaper. I don't think ordinary people would buy them. They specialize in high-end products. Come to think of it, our company might also be doing business with Heliafeng? Zhao Xinyan opened the refrigerator and put the items that needed to be refrigerated in there. Doesn't your company make laboratory equipment? What kind of business do you have with Heliafing? Dong Dingxing clapped his hands. I remember. A laboratory construction company in Pingcheng ordered a large batch of laboratory equipment from us. I think they were building a laboratory for Heliafing. Why does that name sound so familiar? Your company handles so much business a year. How do you remember it so clearly? It all started with that laboratory construction company. Their purchasing manager purchased a large batch of second-hand laboratory equipment from us, and then Heliafing discovered it. We then argued with them for over a month, which is why I remember it so vividly. Is that company's purchasing manager trying to have it both ways? Zhao Xinyan, an accountant, was well aware of the shady dealings of some companies' purchasing departments. Probably. Dong Dingxin took a sip of Fanta. This year, I have to thank Heliafing for purchasing a lot of laboratory equipment and consumables from us. In fact, Heliafing has indeed brought many opportunities during its development. For example, the laboratory equipment company where Dong Dingxin worked has supplied Heliafing with over 80 million yuan worth of laboratory equipment and consumables. There are also solar panel manufacturers, lead carbon battery manufacturers, agricultural machinery suppliers, aquaculture equipment and consumable suppliers, and suppliers of tinplate cans, food-grade soft can packaging bags, and paper box packaging for the canned food industry. These are all directly related businesses. For example, the supplier's wholesale price to Heliafing for the soft can packaging for grilled eel is 0.38 yuan per bag, resulting in a profit of 0.12 yuan per bag. However, the demand is overwhelming, requiring at least 500,000 to 600,000 plastic soft packaging bags per month, generating a gross profit of over 60,000 yuan per month. This demand is also increasing, primarily due to the large number of fish ball products that also require plastic packaging bags. Moreover, unlike other companies that drag their feet on payments, Heliafing is a rare and high-quality client for upstream suppliers. After all, these days, all industries prefer to withhold payments, often for 1 to 3 months, or even 6 months. If it's simply a matter of withholding payments, it's fine. However, sometimes, the other party goes bankrupt or flees, making it difficult to collect the payment. Many upstream suppliers also face significant challenges. The sudden bankruptcy or flight of a major customer can even lead to the bankruptcy of some upstream companies with relatively simple industrial structures. Heliafing implements the 1361 payment system for supplier payments, particularly for fast-consuming consumables. 1 represents 1 month. 3 represents a 30% advance payment. 6 represents a 60% payment upon delivery. 1 represents a 10% acceptance payment. If there are no issues, the entire process can be completed within 1 month. For example, if the packaging bags are found to have no quality issues after use and the yield rate meets the contractual standards, the 10% final payment can be received within 30 days. The emergence of Heliafing Company has spurred the development of a large number of related businesses. This is also why many regions are striving to attract large enterprises, as large enterprises not only have their own industries and employees, but also drive a large number of upstream and downstream businesses and individuals. This year, companies supplying Heliafing Company have all experienced a prosperous year. As these companies perform well, their employees will benefit to some extent, and ordinary employees will also have a better life. Similarly, the local Egyptian catfish farmers in Shanmei are effectively upstream suppliers of Heliafing Company, but they are all self-employed. These self-employed Egyptian catfish farmers have collectively received approximately 236.25 million yuan in payments. There are 2,473 Egyptian catfish farmers in total, with an average income of 95,533 yuan per household, and a gross profit margin of around 40%, or 38,213 yuan per household. And this is only about 6 months. If it were a yearly cycle, the income could double. Although many farmers work with their entire families, at least they're making real money. For the villagers of Magong town and the surrounding areas, the 26th Spring Festival was a prosperous year, and they believed it marked the beginning of good times. Chapter 144. If the atmosphere in China seemed festive due to the arrival of the Spring Festival, the rest of the world was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Shoguang Fishing Port in Danang, Annan. This fishing port, located in Danang City in central Annan, is also the largest fishing port in central Annan. As the young king of Southeast Asia, Annan has experienced rapid development in its marine fishing industry, especially since the beginning of the 21st century. Currently, it harvests 3 to 4 million tons of seafood annually, ranking second in Southeast Asia. Java, known as the Thousand Islands country, leads Southeast Asia in marine fishing, with approximately 6 million tons of seafood harvested annually. Ceres, also boasting vast maritime areas, only harvests approximately 9.5 to 10 million tons annually. This shows that Annan's per capita marine catch is several times that of Ceres. However, at this time, a fishmeal manufacturer in Shogweing fishing port suddenly suspended its announcement of purchasing cheap marine fish. Fisherman Wan Jiqiang, who had just landed with over a dozen tons of sardines, was about to take them to the fishmeal factory when he arrived at the purchasing point to find a crowd of fishermen surrounding it. What's going on? Wan Jiqiang was confused. He quickly tugged on the shoulder of an old acquaintance. Xian, what's going on? The man turned around and realized it was Wan Jiqiang. A frown crossed his face. It's you? Yonghuan Company just issued an announcement saying they're suspending the purchase of cheap marine fish and offal for a month. Huh? Wan Jiqiang was startled. Aren't we usually only on holiday for 3 days during the Spring Festival? Why is it suddenly a month off this year? Xian took the cigarette Wan Jiqiang offered him. I heard that fishmeal prices have dropped significantly recently. Yonghuan Company thinks it's unprofitable and plans to reduce production to see what the market will look like. Fishmeal prices are dropping? What about those 10 tons of sardines? Wan Jiqiang was suddenly overwhelmed. After lighting the cigarette and taking a puff, Xian shook his head. You should ask Old Coconut. See if we can buy them for you. Where's Old Coconut? Inside. Thanks. Wan Jiqiang hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the second floor of the purchasing point. He saw Old Coconut chatting over tea with a few employees. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his hair was sparse, like an old coconut. Old Coconut, what's going on? Seeing Wan Jiqiang, Old Coconut seemed to know what he was up to and shook his head. Qiang, do you have any fish? Yes. Do me a favor and take those 10 tons of sardines. I treat you to dinner later, Wan Jiqiang said, handing him a pack of cigarettes. If I could help you, I would have done it a long time ago. The problem is, the company's fishmeal factory is shut down. How can I take it? Old Coconut spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. Wan Jiqiang remained steadfast. Old Coconut, why doesn't your boss make money when he has it? Even if the price of fishmeal drops, it only means a slight profit loss. Old Coconut took his cigarette and asked with a look of resignation, haha, do you know how much a ton of fishmeal costs right now? How much? $1,020. Is that a good price? Old Coconut, don't try to fool me. My cousin worked at your factory. 1 ton of sardines makes 250 kilograms of fishmeal, and the sardines you buy at the dock are only 7,000 dong, 2 yuan, per kilogram. Note, $1 equals 7 huayuan. 1 huayuan equals 3,500 Annamese dong. Qiang, do you know how to calculate? Old Coconut asked sarcastically. Nguyen Jiqiang grabbed a nearby calculator and pressed a few times. Of course not. 7,000 dong is only $0.285. A ton is only $285, and 4 tons of sardines make 1 ton of fishmeal. Go on. Why aren't you talking? Don't you like talking? Old Coconut looked speechless. Nguyen Jiqiang finally realized it, but thinking of the dozen tons of sardines in the hold, he thickened his face again. Old Coconut, how about a little discount? Just give me the price of gas. Old Coconut shook his head in exasperation. Haha, so cheap? Are you giving it away for free? Even our company's fishing boats won't catch cheap fish anymore, let alone your fish. This is the dilemma facing Annamese fishmeal companies. Fishing costs in Southeast Asia are significantly higher than in Peruvian fishing grounds. Peruvian fishing grounds have regular, large fishing seasons, requiring the use of large tugboats. The total cost of catching 1 ton of sardines is around $120 to $150. However, Southeast Asian waters lack these large, regular fishing seasons. The fuel costs alone are higher than those in Peruvian fishing grounds, and the catch volume is highly uncertain. As a result, the cost of catching fish in Southeast Asia is generally over $200 per ton, and this is for relatively abundant, inexpensive fish. For high-value, but smaller, species like lobster and grouper, the total cost per ton can reach thousands of US dollars. Especially for small fishing boats like Wan Jiqiang, which weigh only a few dozen tons, the cost of production is much higher than that of large tugboats. Originally, Binhuan Company used sardines to produce fishmeal with a 60% crude protein content. The average factory cost was approximately $800 to $1,000 per ton. The current international market price for Peruvian sardine meal with a 67% crude protein content is $1,020 per ton, landed in East Asia. Annam fish meal, already of substandard quality, is $200 to $300 cheaper than Peruvian fish meal. Selling fish meal at this market price means a loss on every ton sold. This business is unsustainable. This is why Vinhuan Company chose to suspend production. At current international fish meal prices, even domestic feed manufacturers in Annam will not use Annam fish meal, instead opting to import Peruvian fish meal. Exports and domestic sales are unsuccessful. Keeping production lines running will only lead to further losses. As for whether international fish meal prices can recover, small fishermen like Juan Jiqiang might hold out hope, but senior executives at fish meal producers like Vinhuan have given up hope on this market. If climate factors cause a surge in production capacity at major fisheries, like Peruvian fisheries, causing international fish meal prices to fall, that's manageable. The market price will eventually recover. But now, Ceres has achieved a technological breakthrough, enabling them to produce millions of tons of Egyptian catfish meal annually. What's the solution? Peruvian fish meal has production capacity, cost, and quality advantages. As long as the price of fish meal remains at or above $700 per ton, they can still make money. However, fish meal in Southeast Asia generally costs between $800 and $1,000, and its quality varies widely, making it a mid to low-end product in the fish meal market. The current situation is a clash between Peruvian and Ceres fish meal, with the first casualties being the Southeast Asian fish meal producers. For a time, it wasn't just the fishermen at Shoguang fishing port who were plunged into despair. Fish meal ports along the Annan coast with fish meal factories were plunged into panic and despair. More than a dozen fish meal-related companies were forced to suspend production. The impact on Annan was enormous. Annan produces approximately 300,000 tons of fish meal annually, with one-third of its catch going to fish meal production, generating direct economic benefits of $300 to $400 million annually. Last year, thanks to soaring global fish meal prices, the Annan fish meal industry achieved unprecedented profits, reaching $580 million in annual revenue. Many Annan fish meal producers were already sharpening their knives, preparing for a major expansion this year, further expanding production capacity and achieving new heights. Instead of prosperity, the industry's demise arrived. In the Mekong Delta in southern Annam, the Kok Kong fishing port in Ba Ria Vung Tau province is a major fishing port in Annam and a key hub for the country's Pangasius aquaculture industry. Last year, Annam's Pangasius production reached 1.84 million tons, leading the Asia-Pacific region. For example, Vinhuan Company is one of Annam's leading Pangasius processing and export companies. Its core business is Pangasius, with products exported to over 60 countries. They account for over 16% of the Pangasius imported by Ceres. However, the largest Pangasius fish farming and processing company in Annan is the Nanway Joint Stock Company, which owns 3,750 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of traditional open-air aquaculture ponds, and can supply 120,000 tons of Pangasius annually. In the past 6 or 7 years, Nanway has developed an additional 9,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of high-tech aquaculture land, producing 250,000 tons of Pangasius annually. In addition, the company maintains 20,000 breeding pairs, capable of producing 14 billion fry annually, and operates a feed mill with an annual production capacity of 800,000 tons. Other Pangasius fish farming and processing companies in Annan include Cia Mao Seafood Company, which specializes in processing and exporting a variety of seafood, including shrimp, crab, and Pangasius. IDI International Development Investment Company, and Daqing Seafood Company. These companies are headquartered in various cities in the Mekong Delta. At this moment, at non-U.S. headquarters, its chairman and CEO Duan Wei, vice chairman and general manager Du Lia, and 5 or 6 other company executives all had solemn and grim expressions. Duan Wei reviewed the relevant information he had gathered from Lingnan and said slowly and calmly, "Our fish meal and fish oil business may be in jeopardy." "Chairman, it's not that serious." Du Lia's eyes flashed with cunning. Duan Wei put down the documents and looked at the company's veteran. "Lia, what are your thoughts?" Du Lia crossed his fingers. "We can easily replicate Haliafeng's Egyptian catfish feed samples. As long as we don't sell the feed, they can't do anything to us." Duan Wei's eyes flashed. "Indeed, as long as we can get the feed samples, they can't do anything to us. That's what we do." "Chairman, don't be too happy too soon," Du Lia warned solemnly. "Lia, are you worried about Haliafeng and Ceres feed companies?" Duan Wei had no good feelings towards his northern neighbor. Du Lia reluctantly reminded him, Chairman, don't forget who is currently the world's largest fishmeal importer. If we mass-produce Egyptian catfish fishmeal, who will we sell it to? Duan Wei reacted instantly. The other executives exchanged bewildered glances. Everyone present understood this logic immediately. The current global fishmeal market is largely clear. Ceres and Peru share the pie, while fishmeal from other sources can only survive in their own territories. Ceres is both a fishmeal producer and the world's largest fishmeal importer. Peru is merely a fishmeal producer, and its production capacity fluctuates seasonally and yearly. Therefore, in international competition, Peruvian fishmeal is less competitive than Ceres. This was the horrifying reality the South Vietnamese company had to face. Stealing Heliafeng's standard Egyptian catfish feed was easy. After all, there were farms using this feed throughout Lingnan, and samples were readily available. The question was, who would sell the resulting Egyptian catfish fish meal? After all, the high-yield feed for Egyptian catfish is a patented product of Ceres, and producing Egyptian catfish fish meal elsewhere would be cost-prohibitive. As long as the South Vietnamese company's Egyptian catfish fish meal price matched that of Ceres, Heliafeng and other Ceres feed manufacturers would immediately recognize that the South Vietnamese company had stolen Heliafeng's patented feed. If you want to sell your products to Ceres, please pay the patent fee first. Failure to do so would constitute an infringement of Heliafeng's patent, and your products would be directly rejected. As for selling Egyptian catfish meal to other countries, Heliafeng could also sue the South Vietnamese company. Furthermore, as Ceres reduces its imports of Peruvian fishmeal producers with overcapacity won't easily give up the remaining market share. Duan Wei looked at the shrewd Du Lia and said, Lia, since you're proposing to steal Heliafeng's feed formula, you must have a plan. Tell me. Heliafeng also has an internal feed that can quickly remove the earthy smell of Egyptian catfish. Aren't you aware that our exports of pangasius to Ceres have decreased recently? After hearing Du Lia's reminder, Duan Wei flipped through the documents and saw that, indeed, since November of last year, their company's pangasius exports to Ceres had been showing a slow decline. Are you saying that deeply processed products with deodorized Egyptian catfish are impacting our market? Du Lia nodded. I read the report. Heliafeng Company purchases Egyptian catfish from their hometown for 2.5 yuan per kilogram. Everyone knows this cost. Wu Bin, head of the marketing department, frowned. Our high-tech farms can currently achieve a cost of 4.4 yuan per kilogram. Shouldn't the difference in cost be much? After all, they purchase ordinary Egyptian catfish and need to rebreed them, so the cost will definitely be higher. However, Hu Xian, head of the technical department, shook his head. That's not how it's calculated. Am I wrong? Isn't that right? Wu Bin was puzzled. Our pangasius has a crude protein content of only about 13% and a meat yield of about 46%. Hu Xian continued, but Heliafeng's Egyptian catfish can have a crude protein content of about 25% and a meat yield of about 72%. Let me put it this way. 1 ton of our pangasius can only produce 200 kilograms of fish meal with a crude protein content of 66%, or 460 kilograms of fish meat. But Heliafeng's Egyptian catfish can produce 373 kilograms of fish meal, or 720 kilograms of fish meat. This comparison made Wu Bin understand. The cost difference of nearly 1.7 yuan already made it impossible to make up for the difference between the two types of fish. Even if Heliafeng needed to feed the fish for an extra month, the cost would only increase to 3 yuan per kilogram. The cost difference between the two types of fish was 1.6 yuan, which could only slightly narrow the gap. At this point, Du Lia finally revealed his true intentions. So we need to steal Heliafeng's internal deodorizing formula. Wait a minute, even if we steal the formula, we still won't be able to close the gap. Wu Bin looked puzzled. Du Lia smiled and shook his head. You're overlooking a key point. Heliafeng acquires catfish from Egypt and then rebreeds them, which creates a profit margin. Duan Wei suddenly realized, that's right. If we breed them ourselves, we can reduce costs by about 30%, allowing us to compete with Heliafeng. However, Hu Xian, the head of the technical department, poured cold water on the group. Chairman, President Du, I'm sure everyone hasn't forgotten what happened to the Ryukyu Shihai Company and the Daka Shiyuan Group, right? Everyone's heart suddenly sank. Duan Wei bit his thumbnail. We really need to be cautious. What if it's a fake formula? We're not the wealthy Shiyuan Group. We can't afford such a heavy loss. We can just experiment slowly. But time waits for no one. That's right. Chairman, lay off some employees. We have to sacrifice the team to save the boss, or we won't make it this far. The executives expressed their opinions. Duan Wei made a decision. Okay, start by laying off some employees at the fish meal factory and reduce their salaries by 20%. The head of HR nodded. I arrange it as soon as possible. Duan Wei looked at Du Lia again. Lia, arrange for someone to steal Heliafeng's secret formula, but don't let them get caught. Du Lia replied solemnly. I will definitely get the formula for the company. Many other fish meal producers in Annan and Siam shared similar ideas. Unfortunately, their hopes were too high. Ignoring the fact that Heliafeng Company is a completely different company now. The security planning and consulting company that Yue introduced last time has been at Heliafeng Company for over a month, and is continuously refining its confidentiality regulations and plans. In addition, Heliafeng Company's security department has expanded from 27 to 58 people, with a number of professionals joining the team. These include 2 security industry managers, 3 anti-hacking network engineers, 3 confidential security planners specializing in theft prevention, 5 assassination prevention bodyguards with special operations experience, and a formidable security team of over 20 veterans. Currently, a comprehensive confidentiality system has been re-established for all confidential areas within Heliafeng Company. Employees working in confidential areas receive a special confidentiality allowance and receive various confidentiality training sessions, including watching case studies of individuals who have been caught leaking information. These cases serve as a reminder not to risk violating the law. After all, Heliafeng Company has been designated a national high-tech enterprise, a category that is under particular scrutiny. These include artificial eel propagation technology, white truffle cultivation technology, high-yield feed technology for Egyptian catfish, and fishery-removing feed technology for Egyptian catfish, all key technologies of Heliafeng. If any domestic company dares to steal and use these technologies without Heliafeng's authorization, the consequences will be life imprisonment. For foreign companies, while their reach may be limited, if it is confirmed that they have stolen Heliafeng's technology, they will undoubtedly be barred from entering the series market. Chapter 145. Valentine's Day. February 14th, only 2 days until New Year's Eve. Yet, Magong Fishing Port welcomed 3 large live fish transport ships, each displacing approximately 5,000 tons. The aquaculture division of Heliafeng Company dispatched dozens of employees and temporarily sealed off a portion of the fishing port. Zhang Xinqing personally arrived to receive the task. Mr. Zhang, thank you for your dedication. We completed the mission. Lu Diqing, the manager of the Qilu Ocean Fisheries Company, which had contracted this mission, said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Xinqing handed Lu Diqing one check after another. This 100,000 yuan is our company's Spring Festival bonus for your crew. You can leave your boat here. We already bought your tickets home. Lu Diqing didn't hesitate, quickly taking the check. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xinqing smiled as he looked at the live fish being unloaded. No rush. We unload the fish as quickly as possible, then count the number of live fish, and we give your company the final payment. Of course. Lu Diqing had been terrified all the way back. They'd been transporting these live fish all the way from the northeastern waters of Hokkaido in the North Pacific, fearing they might accidentally gnaw along the way, which would be a huge loss. Although Heliafeng had contracted 3 large ocean-going fishing vessels and 3 large ocean-going live fish transport vessels for 18 million yuan for 3 months, however, there are requirements. The final payment will only be made if at least 10,000 fish survive. If more than 10,000 fish are caught, a 200 yuan reward will be given for each fish caught. A specially dispatched live fish transport truck quickly took the fish offloaded from the boat. For confidentiality's sake, the area was protected by several layers of red and blue tarpaulins, along with a special portable awning to prevent nearby residents from taking photos. After the tanks of the transport trucks were filled with hundreds of fish, they were quickly transported to the Nanhu Village seaside fish farm. Zhang Xinqing accompanied Lu Diqing and the others, personally counting each unloaded fish. Over the next 5 hours, dozens of them worked tirelessly to unload all 17,282 live fish and safely transfer them to the Nanhu farm, where they were placed in specialized indoor tanks. Seeing the last live fish loaded into the tanks of the transport trucks, Lu Diqing breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Mr. Zhang, shall we do the count? Zhang Xinqing nodded. No problem. After checking the fish count and confirming they were correct, they began to settle the contract balance and associated bonuses. Manager Lu, I just had someone transfer the money. Please call your company and see if they received it. Okay. Lu Diqing was a little impatient. After all, once the payment was settled, they could go home for the Lunar New Year. He picked up the phone and called back. He chatted for a moment, then hung up with a smile. Mr. Zhang, we received the payment. Our chairman asked to wish Mr. Jiang a happy new year on his behalf. You should also wish Mr. Li a happy new year on behalf of Mr. Jiang and me, Zhang Xinqing said, handing Lu Diqing a bag of white truffles and morels from Hailufeng. It's a small gift. Don't refuse. Then I respectfully obey your order. Thank you for the New Year's gift. I wish you great financial success and prosperity in the coming year. I also wish manager Lu a harmonious family, good health, and smooth sailing. Zhang Xinqing smiled and patted him on the back. Considering time constraints, Lu Diqing and the others quickly bid him farewell. After all, they had received the final payment of the contract and a bonus of 1,456,400 yuan. Every member of the crew was eager to return home. Zhang Xinqing arranged for a minibus to take Lu Diqing and his crew, carrying the gifts from the Hailufeng company, to the airport in Iqing, where they would fly home for the new year. Other side. The beach south of Nanhu village. Here lies a 100-acre indoor fish farm nestled in a coastal windbreak. Purchased last October, it underwent over 4 months of renovation, transforming it into a high-quality indoor fish farm. Like the indoor farm at Shiomachi Farm, it controls water temperature, salinity, oxygen content, flow rate, and the proportion of trace elements in the water. Jiang Miao was also inside the farm at this time. Batches of live fish arrived. More than a dozen employees at the farm deftly transferred the fish from tanks and transport trucks into specialized breeding ponds. The fish were a vibrant crimson. This is the famous Pacific sockeye salmon, also known as redback salmon or blueback salmon, scientifically known as Oncorhynchus nerca, a migratory fish native to the North Pacific. Some may not be familiar with this fish, but if you mention it by another name, many will likely understand. That's salmon. To be precise, salmon refers to a type of salmon. Sockeye salmon is relatively rare in China. Aside from a few rivers in northeast China where migratory sockeye salmon can be caught, it can only be found in Japan and Gale country. Sockeye salmon in China is generally Atlantic salmon and king salmon imported from northern Europe, Chile, and New Zealand, all farmed salmon. Currently, sockeye salmon has not been artificially bred or farmed. It relies primarily on capture. The largest catcher is Gale country. Gale country's Alaska region is the primary source of wild sockeye salmon, accounting for 80% of the global catch. Besides being sold in North America, this sockeye salmon is primarily exported to Japan. Jiang Miao checked the condition of the sockeye salmon on the identification panel. Even with the highest standards of care, these sockeye salmon were generally in poor condition after thousands of kilometers of sea travel. To keep the sockeye salmon alive, Jiang Miao immediately went to the specially equipped laboratory inside the farm and quickly prepared a large number of chemicals and nutrients. After seeing off Lu Diqing and the others, Zhang Xinqing arrived at the farm. Seeing Jiang Miao busy mixing chemicals and nutrients, he didn't bother him. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Jiang Miao finished mixing the chemicals and nutrients. He stretched and instructed the farm staff on how to feed the fish. Seeing him finish, his brother-in-law came over. Miao, here's the list of species. Take a look. Zhang Xinqing had been busy that afternoon, leading a team to count the salmon species and the number of each. The list clearly stated 3,257 chub, 2,809 sockeye salmon, 4,585 coho salmon, 3,671 pink salmon, and 2,960 king salmon. A total of 17,282 salmon. These salmon are all native to the North Pacific. The king salmon, now commercially farmed, was introduced to New Zealand from the North Pacific. Although Jiang Miao stated his intention to develop the salmon farming industry, he did not make a big deal about purchasing seed from abroad. Currently, China lacks traditional salmon seed technology. The only salmon seed technology it possesses is for rainbow trout, a species with mixed reputations. If seed were purchased from salmon farming companies in Norway, Chile, Denmark, and New Zealand, they would be aware of Hailufeng's actions and would either be extorted for high prices or rejected outright. For this reason, Jiang Miao dispatched personnel to Qilu province last November to seek out a fishing company with specialized fishing vessels and live fish transport vessels, and one that regularly fished in the waters near Hokkaido, to partner with them and allow them to fish for various salmon species in the North Pacific. The high contract price of 18 million was primarily due to the treacherous conditions in the North Pacific during winter. Without a high price, the other party simply didn't want to take the risk. The winter fishing season was chosen to avoid high sea temperatures and, thanks to the weather, increased the salmon's survival rate during transportation. Even with good weather and the crew's round-the-clock supervision, more than half of this batch of salmon still died. The salmon that died en route were frozen in the transport ship's freezer and have now been unloaded and are being distributed to employees as a Lunar New Year gift. For Heliafing Company, securing this batch of live salmon and assembling the core Pacific salmon species was a matter of luck. However, these salmon have now arrived at a specially prepared farm, and with Jiang Miao as their expert, the mortality rate will be kept extremely low. All they need to do now is rest and recuperate, replenishing their nutrients. Since the salmon caught this time are nearing sexual maturity, they should be able to spawn this year. Typically, chub begin migrating to their natal rivers to spawn in late summer and early autumn, from July to October. The main spawning period for sockeye salmon is July to August. Pink salmon spawn earlier, around June to August. Coho salmon generally spawn in the fall, from October to December. King salmon typically spawn in the fall, from September to November. In terms of spawning time, the order is pink salmon, sockeye salmon, chub, king salmon, and coho salmon. These salmon species not only differ in spawning time, but also in egg production. Each female salmon typically lays between 1,000 and 5,000 eggs. Pink salmon lay the fewest eggs, between 1,000 and 2,000. Chub lays around 2,000 to 3,000 eggs, sockeye salmon lays about 3,500 eggs, and coho salmon lays around 4,000 eggs. King salmon lays a relatively large number of eggs, around 5,000 per fish. In other words, even if Jiang Miao could achieve a hatching success rate of over 95% for their eggs, ensuring sufficient brood stock and achieving large-scale hatching would require at least 2 generations of artificial breeding. Furthermore, these salmon species have different growth cycles. For example, king salmon requires a 5 to 7 year breeding cycle, while pink salmon only takes 2 to 3 years. Of course, this is the growth cycle in the wild. With human intervention and adequate nutrition, the breeding cycle can be significantly shortened. For example, if New Zealand king salmon are to be marketed quickly, the breeding cycle can be shortened to around 30 months. Jiang Miao plans to start by breeding a batch of pink salmon. After all, their growth cycle is inherently short. With appropriate human intervention and adequate nutrition, the breeding cycle can be shortened to around 8 months, allowing them to begin spawning. In the evening, the sun sets. The sea breeze rustles the casuarinas in the windbreak. Not far behind the Nanhu farm is Jiang Miao and his friend's villa. In the backyard, several people are barbecuing. Because He Yue and her brother He Dangao still need to be monitored, they did not return to Beijing during the Spring Festival. Today, they came together for a barbecue. Shuya looked at the fish and asked, "Are these the salmon you spent 20 million on?" "Teacher, these salmon cost 20 million?" He Yue was stunned. After all, fish worth 20 million was something she had never seen before, even with her family background. It was truly beyond her expectations. Seeing He Yue had misunderstood, Shuya smiled and explained, "Yue, you misunderstood? We caught several boatloads of fish." "I see. But that's quite expensive. Salmon on the market these days shouldn't be that expensive, right?" He Yue said, coating a grilled chicken wing with barbecue sauce. "This is for seedlings." Jiang Miao cut open a thawed sockeye salmon. The flesh was very red, but since he didn't like eating it raw, he cut it into 2 slices and grilled it on a baking sheet. Hearing they were for seedlings, He Yue suddenly understood. She knew Jiang Miao wouldn't spend 20 million to catch a few boats of fish for no reason. "Teacher, didn't I hear a Norwegian company is planning to invest in a salmon farm in Shanmei? Are we collaborating with them?" Jiang Miao shook his head. "No, that project is probably just a PowerPoint presentation. It's been talked about for years, and there's still no news of it happening." "I see. Miao, is this salmon too? The color is so light. Isn't salmon flesh usually orange-red?" Shuya asked, looking at the pink salmon he was cutting. "This is Pacific pink salmon. As the name suggests, the flesh is pinkish. The flavor isn't as strong or fatty as king salmon or Atlantic salmon, but rather lighter in texture and flavor." After a while, my brother-in-law and sister arrived with their families. The grilled salmon tastes quite good, especially when served hot. The 5 types of salmon each have their own unique flavors and characteristics. Watching my family eat. Jiang Miao, holding a soda, stood in the gazebo with his brother-in-law, gazing at the crimson clouds on the horizon. His brother-in-law sat on a stone bench in the gazebo, sipping a sip of hot sugarcane soup. "Miao, what are your plans for salmon farming?" "The first batch of salmon to be farmed will be pink salmon. They lay approximately 3 to 4 million eggs in June or July this year, Jiang Miao casually recounted. Zhang Xinqing had already looked up the relevant data. He stroked the prickly stubble on his chin. For juvenile salmon, we can farm 100 to 200 per cubic meter of water. We need to continually increase the space for them to move around. As they near market, we typically farm 3 to 5 per cubic meter. So, the farm area required is quite large. That's natural. Assuming a maximum of 4 million fish, at 3 fish per cubic meter, that would require approximately 1.33 million cubic meters of water. Zhang Xinqing took out the calculator on his phone and calculated. Assuming the pond is 10 meters deep, that would require a high-standard indoor farm of 133,000 square meters, or approximately 200 mu. Brother-in-law, what do you think of Jilung Mountain? What? Jilung Mountain? The mountain west of Magong Town? That location is ideal for a terrace farm. It's close to the sea and at the mouth of a river, making both fresh and seawater readily available. A terrace farm? And hydropower generation? Won't it be too late? Zhang Xincheng was a little worried. After all, there were only a little over 4 months left before spawning. Jiang Miao took a sip of soda water and began to explain, my idea is to encircle the west side of Jilung Mountain, towards Chengshaowan. It's about 1 kilometer long, 300 meters wide, and has a drop of about 100 meters. It's semi-underground, with a 5-meter deep excavation and a 7-meter dam, for a total of 10 meters of usable depth. The fry require 3 months of freshwater cultivation. Since they're still small, they can be raised in the freshwater ponds of the Nanhu farm, giving us over 7 months. Zhang Xinqing estimated the project volume. If that's the case, we should be able to do it in time. Jiang Miao continued, considering the need for a sturdy dam and safety, a sufficiently thick aqueduct must be installed to prevent water from seeping into the ground and causing landslides. Therefore, this area can hold up to 1.6 million cubic meters of seawater. Will this project still be handed over to the construction company? Yes, we leave it to them. Have them come up with a plan as quickly as possible, and apply for all necessary paperwork. Jiang Miao isn't worried about funding, because starting this year, Heliafeng will receive approximately 3.2 to 4 billion yuan in technology licensing fees annually. The Zhilongshan project is significantly smaller than the Zuzation project and doesn't require a very high dam, so the entire project is estimated to cost only around 1 billion yuan. Considering that there are 4 more salmon species that need to be mass-produced, the Zhilongshan project still isn't enough. We need to increase investment and build a larger terraced aquaculture farm on the southwest side of the Zhalong Peninsula, near the open sea, in the area around the Mao Shan and Meiling Shan. The total area should be 2.5 million square meters, with 20 million cubic meters of aquaculture water, capable of simultaneously raising at least 60 million salmon. Gulp. Zhang Xinqing swallowed. Ah meow, isn't that too large? Add to that the 6 million cubic meters of aquaculture water at Shan, and we can raise 80 million salmon. Jiang Miao shook his head. Not much. Norway produces millions of tons of salmon annually, and we can't fall behind. Besides, even if we don't invest the company's money, we still have to pay taxes. We might as well invest all the patent licensing fees from this year and next into these 2 projects. The deep pockets of Heliafeng Company gave Jiang Miao the confidence to make such an investment. The Norwegian company's PowerPoint presentation about investing in a salmon aquaculture base in Shanghai City was full of hype, but in reality, the project was still only in the research and development phase. Heliafeng, on the other hand, is serious about this. By the time the Norwegian salmon farming company's internal wrangling is over and they finally come to their senses, Heliafeng salmon will already be on the market. If all goes well, the first batch of pink salmon will reach maturity around the Lunar New Year next year. Besides reserving a portion for spawning, there will be approximately 2 million pink salmon ready for sale. Pink salmon are the smallest of the Pacific salmon, so their average weight only reaches 1.5 kilograms. 2 million or so fish would be worth 3 million kilograms, or over 3,000 tons. Furthermore, these terrace farms can also serve as pump storage reservoirs. Whether leased to Southern Power or used by the company itself, they are a worthwhile investment. The 2 discussed for a while. More details were finalized. After the Lunar New Year, arrangements for these projects would begin. Chapter 146. It was approaching New Year's Eve. Most of the migrant workers returning from the Pearl River Delta had returned to their hometowns. Xianxiang. Sisters Jiang Xian and Jiang Ting, returning from Shenzhen by bus, got off the bus, their suitcases pulled, at the roadside near the Dongtian employee housing construction site. Due to the Spring Festival holiday, the construction site had been suspended. However, the building in the employee housing complex had grown from 2 stories a month earlier to 5 stories, and now only 4 stories were left to top out. If all went well, it would be topped out by the end of March. When was this building built? Jiang Xian asked, surveying the construction site while pulling her suitcase. Jiang Ting, feeling a bit static charged as she walked, felt her skin itch. She quickly unzipped her down jacket to get some cool air. It wasn't there when I came back for Mid-Autumn Festival last year. It should have been there in the past few months. Pa. Jiang Xian pulled her suitcase closer to her sister, glancing back. Oh, you're so careful. You're back for the new year. The young man driving the electric scooter slowed down when he saw the 2 sisters. Give me the suitcase. I take it back for you. Jiang Ting smiled as she lifted the suitcase and placed it on the back seat of the electric scooter. Brother Danyo, what are you doing? Thanks, Danyo. Jiang Xian didn't bother to be polite and simply shoved the suitcase onto the front running board of the electric scooter. You 2 pretty girls, are you still selling clothes in Pingcheng? Danyo smiled as he drove slowly. Yes. The clothing business is tough right now. Even online sales are tough. There are so many returns. Jiang Xian looked helpless. What about you? Are you still driving a dump truck? Well, I drove for most of last year, hauling rubble for a Miao's farm. Jiang Xian half-jokingly complained. A Miao got married, and he didn't even invite us old classmates to the wedding. Is he worried we can't afford the gift money? He couldn't afford a big party. If he did, we'd probably have thousands of people at Ma Palace, and if you had people from the city, it would be even more. So he simply forgot to invite everyone, and just invited his family. Danyo understood Jiang Miao's concerns. He's a big boss now. He definitely doesn't look down on us small-timers. Jiang Xian shook her head and joked. Hee. Danyo smiled but said nothing. He wouldn't answer that casually. If Jiang Miao heard, even if Jiang Miao didn't mind, that didn't mean his subordinates or Jiang Dahu, the contractor, wouldn't mind. Jiang Ting applied some lip balm, then pointed to a roadside construction site and asked, Brother Danyo, when was this apartment complex built? After the Mid-Autumn Festival last year. Will this apartment complex be sold? Jiang Xian looked skeptical. This isn't an ordinary residential complex. It's a residential complex for employees of the Heliafing company, built for their internal staff. Assigning housing to employees? Is a Miao so rich? Jiang Xian was surprised. Danyo explained with some indie, it costs money, but it's quite cheap. I heard their internal price is 5,000 yuan per square meter, and if you want renovations included, it's 6,500 yuan per square meter. Their employees all have provident funds, and this apartment has no common areas. So good? Jiang Ting's eyes widened. A Miao's company is wealthy, so it's like giving employees benefits. Seeing they were almost at the village, Danyo said, I take the suitcases to your house first. Thank you for your help, Jiang Xian smiled, shaking her phone. Let's have morning tea together after the Lunar New Year. I remember that, Danyo said, accelerating and quickly disappearing into the alleys on his electric scooter. Watching Danyo's retreat, the 2 sisters didn't rush home, but instead looked at the village, which had become somewhat unfamiliar. Many houses were being renovated. There were also several newly built ones. Groups of children, armed with firecrackers, toy guns, and swords, chased and played in the streets. Every house was clean and sleek, its doors adorned with bright red Spring Festival couplets. Occasionally, one could see oranges and crimson chrysanthemums placed outside. Passing by the entrance to Jiang Miao's old house, they found it open. Huang Qiuyue, preparing offerings for the ancestral worship, was also there, along with a female bodyguard and a female driver. Huh? Isn't that shouting? Happy New Year. Huang Qiuyue put down the ingot candle she was holding, and pulled out 2 red envelopes from her pocket. Here, one for each of you. Have you found a boyfriend yet? Auntie Yu, no thanks. Jiang Xian reluctantly accepted the red envelope. Thank you, Auntie Yu, Happy New Year. All the best. Jiang Ting smiled, and took the red envelope. Huang Qiuyue's face beamed as she took Jiang Xian's hand. If you haven't found a boyfriend yet, I introduce you to some. We have a lot of young men at our company. No thanks. Jiang Xian was a little overwhelmed. On the other hand, Jiang Ting, with her somewhat carefree personality, spoke directly. Auntie Yu, I don't have a boyfriend. Please introduce me to some. Okay. Shouting I. Huang Qiuyue took Jiang Ting's hand again and began introducing them. When are you free after the Chinese New Year? I set you up with a few. Just add me on WeChat. I send you profiles of some young men in the next few days. If you find one you like, I ask them out for dinner. It's added, ain't you? Please approve it. Okay. After a while, the two sisters left Jiang Miao's old house. They walked down an alley. Jiang Ting happily opened the red envelope. Seeing the bright red bills inside, her lips curled up involuntarily. 100. You're rude. If you want to open it, go home and do it. Jiang Xian rolled her eyes at her sister, then asked in surprise, 18? Are you really going on a blind date? Sister, get married soon. You're almost 28. Don't regret it if the water and electricity are cut off in a few years. Jiang Ting stuffed the bills back into the red envelope. Hearing this, Jiang Xian felt as if she were meeting her sister for the first time. I'm speechless. You're only 23, and you're already thinking about getting married? Haha, sister, don't believe those little nymphomaniacs online. Stop reading Weibo and Zaya Hongshu. Jiang Ting knew her advantage was her youth. While that was a bit self-deprecating, she knew that with only a technical secondary school degree and a very modest family background, if she didn't find a husband while she was still young, the potential partner she'd find would only get worse. I don't want to. I'm a human being, not a reproductive machine, Jiang Xian said firmly. Hearing her sister's response, Jiang Ting gave up trying to persuade her. Think about it yourself. Anyway, if I get the blind date by New Year's, I quit and come back home. 18, are you crazy? Jobs are hard to find these days. We're doing well. You can still work while you go on blind dates or get married. Jiang Xian was immediately anxious when she heard her sister was quitting her job and coming back. Sister, you know what's been going on these past few years. Things are getting tougher and tougher for us in the clothing sales business. After deducting the cost of food, lodging, utilities, cell phones, and transportation, plus the occasional dinner with colleagues and friends, we're left with only 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a month. I might as well just go back home and lay low. As the two sisters talked, they realized neither could convince the other, so they stopped talking to avoid hurt feelings. Each of them, each preoccupied with their own concerns, they soon arrived at their home. They saw their younger brother, Jiang Hao, plucking at chicken's feathers. Dad, little brother. The sisters called out in unison. Xian, Ting, go take a shower first. We eat early today, Jiang Debiao said, scooping out the innards of another large rooster. Okay. Sister, you go wash first. I help. Okay. Jiang Ting took a plastic stool and sat next to her younger brother, Jiang Hao. She picked up a chicken wing and began plucking the tiny feathers from it, having washed it. How's work this year? SOSO. The economy has been really tough these past few years. Why don't you come back? It's easier to find a job in town now. The salary isn't high, but it's still around 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. I consider it. Don't worry about your family. The land in Xiananshan was expropriated, and we received over 300,000 yuan in compensation. We still have a spot at Jiang Miao's company. If you and your sister want to come back, I give it to you or your sister. Your mother and I are currently growing duckweed and raising Egyptian fish, and we can earn over 100,000 yuan a year, enough to support your brother's college education. I think about it. Jiang Ting was indeed tempted, but she was still concerned about her sister Jiang Xian. If she got the blind date during the Lunar New Year, she'd give the spot to her sister. Compared to Jiang Miao's hometown of Xinxiang, the villagers of Yanqing, Nanhu, and Langqing were more proactive. The middle-aged and elderly elders who remained in the village collectively came out to persuade the young people who had just returned from other places to come back and work. Unless the job in another city pays exceptionally well, or they're simply civil servants, Haileyfeng Company is, in the eyes of these villagers, a great job perfect for their sons and daughters. After all, it's close to home and the pay is good. The Provident Fund and employee housing, in particular, are something many villagers envy. On New Year's Eve, after a reunion dinner, while watching the Spring Festival Gala, Lin Tian said earnestly to his son, Lin Yonghan, Yonghan, your job in Wancheng, in my opinion, has no future. Dad. I'm doing well at the toy factory, and am now a team leader, Lin Yonghan said with a straight face. Haha, team leader? That's over 6,000. The base salary for a team leader at Haileyfeng Company's Yandinshen farm is 5,500, plus other benefits. Isn't that better than being a team leader at your crappy toy factory? Really? Lin Yonghan said with disbelief. Lin Tian glared at his son angrily. Why would I lie to you? Your old classmate Shirong, the son of Old Plow, is now a team leader at Gongping Town Farm. You can go ask him. But if I resign, what if Heliafeng Company doesn't want me? Wouldn't I be screwed? Lin Tian acted like, I'm so smart. Why did you give birth to such a clueless person? Why are you so stupid? You could apply first. If you're accepted, resign immediately and come back to work at Heliafeng Company. Oh, don't say that. If you let me know you didn't apply, I show you what stewed pork with rattan sticks is. Hee hee. Lin Yonghan knew his father was just bragging. If a fight came to a head, he could just hold his father down. After all, father and son had fought before. Among the young people returning to their hometowns from various villages, there are those like Lin Yonghan who are half-hearted. There are those like Jiang Ting who have complicated thoughts. There are those like Jiang Xian who are single-mindedly pursuing a career in the big city. There are also those who actively seek to work at Heliafeng companies. For example, Ko Jiaming from Nanhu Village works in software development at Pollen Company. He just turned 36 this year and knows his company's situation. With his mediocre performance, he likely won't make it through this year's exams. In fact, he has saved quite a bit over the years. After all, his annual income now totals around 800,000 to 900,000 yuan. After nearly 10 years of work, he has saved over 5 million yuan. If he were to buy a house in Pingcheng with this money, if he chose a more secluded location, he could still afford a 110 to 120 square meter apartment. However, he felt it wasn't worth it. After all, his total savings were just over 5 million yuan. If he spent 3 or 4 million yuan on a house, he would have a remaining 1 million yuan, and he felt insecure. Besides, his family wasn't in Pingcheng, so he might as well buy a house in Shanmei and find a regular job to get by. However, Ko Jiaming didn't act rashly. Instead, he contacted several fellow villagers who worked at the Heliafeng Company to inquire about the company's specific situation. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, he found a childhood friend who was a farm team leader at the Heliafeng Company. Jukai, Happy New Year. Long time no see, young man. Ko Jukai, tanned and rosy, greeted with a smile, pouring him tea. Ko Jiaming didn't waste time. He got straight to the point. Jukai, I'd like to ask, how are the salaries at the Heliafeng Company? Salaries? Aren't you at Huafen? Although surprised, Ko Jukai nonetheless described Heliafeng's situation. Our company's salaries are divided into 5 major levels, S, B, C, and D, with 20 sub-levels. After listening to Ko Junsai's description, Ko Jiaming found Heliafeng quite acceptable. While initially it wasn't as competitive as the big internet companies, from his description, it seemed Heliafeng didn't have significant age discrimination, even hiring people in their 40s and 50s. Of course, if you haven't had Social Security before, the maximum age limit is 45. This is apparently because Heliafeng wants to ensure that its employees have at least 15 years of Social Security contributions. So, is your company hiring programmers? Programmers? Computer software developers. Understanding what he was saying, Ko Junkai nodded. Yes, we have an e-commerce division, and they seem to be hiring for computer positions there, but I'm not sure about the details. If you're interested, you can ask our HR department. Their office is in the village, near the big banyan tree at the entrance. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Come have some tea. After giving red envelopes to Ko Junsai's 2 children, Ko Jiaming finally arrived at the big banyan tree at the entrance. After walking around the area, he found a sign at the door of a 4-story self-built house that read Heliafeng Agricultural Technology Company Human Resources Department. But the HR department's door was closed. He saw a job advertisement on the door that allowed him to scan a QR code to log into Heliafeng's WeChat official account. After scanning the QR code and logging in, Ko Jiaming sat down on the empty steps of the Human Resources Department and carefully looked through the various contents on the official account, which included Heliafeng Company's product introduction, complaint and feedback mailbox, recruitment column, etc. In the job posting section, he saw a ton of job postings. Position: Physical Commerce Division Manager of the Heliafeng Specialty Store, Pingcheng Nanshan District Branch, 1 position, requirements. Salary. Position: Physical Commerce Division Clerk of the Heliafeng Specialty Store, Yancheng Panyu District Branch, 3 positions, requirements. Salary. Position: Agricultural Planting Division Team Leader of the Gongping Town Durian Farm, 150 positions, requirements. Salary. Position: Corporate Finance Department Intern Finance Officer, 30 positions. Position: Corporate Inspection Office Inspector, 30 positions. Position: Science and Technology Division researcher at the Nanhu Fisheries Research Institute, 20 positions. Position: Internet Office Agricultural Product Production Cycle Scheduling System Project Leader, 1 position. Position: Internet Office Heliafang Agricultural Association App Project Leader, 1 position. The Science and Technology Division mentioned above is the department Jiang Miao personally leads, and all revenue, including technology licensing fees, is registered under its name. The Internet Office, also spun off from the e-commerce division just 2 months ago, is responsible for developing and maintaining apps, as well as various other companies' software. It seems I should submit my resume to this Internet Office. Kujuming carefully reviewed the various job openings for the Internet Office. Based on his strengths, he felt the Agricultural Product Production Cycle Scheduling System project was a good fit. According to the job requirements, this project primarily involves production scheduling. The system must automatically calculate the next year's production schedule based on relevant data. The requirement is for the entire production schedule to be seamless, minimizing downtime and avoiding inadequate and wasted manpower and resources per unit time. The main reason for this is that the durian and oil tea plantations currently under development at Heliafang Company require a significant workforce. For example, the durian plantation currently requires 11 people for maintenance and management for every 100 mu of durian grove, as all work is still in its infancy. Over time, the company will require a reduction in the number of farm workers per 100 mu of durian grove to 6. This will require a sound production plan and the addition of a significant amount of agricultural machinery. The same applies to the oil tea plantations. Whether investing in an agricultural machinery company to develop a more efficient, mountain-adapted small harvester, or having the Internet Office develop a production planning and scheduling system, the goal is to reduce costs and improve the efficiency of human resource utilization. Kujuming has worked on several similar program development projects in this area, so he decided to apply for the project lead position. After returning home, he quickly compiled the relevant materials, prepared his resume, and emailed it to Heliafang Company's Human Resources Department. As soon as he passed the interview, he would submit his resignation to Huafeng Company. Although he felt reluctant to give up his annual income of 800,000 to 900,000 yuan, the intensity of work at a major internet company was clearly beyond the reach of the average person. Especially as he aged, his energy had declined significantly in recent years, making it increasingly difficult for him to keep up with the younger employees who had just joined the company. After all, it was literally a matter of risking one's life for a living. This spring festival, some were hesitant, while others had already made up their minds. Chapter 147. Several swallows, laden with fresh mud, returned to the eaves of the villa to build their nests. Jiang Miao took a look. Although the weather was still slightly chilly, his body temperature didn't feel too low in the sunshine. Spring had arrived. Not only were bamboo shoots sprouting, weeds were also budding, and insects were hatching in droves. They drove to the soybean experimental field in Shiomachi village. After nearly 100 days of growth, the soybeans were already laden with yellowing pods. Jiang Miao pulled one pod open and revealed 3 plump soybeans. Judging by the results on the inspection panel, these soybeans all met the planting standards. 5 small soybean harvesters purchased from a northern agricultural machinery company were swiftly harvesting the soybeans on the ridges of the field. In a short while, an acre of land was harvested. The depod soybeans were poured into sacks. 2 employees loaded 7 bags. Weigh it. 312 kilograms. One of the employees wrote out a receipt and handed it to a nearby villager. Here, 312 kilograms, 5 yuan per kilogram, a total of 1,560 yuan. Go directly to our company's finance department to get the money. Okay. Next. 2 soybean harvesters worked together. The 200 mu of Shindo No. 1 soybeans in Yanqing village were finally harvested at sunset. Jiang Miao looked at the data returned by the agricultural technicians. 200 mu of Shindo No. 1 yielded a total of 61,400 kilograms of soybeans, with an average yield of 307 kilograms per mu. 200 mu of Shindo No. 2 yielded a total of 57,200 kilograms of soybeans, with an average yield of 286 kilograms per mu. 200 mu of Shindo No. 3 yielded a total of 64,400 kilograms of soybeans, with an average yield of 322 kilograms per mu. The best performing variety was Sinda No. 3, but this doesn't mean that Sinda No. 1 and Sinda No. 2 are inferior. These 3 varieties have their own unique characteristics. For example, No. 1 has a relatively balanced oil and protein content and can tolerate heavy saline alkali soils. No. 2 is high in oil, and No. 3 is high in protein. However, after the soybeans were harvested, they weren't stored. A small portion was kept as a precautionary measure. The remaining 50,000 kilograms of each variety were quickly shipped to farmers, with whom they had previously signed cooperative agreements to begin a second planting. Each variety was planted on 10,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. By early June, approximately 3 million kilograms of soybean seeds for each variety would have been harvested. If all of the second batch of seeds were planted, each variety could cover approximately 500,000 to 600,000 mu, approximately 1,500 to 1,800,000 acres, totaling 1.5 to 1.8 million mu, approximately 1,000 to 2,000 acres of land. Obviously, this was impossible. It wasn't that there wasn't enough seed. Leveling the land takes time. Even if relatively flat sandy ground is chosen, a large bulldozer can only level 20 to 30 mu, approximately 16 acres, per day, requiring assistance from other graders, loaders, and rollers. Assuming construction begins in early April, the soybean planting deadline of late June will be 3 months. Equipped with 100 large bulldozers and other equipment, approximately 2,000 to 3,000 mu, approximately 16,000 to 270,000 mu, of sandy land can be leveled daily, which translates to 180,000 to 270,000 mu, approximately 16,000 to 27,000 mu, in 90 days. Therefore, soybean seed is extremely abundant this year, and there's no need to worry about a shortage. The real concern is the arrival time of the relevant construction machinery. Therefore, on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Wang Feng, the purchasing manager, hurriedly led a dozen buyers to conduct equipment procurement inspections at major construction equipment manufacturers such as Lugong, XCMG, and Shantuei. Meanwhile, Agricultural Planting Division Manager LV Weibin, along with 50 employees recruited last December, hurried to Imonan on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year to establish the Imonan branch. At this time, Wang Feng, head of the purchasing department, had already arrived at XCMG headquarters. But after spending half a day there, he hurried away. Large state-owned enterprises like these are often arrogant in their approach to cooperation, offering minimal price concessions. Furthermore, he had heard that XCMG's after-sales service wasn't very good. So, he flew directly to Beijing to contact Sany Heavy Industry. Beijing. Building 6, 5th floor, number 8 Beijing Road, CP District. Chairman Xiang Wenba and CEO Yu Hongfu were discussing matters in their office, when a secretary suddenly knocked on the door. Chairman, President, the head of the purchasing department of a company downstairs, has approached us about a potential partnership. The front desk feels this is beyond her purview, and hopes the chairman and president can provide instructions. Purchasing? Should we just have the sales department receive them? Xiang Wenbo raised an eyebrow. The secretary quickly added, they need to purchase 100 large bulldozers, and a large amount of other construction equipment. Hearing this, Xiang Wenbo quickly said, so many? Have them. No, invite them to the reception room. President Yu and I will personally receive them. After all, domestic engineering projects have declined significantly in recent years, and those large, government-led projects face stiff competition from XCMG, Shantuei, and Zulian. Sany Heavy Industry is also facing a tough time. Purchasing hundreds of pieces of equipment at once means they're a definite major client. Soon, Wang Feng and his group were ushered into the reception room. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm Xiang Wenba. Hello, President Xiang. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm Yu Hongfu. Hello, Mr. Yu. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both parties took their seats. Although Wang Feng was young, he was here to spend money, not to beg Sany Heavy Industry for anything. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit nervous, and went straight to the point. Mr. Xiang, Mr. Yu, I'm here on behalf of Heliafeng Company to inspect your company's engineering equipment. If the price and other conditions are suitable, we will purchase at least 300 units. Manager Wang, what kind of engineering equipment do you need? Yu Hongfu asked with a smile, knowing he struck gold. Wang Feng stated directly what equipment he needed. Our company is developing hundreds of thousands of acres of land in the Horkan Desert south of the desert, and we need a large amount of grading equipment. Develop hundreds of thousands of acres? That's a lot of engineering equipment. Yu Hongfu turned to his assistant and instructed, Xiaoqin, tell Mr. Huang from the equipment department to come over immediately. Okay, his assistant hurried out. Wang Feng continued, we need 100 large bulldozers, loaders, graders, and rollers of each type. Could you recommend suitable models? Xiang Wenbo apologized slightly. Please wait a moment. The head of our equipment and technology department will be here shortly. A moment later, a middle-aged man hurried over. Mr. Xiang, Mr. Yu? Manager Huang quickly turned and nodded slightly to Wang Feng. Hello, Manager Wang. I'm Huang Jinlong, head of the technology department at Sany Heavy Industry. Let me recommend and introduce our products to you. Yes, Wang Feng said, looking at him eagerly. Yu Hongfu quietly reminded Huang Jinlong, Jinlong, Manager Wang needs a bulldozer, a grader, a loader, and a roller for leveling the sand. Okay. Huang Jinlong flipped open the bulldozer brochure and handed a copy to Wang Feng. Manager Wang, let's turn to page 5. The assistant beside him had already turned on the projector and brought up the relevant product information. This is our company's SYE60 bulldozer. It has an operating weight of 18,200 kilograms and a power of 123 kilowatts at 1,900 revolutions per minute. It's suitable for initial bulldozing and leveling work on sandy terrain, and can flatten large areas of sand, laying the foundation for subsequent renovation work. This is our company's TQ190 fully hydraulic crawler bulldozer. It has a power of between 120 and 220 horsepower, and is a crawler-type bulldozer. The hydraulic system makes it more flexible and adaptable to soft sandy terrain, allowing for better control of force and direction during bulldozing, improving leveling efficiency. I suggest equipping 50 of each type, which will increase the efficiency of the bulldozer. High overall leveling efficiency. What about the price? Wang Jianlong looked at Yu Hongfu, who took over and said, Manager Wang, the price of a SYE68 bulldozer is typically around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan, while the price of a TQ190 fully hydraulic crawler bulldozer is roughly 800,000 to 1 million yuan. So, we offer your company a high-end version, 550,000 yuan for the SYE68 and 900,000 yuan for the TQ190. Wang Feng exchanged a few words with his deputies before replying, we can accept the price, but we require that your company guarantee product quality. Also, how long can you offer a warranty? 3 years of full warranty, and we send a maintenance team to your construction site for 3 months. We guarantee we can help you resolve any unexpected malfunctions during the initial phase of use, and we be on call for any subsequent issues, Xiang Wenbo assured him. Wang Feng was pleased. This was the way business should be done. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Huang Jinlong, beaming, quickly struck while the iron was hot. Manager Wang, please turn to page 27. This is our company's SHG190 fully hydraulic motor grader. It uses a fully hydraulic transmission with continuously variable speeds, is easy to operate, and is highly intelligent. It features advanced features like positioning and remote control. It can finely grade sandy land, making it smooth and even, meeting the flatness requirements of agricultural planting. The current price is around 600,000 yuan. Yu Hongfu added, it's the same, the high-end version, 550,000 yuan. Okay, Wang Feng nodded. This is our company's SW956E super electric wheel loader. It has a rated load of 5,800 kilograms, a total weight of 19,000 kilograms, and a bucket capacity of 3.5 m, 2.7 to 5.0 m. Its optimal combination of powertrain and working mechanism, along with various intelligent technologies, enables efficient material loading and unloading when operating on sandy terrain, and can be used for transferring and stacking sand and other materials. Yu Hongfu smiled and said, the price of the SW956E super electric wheel loader is approximately 800,000 to 1 million yuan. The high-end version for your company is also 900,000 yuan. Then he discussed the STR30C-8S 3-ton National 4 twin steel drum roller, quoting a price of 130,000 yuan. Finally, for Sany heavy-duty truck modified fuel tankers, each costing 300,000 yuan, for Sany truck modified mini power stations, each costing 900,000 yuan, and 4 fire trucks, each costing 150,000 yuan. The reason for the fuel tankers, power generators, and fire trucks was that the construction site was located in a deserted area, surrounded by a vast expanse of land. To ensure adequate fuel, electricity, and water, these specialized vehicles were the only ones available. The 7 types of equipment, 8 models, had a total order value of 235.9 million yuan. Xiang Wenbo smiled and extended his hand. Manager Wang, round off, 235 million yuan will do. After shaking hands, Wang Feng smiled and replied, it's a pleasure to work with you. The two sides discussed the details for a whole morning, then had lunch together. In the afternoon, they signed the contract and received a 30% advance payment. Xiang Wenba and his team were naturally eager to work with a company that didn't drag its feet. Sany Heavy Industry promised to deliver the first batch of equipment to the designated location in the Korkan Desert in southern Mongolia within 2 weeks. That evening, Wang Feng didn't stop there. He continued his visit to major domestic agricultural machinery manufacturers to discuss purchases. Looking at the contract in his hand, Xiang Wenba finally had time to chat with Yu Hongfu and the others. What's the origin of this Heliafeng company? As secretary, Xiaoqin had naturally done her homework. She smiled and introduced the two CEOs. Mr. Xiang, Mr. Yu, this Heliafeng company is an agricultural company from Lingnan. Their core products are eel fry, white truffles, and feed. Yu Hongfu took the documents Xiaoqin handed him, and, as he flipped through them, he sighed, "Are agricultural companies so arrogant these days?" Xiang Wenba, however, seemed lost in thought. White truffles. I have some impression of them. It's the company we reported on last October that uses new technology to artificially cultivate white truffles. No wonder it's this company. Yu Hongfu, who was reading the report, widened his eyes and couldn't help but curse. Damn! Their revenue last year was nearly 5 billion. And their gross profit was over 3 billion. What? Xiang Wenbo was also stunned. You have to remember that Sany Heavy Industries' annual net profit has only been 4 to 5 billion in recent years, while at its peak, it was almost 15 billion annually. Yet Heliafeng's profits are almost catching up to Sany Heavy Industries. If you take into account the over 3 billion in technology licensing fees this year, Sany Heavy Industries' profits are indeed not as good as Heliafeng Agriculture's. Xiang Wenba also leaned over to take a look at the report. After reading it, he finally understood why Heliafeng had such a high profit margin. These are luxury goods among agricultural products. I'm so jealous. Xiang Wenba couldn't help but feel envious. The engineering equipment they sold to Heliafeng today had a gross profit margin of only 18%, resulting in a profit of around 43 million yuan. Compared to Heliafeng's white truffles and eel fry, the profit margins are incomparable. Yu Hongfu was also reassured about Heliafeng's ability to pay. With their company's strength, purchasing 400 pieces of engineering equipment is indeed quite easy. A sudden glint flashed in Xiang Wenba's eyes. No! I think this is an opportunity. Chairman, have you noticed anything? Yu Hongfu was puzzled. He didn't see any opportunity. Xiang Wenba's eyes held a hint of surprise. Heliafeng has grown so massive in less than 2 years. Jiang Miao is no ordinary person. Furthermore, from observing their company's development history, I noticed that Heliafeng is very confident in their technology. So what's the opportunity there? Yu Hongfu remained bewildered. Hongfu, have you forgotten? That Wang Feng said, they bought this engineering equipment to level the desert, specifically in the Horkan Desert. Xiang Wenba offered his speculation. That means Heliafeng Company will be planting hundreds of thousands of acres in the Horkan Desert. Regardless of what's being planted, the initial investment will require at least 1 billion yuan. I don't believe they invest on such a large scale if they're not confident. I understand. Mr. Xiang is saying that if Heliafeng's project in the Horkan Desert is successful, they definitely need to expand, and when that happens, they definitely want to purchase our equipment. Xiang Wenba shook his head. It's not just them. Deserts can be used to grow crops. If it's profitable, I predict a slew of domestic agricultural companies will flock to the northern deserts to invest. This is a tremendous opportunity. Mr. Xiang, what are your plans? Yu Hongfu also felt that if this were true, then Sany Heavy Industry, seizing this first-mover advantage, could potentially make a killing. In that case, we can't just send a maintenance team. We need to immediately dispatch technicians from the bulldozer, grader, loader, and roller R&D departments to form a dedicated improvement team. They work with Heliafeng's construction sites to further improve their products. Xiang Wenba then continued, also, closely monitor Heliafeng's planting progress in the Horkan Desert. It would be best to find a few technicians with agricultural expertise to evaluate Heliafeng's project there and determine if it has significant potential for promotion. If it does, please report back to me immediately. If it truly has significant potential, then we should consider developing specialized sand and desert leveling equipment to quickly capture the market. Given the Horkan Desert's climate, we know the results around October of this year. Mr. Xiang is truly far-sighted. Yu Hongfu hadn't anticipated the opportunity presented by this. Hongfu, please take care of this matter. Okay, leave it to me. Meanwhile, while waiting for their flight, Wang Feng and his team called Jiang Miao and LV Weibin separately to inform them of the results of today's cooperation discussions. LV Weibin, who had already established the Monan branch in the Horkan area, stated that he would quickly finalize the location and area of the planting base and recruit the relevant staff. After all, these over 400 pieces of engineering equipment alone require over 400 professional drivers, as well as supporting logistics personnel. A construction team of this size can transform approximately 75,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of sandy land each month. Except for the winter, they can work for 9 months from March to November each year, transforming a total of 675,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, annually. Some of this transformed land will be planted this year, and the remainder next year. Planting also requires manpower. Thus, LV Weibin is under immense pressure. The HR task force he has brought with him is currently recruiting drivers, agricultural technicians, and others in Northeast China and North China. To ensure sufficient agricultural machinery operators, the HR department is even recruiting dozens of veteran agricultural machinery technicians from Beidawang Group's subsidiaries to serve as training instructors. Jiang Miao is immersed in research at the Shanmei headquarters, while LV Weibin, Wang Feng, and others are kept busy. Today he's negotiating with this agricultural machinery company. Tomorrow he's discussing cooperation with that pesticide and fertilizer company, and the day after tomorrow he's placing an order with an agricultural supplies company. In the Horkan Desert, LV Weibin, besides establishing a branch company, is also negotiating with local authorities on investment and land acquisition. He also has to place employees and provide initial training. Time slipped by, and it was March 7th. That day, Jiang Miao, accompanied by his security team and the company's assistants, boarded the high-speed rail northbound, heading to his first stop, Lion Mountain Agricultural University in Jiancheng. Shuya would also be joining him. Chapter 148. Revisiting the old place, it's another year of vibrant blossoms and lush greenery. At the foot of Lion Mountain, the scenery remains the same as always. Looking at the young students, Jiang Miao, holding Shuya's hand, couldn't help but sigh, it's wonderful to be young. In the blink of an eye, we're almost 30. Shuya touched her belly, a warm smile on her face. Yes, it's wonderful to be young. Teacher Li, who was accompanying them, smiled and asked, Miao, I see your company has expanded significantly this year. Are you feeling any pressure? The school knew about this mainly because Hailifeng Company had been conducting large-scale recruitment at agricultural universities, such as Lion Mountain Agricultural University, since October of last year. After the autumn recruitment, they resumed the spring recruitment in the spring. Lion Mountain Agricultural University alone hired nearly 150 people. With such a large recruitment scale, the school management naturally suspected that Hailifeng Company was rapidly expanding. That's why Teacher Li asked with concern. He was primarily concerned about Hailifeng's financial pressures. After all, as a teacher, Teacher Li also hoped that Jiang Miao and Hailifeng could continue to develop smoothly and not fail halfway. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Our company currently has no financial problems. This year, we will receive over 3 billion yuan in technology licensing fees, more than enough to support our various projects. Over 3 billion yuan in technology licensing fees? Teacher Li was also stunned. Jiang Miao smiled and explained, it's the Egyptian catfish fishmeal technology. Other domestic feed manufacturers are already fully adopting it. There was nothing to keep secret about this matter. After all, the Feed Association had already issued an internal announcement. Anyone who was willing to investigate could easily find the technology licensing fees Hailifeng paid to the Feed Association. 800 yuan in patent fees for every ton of Egyptian catfish fishmeal produced. The reason for changing the name of the company to the Feed Association and then licensing it to other feed manufacturers was primarily to address WTO anti-subsidy investigations. Although these patent fees will not be paid to the Feed Association, but directly by the manufacturer to Hailifeng, there are fundamental differences between the two. During the WTO anti-dumping and anti-subsidy investigations, if Hailifeng did not have this supplementary agreement with the Feed Association, then if the fishmeal price fell below 5,200 yuan per ton, the association's compensation for the difference would constitute a subsidy. The current situation is equivalent to the association purchasing a technology license from Hailifeng and then licensing it to domestic feed manufacturers. This is a commercial transaction. The patent fee agreed upon between Hailifeng and the Feed Association is a fixed amount. If the Feed Association reduces the price during the secondary licensing process, it represents a loss, a subsidy, for the Feed Association. Of course, the Feed Association also generates revenue. They collect a 10 yuan per ton technical service fee from feed manufacturers, earning tens of millions annually. Although Teacher Li was shocked by Hailifeng's technology licensing fees, He was also happy for Jiang Miao. It's good that you're not under pressure. After all, college graduates face a lot of pressure to find jobs these days. If you can recruit more graduates, it will also reduce the pressure on the school. Teacher, Shuya is expecting this year, and I have to manage the business. Therefore, we are not recruiting doctoral students this year. However, there was a doctoral student from the Wadayaki University Medical Experimental Program who will apply to become Shuya's doctoral student through the school's connections. Teacher Lee initially expressed understanding, then a look of surprise. A doctoral student from Wadayaki University's Medical Experimental Program? A doctoral student who transfers to Shuya's program? Although Shuya previously studied medicinal fungi, isn't she currently working in the edible fungi field? That doctoral student is switching to edible fungi? Jiang Miao briefly explained the situation. No, she's pursuing a dual doctorate. The student at Union Hospital is almost meeting graduation requirements and will be applying for graduation next year. She wants to research gene therapy technology. Shuya and I happen to be familiar with each other, so since my friend introduced her, I'm considering accepting her. I see. That's not a big deal. With your current influence, the school will respect your choice. Teacher Lee felt the school would likely not object. After all, it would be a great honor for their doctoral supervisor to have recruited a doctoral student from PBC University. In the afternoon, Jiang Miao and Shuya received their honorary doctorate certificates and appointments as distinguished professors and doctoral supervisors in the university's auditorium. Then, they took the stage to deliver speeches. In the auditorium, enthusiastic applause broke out from time to time. Pa pa pa. In the terrace seating, several agronomy students listened to Jiang Miao's speech and chatted quietly. Awesome. Shuzi, are you really not planning on going to Heliofeng Company? A chubby, round-faced boy whispered. The boy next to him, wearing glasses, smiled and shook his head. My hometown is in Gansu province, and I want to go back and start a business there. The chubby boy lamented for the spectacled boy. That's such a shame. I already submitted my resume, and am currently receiving interviews, but I think it should be easy. As long as you perform well in school, Heliofeng Company generally won't reject you. Xiaopeng, what position did you apply for? Another boy wearing invisible braces asked curiously. Of course, I'm going to the Monan branch as an agricultural technician. I'm from Kan, Xiaopeng replied with a smile. The man with braces teased, I almost forgot you're from the same hometown as that damned rat. But it's strange. Isn't Heliofeng Company's main business aquatic products and edible fungi? What does this Monan branch do? The man with glasses asked curiously. I heard they're working on a desert agriculture project. What? The man with glasses asked, his voice suddenly rising. Ahem. A teacher in the front row turned and reminded them of the etiquette. The man with glasses chuckled and lowered his head. Then, pulling Xiaopeng and the man with braces aside, he asked quietly, his head lowered. Xiaopeng, is Heliofeng Company's Monan branch really working on a desert agriculture project? Why would I lie to you? There's a project overview on their website, but I don't know the details. The man with glasses, Xiao Zi, looked hesitant. As if sensing the man's hesitation, Fatty Xiao advised, it's too difficult for you to start a business back home. Why not work at the Heliofeng Company for a few years first to gain experience? Then, if you really want to start a business, you can quit and go back. At least you have enough money saved. The man with glasses was in a dilemma, pondering his future plans. Although his family owned dozens of acres of land, it was still uncertain whether his parents would support him. He had only saved 40,000 yuan through part-time jobs and summer jobs during his college years. The maximum his family could support him with was 100,000 yuan, which added up to only 140,000 yuan. Starting a business with this little money was obviously not easy. After thinking it over, he felt that Fatty Zhao's suggestion was a good one. If he could work at the Heliofeng Company for a few years first, gaining experience and saving money, then if things didn't work out there, it wouldn't be too late to return and start his own business. I decided to go back and write my resume. Xiaopeng, can you lend me your resume template for reference? No problem. Before they knew it, Jiang Miao and Shuya had finished their presentations. Amidst the envious gazes and enthusiastic applause of his junior classmates, Jiang Miao concluded his speech. After the meeting, Principal Yin and other school leaders invited Jiang Miao and his wife to their office to discuss the two projects Heliofeng Company had submitted for the National Science and Technology Progress Award. Professor Jiang, the internal review of your company's two projects has concluded. Both were awarded first prize. The official announcement will be in June. Congratulations. Oh! I'm truly flattered. Jiang Miao had originally expected second prize. Professor Zhang, dean of the Fisheries College, smiled and gave Jiang Miao an inside scoop. Originally, the judging committee planned to give first prize to eel artificial propagation technology and second prize to white truffle artificial cultivation technology. However, thanks to support from Academician Liu of the Feed Association and the Lingnan Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the white truffle cultivation technology was also promoted to first prize. I see. Shuya suddenly realized. She knew her project might not win first prize, mainly because white truffle artificial cultivation technology was currently monopolized by Heliofing, a company that lacked a complete industry chain. But eel artificial propagation technology was different. Heliofing's consistent and stable supply of eel fry has freed the domestic eel farming industry from the constraints of wild eel catches and reduced costs for farmers. Furthermore, the accompanying eel rapid growth feed formula and the eel deodorizing feed formula have further reduced farming costs and expanded the eel market. According to statistics from the Aquatic Products Association, since September of last year, the market share of eels without earthy odor has skyrocketed, and their retail price is higher than that of regular eels, averaging 10 to 15 yuan per kilogram. As of early March of this year, the proportion of eels without earthy odor had reached 57%, and it is estimated that by the end of this year, regular eels with earthy odor will be completely eliminated. Only industries like this, which are closely linked to the industrial chain and involve a large number of farmers, are eligible for the first prize of the National Science and Technology Progress Award. Jiang Miao looked at Professor Ke, Dean of the College of Botany. Professor Ke, my wife would like to recruit a doctoral student from the Medical Experimental Program at PBC University this year. I hope the university can support her. Teacher Li and I discussed this with President Yin this afternoon. In principle, there is no problem. Professor Ke nodded. Thank you very much for your help then. You're welcome, Professor Ke asked curiously. Professor Jiang, I heard your company recently invested in desert agriculture in the southern part of the desert. We should be cautious about this. Professor Yi's team at Chongqing Jiaotong University has extensive experience in desert transformation, but the costs remain high. This is related to Professor Ke's research area, land use change, farmland protection and utilization, and the optimal allocation of land space. However, his research focuses primarily on the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. As a professional, Professor Ke is well aware of the current state of desert agriculture in China. Although Chongqing Jiaotong University's desert soil transformation project has been very successful, Professor Ke, as an industry insider, understands that the problem with desert soil transformation technology isn't technical inadequacy, but rather its high cost. Furthermore, it can only be implemented in deserts with relatively abundant rainfall or in areas with nearby irrigation water. The team's current desert soil transformation technology, not including costs for land leveling and agricultural equipment, simply uses special soil adhesives, and the material cost per mu of desert is 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. It should be noted that if the desert is leveled and transformable, the cost per mu, including land rent, agricultural equipment, irrigation water, harvesting, and seedlings, is approximately 500 to 700 yuan, not including the farmer's personal labor input. Clearly, a transformation cost of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per mu is too high. For example, soybean cultivation in the southern desert yields an average of about 120 kilograms per mu, and the purchase price is 3.6 to 4.3 yuan per kilogram. At the highest price, the profit per mu is only 516 yuan. At the lowest price, the profit per mu is only 432 yuan. Of course, some well-managed soybeans can yield over 180 kilograms. But this still doesn't bring much profit. This shows that it is very difficult to convince farmers or agricultural companies to invest in desert soil transformation projects. The main reason is that agriculture isn't profitable. The high investment costs prolong the payback period, potentially leading to a complete loss. Unless official subsidies are provided, or the cost of desert soil transformation technology drops to around 1,000 yuan, it's unlikely this technology will be widely adopted in the near future. Knowing this, Professor Ke specifically reminded Jiang Miao to manage his investment carefully to avoid significant losses. Thank you, Professor Ke, for the heads up. Our project does utilize desert land for cultivation, but our approach differs from that of the Yuzhou Jiaotong University team. We're starting with the seeds themselves, cultivating crops that are adaptable to desert and saline alkali land. Upon hearing Jiang Miao's explanation, Professor Ke's eyes were filled with surprise. It seems Professor Jiang has achieved some results, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such an investment. Indeed, we have achieved some results. We have conducted small-scale plantings in artificially simulated saline alkali and sandy soils, and obtained good data. Although he was unaware of Heliafeng's specific achievements, Professor Ke offered his best wishes. I also wish Professor Jiang and Heliafeng success. Haha, thank you very much. As they chatted, Professor Zhang suddenly interjected. Professor Jiang, we have a project here at the Fisheries College. I wonder if Heliafeng is interested. Jiang Miao asked with a smile. Professor Zhang, feel free to tell me. Professor Zhang quickly explained, well, last year, a professor at our college and several students were conducting research on the aquaculture of Yangtze River catfish. They found that after using your company's Egyptian catfish feed number 4, the fish grew significantly faster. After about 4 months of cultivation, they reached about 50 centimeters in length and weighed about 2 kilograms. Oh! Yangtze River catfish? It's the Yangtze River catfish, a member of the catfish family, right? Jiang Miao instantly searched his memory for relevant information. Yes, it's the Yangtze River catfish. Professor Zhang nodded with a smile. Jiang Miao pondered for a moment. Feed number 4 is designed for the Egyptian catfish. The Yangtze River catfish is also a member of the catfish family. They have a high degree of genetic similarity, so it makes sense that the feed would have an effect. Although that professor and several students discovered this, they didn't understand the specific mechanism. I heard that Professor Jiang is coming today. He has entrusted me to discuss cooperation with Heliafeng. Okay, tonight. Okay, I'll let him know later. In the evening, after Jiang Miao had dinner with the school leaders, he met with the professor in the College of Fisheries Administrative Building. In addition to Dean Zhang, who had brought them together, and Professor Li, who was researching the project, there were also 3 of his students. Professor Li's 3 students looked at Jiang Miao with surprise and admiration. If the dean and the professor hadn't been there, they would have wanted an autograph and a photo with Jiang Miao. After taking their seats, one of the boys offered to pour tea for them. Jiang Miao spoke frankly. Professor Li, I took some time to look at your project this afternoon. It's truly of great research value. It seems our research has paid off to have Professor Zhang's approval. Professor Li's face lit up. The two discussed their research on the giant catfish. While giant catfish still exist, large ones are virtually extinct. The giant catfish is characterized by its 2 whiskers and a turquoise coloration. Some species found in muddy areas of the river are grayish-yellow with gray spots. They are large, with the largest individuals reaching up to 100 kilograms and nearly 2 meters long. That's right, they can reach nearly 2 meters long and weigh up to 100 kilograms. This also means that when fishing bans are not in place, large giant catfish in the Yangtze River are practically wiped out. Currently, farmed giant catfish, if raised in a good environment and fed the right diet, can grow to 40 to 50 centimeters in length and weigh 1.5 to 2 kilograms in about 2 years. This demonstrates the enormous potential of the giant catfish. While Egyptian catfish can be farmed in the Yangtze River Basin, they are an invasive species, and freezing conditions in the Yangtze River Basin can cause them to die or stop growing. The native giant catfish, however, can adapt to the Yangtze River Basin's climate. If the giant catfish's growth rate can be brought up to that of the Egyptian catfish, and its farming costs can be made comparable, then this fish could become the foundation of the Yangtze River Basin's aquaculture industry. This is entirely achievable. Because giant catfish have genes for extra large size within their genes, rapid growth can be achieved by identifying the gene targets that stimulate growth and using specialized feed. Jiang Miao discussed with Professor Li and others for over 2 hours. Finally, Jiang Miao decided that Heliafeng Company would invest 50 million yuan in their project team, to be invested in phases over 5 years, to conduct research on the rapid growth of giant catfish. The research results will be jointly owned by Heliafeng Company, Shizishan Agricultural University, and Professor Li's team. If the patent generates revenue, the 3 parties will share the profits. Heliafeng Company, 66%, the university, 15%, and Professor Li's team, 19%. Jiang Miao didn't intend to personally undertake this type of research. After all, Heliafeng Company already has a technology for breeding Egyptian catfish, and the large river catfish project involves duplication of technology. Thus, this project was a viable investment, but Jiang Miao wouldn't personally undertake it, lest he attempt to create a low-cost, high-yield large river catfish. This would negatively impact Heliafeng Company's Egyptian catfish industry, and at least the project wouldn't be suitable for rapid expansion. Professor Li's team didn't dwell on it. They simply believed that if they succeeded this time, even with Heliafeng Company personnel overseeing the project, they could reap significant benefits through reasonable means. What's more, If the research yielded results, they could collect patent fees. The next morning, Jiang Miao said goodbye to Shuya, and 5 security personnel escorted her back to Shantou by high-speed rail. Jiang Miao then took the high-speed rail to the Monan branch. Chapter 149. As the high-speed train continued northward, the weather grew increasingly cold. Spring had arrived in the north, but the melting snow and ice made the temperature feel even colder. The closer one got to the northeast, the lower the temperature felt. He changed trains once along the way, at Shanhaiguan. He passed through many cities along the way. Although he only glanced at them briefly, his identification panel could see information within a 1.6-kilometer radius. This was another method Jiang Miao had recently discovered. By closing his eyes and focusing his thoughts in all directions, he could allow the identification panel to actively maintain maximum information collection. Of course, this method didn't allow for information to be reviewed, as the brain couldn't handle such a massive, instantaneous onslaught of information. This required a secondary review afterward. If Jiang Miao were in a car, he wouldn't use this mind-clearing method to gather information, as it would temporarily prevent him from observing his surroundings and thus preventing him from detecting potential risks. But on the high-speed train, it was different. The probability of a high-speed train accident is very low, and before boarding, he had checked the detailed information of the train he was taking, confirming that there were no major issues before boarding. During this journey, he had collected a vast amount of information. This information included the movements of every person on the train, the various items they carried, and the underground strata along the route. Jiang Miao did not browse the information of other passengers. After all, he was not a voyeur. He was primarily interested in the information on the underground rock formations. After all, it was a cross-section with a radius of 1.6 kilometers, centered on the high-speed train. After a cursory inspection, he discovered a significant number of mineral resources. In addition to common minerals, there were 3 relatively valuable mineral deposits. One was discovered in the mountains on the northwest edge of the Davy Mountains, at a depth of 930 to 970 meters. It contained a molybdenum scheelite vein, with extremely high molybdenum and tungsten content. The scanned area alone contained 470 tons of tungsten, and 109 tons of molybdenum. Another was found in the mountains near Shanhaiguan, at a depth of 1,425 to 1,444 meters. It contained a thorite vein, which contained not only a significant amount of thorium, but also a small amount of uranium and a large amount of rare earth elements. The last location was found on his way to Jiayuan County, east of Sanjiazhi town, at a depth of approximately 1,279 to 1,301 meters. It contained a chromite spinel vein. As for the last vein, since it was so close to the destination, he had someone drive around it and discovered it was very large. If mined in its entirety, it could yield 7.4 million tons of chromium. Unfortunately, it was buried too deep. Just as Jiang Miao was about to reach Kulin town, he discovered another gold-silver composite vein in the nearby desert. This vein wasn't too deep, only about 350 to 410 meters. This vein contained 44 tons of gold and 276 tons of silver, and the mineral quality was quite high. Amidst the biting cold wind, Jiang Miao and his team drove to the Yangtze River north of Kulin town. This river is a crucial barrier to the southward movement of the Teminchigan Desert and the main river in Jiayuan County. After passing Kulin town, the convoy turned north and drove about 17 kilometers before arriving at the shallow Yangtze River. After crossing the Yangtze Road Bridge, Jiang Miao saw vast expanses of farmland and residential buildings. This Yangtze River, arguably the mother river of Jiayuan County, is 112 kilometers long and drains an area of 825 square kilometers. Its widest point is about 200 meters, and its narrowest is about 30 meters. This perennial river, fed primarily by springs, has tributaries such as the Huja River and the Chagan River. Its average annual flow is 110 million cubic meters, and its freezing period lasts approximately 4 months. Passing by residential areas, the temporary base of the Monan branch came into view. As the convoy arrived, LV weighed in, his skin somewhat chapped, trotted over to Jiang Miao and said, "Boss, welcome to the Monan branch. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Miao could already feel the fierce March wind in Zeram City, dry, cold, and tinged with sand. It stung his face, especially for someone from the south. LV Weibin quickly led him, Li Zixuan, and the others inside the base. "Boss, it's too windy outside. Let's go inside and rest." The base wasn't near Kulin town, but 17 kilometers north of the town center. Not far away was the livestock farm, Domgacha. The houses in this village were spread out in a long strip along the road. The base of the Monan branch covers 500 mu, approximately 16 acres, and currently uses 100 container houses, arranged into 3 areas: office space, staff dormitories, and equipment storage. The base was surrounded by concrete pillars and barbed wire. Entering a container office, LV Weibin briefly explained the situation. "Boss, in addition to the 50 people I brought with me, the Monan branch has hired 150 people in Hebei province, 70 in Zelamu city, and 80 more in northeast China. The total number of employees is 351. Immediately, Lu Zhiban, manager of the Monan branch, unfolded a detailed map of Jiaoyuan County, on which a large area was circled in red. Pointing to it, he explained, "Boss, this is the cooperation agreement we reached with the local authorities. It covers a total of 350,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. Specifically, it's located on the southern edge of Tuodian district in northern Kulun, between 250 and 300 meters above sea level, running in an east-west strip. This desert is called the Teminchigan Desert. Within Jiaoyuan County, it's approximately 60 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide, covering a total area of 280 square kilometers. It spans 4 summits: Lujiazhi Town, Manghan Suma, Eltun Town, and Kulun Town." Jiang Miao's eyes flickered slightly. 280 square kilometers? Shouldn't that be 420,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres? Lu Zhiban explained with a smile, "Well, the locals have developed 2 scenic areas on the edge of this desert, the Teminchigan Desert Scenic Area and the Insha Bay Scenic Area. With the highway running through it, this area has lost about 70,000 mu." After hearing Lu Zhiban's explanation, LV Weibin recounted an incident from a while ago when he had just come here to explore the area. "Speaking of which, I originally went to Bashi County to discuss cooperation. The Gavada Desert there is even larger, covering approximately 1.5 million mu. Unfortunately, it's designated a National 4A scenic area, and the locals are hesitant about our investment project. It's okay. They make the right decision next year." Jiang Miao smiled and shook his head. After all, changing the use of a 4A scenic area isn't something that can be done casually or quickly. The 2 scenic spots in Jiaoyuan County are small, local areas, so even if the entire Teminchigan Desert were to be repurposed, it wouldn't matter. After all, this place is a desert, not sand, so it can't be any worse. That's why Jiaoyuan County dared to grant 350,000 mu of desert to Haliafeng Company. Jiang Miao continued, "What's the contract price? How long is the contract term?" 50 yuan per mu per year, for 30 years. The local government guarantees no price increase. The contract has already been signed, LV Weibin replied. Jiang Miao nodded slightly at the price. He had previously researched land contract fees for Zelamu City. For example, the Desert Control Project in Puring County, Zelamu City, has a contract fee of approximately 90 yuan per mu per year, while the severely decertified Grassland Control Project in Zaijiaji Town, Kaila County, has a base price of 60 yuan per mu per year. Understand clearly, this is money paid by the local government to the contractor for desert and sand control, not from the contractor to the local government. The land acquired by the Monan branch was mobile and semi-mobile desert, not local reserve arable land or grassland. Initially, the locals assumed the Haliafeng Company was carrying out a desert control project and were quite indifferent. After all, this kind of financial commitment was a source of income for the local villagers and herders. It wasn't until LV Weibin explained that they were contracting desert land for agricultural development that the locals warmed up, especially after hearing that they were contracting hundreds of thousands of acres. After all, 350,000 acres of desert, even at 50 yuan per acre per year, would still generate 17.5 million yuan in annual revenue. How much equipment has arrived? Lu Zhiban replied, Sany Heavy Industries' first batch of equipment arrived 2 days ago. About half of it is ready, and the rest will arrive before the end of the month. Is there a significant driver shortage? LV Weibin nodded with a wry smile. Indeed, it is. The 150 people we previously recruited in Hebei province were all experienced drivers. The next batch will be comprised of recent technical school graduates, approximately 300 people. How is the logistics support? Jiang Miao expressed concern. LV Weibin's face was filled with frustration. We don't have enough container houses right now. The next batch we ordered won't arrive for another 2 weeks. Luckily, it's spring now, so the weather isn't too cold, and we have tents and sleeping bags to last us a while. I just checked. How's the construction going on at the base? LV Weibin explained, the county has expressed support for us developing 50 mu of land for real estate. They're helping us complete the relevant paperwork, and we estimate it should be completed within 3 months. I already sent someone to find a construction contractor, and it's likely a local one. That's okay. As long as the quality is guaranteed, we can finish the houses before winter. Jiang Miao's schedule wasn't too urgent. The Hailifeng Real Estate Development Company's staff housing complex is a standard 9-story building with 2 elevators and 4 units. And considering the area's vast land and sparse population, they eliminated the need for an underground parking lot. Instead, they just built some metal sheds. As long as the paperwork is completed within 3 months, construction can begin in early June. It takes half a month to lay the foundation, 10 to 13 days to build 1 floor, and 90 to 108 days for 9 floors. The roof will be completed around mid-September. Simple decoration can be completed in 2 months, around mid-November, and then the employees can move in. The project plans to build a total of 1,350 houses. To ensure employees have housing before winter, construction workers can be concentrated to renovate some of them. After all, the entire Monan branch is estimated to have approximately 900 to 1,000 employees, requiring only 200 houses. Furthermore, some employees will be on holiday during winter. However, the land leveling team does not stop work during the winter, unless there is heavy snow. This is because sandy land, unlike grassland or cultivated land, only experiences reduced mobility in winter, but does not become hardened frozen ground, allowing for continued leveling work. Except for periods of heavy snow and the spring festival holiday, construction can continue the rest of the year. Therefore, housing must be prepared for the employees, who will be spending the winter here. After all, the container houses, which are hot in summer and cold in winter, are likely to be very difficult to endure in winter. As Jiang Miao chatted and rested, he gained a preliminary understanding of the Monan branch's situation. In the evening, LV Weibin took Jiang Miao to a well-known local restaurant in Kulin town for dinner. Considering Jiang Miao's dislike of alcohol, no one from the town government was invited. "Boss, this is the local barbecue, skewers, grilled fish, and grilled chicken wings. This is Kulin stew and pancakes," LV Weibin explained. Jiang Miao drank a bowl of pot tea, milk tea with diced beef, potatoes, carrots, and spices, slowly simmered over low heat. It was fragrant and rich. He also had the essential lamb skewers, and a refreshing yogurt. Lu Zhiban ladled him a large bowl of soup. "Boss, this is calf soup. It's made with milk, made from fresh milk, simmered over low heat, and then cooked with buckwheat flour noodles. It's a favorite among the local herders. I wonder if you're up to it." "Not bad, a unique flavor." Jiang Miao took a sip of the calf soup, and then picked up a piece of hand-pulled meat. This was lamb cooked using a local specialty method, and the meat was tender and rich, paired with a special seasoning, making it incredibly delicious. Kuyong, meanwhile, was slicing a roasted whole lamb with a knife. The charred and fragrant lamb made one drool. Jiang Miao, however, didn't eat much meat. After a few pieces of barbecued meat, he picked up a bowl of buckwheat noodles and flat noodles, enjoying them with the local special braised sauce. Jiang Miao burped. "Burp? Old Lu, these aren't enough vegetables. Eating like this every day can easily lead to high blood pressure and high blood lipids. You should have the logistics department stock up on more fruits and vegetables to ensure balanced nutrition for the staff." "I know, I'm not used to the eating habits here either. We Lingnan people always feel uncomfortable without some grass for 3 meals a day," LV Weibin said half-jokingly. But he was honestly unused to it. Even after being here for over half a month, the southern employees were still not used to it. After the meal, Jiang Miao also became familiar with the management of the Monan branch. Early the next morning, led by Lu Weibin, Lu Zhiban, and others, they saw the endless desert behind the base. Some employees were already working in the sand, operating bulldozers, graders, loaders, and rollers. He also spotted a team of Sany heavy industry workers, dressed in Sany work uniforms, repairing a broken-down bulldozer. Jiang Miao looked around, and saw more than a dozen Sany heavy industry maintenance personnel. He was surprised. So many Sany heavy industry personnel? Yes, they said they want to take this opportunity to improve their equipment to make it more suitable for the northern desert environment. Lu Weibin was also somewhat puzzled by Sany heavy industry's behavior, but since they were so dedicated, he didn't hesitate to treat them unfairly. He not only provided accommodation, but also 3 meals a day for the Sany heavy industry maintenance team. "I see." Jiang Miao picked up the binoculars and took in the endless desert before him. Essentially, the Teminchigan Desert and the Gubauta Desert, while both part of the Horkan sandy land, are vastly different. The central and eastern parts of the Horkan sandy land are actually the result of modern overcultivation leading to the degradation of farmland and grassland. The Taminchigan Desert and the Gubauta Desert in the west, on the other hand, were caused by excessive grazing and reclamation during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Their degradation is much older, leading to more pronounced desertification and the formation of mobile and semi-mobile sand dunes. The Gubauta Desert may be unfamiliar to many, but its other name, Mulan Hunting Ground, is likely more familiar. In Mongolian, Byoguta means a place with deer. This area was once the Mulan Hunting Ground during the Qing dynasty, witnessing royal hunting and military activities, and nurturing the rich culture of the northern nomadic peoples. Boss, considering that the compacted sand won't allow us to start planting until June, I had the purchasing department procure 10 grass grid machines. LV Weibin explained the work arrangements. Grass grid machines? LV Weibin pulled out his phone and found the information sent by the purchasing department. The purchasing department has already negotiated with the Gank Group in Gansu province to purchase their self-propelled grass grid sand barrier control equipment. According to the product description they sent a few days ago, this equipment features an ultra-high chassis, a dual-track base, and a low-power single-cylinder diesel engine. It can freely roam on slopes within 25 degrees and operate smoothly on slopes within 12 degrees. It can lay 40 mu of grass grids per day. Well, you're very considerate. Jiang Miao could already sense the intensity of the surrounding sandstorms. If grass grids aren't quickly installed on the compacted sand, it's likely to start shifting again in a month or two. Unless there's rainfall within those 2 months, the sand can remain solid. But Zarim City's rainy season is June, July, and August. Right now, we're in the middle of a dry, windy season, a lean time between harvest and harvest. This kind of weather isn't conducive to sand fixation. As for whether installing the grass grids will affect soybean cultivation, the answer is definitely no. The grass in the grids is dead, and the chances of it sprouting again are relatively low. Once the rainy season arrives, the growth advantages of the new soybean varieties will become even more pronounced. Jiang Miao lowered his binoculars and spotted a drilling rig drilling nearby, apparently preparing to extract groundwater. He looked at LV Weibin and asked, by the way, what are the local water charges? Hearing this, LV Weibin grew a little concerned. Boss, as a company, we charge 1.25 yuan per cubic meter for groundwater extraction. Furthermore, we're limited to 167 cubic meters per acre of soybeans. Exceeding this limit will result in a surcharge of 1 to 3 times the amount. That's okay. We only need to spray 3 times. We won't use more than 60 cubic meters per acre. Just remember to spray in the evening to maximize water efficiency. Jiang Miao had already prepared for this. As long as the soybeans have successfully taken root, sprouted, and grown their first true leaves, they won't need watering. The leaves collect dew at night, which is then stored in the rhizomes and root balls. If it's rainy, there's no need to worry. Drilling the well now is just a precaution. If there's no rain for a week or two after planting, artificial watering will be necessary. It's precisely because of the unique characteristics of these new soybean varieties that they are extremely drought and saline tolerant. Jiang Miao recently discovered another advantage of these 3 soybean varieties, a discovery he stumbled upon while organizing the first batch of large-scale experimental plots. Chapter 150. About 6 months ago, while tidying up his experimental fields, Jiang Miao discovered that 3 new soybean varieties exhibited a reversion to their ancestral roots. Many people believe that crops like soybeans, rice, corn, wheat, and millet are typically planted once, harvested, and then replanted the following year. But in reality, this is a misconception. The vast majority of herbaceous crops currently cultivated by humans, whether in the leguminosae, grasses, or cruciferae, exhibit annual or single-season growth due to human breeding, not inherently. Those who have grown rice in the south are more or less aware that after harvesting, if the roots are not damaged and the plant is properly cared for, it can flourish a second time. In other words, the ancestors of many of the herbaceous crops currently cultivated by humans were perennials. Soybeans also had perennial varieties among their ancestors. In fact, some wild soybean varieties in southern China still retain perennial growth characteristics. Among the mother plants Jiang Miao used to cultivate the new soybean varieties were several wild soybean varieties. Although, after hybridization and genetically induced mutation, the genes from these wild soybeans only accounted for 1/8 of the genetic makeup of the new soybean varieties. However, due to the induced mutations, all 3 new varieties developed water-storing root tubers, which activated the perennial gene cluster hidden within the new soybean varieties' genes. In the experimental fields, these soybeans began to reroot and sprout about half a month after harvest. With sufficient fertilizer, light, and heat, they would soon bloom and bear fruit again. Moreover, because the root system already exists and is relatively mature, the legume family is naturally endowed with nitrogen-fixing nodules. After a season of growth, the numerous nitrogen-containing nodules formed provide ample organic nitrogen for the next growth period. At the same time, another characteristic of the new soybean varieties is their water-storing tubers, which provide a large amount of water, vitamins, and a small amount of sugars and amino acids for the soybean's secondary growth. In fact, the tubers of these new soybean varieties are somewhat similar to another branch of the legume family, Pueraria lobata. Although compared to Pueraria lobata, the tubers of the Cinza soybean series have a lower starch content, with a water content of up to 83%, starch content around 3%, and the remaining 12.8% being cellulose, 0.7% fructose, and 0.5% other ingredients. Thus, the tubers of Cinza soybeans are similar to the fruit of the root family yacon. Of course, Cinza soybean tubers should not be eaten as fruit or vegetable, as they contain a significant amount of trypsin inhibitors and soy agglutinins. If not fully cooked, ingestion can be toxic. With root tubers, the perennial characteristics inherent in the genes of Cinza beans are immediately activated. With adequate phosphorus, potassium, and trace elements, along with a spray of plant growth hormone and a foliar fertilizer, the growth cycle of a second crop of Cinza beans can be significantly shortened compared to the first. Germination occurs on days 12 to 15, flowering occurs on days 28 to 30, pod formation begins on days 33 to 35, flowering ends on days 50 to 55. The first pods begin to mature on days 65 to 68, and all pods are mature and ready for harvesting on days 85 to 90. The per acre yield of the second crop of Cinza beans, measured in experimental fields, is not significantly different from that of the first. Although the growth cycle is a dozen days shorter, the second crop has inherent advantages. Of course, if that were all, growing a second crop would still be impossible in the southern desert. After all, Zelamu City only has a frost-free period of 140 to 160 days a year. Even with the initial cuts, it's impossible to guarantee 2 soybean crops. What truly surprised Yang Miao was the cold resistance exhibited by the Cinza series. He simulated the southern desert climate in his laboratory, and found that the Cinza beans' roots could safely survive the winter there. They then began to rapidly sprout in March of the following year. The seedlings can tolerate temperatures as low as -10 degrees Celsius, and as long as the daytime temperature is above zero, they will begin to sprout rapidly. Growth begins in mid-March, and harvest is ready after 90 days, which is around mid-June. After harvesting, secondary growth begins in early July, and the pods mature by early October. To increase nutrient accumulation, harvesting is delayed until the end of October, and when it's completed, it's just in early November. In early November in the southern desert, temperatures often dip below zero, inhibiting the underground roots of the Cinza beans from germinating again, allowing them to retain a high concentration of nutrients and water through the winter. This allows for 2 soybean harvests per year, eliminating the need for annual sowing and watering. Only when sowing seeds is used for the Cinza bean series does artificial watering during the early germination phase of the germination process increase germination rates and growth rates. In Jiang Miao's experimental field, the first batch of Cinza beans planted completed its 3rd harvest in March of this year. Not only has the yield not decreased, but it has actually increased by approximately 10%. In particular, in experimental fields designed to simulate a sandy environment, soybean yields increased by approximately 17% in the 3rd crop. This is due to the continuous expansion of the root system into the surrounding sandy soil. Red clay soil and rice paddy soil are not conducive to rapid root expansion and penetration. In sandy soil, however, the Cinza series exhibited exceptional growth. In the first crop, their taproots were concentrated at a depth of 0 to 30 centimeters, with a small number of capillary roots reaching a depth of 110 centimeters. In the second crop, their taproots expanded to a depth of 50 to 60 centimeters, and their capillary roots extended to a depth of 150 to 170 centimeters. In the third crop, the taproots further extended to a depth of approximately 100 centimeters, and the capillary roots to a depth of 270 centimeters. At the same time, the weight and number of their tubers continued to increase, from 10 to 15 tubers and 3 to 5 kilograms in the first crop, to 20 to 30 tubers and 6 to 10 kilograms in the second crop, and finally to 40 to 60 tubers and 12 to 20 kilograms in the third crop. This is why the yield of the Cinza beans begins to surge in the third crop, as their roots accumulate excessive water and nutrients. Of course, tubers are not without their drawbacks. For example, many tubers will sprout, resulting in a single soybean plant producing over a dozen plants in the second crop. However, this can be addressed by manually weeding, removing some of the excess shoots, and strengthening the stems by removing branches, thus ensuring yield. By the third crop, however, Jiang Miao estimated that the Cinza bean's root system had reached its limit. This is determined by the density of the crop field. Surrounded by the roots of other soybeans, the taproot system naturally has no way to expand. If it were in a natural environment, the roots of the Cinza bean would likely continue to expand in all directions until the end of its lifespan. The Cinza bean's genes contain fragments of the short-haired wild soybean, a perennial soybean that typically survives for about 3 years in the wild, but its maximum lifespan can reach 10 years. Based on current conditions, Jiang Miao estimates that under artificial cultivation, the maximum lifespan of the Cinza bean series is 6 to 7 years. However, considering that perennial plants tend to decline in yield over the later years, old plants can be removed in the 5th year and replaced with new seedlings. Of course, it is also possible to dig up soybean tubers and use them as seeds, which is similar to using soybean seeds and may even ensure faster initial growth. The Cinza bean series' ability to transform sandy soils is also truly remarkable. Leguminous plants naturally form large nitrogen-rich nodules on their roots. Combined with the massive root systems and ever-increasing tubers of the Cinza family, this leads to a surge in soil organic matter. In fact, a little calculation shows that, with approximately 15,000 Cinza plants per acre in their final stage, the combined root system and tubers of each plant weigh approximately 30 kilograms. Excluding water, this yields approximately 7.5 kilograms of cellulose, starch, fructose, vitamins, and inorganic salts, adding 112.5 tons of dry matter per acre. Adding the 2 annual crops of dead branches and leaves from the ground, each plant produces approximately 40 to 50 grams of dry matter per crop, totaling 6 to 7 tons of dry matter over 5 years. Taking into account natural decomposition and plant consumption, this will add approximately 75 tons of organic matter to the soil, equivalent to 11.25 centimeters of black soil. The current black soil layer in northeast China has dropped from 70 to 100 centimeters in the last century to only 20 to 40 centimeters. A 5-year cycle of Cinza soybean cultivation is equivalent to creating 11.25 centimeters of artificial black soil. Even if soybean production becomes excessive in the future, the farmland transformed by Cinza soybeans can be used to grow drought-tolerant crops. As long as irrigation is adequate, even moderately water-intensive crops can be considered. However, in the southern desert, only the eastern part can barely grow non-drought-tolerant crops. The central and western parts of the desert can only grow soybeans. However, the northeast region can consider using Cinza soybeans to conserve black soil. Planting Cinza soybeans for 5 years can restore a 10 to 11 centimeter organic soil layer. 5 years of intensive cultivation can then be repeated to ensure that the organic matter content of northeast China's black soil remains stable. This approach is not only effective for the black soil of northeast China, but can also have a significant conservation impact on farmland in the Loess Plateau and the North China Plain. After all, in recent decades, the organic matter content of farmland in the Loess Plateau and the North China Plain has declined significantly. Currently, organic fertilizers are not cost-effective, and adding large amounts of organic fertilizer is a significant expense for farmers. A rotational cultivation method could be used, dividing the land into 2 parts, planting wheat, corn, and millet in one part and soybeans in the other, with the 2 parts then switching crops after 5 years. Furthermore, the precipitation and sunlight conditions in the North China Plain and the Loess Plateau are much better than those in the southern desert, which will accelerate the accumulation of dry matter in the roots of the radish soybeans. Considering land utilization, it's entirely possible to crush the roots and return them to the fields in the 3rd year. However, Jiang Miao also knew that acquiring large tracts of farmland in the densely populated North China Plain was difficult, and coupled with the severe land conflicts among local residents, Heliafeng Company decided not to join the fray in the North China Plain and would simply sell seeds. The ravines and gullies of the Loess Plateau, coupled with local environmental protection requirements, also made it unsuitable for Heliafeng Company to enter. This is why Jiang Miao chose the eastern part of the southern desert as the first large-scale experimental field. After inspecting the main base, Jiang Miao went to the nearby second base, located near the Insha Bay scenic area. This base also covers 500 mu, and is located behind residential buildings not far from the highway. It was created from a large expanse of sand. The person in charge of this base is Wu Song, the deputy manager of the Monan branch. He's a local, known only by his Chinese name, Wu Song. He also goes by Naraisu Wulianga. Da Song, how's the base doing now? Jiang Miao had already dined together last night, so he naturally knew his name and nickname. Wu Song replied with a wry smile, Boss, the construction team isn't big enough right now, so we surrounded this area with concrete pillars and barbed wire, and placed 4 container houses here. You can ask the local construction company to arrange for the construction of the sheep and cattle sheds as soon as possible. Stepping on the soft sand, Jiang Miao reached the dunes. Looking out, the desert dunes here were taller and denser. Next door, the 33,000-acre Silver Sand Bay scenic area still stands. Many tourists are riding dune buggies, enjoying the desert scenery beneath the biting cold wind. The dunes in this desert are too large. Don't modify them. Just sow soybean seeds and alfalfa seeds. After LV Weibian's field trip, he discovered the vast expanse of shifting sand dunes. Last night, he offered Jiang Miao a suggestion. I think so too. Besides soybeans, which can be used as oil and feed, their sprouts can also be used as forage, with similar benefits to alfalfa. So, after his inspection, LV Weibian decided to be a bit extravagant and directly sow alfalfa with soybeans, without modifying the dune terrain. When the crops reach about 80 days old, they be harvested directly, crushing the fresh grass and pods into meal that can be fed directly to cattle and sheep or used as silage. Of course, the consequence of not modifying the terrain is that some areas of the sprouts and alfalfa cannot be harvested mechanically. But this isn't a big deal, as the unharvested bean sprouts and alfalfa can be grazed for cattle and sheep. So, for the 350,000 mu of desert, those that are easy to transform will be converted into soybean fields suitable for large-scale mechanization. Those that are too difficult will simply be bypassed by laying grass grids and securing them first, then sowing soybean and alfalfa seeds and using them as pasture. Lu Weibian has already dispatched personnel to survey the rough topography of the Teminchigan Desert using drones. Its large, mobile and semi-mobile sand dunes cover approximately 70,000 mu, and including the surrounding areas, this totals approximately 100,000 mu. Wu Song took a sip of water. Boss, I think we could add a batch of grass grid layout trucks. Okay, send a list to the purchasing department. Lu Zhiban, his lips chapped, wiped his sand-blinded eyes and said, Boss, if we can only transform 200,000 mu of desert this year, I suggest we interseed the rest with soybeans and alfalfa. We have enough seeds anyway. You can arrange it as needed. LV Weibian took off his sunglasses. If that's the plan, boss, I think we need to procure a batch of large combine harvesters. While we can hire local combine harvesters, their scale isn't enough for our needs. Even the Beidawing Group's harvesters take about the same time to complete. Combined with the distance, our soybean fields might miss the harvest time. Jiang Miao also thought this arrangement was sound. Do the math and try to buy larger, more efficient combine harvesters to reduce the number of drivers we hire. Okay. LV Weibian added with a smile. Actually, if we deploy large combine harvesters, if there are other farmers nearby, they definitely need them too, and we can earn some harvesting fees. Don't worry about spending money. If you spend money now, you soon make it back with interest. Jiang Miao, with a mouthful of sand, quickly disembarked from the dune and rinsed his mouth with mineral water. The winds in Zeram City are strong and the sand is heavy this season, especially on the edge of the desert. It didn't take long for him to get covered in dust. Jiang Miao found a way to cheer himself up and said, If I come back next year, I guess I won't see this dust storm. That's very possible. Lu Weibian had seen the Senza series performance on the sandy ground in the laboratory. Boss, you might be disappointed. Wu Song smiled wryly. The sandstorms here are caused by local factors, and partly by our northern neighbors. Even if the entire sandy desert of Maubei were converted to grassland, it would only reduce the sandstorms, but it wouldn't be completely eliminated. Maubei? That's right there. The group chatted. Soon, the convoy arrived at another location, also near a river where livestock were raised. The sign at the entrance had been replaced with a new one. It read, Helyafeng Company, Maubei Branch, Kulin Breeding Base. Entering the breeding base, there were many bleating small-tailed Han sheep. After getting off the bus, the stench of sheep and cow dung, mixed with a hint of grass, was unnoticeable to the locals, who were used to it. Jiang Miao, a newcomer, was immediately stunned, and it took him several minutes to recover. Boss, the sheep shed smells a bit strong. LV Weibian handed him a bottle of white flower oil. After taking a sip of the oil, Jiang Miao perked up. This smell is indeed a bit unpleasant to someone unfamiliar with it. Wu Song distracted him. Boss, this breeding base was invested in by a company from southern Hebei. However, due to the low prices of beef and mutton over the past 2 years, and the company's financial difficulties, we acquired it. How many cattle and sheep can this base raise? Jiang Miao asked, looking at the many empty sheep sheds. Wu Song replied, we can raise 15,000 sheep or 5,000 cattle, but this company's fodder supply is somewhat insufficient. Coupled with the low prices for beef and mutton, their herd has been declining over the past 2 years, currently totaling only 1,700 small-tailed Han sheep. We need to expand and maximize the stock of this base. Jiang Miao turned to Lu Zhiban and said, Zhiban, please arrange for the supporting facilities, whether it's forage processing equipment, organic fertilizer fermentation facilities, or veterinary equipment. Everything needs to be completed as soon as possible. No problem, Lu Zhiban nodded. In fact, Helyafeng Company's entry into the Monan livestock industry has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that low prices for mutton and beef make it easier to purchase large quantities of lambs and calves, and even purchase a large number of breeding sheep and cattle. The disadvantage is that they have to deal with low market prices. However, for Helyafeng Company, the current market price is not a big deal. At most, they can use their own pasture grass, which can significantly reduce costs.